is a reification fallacy. So it's the wrong way to be thinking to begin with.
That sounds gay.
Hey, Catman, drop your camera, bro.
Heretic, your point was if you're trying to like force a model to exist that explains the phenomena.
What was the premise?
Suggesting that, like fishing for models is a reification fallacy because you're kind of just doing an ad hoc process.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I agree with that. But the fact is,
what was the premise I led you with earlier?
I see flat earthers doing that, not globers.
Oh, it happens. It happens. Don't worry, it happens. But so because people want to explain the lands and the waters and navigation and everything, but that's just an ad hoc process, right? Like you said. So can you explain the premise that I led you with earlier? Do you remember what I led you with earlier? I really want you to get this down because I think it's going to help you understand where we're coming from.
If I understood your point, right, it was something like, okay, well, the sun doesn't actually set below the horizon on a flat Earth, and so you would expect,
not
at least in some areas, that it's possible to just look at it not setting.
Not that. That's not what I said earlier. That was what I was having you talk about with Radwin. Radwin brought that up to you. Or Old House Rodburn brought it up to you. Sorry. What I was asking you, remember my question, my logical analysis? If the surface of the Earth is not curving.
Dude, you need to look up to find the shape of the Earth, not down.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving.
You have to look. Wait, I don't know. What did the other guy mean? You have to look up, not down? I don't understand.
He's a troll. He's a troll. Don't worry about him. It's Tagilla. He comes in here all the time. He hates flat Earth. They all do. Just follow what I'm asking.
I've been at this for like a week, right? I haven't touched this topic.
And you still haven't learned anything. Amazing.
Well, that's why I'm trying to give him this basic representation.
I have learned how to do flat Earth.
If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Must be flat.
If the surface of the Earth is flat, then whatever is happening above the Earth is only happening over a flat Earth.
The sky's up.
Because there's no measurable curvature.
Yeah, do you know what else is up?
So when you say stars, explain Antarctica, well, I mean, if you can't measure curvature, then it's flat, right?
Who done it?
Yeah, off topic.
Oh wow! So that's all you ever talk about? Wow.
I'm not sure.
No, because we're extreme acts of violence.
Okay.
Extreme acts of violence are off topic. You don't need this channel to talk.
Yeah, but what am I supposed to do with it? Okay, let's say it's okay. The Earth's flat. What's the next thing? What am I supposed to do?
Yeah, now you shit your pants.
I don't know if I define it that way. I mean, I'm defining it.
Now you detonate and
literally nothing.
verbally.
First of all, it's obviously stupid.
So let's go ahead and do
its face.
Yeah, see, there it is. Just like that.
But yeah, I look, just to engage in this a little bit.
On social media. That's what you do.
Even without
now you'll need a diaper change.
Lacking interest or
you need a diaper change.
That's unrelated. They're all related.
Yeah, now you need a diaper change. And then we'll tell you more. This is a flat Earth. Then you'll shit your pants again.
Seriously.
And you'll need a diaper. Then you'll need a diaper change. Nothing new under the sun. The same set of conditions. Anytime you come to this channel,
to back what you're saying up, Cambridge Dictionary online.
There isn't any reason for you to be yapping. You're the one who asked the question. You asked the question and then just yapped right through the answer.
I explained it.
Yeah, and I told you what's going on here. You will use flat Earth to directly cause
you can't measure
what, dude? Shut up.
To have a thermonuclear meltdown and shit your
pants. Try getting it out.
That is what will happen.
Measure flat. What we do is
Try getting it out.
There's nothing new under the sun. That's what you're looking
because
at.
what is flat? Flat
the
is
same set of conditions today. The same set of conditions tomorrow.
What are you talking about? You sound insane. You are insane.
And now you're shitting your pants again.
If something is not curving,
you're stupid.
Then it must be
just
flat.
defecating. Just
I don't understand how when you're saying if you cannot measure a curve or
something. If something like do that.
How does that? Because just help that make sense.
I'll put it to you a different way. Let me say it the other way then. If the surface of the Earth is not flat, then the surface of the Earth must be curving.
It's a question of methodology. I'm asking a separate question. What you're saying doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to understand how we would.
But I need you to repeat it to me so that way I know you're comprehending it. Because every time I've asked you to repeat it to me, you can't repeat it to me.
If it's not curved, it's flat.
Okay. If what's not curved,
it's like the simplest thing.
Right. If what is not curved,
how do we go about?
If what is not curved,
possible ways to factor in all of the things you have to factor in while measuring curvature.
How do we know all the explanations of the universe?
I'm not sure. There's some things we just can't know. Like where
we have to do it in a step-by-step process, right? We're going to have to use the scientific method all the way through in order to figure that out, right?
Yeah. Flat is no change in elevation. A curve would be a change in elevation. What reductio would you use to establish points of equal elevation in reality? Like, what would you use? Because we can do that in reality.
Points of equal elevation?
Yeah, in reality.
Like measure a post 13 feet above calm ocean?
Yeah, sure. So to establish points of equal elevation, you would use the surface of water at rest? Is that what you're stating?
Yeah, obviously factor in tide shifting or whatever, like all that, and then sure, we could do that.
Me too. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
So I just need you to I need you to say it, Reductio, at this point, because I need to know that you can comprehend it.
But if it's not flat, it's curved, yes. But the thing is,
if what is not flat?
If the surface of the Earth,
okay, keep going,
is not curved, that it's flat. Yeah,
okay. And then what was the second logical conclusion?
We're debating that right now, right? And yeah, everything above the sky would be like projected upon a flat Earth, right? So
thank you.
The question, I don't know why it's like you're getting me to say that over again,
here's the thing, man. When you're in cognitive dissonance, you can't repeat what we're saying because your brain won't wrap your head around it.
No, this was the last couple of days, but I've been.
If I told you water was dry, you wouldn't be able to comprehend that.
Look, I've let my brain go there. I thought, if the Earth was actually flat, what would this do to my psychology? Well, it would really fuck me up. Like, actually, everything that I've ever heard.
You already fucked up enough, boy.
Every movie I've ever watched about the globe, lie. Right?
Movies are just movies.
The thing that I learned about this topic was deception. Right? It would psychologically fuck me up and damage me. Right? Yeah, like I'm not just like rejecting the thesis altogether, and I'm not trying to strawman you or just brush what you're saying under the rug. I am comprehending.
So what we've established so far, Reductio, if something is not flat, it is curved. If something is not curved, it is flat. So when we go out and measure it, it is measured as not curved. So that means it is.
If it's not curved, it's flat.
You cut out Matrix.
Good boy.
If the Earth is not curved, it's flat. If it
is curving, then you have two more choices. It's either convex or concave.
Yeah, that's still curving, though, right?
Yeah, it's curving inward or outward. Either way, like you have another two choices to choose from on the curving part. But when it comes to either curving or flat, it's literally a dichotomy.
But the problem is things like like the Bedford level is not like terrible. I mean, the second post raises above the third post, and so it's consistent with the globe. And you could say, okay, refraction.
Okay, stop. We went through this the other day. Number one, if you are Reductio, how have you not comprehended what somebody, actually 3 of us, spent nearly 45 minutes going with you through you the other day?
It's all consistent with the globe.
Okay, Reductio, you've got 1, 2, 3 poles, all of them perfectly 6 foot in height. Here we go. Lao Tzu's just posted it up for you.
Wasn't this the observation that was done in the 1800s?
The problem is,
like, why haven't they done it again?
Hey, Sheepdog, I don't know if you were here the other day, but we went over and over and over this shit with him again. See in the top image where it says telescope. And the telescope is, and the line of sight is perpendicular to the center pole. Can you see that, Reductio?
Yes.
That means you have not set your telescope up as perpendicular to your local field. So you are not doing it correctly. Technically, that telescope should be pointing up in the sky. All poles...
Why would we do that?
Because you're supposed to be putting it level at your local zone. Not level to the zone of the pole.
You're supposed to look...
You can't comprehend it. So what you're supposed to do, Reductio, you're supposed to set up your theodolite or telescope or optic level at your location. So you get your pole with its little camera on it, with its telescope on it, with its theodolite on it. I don't give a shit which one you use. You set it up level at your location. So if it's level at your location, so let's use the center pole for example. Okay, you've set your theodolite up. It is available to spin around 360 degrees. Technically, it should shoot above all the other poles. Why? Because it is on the peak, the apex, the top sagitta of said curve that you're claiming to be on. So that means every pole would be below your level. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, but the thing is, the second...
Excellent. No, there's no buts. Stop. There's no buts. They are all below yours. So the problem you've got is you're claiming the center pole is higher. So that means that you haven't set your equipment up level. You've aimed low. Whether deliberately, whether accidentally, or whether you just didn't friggin' know. I don't care. But if you're claiming the center pole is higher, you've stuffed up.
I gotta ask you a question.
Where am I misunderstanding this experiment, right? So you set up...
Are you reading the results?
And you look at pole 2 obscures pole 3. It's relative.
Are you reading the results from the 1800 observation?
I think it was repeated by some guy. I don't know, a couple times. I don't remember the names. The original one.
If you're reading the original paper, like, don't you think it's about time we go out and like actually do a real observation? And if you're talking about Walter Bisling, I looked at Walter Bisling's stuff, and if you look in his image, it dips down, but the horizon is still behind the last pole. And it shouldn't be. It should be in front of the last pole, based off of the globe calculation.
He's not talking about Walter Bisling. He's talking about something from the 1800s that he can't provide.
No, I know. He said somebody else has done it a couple times. And I know Walter Bisling did it. Walter Bisling has his own black swan, too.
Yeah, but he didn't do it at the Bedford. It's not the Bedford level that Walter Bisling did.
I think it might be.
I think he's got nothing. Like, he's just assuming that someone else had done it, but he's not sure who it was, and he doesn't have any
He's just
evidence.
He's just arguing the paper.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
imagine if we did that, they'd laugh at us.
The original Bedford experiment was done and was used to argue for flat Earth. Then, some other scientists, however many years later, tried to repeat it. Installed the second pole as a control to help do it more rigorously, and they actually showed a globe, right? That's what I understand. And then they repeated it. That was my understanding of what the Bedford level was.
No, they didn't show a globe. They saw something that they shouldn't have if there is a globe. Then they came out and gave a refraction cope. Later on, somebody else did, after Robotham did that.
Yeah, what I've noticed here, I mean, if we can show curvature, you'll say, oh, that's refraction. If we show flatness, the glober will say, oh, that's refraction.
Hold on a minute. Have you gone back and listened to your recordings over the last 2 weeks? Every time someone mentions anything, your default response is refraction. You slimy weasel.
Yeah,
why are you putting that on us
refraction
though? Because he
as a corner pocket, right?
He didn't observe a curve. He saw something that should have been obstructed if there was one. So he didn't observe a geometric horizon or curve or any of that. So they're the ones who came up with refraction to save their model and to cope.
I don't know, man. I think refraction is pretty well documented, and you guys argue with refraction too. Like when they post the ship disappears.
Okay, Reductio.
Contention with Snell's law, dude. That's okay. Snell's law is just fine, but that has nothing to do with the air, and it has nothing necessarily to do with light curving around a curve of the Earth at all.
As requested last week, Reductio, have you brought back proof of a laser curving downwards, conforming to the shape of the so-called ball tard at approximately 8 inches per mile squared? Have you provided this yet? Video or photographic evidence of such? Pretty quiet.
No, actually, what I did do.
No, you haven't.
He linked me a video, and I actually did watch it. I promised him I'd watch.
Well, that's great. Did it have a laser bending down in it, conforming to the 8 inches per mile squared that you require?
Let me see.
No, it didn't.
I'll link it inside chat. Can I get unchat restricted? It's been 4 days now. I'm sorry, I don't know what I did. He linked me this video and actually shows.
I took you off the chat. Suppress.
Yeah, there's a lot of footage here that like shows very far observations that arguably you shouldn't be able to see.
Yeah, but we're talking about lasers. You said the other day that lasers
I don't have
refract,
a curved laser downwards.
Therefore, prove. Well, you need one. Because your claim is the lasers are bending. So which is it, Reductio? Is the ground refracting up and these lasers are magic and they don't comply to the laws of refraction? Or are they both refracting? In which case the lasers would be bent. So which one is it?
My hypothesis would be that the laser is light, so you would see it curving whichever way is refracting.
You'd see it curving to match the ground.
Yeah, I don't.
So that means lasers in their natural position, when they're not refracted, would have an 8 inch per mile square curvature downwards. So when they're outside in the refracted atmosphere, that means they fly straight. That's what you're selling to us.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is you have...
Yeah, that's right. You haven't even realised the stupidity of what you're just agreed to.
It's this gift,
Reductio, in order for you to get a laser to show straight, right, you're claiming we're on a ball and refraction is bending the ball up flat. In which case, that means lasers naturally are bent and refraction is pulling them up straight, just to match your ball that's refracted. That's what you require. So where's the one that's bending down to match the ball? And don't give me the laser bends upwards video, because I posted that up for you the other day to show you that we know that it bends upwards.
Yeah,
So you posting the same thing that I showed you the other day means nothing. We know they bend upwards. You need one that bends down.
Yeah,
you've got the complete opposite.
I heard your argumentation. I even saved it, right? I documented it.
So where's the one that bends down that we require for you to have your ball?
As far as I know, refraction can go up or down. This one goes up. It's not that...
Where's the one that bends down? See, Reductio, every time someone's posted a laser transition for you, you've claimed refraction, 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 like it's some get-out-of-jail-free card. So let's give you your ball. Okay, you've now got your ball. Here's you and me shooting our laser. The laser conforms to the shape of the ball. So that means your claim of refraction is flattening the ball out. So if that is true, that means the laser is already pre-bent at 8 inches per mile squared to conform with the shape of the ground. And refraction is flattening them out. That's what has to happen in order for you to have a straight laser if the laser is conforming to the shape of the ground. You don't have that. You have to provide us bent lasers.
I think this is just a phenomenon of how light works.
So you're going to sidestep it. So in other words, you've got nothing.
Well, I mean, like, look, is the laser...
Not well, I mean, you've got nothing. Why don't you just concede to the fact you've got nothing? And stop being a weasel. Just say, I don't fucking know.
Well, I mean, look, if you look at it closely, maybe it's just the laser's straight here and the Earth is curving downwards. It's perspective, right?
The laser's straight and the Earth is bending downwards. So there's no refraction.
So this could be a... this could easily...
Okay, in that case then, where's the measured drop over distance?
Well, you could see it. I mean, it's just perspective. Look at the laser.
Where is the measured drop over distance? There's people standing at the other end. They're not just shooting lasers and going, oh, look, a light in the sky. Where's a cat when you need one? No, my friend. There is people at the other end holding targets up.
Like Matrix,
You do know that.
I mean, look, Matrix, I don't have a GIF on hand ready to post about
You don't have a GIF on hand for what? Your claim, son. Surely if it's your claim, you'd know about it. So no laser bending downwards, no refraction. All we want is the drop over distance. That's all.
If I had a GIF of a laser pointing downwards, would you concede the flat Earth immediately?
Why would I concede the flat Earth when it's measured flat? See, this is the problem, Reductio. This is the problem, Reductio. This is the problem. No, hold up, sheepdog. Reductio, stop.
Move your GoPro.
Reductio, you're going to get muted. Last week, you were asked to provide a laser bending down. Not in a tank full of sugar water, not through glass or plastic or sheets of fucking whatever. Out in the open atmosphere, laser bending down, conforming to the shape of the ground is what you were requested for. You posted up a heavily refracted showing ducting in a fish tank, which had a fluid in it. So number one, the laser passed from air to glass, refraction, glass to fluid, refraction, and then a heavily fucking whatever the substance was, whether it was sugar water or whatever. The light was bending down, bouncing off the glass, bending out, and it was bouncing. It shows that. It's called ducting. You know that as well as I do. But guess what? That's inside a fish tank. That's not outside in the real world. Yeah, Sheepdog, you already showed that one. We've been there and done that.
Yeah, I don't understand how you think that, like, giving us a demonstration in sugar water that a laser bends downward is going to be an example of how things work on a globe when the laser that we shine out over our horizon is not shining through sugar water.
There's just too many observations which are consistent with a globe that
like lasers being pointed across a flat surface and no deviation from start to finish. Like that'd be a good example.
Where our sun,
You've never presented one. You've never presented one. Look, dude, Reductio, my friend. Look, I could present one after the other, after the other, after the other in super clear conditions that absolutely destroy the globe, right? All done in high definition and done in recent years. You haven't ever presented one to us, not one, right? You give us a cool story, bro, from the 1800s, right? You're not presenting any observations. So for you to say that you have all of these observations that match up with the globe, it's the complete opposite, right? There's not one observation that I've ever seen in the last 8 years of debating this topic that matches up anywhere near with the globe.
I mean, surely you have to admit, at least there's a couple. Yeah, of course there's a 24-hour sun in the Antarctic.
No, we're talking about long distance. Dude, don't change the topic. No, the observations
that are consistent.
Hold on, don't bullshit right now, right? We're talking about observations showing the geometric horizon and the Earth curvature aligning with the geometry of the globe. We're not talking about making assumptions about the sky or anything like that. We're talking about actual tests, right? The observations that show that there should be the Earth curvature, right, at the rate that it would have to be at on a globe, right? And that a geometric horizon exists, right? That also must be there on a globe. You don't have one. Not one.
I think it's really cool how refraction works. I think it's cool learning about our
you should learn
That's
more
great.
about it.
That's a cool story, bro. So go and learn about it.
I'd love to chat with you a bit more about it sometime, because if you really understood what you were talking about, you'd realize that it cannot explain these observations, right? These are orders of magnitude beyond what should be possible on a globe, right? Your refraction isn't going to help you. Right, like what you're claiming is absolutely crazy, that when we go to all of these different locations, the light's bending in some way that perfectly flattens out all of the water throughout the entire frame of view, right? Throughout the entire distance, everywhere. It just completely flattens it out every single time. It completely hides the geometric horizon. It's the craziest claim ever.
Like, Reductio, let me see if I can put you through this logic real quick, man. If we're building a house together, right? And we're leveling the floor, we start putting the walls up, we start putting light fixtures in. You're standing on the floor, you put some lights in the sky. Sorry. You put some lights in, or not lights in the sky, you put some lights on the ceiling, you turn the lights on, you got lights everywhere, and then all of a sudden you start looking at the floor. Man, it looks like the floor is curving, dude. Like, no, we leveled it, man. We know it's level. We know it's flat and level. We leveled it. I don't know, man. That light in the sky is telling me that it's curving, dude. Like, I got a bad feeling about it, dude. We got to redo it. It's not flat. It's not level. It's curving. Do you see how absurd that sounds to sit there and point to the light in the sky and say that because the light in the sky looks a certain way, then therefore the Earth must be curving?
No pun intended, but I think that went way over his head.
I don't think it's crazy at all, by the way.
Look, dude,
I think there's two sides to this, and it's good to be critical and think about it. But
there are two sides to it. The two sides are the horizon's optical or the horizon geometric. You keep pointing to how it's optical. You're giving us optical variables, which are our point. So, you need to stand on the horizon being geometric. And those are the two sides. So
you're like, oh man, I see the sun in the sky. It's a circle. Could be a sphere. Looks like it would be a sphere. It kind of makes sense that it would be a sphere. The moon looks kind of like it's kind of like a circle. Looks kind of like a sphere also, even though we only see the same side of it every single time. I don't know, man. Like, those lights in the sky look a certain way, so the Earth, and they're doing a certain thing in the sky. The Earth has to be a ball, dude. Like, it can't be any other way. And it's like, okay, well, then let's go measure the fucking ball and find out if it's really a ball. Oh, it's flat. No, we're just too small, man. It's got to be curving. All measurements measure flat. I know, man, but it's got to be curving, dude. It's got to be a ball. Like, I don't know what else to tell you, man.
These guys don't even know what they're arguing for when they say refraction anyway. I think it's cool, he says. Yeah, okay. Well, it's not really helping your point, though.
I love how somebody finally said that the world is round.
What?
I'm just loving how somebody finally was able to explain that the world is round.
When did that happen?
He said it. He said it, but he still hasn't proven it. How about you, Benny boy?
I'm sorry. I know.
Okay, you can stop grinning like an idiot. Nobody said anything intellectual.
Yo, I tried to explain this shit to them so much in the past, but nobody around
You gotta be prepared for the heat. They're gonna jump down your throat. I mean,
hold on. Are you assuming?
I've been in this conversation before.
For the new guy, you don't actually think that flat earthers don't understand the globe side? That would be crazy for you to think that.
Isn't the definition of a globe round?
Well, again, my question is, do you really think that we don't understand that?
Okay, hold on. We'll give him that. Globes are round. CB, globes are round. Excellent. But here's the problem, Benny boy. When we go outside and measure for this roundness, we just measure flatness. There's no measured round. So if it's not curved, what is it?
But isn't there an angle of curvature?
There's no curvature. That's what we're trying to tell you. There's no curvature. It's measured as perfectly flat.
And how did you determine that?
Well, which laser test would you like? The 21 mile one? That's normally pretty good.
Not by explaining, sir.
All observations show that the horizon's not in the location they tell you that it should be.
And our horizon has an angle of curvature.
No, it doesn't.
We actually plugged it into a formula, and it is actually possible to see very far further than the geometric horizon on a globe model.
What geometric horizon?
Hold on, stop a second. If it's geometric, that means it's physical, Reductio. Can you magically see through shit? What are you on about?
Well, you need a geometric horizon in the first instance, dude. You don't have that. You haven't stood on that. You don't have any variable to put on the table, any data of that. You have
there ain't no hill of water.
Yeah, you can't just appeal. You can't just appeal to a formula too and say that therefore you can extend the geometric obstruction. You have to have physical demonstrations.
That's that ad hoc fallacy, right? Like the model doesn't add up, so you create refraction and you design a mathematical formula to fit your worldview because you already fucked up with a geometric curve.
That's it.
What the?
So Ben boy,
you're the one that
let's
led
go
with
back to the basics.
Earlier, when we were talking about the azimuthal equidistant map and how we don't adhere to that, you're like, that's a good thing that y'all don't ad hoc and try to plug and play and blah 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 blah. What the fuck do you think you're doing with refraction, dude?
Butchering it. That's what he's doing.
Holy man.
It's actually just accounting for environmental variables and confronting
you need the geometric variable.
It sounds like you're over accounting.
I'd like to make that point though clear that he keeps talking about all the other variables that we're well familiar with. You only need one variable. And that is the geometric horizon. That's the only variable you need, dude.
Well, CB, check it out. His claim is, this is what he was trying to tell us earlier. It's a ball. Okay, let's give him his ball. In which case, when we're doing laser transits, that means that refraction is making the laser, making the ground flat. So it's supposed to be a ball, and refraction is making it flat. Okay, let's give him that. Now let's shoot a laser through this refracted zone. that means that the laser would now be bending up because lasers are normally straight. That means the laser is now bending upwards because the refracted zone is bringing the ground up so it's nice and level. Now that means that when there's no refraction, so let's get rid of refraction, just throw it out the window. When there's no refraction, that means lasers naturally bend at 8 inches per mile squared.
Wait, so you said the refraction brings the ground up, and then you also said the refraction bends the...
So Ben Boy, let's go back to the start. The claim is it's a ball, yeah? At a very specific curvature rate. Okay, hold on. Just don't get too excited because I said ball. Don't get your panties in a bunch just yet. So that's the claim on the table. Now, we all know that lasers shoot straight. His claim is that refraction is making the ground look flat. Refraction is making the laser be comparable to the ground. This is why we can't measure drop over distance.
I was confused until you just now explained. Like, I'm like, why the fuck would a laser bend around a ball? But you
understand what I'm talking about now.
Yeah,
yes.
Because the laser is shooting straight with the ground as being refracted. So if you remove refraction and then the Earth turns back into a ball, that means the laser is going to bend around the ball with the ball.
100%.
Because it's lifting up with the flat surface.
Interestingly enough, you can get around all of these optical problems just by using
the word refraction.
A 10-mile ruler, for example, would do the trick.
We've got one. It's called a laser. But your claim is, Reductio, your claim is, listen, if the ground is bending upwards due to refraction, which is what you claim, as soon as we shoot a light through that refracted atmosphere, which is bending the ground up, that means the laser would bend up, as shown in the video. Now, let's remove the refraction, right? So now the ground, the ground is now curved like it should be. That means the laser will go back to flat. Is that what you're claiming?
I'm not claiming anything.
You're not claiming anything, so you're just going to sidestep. So you're just in here to waste time and preach about refraction, which is something that's been pointed out multiple times by DJ, multiple times by myself, once by Indio that I know of. Sheepdog's also just pointed out to you. Heretic ripped your ass a new one the other day, and someone else had a go at you, and you still haven't gone and learned what refraction is.
I'm saying we should build the great... And I'm not kidding about this. If we want to measure curvature, we should build a 10-mile ruler, and that would actually cover one or the other.
And also, you can't tell me that I don't know what refraction is.
None of this light bending refraction, none of that. We're actually just going to get a...
Well, you're the one that's claiming it. You're the only one that's claiming it. So what you're doing now is trying to make up some fantasy world to get around your claim of. That's what you're doing. You're trying to sidestep your claim and reduce it down to absurdity. So why are you here? So you've come forward with no proof of curvature. You've come forward, presented no backing to any claim you've made, which we're all ever so patiently waiting for. So every time you've come in here, you've barked about all these claims. Never yet have I seen you put up any proof, any citations or anything to back up your claims. You've come here with hollow words, absolutely nothing.
Dude, forget bending light. You need bending water, dude, which you don't have. That's the key point here, bro.
Globers actually claim that water does bend.
I know, but
water bends. Okay, so there's another claim. CB, there's another claim. Get him to fucking back it. Post some evidence.
Substantiate it right now.
You can say the water.
Take a drop of water.
You know that it doesn't.
A drop of water. Oh my god. Holy shit.
Can I stop you? Can I stop you right there?
Stop him. Stop him.
Hold on. Can I stop you right there, sir?
The water is curved.
Hold on, dude. Before you just keep going. Like, we understand a droplet of water is like curving, but we're talking about bodies of water. I could give you an example where water is concave, going the opposite direction of the raindrop, and you would never accept that as proof for a concave Earth because it's caving in like a beaker. We're talking about bodies of water here. Like,
look at
bodies of water have waves. You could probably put your body in. I think that'd be fair.
Bodies of water have waves.
Look in the
you're making that's Earth curvature.
Waves curve.
These guys just say anything. That's not Earth curvature, ding dong. Yes, we know there's waves, but your ceiling also might have fucking like ripples in the ceiling. That doesn't mean your ceiling's curved. Why are you yapping, dude? I'm trying to finish.
If there's waves on,
dude, you're not making a good point about the waves thing. You're not making a good point about the waves because you might have a carpeted floor, but that's not a curved floor. Like you might have a ceiling that has like texture on it, almost like waves, but that's not a curved ceiling. Waves do not equate to curvature. That's not what we're referring to here. We're talking about bodies of water. You talked about bending light. He needs bending water. That's not waves. So get your head out of the gutter, bro. Get back to the topic at hand.
Hey, CB, just so you know, twice this clown's spoken up, twice he's muted himself, so he doesn't have to listen to you explaining the truth.
He put his fingers in his ears?
Come on.
Oh, shit,
you have people coming in here dissing you guys. I haven't insulted you. Why do you have to do that?
Was I talking about you doormat? Were you the one muted, Reductio?
Okay, got it.
Okay, let's just handle that. Yep, shut up.
He's talking about Maynard. Look at Maynard. He's trying to do some kind of hack where he's like deafening himself, undeafening himself.
We just leave the room. You can stay on server live. That's fine. No worries.
I know.
So, Reductio, we weren't talking about you. You can go in peace.
Oh, thank you.
The other clown, though, when I rail him in a minute.
You know what, Reductio? I'm going to send you a video. It's like 4 minutes long, man.
Look, Sheepdog, you're a nice guy. I will genuinely watch your video. I watched the other one, too, that DJ linked me.
This is just a basic understanding of, like, what refraction might look like on a flat Earth, right? I'm not going to say, like, this is the explanation for everything. But he's using, I'm going to give an example. I'm just going to, like, say it in here so everybody knows. He's using a Fresnel lens or Fresnel lens to demonstrate bottom-up obstruction with the sun. Forget the Fresnel lens for a second, all right? When refraction is happening, there's some kind of atmospheric cleansing going on. So a Fresnel lens is just a representation of that atmospheric cleansing wherever it's happening at. What I want you to pay attention to in this video when you watch it is that the sun, as it's moving away from the viewer, it's moving down in view until it becomes obstructed from the bottom up. But the other thing I want you to pay attention to is the lack of loss in angular size. All right. So this also will explain why the sun doesn't appear to lose angular size as it's moving down in towards the horizon as well from a flat Earth perspective. But all we have to go on is what we see here at the level of the Earth. Now we can go up 40,000 feet in a plane, but the observation is damn near the same. Like you're never going to see the curvature from anywhere here on Earth. Ever.
Okay, I've seen this video. I think, it's going over refraction, and they show the test with the perspective.
Well, because he's explaining why you can see Chicago across Lake Michigan. And the guy that's talking about refraction, he goes to a refraction expert, and the refraction expert takes the picture and then takes a camera, right? And he's got the camera down on the table. He puts the picture across from the camera, and he creates this like weird effect in front of the camera. And he goes, "Now that's what that's what the normal globe looks like." So he creates a refractive index that makes it look like there's bottom-up obstruction. And he goes, "But because we can see the entire skyline," and then he removes the refraction. He says that's what it looks like with refraction, even though he removed the refraction. So Rob Skiba is like, "Oh shit, is that what's going on?" So he uses the Fresnel lens to give a demonstration of what bottom-up obstruction would look like using refraction over a flat surface. And that's why I'm giving this video for you to look at. I explained it this way so that way you might understand it as you're observing it. You can kind of draw references from it. And then if you want to come back and talk about it later, you can.
No, yeah, it does make sense. And again, I like my perspective on this is that the observations here, like with the phenomena, is it seems plausible. Like on both, you could say, okay, well, perspective works this way, and then the glober's going to push back. I don't think any of that's too compelling, but I do actually genuinely have this view now, where if we just had like a giant fucking ruler, you could just show it one way or the other.
I mean, like, you know how hard it is to keep something level over 100 feet, 200 feet, half a kilometer?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it would have to be made.
It just gets harder and harder to fucking keep shit level.
And then we could stop.
That's why we like lasers, because lasers do shoot straight lines. Radio waves can do the same thing.
If you did such a thing, it would make front page news, right?
I mean, like, well, when there was the observation of the Chicago skyline, that shit made fucking national news. Like, everybody was scrambling to explain why you can see Chicago 50 fucking miles away.
Yeah, no, but scientists have an explanation for that, right?
They will not accept it. Will not look at it, will they?
They explained it away. Refraction. And then all you little globetards just went, oh, it's explained away, it's explained away. That was it. They said refraction, so I'm going to drop into 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and just preach refraction because that explains everything.
They said it was a mirage. They're telling you that life's an illusion, bro. Come on, man.
The Flat Earth side and the Globe side both want the same thing, which is to make an argument which the other side cannot explain away, right? That they want something so strong.
Well, Reductio, all you have to do is go out and measure it.
I get it, Reductio. You're trying to force the line. My guy Adam is pointing this out.
I don't care. You just go do what you want.
I get it. You're trying to force the line. Like, let's just find a way to force the experiment. I'm down for it. I just think that, like, making a solid object 10 miles long, like, you're gonna have to make it thick so that way it doesn't bow inward or whatever. There's a lot of different things going on. Because, like, I can give you an example, right? Have you ever done any construction before, Reductio?
Yeah.
So have you ever, like, taken
Legos
string
don't count.
and lined things up with a string? Like the longer you pull a string, it starts to dip in the middle, right?
Right.
And then if you try to, like, pull the string taut, if the string can't handle it, it'll just snap. So I'm thinking the same thing, like, even like with a ruler, right? Like if you just had like a wooden ruler, I know we can do it in different ways, but if you had a wooden ruler, a wooden ruler is nice and stiff and rigid. Meter stick is nice and stiff and rigid, yardstick. But if you started stretching that wood out to like a mile, I mean, that thing is going to be so flimsy. You know
what if it was like cable or something that was stretched out?
I mean, again, like, it's going to be like there's all that weight being stretched out, and after a mile, you're stretching it thin, right? Like, no matter how thick you think that cable is, maybe you make it 6 inches thick, but
even
like
railway track
beam bows. Go ahead.
Even 110-yard lengths of railway track are like pieces of licorice.
Yeah.
Let's say you got 6
and that's 118 pound rail, 127 pound rail.
6 miles of cable
look at the steel beams. Look at the steel beams when they make bridges. They can only be so long before they snap.
I mean, look at 9/11. Look what aluminium tubes did.
That's actually a good point. Why does the cable go bend down in the middle though? It's kind of weird. Why does it do that?
I mean, it has weight, bro.
Because there's not enough tension on the ends of it to keep it straight.
Yeah, but like, what pulls it down though?
Who says
anything's pulling it?
Density.
What if something's pushing it?
Yeah, but at like the edge
what if something's pushing it down, Rusty? How do you know it's pulling?
Yeah, well, maybe it's pushing. Yeah, but it's like going down in the middle.
Right.
Kind of weird.
So how do you know it's pulling?
Well, I just said it like randomly, pulling or pushing.
Right. So if it's pushing, then it's not pulling inward towards the center of Earth, right?
What?
You don't know whether it's pushing or pulling.
I didn't say anything about that. What the hell?
Yeah. It is what it is, man. It's all happening over a flat surface.
Okay.
If the surface of the Earth has no measurable curvature, then it's flat. And if the surface of the Earth is flat, then gravity only works on a flat Earth.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I know, I'm sure. Now, the craziest thing ever is I didn't have to do a science experiment to determine whether or not the Earth was a ball.
Sure you did.
No, all I had to do is
how did you actually
make an observation. Oh, how did I come to a conclusion? Me and some friends, we went to Lake Texoma, and we found a spot that was roughly about 7 miles apart from each other. 7 to 12 miles. It says you could stretch it to 12 miles in one spot, but like that's kind of pushing it. I think it was like closer to 8. And we tied a bunch of reflective tape around our legs, and we sat on our asses and looked at each other through binoculars, and we could see each other across the lake.
Yeah. What if you just proved that the Earth is bigger than people tell you?
Then the story about the distance to the moon and that the moon is going around the Earth and that we're going around the sun, that entire story is wrong. The idea that the satellites are in the sky at the locations that they say they're at, that's wrong too. That the Earth is bigger.
Well, it just could be different values.
No,
some of these observations that we're getting, right, that like we get flat water over like 20, 30, 40 miles, right? How big would the Earth have to be to have completely flat surface of water over that distance? What, millions and millions of mile radius?
I mean, this is the thing where what is really like the definition of flat, right?
Yeah,
how would you measure that?
Curvature. It's a lack of curvature.
In this context, we're talking about a surface area of water that doesn't have drop over distance that conforms with the globe, or any drop over distance at all. That's what we're talking about. It's very simple, right? It's the context. It can have waves, right? It can have ripples, or anything like that. It doesn't have the drop over distance, the curvature. Right, so it doesn't have the characteristics that would have to be there if the curvature was present, right? Like the obstruction of things in the distance behind the geometric horizon that they would be obstructed behind.
Yeah, like I can take a basketball and I can hold a basketball out in front of me, and I can put my finger on the ball in front of me, and I can run my finger over the top of the ball and back behind the ball and watch my finger disappear bottom up from the obstruction, and I can measure my distance from my eyes to the obstruction of the ball, the physical curve of the ball, and I can do calculations and inferences from that. But I can't do that here on Earth.
I mean, that's clear. But
wait, can you explain again the construction?
Yeah, that's right.
Sorry, I'm just curious to hear the explanation about this construction example that you were given.
Construction?
What about it? What, pulling on the string?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
What about it?
Sorry, I thought you were talking. Okay, maybe I just was confusing the two examples. You were talking about using a finger and then with a ball. Can you?
Yeah. Okay, so no worries. Yeah, physical obstruction, not construction. Physical obstruction of the curvature of the ball. Like the reason why I can't see the back of a ball is because the curve of the ball is getting in the way. right? Maxos?
Oh, sorry, it's my bad. I think my connection is not very good. Sorry, give me a minute. Sorry about that.
So the reason why you can't see the back of the ball is because the curve of the ball is in the way, right?
You cannot see. Yeah, correct.
Right. Same reason why you say boats go over the horizon. Same reason why you say the sun sets and the sun disappears bottom up at the horizon.
Correct.
Right. So they tell us that the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference. And that radius value is 3,959 miles.
Okay.
All right. And so if there's a radius value, then there's a rate of curvature at which the Earth curves as it goes around.
Mm-hmm.
Now that curve is based off of a parabolic function, 8 inches per mile squared. That's not my math. No. That's not a flat Earth math.
A curve is not a parabola, right? A curve is a circle. That's not a parabola.
A curve is a circle, but an arc segment of a curve can be a parabola.
Yeah, but not of the circumference of the Earth, right? The circumference of the Earth is a circle, which has a different equation than a parabola.
If I take an arc segment of a sphere or a circle, if I take an arc segment of that,
yes,
it can be a part of a parabola.
Along a great circle, you mean? I don't think it can. No, it's
not
the
a great circle. All I'm doing is taking an arc segment, like maybe 30 degrees of the circle.
Yeah. But of the great circle, so that the equation of that is different than a parabola. It's not a parabola at all. A parabola is y equals x a times x squared. A circle is x squared plus y squared equals r squared. Those are different equations.
Okay, I promise you 8 inches per mile squared will get me within a couple of inches to a couple of feet of whatever
sure, if you're doing an approximation, that's fair. Okay, sure.
Okay. So that it lines up with that. What happens is when we go out and test that, the horizon is not where they say it is. Do you understand that?
Yeah, that's what you're saying. Yeah. So you're saying that basically you're seeing farther than you would be able to see.
Well. Yeah, huge amount too, not just a little bit, right? Like orders of magnitude.
Or is it like on average, or is it just like on like specific observations that you can take? Or is like
they say that they have a lot of observations that. No. They say that all of the observation you take, the horizon is farther away than you would expect on a sphere of this radius.
Yeah, it's like about like an average of like different atmospheric conditions and everything like that, right? Like I think like if I go randomly on a normal day, I just look at the horizon and wanted to make one of those observations, then I would see something in the ballpark of what.
No way near. That's the thing. Like I've been looking at observations for over 8 years now. I've never seen anything anywhere near in the ballpark, right? Like usually it's 500% plus beyond where the geometric horizon would have to be.
500% is like the minimum, bro.
Yeah. Like, look here, two really. Sorry, Sheepdog. Just a quick second. Right, two really quick examples in the side chat here. Okay, so here's the first one. This is done by Dr. John D, who's a PhD in optics, very smart guy. This one's done in England, right? 3.5 foot observation height. Okay, super clear conditions, no waves, and we've got a wind farm. Okay, so the furthest wind farm that you can see there, tower, is 11.2 miles away. Okay, so on a globe, the geometric horizon distance would be about 2.3 miles, and the whole bottom 50 foot of the wind farm, right, should be hidden behind the horizon. But we can see the water far beyond the 2.3 mile geometric horizon, and even beyond the wind farm, we can see a ship that's 14 miles away. Okay, so that's one example. just quickly.
So,
right. 1 second. Look, here's another one.
Hold on, Maxos.
Yeah, did I post? Yeah, just in the side chat there.
I see it now.
Oh, you just did it. Okay, yeah, I thought it was already there before. Okay.
Yeah, it might take a bit to upload, but yeah. So that's the top one that I just explained. And then the second one's the same sort of deal, right? We've got an 8-foot observation height, 3.46 mile geometric horizon distance, and then we've got 2 oil platforms. Second oil platform's 10.1 miles away, and the horizon's way beyond that. Okay, so that's another example. So these are both out of full-length, high-definition videos that go through the whole process.
You got like the sources for those?
Yeah, I do. I'll pop them in the side chat. Look, if you want to watch, if you want to watch the sources, the one for the top observation is really, really comprehensive. Like, he goes over everything. So I'll just post
like the distance.
And I want to make this. I want to make this suggestion to you, Rusty. You said, so if I go out, I wonder if I go out on any given day, and if I get these same observations, please go out, get outside of your house, turn off the computer screen, stop looking at your phone, and just go out and look at the Earth. It's beautiful.
I have, and it's a globe.
Yeah, the valid equation: 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. That gives you the distance to the geometric horizon in miles. If you're seeing beyond that, then you're not looking at the globe with the radius value of 3,959 miles.
Perfect. But these are not isolated incidences, man. Like I can literally go through a list of observations of all different kinds. Like, one of my favorite observations is this guy, he goes out to a frozen lake in New York or Canada or something like that, and it's so frozen over that he can drive his vehicle on it. So what he does is he sets up these road cones on the lake, and he drives out with his odometer and measures the distance where he lays out these road cones. And on these road cones, he puts these lights, all different colors, 8 inches down on the cone, and then drives. So he measures it, one at the beginning, one at a mile out, 2 miles out, 3 miles out, 4 miles out. And then he drives another 4 miles to the end of the lake, and then takes his camera and sets it on a block that puts his lens at about 6 to 8 inches off the ice. And you can see all the lights in a straight line. There's no like one light being higher than the other. They're all lined up perfectly. And he does it in different colors. So when you claim refraction, you have to explain why the red, blue, green, and I think it's purple, all are visible, because refraction refracts lights of different colors in different ways. So that's one of my favorite ones. He goes into great detail too. It's like 14 minutes long. Matter of fact, I'll go get it and put it in the side chat.
Wasn't it that if you have like cold air or like a cold ground, that you have like more refraction or something like that? We can see further during like cold days, like.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't work like that, right? So according to the mainstream, it's when you have like a gradient, like an optical density gradient, which would be like a gradient in the refractive index, which is it's primarily caused by temperature. So if you had like a layer of warm air close to the surface of the water, and then the air temperature was much cooler, it would gradually go from warmer air to to cooler air, and that would change the density of the gas particles in the air. So that would make like an optical density gradient, and that would cause things to appear to sink. And sometimes you can have the opposite of that.
There's like a difference between the ground air, but basically, like if the ground had a much like a different temperature than the air is, right?
Let me ask you
the layer that was. What? Yeah.
Let me ask you this. So, when there's refraction, is there more particulates in the air or less particulates in the air?
For particulates, I don't think that
particulates, density.
Just like I would think that's like a different
more density. Different thing. It's more dense in the air.
I mean, if it's more dense, then it would be more atoms, I guess. But it's like not. I think like particulates would be a different thing, I guess.
Okay. Well, can you
if you have more particulates, you can't see through them much more. Let
me try a different angle. Let me try a different angle. Can you see farther on a clear day, or not so far on a clear day?
Oh shit, we had that the last time.
Did I walk you down this path before?
I think, but
can you see
it wasn't very productive. Yeah, if it's clear, you can see further. Yes.
Okay. Is there more refraction on a clear day, or less?
No, it's just a weird way to phrase it. I think when you
is there more refraction like that. Is there more refraction on a clear day or less refraction on a clear day?
I think colloquially, when you say a clear day, you can see further.
But is there more refraction on a clear day or less refraction?
Again, like colloquially, I guess there's more. I don't know. Like that's a weird question. I don't know. Generally not.
Just say you don't know. It's okay.
Well, it's
weird who is going to ask you like that question? I mean, if okay,
weird,
like
it's
if
weird.
I would just ask you.
It's weird because it doesn't make sense. It's weird because it doesn't make sense that because on a clear day there would be less refraction, but on a clear day you can see further. That's what's confusing about it because it's so
put something
clear.
with a different refractive index in front of me, like a pane of Perspex or something, right? It's going to refract what's in front of me, right? But what's behind it, right? It's going to be less clear, right? But I take that away, right? It's clearer. Put the refractive thing in front of me, it's less clear and distorted. So it doesn't make sense to say that on a clearer day you can see further and there's more refraction.
Yes, because that I don't know. I have never thought about that because usually that question never comes up in real life. So it's like when you have a clear day, yeah, you can see further because there's no rain or fog or anything like that. No way. Like
there's nothing.
Well, to be fair, we do use refraction in order to resolve things like with telescopes, right? It works off refraction, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but it's not refraction by the air. It's refraction by the lenses. That's completely different.
Yeah, it's exactly, yeah. It's like when you ask, like literally just ask someone on some fucking lookout, like, is it clearer on a clear day or not? Like, or when can you see further from here? Like, it's not like a good question to ask someone.
Why not?
In like real life, I don't know. Like, again, what was the answer? If I say like,
so is there more
on a clear?
Is there more refraction? Is there more refraction on a clear day or less refraction on a clear day?
Now that's exactly what someone doesn't know when you ask someone that question. Like,
the conditions of the day dictate what kind of refraction is occurring, right?
Possibly, but again, if you ask someone a question, they are not going to be able to. Like, it sounds like a trick question, man. Come on.
No, I can answer it. I'm a physicist. I can answer that.
Yeah, you go.
What conditions are required to make refraction occur?
So, if you're talking about refraction by the air, right? If you have typically if you have more stuff, which can be a gas, can be particulate, as we said, then you would have more absorption, and I think also more refraction. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure about the refraction, but certainly more absorption.
It's not quite right, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no. Look, I put some citations in the side chat there.
Wait, one second. So do we agree that if you have more gas or like steam,
no, it's to do with the optical. It's to do with the optical density gradient, right? So it's to do with a change in the refractive index.
No, that's so that's change in the refractive index.
No. This is like we're talking about. Okay, so we're not talking about Snell's law. Like we're not talking about the law of refraction. We're talking about a single medium, right? We're just looking through the air. Okay, and what's going to cause the different miraging effects essentially is the change in the refractive index, which is a gradual change, right?
That's fine, but you can see
dude, if you're a physicist, is that what you just said? You're a physicist or something?
No, I said that we were not talking about mirage. Why are you introducing mirage now? I was talking to
that's essentially that's what atmospheric refraction is, dude. Right, it's basically varying levels of miraging effects.
It's true that mirage is caused by refraction, but it's not the same thing.
You just butchered it, right? I've posted the American Meteorological Society citations of what it is.
Oh, wow,
right?
Wow.
It's right there in the side chat.
Okay, but why are you talking about that? We're talking about something different. Now you're doing the conversation.
You're talking about refraction in the atmosphere, right? Right, which it's right there. Do you want me to read it out to you?
The other person asked me, is it
refraction by an atmosphere, usually Earth's, as a consequence of refractive index gradients resulting from molecular number density gradients arising from pressure, temperature, and possible water vapor gradients. Right? It goes on below that to say that it's primarily dominated by temperature. Okay, so if you have a balloon, it has a certain amount of gas particles in it. If you cool it down, it shrinks, right? That means the same amount of gas particles are closer together, so it has a higher refractive index. Okay, so the light's going to travel differently through that. Now, if you heat that same balloon up, it's going to expand, right? And you're still going to have the same amount of gas particles, but they're going to be more spread out, so it's going to have a lower refractive index. So if you have really cold water, for example, it will make a cool layer of air above the surface of the water, which will have a higher refractive index, okay? And then say the air temperature is 10 degrees warmer, it's going to gradually warm up, okay? So you're going to have a refractive index gradient, and that's going to cause the light to behave in a certain way. Okay, once you have a very sharp change in temperature, you'll start getting drastic miraging effects, like superior mirages and inferior mirages. But when you don't have a drastic change in the gradient, you'll just have small effects like a little bit of sinking or looming. This is what atmospheric refraction is. Read the citations, right, before you butcher it. That's all I'm saying.
He didn't.
And I'm just parroting the mainstream here, right? This isn't a flat Earth thing. This is the mainstream.
Like, if you would have asked that question before, then probably everyone, like, well, the one guy that was like that answered after me would have said the same thing. Not exactly.
I didn't ask a question.
Well, then the other guy, whoever it was, but. Like, I don't know why you're like acting right now like we don't know that.
Well, you butchered it. You wouldn't have butchered it if you knew it. I wouldn't have had to explain all that to you.
It was the fact that someone asked me, "What's the difference or how can you? When can you see further? During a clear day, or during a not clear day, or something like that, right?" And then you asked like a completely different question.
No. So here's the reasoning behind Rusty.
It's not even I butchered it.
Here's the reasoning behind it, Rusty. Here's the reasoning behind it. So
what is it?
If there is, when I asked, is there more refraction on a clear day or less refraction on a clear day? So on a clear day, without particulates in the air and the temperature is ambient all the way through, and it's just flat out clear, there's less refraction occurring. But also on a clear day, the same conditions, you can see further. Now that destroys the globe paradigm because you need refraction to explain why we see too far. But you have to have certain special conditions met in order for refraction to occur. And that's what the American Meteorological Society is saying. saying in what they're trying to explain, and I even read from it a little bit right here. It's easy.
Wait. So aren't they saying like, what is that?
Refraction by an atmosphere, usually the Earth's, as a consequence of the refractive index gradients resulting from molecular number density gradients arising from pressure, temperature, and possibly water vapor gradients. These are all things that would be interfering with your visual, with your ability to see out into the distance, because these are things that are going to get in the way. There's less clarity that's occurring in these situations. When you have all of these changes going on, you get miraging effects and things become distorted. It's not clear anymore. That's why seeing too far is such a problem for the globe, because it's really clear. I know that went over your head.
No, it didn't. It's just like it's like a
either that, then it's cognitive dissonance, and it kind of fractures your brain, thinking like, damn, we do see too far.
The last time well, it's not really the last time, but I've interacted with the flat Earth stuff like 5 years ago or something like that. And last time when I did that, it was really like the thing that flat earthers had to like turn their brains around, like with the refraction stuff. And they would say like, the long distance observations we have, and then you always claim that it's always refraction, blah, blah, blah. And now you are trying to like take the refraction stuff into your camp.
Refraction was always the flat Earth argument.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, it was.
No, it was not.
Dude.
You guys don't realize that refraction is like the worst nightmare for the globe, right? There's like, you guys don't realize that when globers, we show these observations and they're like, oh, that's refraction. They don't realize they're shooting themselves in the foot.
6 years ago. This is like 6 years ago.
But wait. Okay, now I'm just trying to
when we saw the oil rig, Rusty, 6 years ago, when we saw those images, the Black Swan, yeah, and they would say, well, why does that crane look all bendy? I don't know. It could be refraction, could be wrong. And immediately all the Globers jumped on it like, oh, it's refraction. That's why we see too far. They never had an explanation of it before. We had to bring that word into the conversation.
No way, no.
They also never brought it up every time they try and show us a picture where there's a boat appears to be cut off by the horizon. Never ever once mentioned it, right? Just appealed to the Earth curvature calculators and went, that's the geometric horizon. It's gone over the Earth curve. That's why you can't see it. It's at about 10 miles or whatever, like, right? That's every time.
Just tell us.
Nobody ever said, what's a refracted boat?
Just nobody ever says refraction helps the globe case. Just tell us how it does that, the mechanisms of it, how it actually helps the globe. Because DJ explains how it works, and you kind of like can't wave that. So tell us how it helps the globe.
So Rusty, in side chat there's the original Black Swan image.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that before. Yes.
Yeah. Now the second one that's posted there is what the Globers come back to us and say, see, this is what we're supposed to see, and not refracted. See how the top one's refracted and the bottom one's not? We get that rubbed into our face on a very regular basis. Now, I've got something to show you, which is really, really cool.
Well, just before you post that, Matrix.
Oh, too late.
1 second. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's fine, right? So the Globers, right, they'll say because there's some distortion in the bendy crane, right? That's the reason we know that there's more refraction, and that's the reason that we can see further. Now look at the next one Matrix is posted.
Right? Yes.
There's refracted to the shit house.
Yeah.
And it's close up.
And the horizon's way
the claim
closer.
is the refraction is causing the horizon to disappear. So, on the second image, they come along and say, see, no refraction, and the horizon's close. Now, I've just posted a third image there, where you can quite clearly see how refracted it is. Inferior, superior mirage combination, and the horizon's close. Even though it is refracted. So which is it?
And not only
refraction causes us to see further, or refraction just messes shit up?
Okay, so you know which one is like
the things that
end ones are pretty straightforward, but the second one, is that like the same oil platform?
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's reflected as fuck, and what's like this? What's the point?
It's being cut off. The horizon's in front of it.
The whole purpose of that is not about refraction. It's about the position of the horizon. So the oil rigs are just there for demarcation. The horizon is supposed to be in front of, and you can wait patiently, please. The horizon is supposed to be in front of the oil rigs. The horizon, as we can see, is beyond the oil rigs. Now, the oil rigs are there because we know the distance to them. If I could put a traffic cone there and get rid of the oil rigs, I would. They're for demarcation only. Now, the formula, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So, observer's height was 1 foot. So the horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Problem is, we know the oil rigs are 9.41 and 6.21 miles away. So the horizon should be clearly in front of those by a long shot, not just a little bit. So everyone goes, oh, that's just refraction. That's just refraction. That's how the whole refraction thing come into it. Because all globers kept turning around and spewing out refraction. And all of a sudden one day, someone turns around with the second image and goes, this is what it's supposed to look like, not refracted. As you can see, the horizon is back where it should be. Well, what a lot of these peanuts don't realise is that second image is also a black swan.
You call other people a peanut?
Okay, I asked you to be patient. Now you can. So they come along. What they don't realise is that's with a 4-foot swell. Taken the next day from the same position. That's the only difference, a 4-foot swell. Then we come along to the third image. And the reason you got the
YouTube
is because the claims of refraction makes us see further. Well, I don't want to be rude, but that third image is quite a lot more refracted than the other ones. So why do we not see further?
What third image, man? I'm sorry, like I only see like the two images.
Okay, the first one that's got the Modus Tollens in it. Okay, the first one has got Modus Tollens in front of it, yeah?
The what?
The white background with the black writing says up by ball above the oil rigs.
The very first image at 20 after, where it talks about 9.41 miles.
Oh yeah, the black swan. The second one is the one with the one on the left, half hidden, then fucked up mutant oil rig.
Okay, the fucked up mutant ones.
Whatever. Yeah, then
the mutant ones, Rusty. The mutant ones.
Yes.
The problem is, are those mutant ones heavily refracted? Yes or no?
Yes.
Are they more refracted than the black swan? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Obviously, yes. It wasn't a trick question. They are a lot more. So the question now is, why can't I see further on the heavily refracted one? Because ballers say refraction makes us see further.
Because it's switched from the left. No, the right one is switched to the left. No, it's
a slightly different vantage point.
It's slightly
just down
different.
The beach.
So
different vantage point.
You can't use it. I'm sorry.
Well, we still can use it because I still can't see further.
But I don't know if that's the same oil platform situation.
It is. They're just from a different vantage point. That's all. Same distance.
Yeah, you do realize that, like, if you are standing at one location on the beach and you move to another location, the one on the left in the first two images is behind the one on the right. So when you change locations, the one on the right, it just shifts in your perspective?
Gotta be trolling. There's no way that's true. Of course, I was making a joke, man. Yes, I know. It's on.
Okay, so you're telling me
position.
If you change your position, objects in the distance don't change their position.
No, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I was making a joke. Yeah. Okay. Right. Yeah. You can. There's different levels of fucking refraction going on in the second
So my question is, why is it with the one that's more refracted?
I'm sorry.
Please don't do that again. Why is it? The claim on the table is refraction makes us see further. We hear it all the time. We just had Reductio in here for probably 2 hours complaining about it. And how all of his natural phenomena, and then it's just refraction, refraction, refraction. He should change his name to Refractorio. It'd be much easier. Anyways.
Refractio. I'm gonna recommend it. Refractio.
The claim on the table is refraction makes us see further. So here we have the oil rigs with 10 times the amount, and yet it's the same as the one with 0. That's what I'm getting at. If you have a look at the ground, why is it that we can magically see one of them because of refraction? You can see this bullshit distance, but yet another one which has got more refraction, and now we can't see as far. So what does that say about your so-called geometric horizon? That it's not there?
Well, no. It's not about the geometric horizon.
Well, that's what the argument's about. If you're claiming you live on a ball, then we should be able to calculate the exact distance to where the of this geometry. And then
we can, but it's not about like then the atmospheric conditions that make long distance observation possible.
Well,
or make the
so it's not now. So refraction's not a factor. Excellent. So we can take that out.
No, it is.
Well, if it's a factor, why is it we can't see as far on that last image?
Well, but
you've either got to factor it in which case we can see further, which is the claim. So, Rusty, you're getting confused and I can hear it. Number 1, refraction makes us see further. So, does more refraction...
That's not what I've said. That's not what I've said, though.
No, not you. The ballers. All of your little ball-tard friends that come in here tell us the reason we see the horizon so far out is because of refraction. Here we have a heavily refracted image and the horizon is not far out. So, do we factor in this refraction or do we not? Because now we've got a contradiction. Both images are refracted. One of them shows the horizon at a very long range. The other one does not.
Oh. No, like both images that we are talking about.
So that means refraction is not a factor to where the horizon is.
No, it is.
So which one is it then? Does it make it longer or does it make it shorter?
It depends on the atmospheric conditions. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Listen, they're both refracted. So the atmospheric conditions must be similar. So if they're both refracted, and yet one's got a close horizon, one's got a far horizon, is refraction the cause of this?
Yes.
So more refraction equals less distance. Because one of them has more refraction than the other one. So the more refraction we have, the less distance the horizon is. So I'm just trying to get a baseline here. Which one is it? Refraction makes the horizon further away, or refraction makes the horizon closer? Because we've got both of them there.
Yes.
You can actually, I mean, you can... First off, it like kind of depends what your definition of horizon is. I can see the horizon.
The point at where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Yes, I can see the horizon 50 meters in front of me.
You don't know what the horizon is. You just said, I need to define it for you. I've defined it. The point at which the sky appears to meet the ground. So
yeah, so I don't know.
One of the images, horizon up front. The other image, horizon up back. So which one is it? Refraction makes it see which one is it? Refraction causes horizon close, or option 2, refraction causes horizon far. Which one?
Yes. You're trying to force me into an answer that it's which.
Well, they're both on the table, my friend. Both images are there for you to witness. We have number 1, refracted image, where the horizon is long distance. Number 2, heavily refracted image, where horizon is short distance. The claim on the table is refraction causes the horizon to be displaced. So which one is it? Does it push it out or does it draw it back?
The middle one that you just said, like the displaced one.
There wasn't a middle one. There's 2 options.
Yeah, but you're trying to
further or closer.
I don't know what the fuck is the point of this, man? You're trying to give me into a close or far answer.
Let me ask you this then.
Something in the middle, which is like I don't fucking know what.
Is it possible to make the ball look smaller? Is it possible to make the Earth look smaller than a radius of 3,959
Probably,
miles?
if you try to do it by the ways that you're trying to do it, possibly, yes.
By what ways am I trying to do it?
I mean, I can look at the horizon,
and know that that's the horizon.
It is where it's like yeah, I can look at the edge that divides the sky from the ground, right?
Right. No measurements at all. You just look at it. You're like, that's the ball right there.
No, I look. No, like, well, I don't want to misuse my words, but like, generally, if you look at the ground, well, let's look. Yeah. Let's say like that when you look at the road, like a street.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
No measurements at all. I don't care what the measurements are. You just look at the horizon and you like, that's the edge of the ball right there.
From a flat Earth perspective, I guess yes.
No, you don't need a measurement.
I don't even need to understand what you're saying.
Whether the horizon is 50 miles away, whether the horizon is 50 miles away or the horizon's 1 mile away, it doesn't matter to you because you know by looking at that horizon where the apparent location of where the sky meets the Earth, you know that's the ball. That's the edge of the ball. Whether it's 50 miles away or 1 mile away, right?
I know that by different things, I guess.
What different things?
Well, I can look at the sun going around the Earth, looks
okay. I said, you don't care how far away the horizon is, as long as that's where the edge of where the sky meets the Earth. You know, because of effects that happen in the sky, you know that that's the sphere. You don't need Earth measurements. You just look at the sky.
Again, no, I don't. I know what you're doing, man. Come on. What? If I ask you, like, well, how do you know
if the horizon is further than what the geometry of the globe allows? That's the globe debunked right there. That's the whole point, dude. Why are you guys like taking him away from the actual facts and the original claim of the globe? The globe says that the refraction effect is causing the horizon to look further. Matrix show one that it looks closer comparing to the black swan, and now he's just running in circles now from his claim, just avoiding it.
What claim have I made?
Okay, so we see the horizon beyond the geometrical limitations of the globe. That's the globe debunk right there.
It's not. First of all, it's not a globe debunk. That's not what it is at all.
Yeah, it is.
If that's what you guys think.
It is.
How is it exactly? Is it, well, actually, first off, for
geometric limitation, how far you can see on a curve.
On a curve that was defined by the measurements that
the radius.
Actually,
yeah, it's all false.
Yeah, the radius.
Yeah. It's all
false. If you think that, what if it's like 400,000 kilometers of a radius?
There you go. Has. Globe debunk right there, dude. That's you're debunking the globe. Right there. Welcome.
How is it? How exactly?
Because it's not what they say.
Remember all the photograph from NASA, the blue ball, the ball, the pale blue dot, that ball there. That ball has a specific radius, and now you're saying, oh, it doesn't necessarily is that. It's something else. It's a bigger radius. It's a bigger ball. You're debunking 60 years of photography from NASA when you say that.
No, I'm just saying that every proof that you're trying to make, that when you have like long distance observations, how are you not possibly proving that the Earth is just bigger than what NASA says? You're not proving that it's flat. It's flat.
And then you're cooked with your latitudes too if you're going to say that, because the reason we're supposed to have stars vanishing 1 degree per 69 miles as you move away from the GP of the star is because of the globe, and that requires specific dimensions. And if those dimensions aren't met, then all that shit's wrong. So you really have absolutely no basis to start talking about a bigger ball. That's just a huge cope.
Okay, so then what about the stars in the southern hemisphere?
Okay, you obviously didn't understand what I said. Never mind.
No, I understood what you said. I understood what you said.
The star is looking away from the thing question. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's supposed to go over a geometric horizon, and that geometric horizon would be at 1.2 miles, some square of the observer height in feet. That's the geometry that is being claimed. Okay. We're seeing further than that. So that geometric horizon isn't there. All that shit's wrong. Sorry.
How many miles per degree? How many miles per degree of latitude?
I just told him.
I know you did, but I'm going to see if he remembers.
You're saying that to me?
Yeah.
I don't fucking care about the fucking numbers, man.
This is over thousands of years of celestial navigation. This is how they've always navigated.
How come, if you don't care about the numbers, did you offer us a ball tub that was like a zillion times bigger? Is that not numbers? Your 400,000 radius ball.
A gajillion.
He's coping.
I'm making... Okay. All right.
Rusty, something for you to think about. The claim on the table is it's a ball with a radius of 39.59 miles. All of your space bullshit is all tied to that radius. So if you come down and say, oh, I think it's a ball of radius 500 million miles, just picking a stupid number, that's all well and good. We'll go with that.
Yes.
But the problem is it comes tied with a little issue. The first rung of the cosmic ladder is what? Do you know what it is?
That doesn't matter. This is
stop. It makes a fucking big problem for you, Rusty. Do you understand what it is and what it is tied to?
Hey, Rusty, I'll give you an example, buddy. Rusty, I'll give you an example. Hold on. If the radius is 400,000 kilometers, then how are lunar eclipses happening?
But they move at the back of the Earth, perpendicular to the sun.
No. You don't have the moon going around the Earth like that anymore, because the radius of the Earth has changed exponentially, and so now you have to give a different story.
Just scale everything up. Just scale everything up. But then...
Yes, yeah, there you go. Yeah. There's someone that understood what I was saying.
Way out of that, so that didn't help. You should have just kept it where it was before.
No, you whoever said just said that. Well, the moon's circumference about orbit around the Earth would now have to be bigger. Whoever said that, he's got what I was saying. All right.
Shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have gone there. So what was it that was being said right before that?
His claim was that the ball could well be bigger, and he was questioned about the first rung of the cosmic ladder. Does he know what it is and what happens to it if he wants to change the radius of the ball tide?
But Matrix, you don't care about the cosmic ladder anyway.
Don't care about your voice either, so fuck off. That was easy.
The thing is, like, what I was saying, or what I was trying to say.
So, Rusty, we understand. Okay. Let's get back to the Black Swan. The Black Swan debunks the radius claim of 3959 miles. So if you wish to put forward another claim, you're more than welcome to do so. But just keep in mind that there's also other problems that get associated with it. So, when you start looking at all of your space-tard bullshit, everything is based off of the Earth's radius of 3959 miles. Everything. The distance to the sun, the distance to the moon, the radius, diameter, circumference of every planet you can imagine are all based off Earth's radius of 3959 miles. So once you comprehend that, you will realise that all of your space stories now have to be readjusted to suit your whatever your new radius happens to be. So you're more than welcome to do it. No one's going to argue with you. But listening to you readjust your whole everything is going to be amazing.
Well, this is quite funny from someone who doesn't even have a fucking model, first off.
Why do I need a model? What's a model going to prove? Because I go outside, I measure reality. I go outside, I measure reality. It's measured. Happy days. It's flat. Okay. There's no curvature. So now I have to have a quote-unquote model to compare it to. So why do I need a model to compare something that I've measured direct?
You have measured it direct by your own two eyes. That's very fine. But something that pretty much like...
Why do I have... Stop! What do I need a model for? I don't need a model. This is your thinking. I create a model, then I go out and measure and compare to my model. Well, why don't we just omit the model and just go and measure the fucking thing direct?
Yeah, with what? Your fucking eyes?
And you don't have a model
tape measure
because you don't have 3950.
Wait. Like, anyone, please. I want to kind of like do my thing over. Where I say, like, if you observe that the Earth or that you can actually see further, right? Then you should, by what people say, whoever like the people are, the scientists or whatever. You haven't proven that the Earth is actually flat. Possibly. It's a possibility, of course.
And you're yet to prove that it's a ball. Possibly. Yeah, come on.
Okay. That's fine. But you haven't also not proven that, or, well, you might have proven that the Earth
So I haven't not proven that it's flat. That's a double negative, so I have proven it's flat. Thank you.
No, man, okay. Come on, man. Like, when you see further than what they say, man. you haven't proven that the Earth is literally like fucking flat, dude. It's just that maybe it is further away. Like it's the horizon.
We've already been through that. That wrecks everything that the basis of the globe is. So
okay,
if you do that,
maybe
you're being ridiculous.
I'm not arguing. How am I ridiculous?
I just told you that it upsets the entire basis for thinking it's a globe in the first place. You just eradicate that completely if you go and say that. And so then you're taking a ludicrous stance at that point. That's not based on anything. You might as well be saying it's a pretzel. Yes, it's as bad as saying it's a pineapple.
That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing.
There has to be set dimensions to it. All the evidence that they claimed comes along part and parcel with set dimensions. If you go beyond those, suddenly you're just making stuff up for no reason, dude. So no curve is observed. That's what's happening when you're looking past the geometric limitations of the sphere. Lack of curvature is what?
What if I'm at Earth is actually 2 times the size Earther?
I just went through this, you fucking blockhead. Get a grip.
You're the... How is it that, man? I don't fucking like. Actually, if you would think that
it is big, I agree with you. It is bigger, but it's just not a globe. It is bigger. It's just not a globe.
Okay, but wouldn't you agree that
it's bigger? It's not curving. So yeah.
Yeah, but would like if okay, yeah. Thank you, whoever said that. But wouldn't if you would isolate the observation that you can look twice as far beyond the horizon, would it be closer to that? No, wait.
Okay, then, yeah, then it'll be 120 knots. Then it'll be 120 nautical miles per degree. Sorry, no thanks, that's not going to work. It's not a globe, it's all cooked when you start changing the parameters like that.
I was making a hypothetical.
Yeah, who cares?
About the realist level, you said talking about the real natural world, the things that we can observe, experience, verify, check, and the falsification of the claim on the table, which is the sphere. And we have these observations of the natural world tell you that the sphere has been falsified, and you're somehow, for some reason, coping against reality. Why?
I don't know, man. Maybe it's kind of weird. I don't know, man.
Like you denying reality? Are you like a reality denier?
Probably, I don't know. I'm probably, man. I don't know. It's kind of weird, isn't it? How am I like in line with like 95% of the? Are we living in a matrix?
Where's
the fuck is going on?
Where do you get those numbers from?
It's a matrix. It's still flat.
Yeah, probably because it's like on a chip, right? Wait, that's it. No, I get it now.
So you're observing empirical evidence, analyzing, and then saying, nah, the cartoon that is on the TV is more real than the realist level.
Yes.
There you go, guys.
Well, his rebuttal was, maybe the Earth's twice as big.
Ask them how they deal with the fact that there's day and night. That's going to be fun.
Oh yeah, the sun moves.
Easy. The sun moves. Congratulations. Try something harder.
Congratulations.
Is that the best you've got? Let me guess, Maxos. Your cry last time was about time zones. How about you explain to the good people? How about you explain to the good people, whilst you're having your bitch about time zones, why China has won?
China did what?
Exactly. You don't even listen. Why are you in here?
Not sure what this guy's saying, but the problem is
one time zone. That's what they did. That's what China did. Yeah, I'm telling you what they did. They put one time zone in across all that land. But you say that the sun sets over a geometric horizon, and you're trying to reverse a claim.
Not really. So what I'm saying is that. Right? Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that
you are saying that you think you know why the sun sets, right? But instead of standing on toes and making the claim, right, you want to try to flip it and have the burden on somebody else to make a claim about why it does it, right? Why don't you just come out with your claim, bro?
Yeah, my claim is that if you're fit, like sitting in a position on the Earth, and then observe the brightness of the day, right, of the air, let's say, across an entire 24-hour cycle, you're going to see the brightness basically be roughly flat, bright at a certain value throughout the day, and then very quickly drop, and then be flat to darkness for the remaining hours of night.
Very quickly.
And that is not something you can explain if you're just thinking that, hey, there's an object that goes far away. Because if there's an object that goes far away...
Okay, Maxos, just so you know, hold on, Heretic, Heretic, please. I've actually done light measurements.
I'm sorry?
So, Maxos, I've actually gone outside and done light intensity readings throughout the day and graphed it. Guess what? If you apply, and don't forget about this, there's a thing called the inverse square law. As soon as you put in your inverse square law, and then you remember your heliocentric model of the sun being 93 million miles away, that means in order for us to go from lunchtime to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we have to magically move 90 million miles.
Right, but the problem is with one of.
And so he just accepts it blindly. You're not listening, mate. You're not listening.
So the problem with the 1 over r squared law is that if that was true, then what you would observe is that the brightness slowly moves, very slowly, and it's never away. Like the sun is always visible, essentially.
How slow?
It's the inverse square law.
How slow?
Double the distance, 1/4 of the energy.
What numbers are you talking about here? What's the intensity of the sun? How distant is it? What are you talking about? You just said slow. You're being very vague.
Can you be quiet? So when you look at the inverse square law,
you're gonna have to post some data to back what you said. What do you mean slowly? How slowly?
I am talking. Okay, I am responding.
You're not responding because I don't hear an answer to the question.
Hello.
Okay, shut the fuck up. You're not gonna talk if you're gonna act like that. All right. You know what? That's just kind of in the weeds anyway. So clearly your takeaway from what you see the sun doing is that it's going over a curve of the Earth. Yeah, Maxos?
Sorry, what did you say?
Your takeaway from the sunset is that it goes over a curve of the Earth. It must, right? That's basically what you're claiming.
No, that's not basically what I'm saying. Why do you keep changing what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm saying...
All right, so that's not a necessary takeaway from the things that you have said. So you're just saying something about the phenomena in the sky that's just not particularly relevant to the conversation, since this doesn't necessarily lead to the conclusion of sphere or flat or anything. You're just talking about some side tangent bullshit that means nothing to really either of our sides, yeah?
No, because basically what...
And you're being a fucking double-speaking weasel now. Okay, so it is relevant. I don't like that because a minute ago what you said is no. I'm not saying that it must be spherical for this phenomena. I just parsed it out. That okay, it doesn't really make any difference to the question of sphere or flat. Now you say, oh yes, it does. What?
No. Remember what I forgot who said it before when we said that. Maybe it was you, but like when we said that if you were to prove right that you see further than you were expected under the globe model, right, in the sea, that disproves the Earth, right? And I agree with that. In fact, I think Rusty was wrong on that point. He should have accepted that. However, I'm doing the same now with the flat Earth model. I'm saying that under the flat Earth model, what I'm talking about, the brightness curve, disproves it. So it's over.
What model?
Hey, what model? You can go ahead and post that. What do you mean it's over? We don't argue for models. That would be a reification fallacy to say that a model is the concrete world. What are you on about?
By model, I mean the hypothesis that there is the sun and the inverse square law explains the difference in brightness of...
So you're saying then that it must go over a curve of the Earth? Is that what you're trying to claim?
Okay, at this point you're being obtuse, so I'm going to...
You're saying that there must be a physical obstruction of the curve of the Earth. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, so he's got caught and
he just dipped. So just so you know, Heretic, I don't know if you've ever had a look into the light measurements thing. Their claim is that the sun's 93 million miles away. So based off of the inverse square law, we should see very specific light measurements at very specific distances. So if anyone's got a light meter, intensity lux meter, you can do this at home. Grab yourself a light source, stick it on your bench, set your meter 1 foot, 1 meter, a very specific distance from that light source. Take a reading. Then double the distance and you will find your new reading is 1/4 of the energy reading. And that's what it is. Double the distance, 1/4 of the energy for light. Now, the issue is, if I go at lunchtime and have a reading of, say, 100,000, and at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, it is now 25,000, that means I now have 1/4 of the energy. That means the sun has doubled its distance.
So what he's doing is he's misrepresenting the scenario. It's actually losing intensity throughout the day, but he just pretends that it's like an on-off basically when it goes over a curve of the Earth that he also was being too weaselly to admit he was claiming.
Well, this is the interesting part.
He's saying basically it's all the same intensity until it sets and then it's just gone quick. That's basically what he's trying to say, right?
Well, technically, that's what should happen. It should be a difference of lunchtime to sunrise. So once the sun comes on, we should have a difference of 0.004% from peak to low intensity. That's how much change we should have. So once the sun comes on, it should be just like friggin' lunchtime all day. And then it goes off at the end of the day. Off. That's what should happen if we're on a ball at 93 million miles away. But it doesn't. It gradually comes in, warmer, more intense, peaks at around lunchtime. For me, it seemed to peak at about 1:15 and then trails off as the sun moves away, which is exactly what is expected with a light source that's moving nearer and farer. the really interesting part is, with you run the inverse square law, the 93 million miles doesn't work at all. It doesn't even come close. But if you bring that distance down to between, I think it's about 2,000 and 5,000 miles, it's about 98% accurate.
So it is actually doing what he said it's not, and he just misrepresented the timescales over which it has to happen.
Yeah.
And just so everybody here knows,
under the bus.
For those of y'all that are listening, you're like, oh, flat earthers don't understand. No, we get it. On the globe, the Earth turns away from the sun, and the reason why it's dark is because the Earth is not facing the sun. We understand your point of view, but you need the curvature in order to prove that. Now, when you ask how does this work on a flat Earth, we also know that as the sun moves away off into the distance, light doesn't travel forever. And this is also observed through the medium of water, which is another representation. Oh, what, you don't like that?
Rusty, Maxus threw you under the bus, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't muted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he said that you should have accepted the defeat of the globe, but then he somehow went on and tried to continue claiming the globe himself. But he was too much of a coward to actually say it outright. Weird people we talk to in here.
I'm not.
So Rusty, do you not think that light dissipates through the air?
It does dissipate to a degree, but
horizontally.
So what's the point? What's the point?
Right. So, like, as light travels through the air horizontally, there's a thickness of the air, and so that thickness of the air dissipates the light to a point to where it is extinguished and it can no longer be visible. Correct?
To the air, it would have to be pretty dense. It doesn't happen on our planet, no.
It does. That's why you can look.
So, Rusty, you're telling me
on the horizon.
You're telling me just out in your lounge room, Rusty, light dissipates in the air. We know this because of the inverse square law. Double your distance, one quarter of the energy.
Yes, from the sun.
So now, as soon as you go outside, it changes. So why does it change when we go outside?
What?
What have I missed here?
Okay.
What, you're saying
you understand that the sun is supposed to be 93 million miles away, right?
Yes.
So when the sun moves across the sky in our view, or as you would say that the Earth is spinning, the sun is consistently 93 million miles away from your eyes.
Basically, yes.
So what's the difference in a couple of fucking miles at 93 million miles away? When it comes to the inverse square law.
It's not much, yeah, but
0.004.
Right.
Yeah,
so
whatever.
If there's not a lot of difference in a couple of miles at 93 million miles away, don't you think that the light should just be constantly blinding from the time that the sun comes up to the time that the sun comes down?
You should say angular size. You should be the same angular size all the time. It would be.
No, the angular size is the same, but it's like now I get what you're saying. It's just that you are asking really bad questions. And I say yes, that when you have
you don't understand them because you've never thought of them before.
The angular size is not the same throughout the day. Do you realize that?
Well,
because angular size does change throughout the day. It's provable.
Yes. Probably it does a little bit. Not as much as you think, but probably yes. But,
it shouldn't change at all at 93 million miles.
Again, it's like that question is like, there's like a.
Have you ever put 93 million miles into a fucking AutoCAD? Make a triangle with one side being 93 million miles, and then the other side being 238,000 miles, and then create your hypotenuse, and then find out what the degrees of that fucking triangle is. It's absurd.
Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know, like when you're talking about, is it the same? Is it like 93 million miles or 93.1000001%, or 0.1 miles or something like that? I don't know what you would say is the same. Like, yes, there is a difference in angular size, but it's like very small, you know? I don't know what
you want. Measurable at all. It shouldn't be distinguishable.
It should be measurable.
It's 93 million miles, I guess. Man. What's 93 million miles?
I don't know what your fucking. I don't know what your fucking standard is, though. That's the thing. But yeah, so again, turn back to what we were originally.
What our standard is?
Whatever.
You mean know what our standard of evidence is for proving the globe? Is that what you mean? Say?
The standards are the standards are kind of on your side on proving that the Earth is flat. So,
I mean, that's what you should ask us. You should ask us where our standard of evidence lies for falsifying the flat Earth. Take for instance, like you should be asking us, what would you guys have to see or do for you to no longer think the Earth is flat? Go on, ask us.
I honestly, I've been long enough.
Do you want to know?
Long enough in this. Yeah, I mean, like, of course, or all right, like. One question that I have always wanted to ask, and I've asked before, is like when you look at the sky, right? You see the stars turning around the sky, basically, right? And you kind of have a fixed point right at the northern, sphere. Can I say that? The northern point in the sky.
Say whatever, however you want to, man. But I know what you're going to say. Why do the stars turn one way in the north and the other way in the south?
Yeah, why is that? That's kind of the question that I have.
I don't know, man. Whatever's happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth because there's no curvature.
Okay, so you don't have an answer for that question.
Do I need an answer for everything?
Well, it's kind of like.
I could give you an explanation. It's just that no man can go up there and check the cause of the effect that we're observing. So the effect that we're observing, you're saying a fixed point of rotation. That's the phenomena. But to determine what is the cause of that effect, you're gonna have people giving explanations, but nobody can demonstrate it. So I could give you an explanation. Chipto can give you his explanation. Then some other guy can give you another explanation. All different explanations, but nobody can demonstrate it.
Well,
and verify it. Dissect the sky.
I mean, is it? I mean, it's an observation like that. That's something that we all do here.
Yeah, based on the observation, it demonstrates that the ground is motionless because there is no parallax to the sky. And in the globe claim, there are multiple motions, multiple vectors at multiple speeds will show a difference on the positions of the luminaries. But we don't see the parallax of the luminaries.
I'll give another cool observation. Hey, let me give you another cool observation that we can explain. When you look up in the sky and you see rain clouds full of millions of pounds of water, how does that stay up in the sky?
How the clouds stay up? How the clouds
explain that on the globe?
The clouds are less dense in the air up there.
But there's millions of pounds of water in
over a really big distance, yes. So I don't.
But it's still millions of pounds of water. Like
yes,
it's nothing but
displaced.
Gas.
Yeah,
the millions of pulling it down.
No. I mean, isn't a
water weighs more than gas, right?
Depends on on what state of matter it is. I mean, what do you think? Like, okay, like maybe your explanation is better on a flat Earth. Like, how does water stay up in the air in clouds? Like, how does it work?
Once you say water, you debunk the globe, though. Once you say water, water requires a pressurized system. It requires gas pressure. Gas pressure requires a container, and you don't have the container on the globe.
I didn't ask you. Like, who asked the question? To me.
Would you like to see a video on how to create water inside of a container?
No, I'm asking the person that asked me that question right now. Like, I don't know. Like, why is like 20 people coming down on me?
No, there's not 20 people. You said water, and water debunks the globe.
Someone else. Okay.
You cannot have water on the globe, Tart. It's impossible.
I can't explain how everything works on Earth, man. But all I know is there's no measurable curvature.
Yeah, but of course, like if you know that, that's fine. If you know, that's fine. Like honestly, if you think that there's no measurable curvature, that's fine.
I don't think
you don't have to be a flat Earth.
I know.
So
he knows.
There's no curvature to be measured, so it cannot be a globe. You're correct. Welcome.
Yes. So why? By the way, why is there such a diversion when it comes to how does water stay up in the atmosphere in clouds? What was that? The point of that?
I'm asking you to explain something that is extremely rare. Not rare, but extremely awkward, right? Like gravity pulls things down to the Earth. We know water is more dense than air. So how do you explain why water is up in the clouds, sitting there, getting thicker and thicker and thicker over time? In fact, it even like ice. It just showers ice like during tornadic events, like when the pressure changes and everything, like starts throwing hail.
About a hailstorm?
Yeah, like that's up in the clouds. This stuff is just floating around up in the sky and not on the ground. Why is it up in the sky if gravity is because of a globe?
Because of evaporation.
But it's no longer gas, it's liquid and solid.
No, it's still gas, basically.
You flat earthers have no idea on what you're talking about.
Before?
You animals. You believe in a lie, guys. Wake up. I'm your savior.
Typical Glober. Typical Glober.
Whoever said it, forget it. But the thing,
it was the fact.
Thing is like, yeah. Thing is like, if you have a substance or a gas or whatever it is, there's like a density to it, right? You would accept that? You have like different gases with have a different density. Is that something that you understand?
It's stated that there is no curvature across the surface of the Earth.
And I told you, water is not gas.
I think I fucking understand where I am.
Asked you, or like...
Is water a gas?
He asked you a question. Are you gonna answer it?
No, I think to be. I think I begin to understand. You guys are trolling.
Is there anybody here but anti-flat earther that wants to have a logical discussion about the shape of the realm? Or is this all we got right now?
Not the shape of the realm, maybe the lack of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Calming.
Only the Globers or the Concavators have a claim of a shape.
What's up, Calming? You had something to say?
Roger that.
Did you ask me something?
Calming. You're either hot micing or you're extremely quiet.
You know, Damon?
He's trolling. He was just getting in the way of the conversation, and now that he's being addressed, he's just ignoring.
Yeah.
Same with Reservoir Dog. What's up, Jimsy?
That will be the clouds, flying birds, airplanes.
It's impossible. Gravity should be pulling them all down.
The stars, the heavens above, the Most High. Yeah, that's what's up.
Can you hear me now?
Not the ground. The ground is not up.
We kind of hear you coming, but you're talking real low and far away from the mic.
Oh, hang on. Let me try this. Is that better?
That's better.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Are you a mumble rap artist?
Hey, do you have a rainbow in your? You have a rainbow. How do rainbows work on a globe? Just kidding. Go ahead, guys.
What's your evidence for the shape of the Earth, Tommy?
I think we've got visual, observable evidence. We've got scientific experimental evidence. My own personal anecdotal evidence. Absolutely.
Well, as far as your own personal anecdotal evidence, you say it's curved, I say it's flat. So they null each other out, so we can get rid of those.
Okay.
So what's your scientific evidence, your measurements?
The amount of height of the wind turbines on the out in the distance from the seafront at Brighton.
Oh, I think I know which ones you're talking about. You want me to put it in the side chat for you?
Yeah, can do.
Wait, that's a scientific experiment?
Yeah.
Okay, I can give you a scientific experiment.
Ah, okay, cool. You had me worried there for a second.
Cavendish experiment is one.
No, it's not. So when you're talking about turbines, which one is it? Sheepdog's ones or the ones I put up?
Diffraction of radio waves by curvature of the Earth, which is
what you're proving. So you're begging the question there. So you can knock that one out.
Calming, which evidence are you talking about with the wind turbines? Is it mine or Matrix?
Well, that's an anecdotal one, so we can't use that one apparently.
No, I mean, which one's your evidence?
You said wind turbines are evidence. Which set? There's two sets there.
Anecdotal.
Is it mine?
No, that's an image.
Please say it's my evidence that proves the Earth is a ball.
Pick me.
Please.
What?
You made the claim that the wind turbines proved ball-tard. Now we've posted up two sets of wind turbines. Which one are you referring to?
None of those. Right now I'm referring to radio waves because we're not doing it.
So you're just going to sidestep your claim altogether so we can delete the wind turbines and not worry about them.
That's anecdotal, isn't it?
So you're just using an anecdote, you weren't actually providing any proofs. You were just saying for the sake of saying and filling up space.
So you asked me someone asked me for a scientific.
We asked you for proof of curvature. You rattled off a whole heap of things. One, why are you talking?
Radiation.
Okay, let's just hold you still for a second. You rattled off a whole list of... Yeah, exactly.
Stop talking through me, screaming through you.
Mez? Why are you in here? Are you a closet flat earther and you just can't find the key to get out?
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Did she pick mine?
No. Decided not to talk about those because they're just anecdotal, and we shut that down at the start. And then decided to, when I asked about the evidences, decided to have a meltdown through me. Put her on pause. I'm not even sure if it was a he or a she. I put it on pause, and it ran away. Didn't see that coming.
Yeah, like I agree with him though. Like the entire globe evidence, no matter how you look at it, it's all anecdotal. I agree. Right down to the measurements in the sky. This has been a productive day, guys. Oh, I see a mic that's muted. Shall we unmute him since all the other dissenters are gone?
All right.
If you want to talk to a complete retard.
A retard. I like the way you said that.
So what's up, Maz? You got evidence for the globe?
Hey, back-to-back
Not today. But Matrix, I was looking at these light measurements you were talking about. I remember you DM'd me some a while ago. I've forgotten about them until now. But it seems like from what you sent me, from around 10 o'clock, let's be 6, 6:30, 7, 7:30, 8, 10 until 11, 12, 13. Until around 4 in the afternoon, the sun is like the same distance away, if we're using the inverse square law to explain the distance to the sun. What's going on there?
So you're telling me that the line across the top of it is dead flat? You're a fucking idiot.
No, that's what you're telling me.
No.
Yes.
You're saying the line at the top is dead flat in order to keep the same distance.
The reason the sun changes in brightness.
Hello, fuckstick. In order for sun to change brightness, those high points must be different. They are split from lunchtime. You'll find they make an arc across. So, Mez, I don't know how much more tolerant of your fuckwittery I'm going to have in this room, but if you keep coming in here being an absolute tool, I might have the knee-jerk reaction to start banning you again. Go and learn to read the graph.
Matrix.
Or better still, here's an idea. Here's an idea. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Graph. It's not a graph, it's
Here's an idea, and I'm just going to put it out there for everyone. If you're not happy with what I've done, go and spend fucking $68 on a light meter, or if you want to buy a really expensive cunt, you're more than welcome to do so. And do it yourself.
Matrix, I'm sorry I upset you, but your numbers say that the sun gets a little bit closer during the middle of the day. I don't know, maybe you took the measurements wrong.
Yeah, from the time of sunrise to the midday, yeah, it's getting closer. I don't know what's hard to understand about that.
Oh, sorry, a little bit further away during the day. So it goes from 106 to 110,000, 112, 116, So that should be at its absolute closest. Then it goes to 150, 140, 140, 116 again. So it goes in a little bump. That's strange.
You noticed that? I thought
this
it was
is about the same distance away. Very strange.
Yeah, and this is proof of curvature, or this is just some random anomaly.
No, this means that your proof of or your debunk of curvature is a load of shit.
Okay, you want to know something interesting, Mez? You don't even have to buy a light meter. You can go and look up your local observatory, and a lot of them, not all of them. Why are you talking? A lot of them, not all of them, actually provide this data for you, and you can compare it yourself. So go and get some light meter readings, and then apply the inverse square law. And go and get the inverse square law and apply your 93 million miles away and see what happens to your meter readings. You will find it does not math.
Sufficiently explains these numbers.
The inverse square law is how light works. Don't blame me. I didn't invent it.
So let's say, right.
As you get further away, the numbers decrease. Double the distance, 1/4 of the energy. You can test this yourself on your kitchen table with a fucking flashlight and a light meter. It is that simple. Set it at 1 foot. Take a meter reading. Set it at 2 foot. Oh my God, it's down to 1/4 of the original reading.
I'm very aware of how the inverse square law works.
Excellent. So now when you compare the numbers taken from the readings, let's compare the numbers. So at 12 o'clock lunchtime, we are at our closest distance to the sun, being that we're on a ball tard allegedly rotating. Correct?
Very well. So
excellent. So our distance we move is 39, 59. Yeah, no, I've had enough of your shit already. So, if we're on a ball tard rotating 39, 59 miles, the difference is only going to be 0.004 of 1%. That graph shows a greater deviation than 1%. And we're only talking 0.004 of 1%. So, Mez, any claims you make are, please go and do it yourself, because they ain't going to mean sweet fuck all. If anyone else wants to unmute him or talk to him, I'm happy to unlock it.
No, that was more than enough for me, man. I could hear the ear-to-ear grin of his British accent. I'm better than
Oh, yeah.
English is my language. You all speak it.
Well, I don't claim to speak English. I speak Australian and heavy industry. So, yeah.
Why all the Brits are all bitches when it comes to fighting, huh?
I thought that was the French. Huh, my bad.
French are even more bitches. Yeah, I said it on my channel.
Hey, hello. Hey, what are you talking about, monsieur? How dare you talk about France like this, monsieur?
Come on.
You asshole.
We're not that bad.
I knew it'd kick off.
Oh, mon ami. Mon chéri.
Ooh la la.
The earth is flat. That's another flatter proof is the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Because the angle that that it's tilted at is measured with a flat Earth.
Yeah.
The flat baseline.
Yeah. Where's your proof?
The flat baseline?
That doesn't exist. Can you show me?
Who's this? Who's talking? Come on, don't hide now.
Saucy, you got your opportunity to talk. Step up to the plate.
Baseline doesn't exist, buddy. You don't have proof.
Baseline does not exist, huh?
Just a troll. Just a young, immature troll.
Yeah, can you quit trying to chime in and sit in your corner?
Prove to me that your hands are real.
All right, my hands are real. I'm moving them. I'm moving my index finger. I'm moving my middle finger. Yeah, this is real.
Are you sure
I'm
you're even
serious.
alive?
All right, you're trolling. Oh, my God, I win.
Ada.
Another broken toy.
Wait, Saucy, so if a base line isn't real, do you mean to say a base curve is? Or a base radius?
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
No, you didn't. You're saying that because I said I didn't give a fuck.
What?
So what's up, Saucy? No proof of curvature.
Yeah, don't worry about it, man.
What's good, mate?
The guy's mentally ill. It's okay.
What's good, mate?
What's good, mate? Yeah, nice try. So you've got no proof of curvature. Don't feel bad. You're only about the 10th one in a row that I've heard today.
Oh, when did I
People have
fucking
been
ask,
getting mopped up all day today, dude. Like today's been a big day. Happy Friday.
Today's been a big day.
Yeah.
You don't even know, man. Like the live stream has just been full of conversations all day.
Oh, the live stream?
Yeah, you're on live.
Been a really good day
famous,
today.
bro.
You're famous, bro.
No, right? Hey, shout out to the people at Frontline Unfiltered. Y'all need to go to Rumble and check them out. Check them out on locals as well.
Yep.
Perfect. All I know is that the Earth is not curving, and it's not Raja's fault.
Nice one. Yeah, it was a good episode yesterday. Probably my favorite one so far. Good energy. But yeah.
I'm just honored to have been a part of that.
The Earth does curve. The Earth does curve.
It does.
Yeah, if you went to space, you'd see the curves and shit.
Oh man, 5 more years.
When you say we, do you mean like you and I?
Yeah, I mean, if you teleported to space with preferably a spacesuit, yeah, you'd be able to see the curves.
Great evidence.
Hey, just 5 more years and we'll be able to see the curve, guys.
We already see the curve. We're 24/7 live stream of the Earth.
Space is fake.
So you can't prove it.
It's fake and gay.
No, fake. It's real.
Real fake. That's what we're saying.
Yeah,
I need to get Professor Dave in here to debunk you all.
What are you going to do? Get Professor Dave in here?
I'm going to get
Professor Dumb Dave. He's a fucking idiot.
He debunks you flat earthers with his hands tied behind his motherfucking back.
Fuck me dead. He couldn't pull apart a cheese sandwich. How the fuck is he going to have a crack in it?
I actually think he's afraid to come in here.
Yep.
Sits down to piss. Is not even a professor.
Oh, don't make me laugh.
There's a reason why he ain't ever in here.
Why?
Because he's full of shit.
He's full of shit?
He has an entire playlist debunking you guys.
No, he doesn't. Terry Iker ripped him a new one. He actually went through and deleted all the comments because he's a fucking coward.
Well, how about this? He's got an entire playlist. Okay, give 1 point that debunks anything. Go ahead. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's your playlist.
Well, Heretic, you're not being fair. It's not like he actually watched them. You gotta give him a chance to go Google the next one.
Yeah, he just has a playlist of like 16 videos. I don't know what's in them, but that's proof of whatever I said.
Clown world.
I remember when I was first looking into flat Earth, trying to find a flat earther to explain why the Earth is flat. When I Googled flat Earth, the first thing that popped up was a Dave Farina video.
Well, just put together a playlist. Doesn't matter what it's of or what's in the videos. Doesn't matter at all. Just put together a playlist, and that's proof of whatever you want to claim. It could be just cat videos. Just make sure you title it correctly.
Yeah, where's the science behind flat Earth?
Well, it's a geometry question to start with. You wouldn't really be applying science there.
Way to avoid the question, buddy.
Well, you might want to go back to 5th grade so you can sort out these basic category errors that you're making.
Well, they taught me the fucking Earth has curves and not.
Yeah, okay, so you're a spastic who can't
When did school teach you the Earth was flat?
Okay, Saucy, stop being a spare. Saucy. Which field of science deals with shapes? Very simple question for a very simple mind. You should be able to handle that one.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Let's talk about 6'7" or some shit.
Saucy, since you weren't able to answer that question,
what's his IQ?
How does sauce works on a globe?
It works by me coming in your mom.
There you go, guys. A degenerate.
A degenerate.
And a brainlet, too.
He just discovered he can do that. That's why he's saying it in the mic.
Yeah, he doesn't get to do that with anybody. There's no chance.
Yeah, he's a degenerate 15-year-old. Like I said, it's just an immature trial. Just a kid. It's better off just muting him and booting him.
He recently discovered he can do that, and since he cannot do it with anybody or nobody allows it, he's just here announcing it. We don't want to hear that, buddy.
Hey, you can have a 2-day holiday.
Another fine example of a baller.
Looks like Mansky is up. Mansky, you are up.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Just debunking these flat earthers.
Oh, horseshit, you haven't spoken for the last 3 minutes.
Stop the cap.
You were offered the floor and you didn't want to speak. Now someone asks nicely what's going on, you man up. Change your name to Gursky. Anyways, for that new person that dropped in, we're ever so patiently waiting for someone to provide proof of curvature.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
All right, go ahead, Mansky. I want to hear you cope, Spiral. Let's hear it.
Yeah, I see the sunrise every morning. It's not this far away dot that just comes into view.
Yeah, and
you guys say to like go outside, open your eyes, and observe. Well, that's what I do.
Set the extent of it. You saw the sunrise, and you just wanted to mention that.
Well, on a flat Earth, the sun would have to just go far away into the horizon.
What flat Earth did you test that on? I'm curious now.
Well, what do you guys say? How does the sunrise work on? Because I can't like keep up. So Eric, like I know Eric Dubé's videos. I know what he thinks, but I guess you guys think differently than him. So I don't know like what your model is.
I think there's no geometric horizon because we checked for that, so that can't be the reason that the sun does the stuff it does at sunrise and sunset.
Dare I ask him, like, should we just quiz you on what you think Eric Dubay says? Like, I would be, everybody comes in here saying, oh, you must follow Eric Dubay. Like, I think I watched one of his videos and it took me 3 months to watch it because it was so long and I was uninterested by it. But I would be curious to see how much you know about Eric Dubay's videos.
It's been a while since I've watched. I kind of just use his videos to fall asleep. He's got a nice voice.
Oh. Fucking weird, man. You come in here like strawmanning us with Eric Dubay and then you don't even know what he says?
I'm asking, like, okay, how does the sunrise work on this voice chat's version of Flat Earth?
Pray to your God and ask him for revelation so you know how it works.
We're not making up any version of the Earth. It's the same Earth as you. Like, we experience the same sunsets and sunrises as you do. We're flat earthers because of the way the Earth is, which has sunsets and sunrises. So we don't need to make up another version. This is the version. It's silly for you to say that on a flat Earth, it should do this. It's like, no. Why are you just making up some other world that we're supposed to believe in when we have the actual world right here where we observe the same sunrises and sunsets as you? That's our position, the Earth, not something else that you made up, especially. The heck?
Wow. Cute little speech, bro.
Yes, do you have any measured Earth curve?
I do not.
So that everything happens on a flat Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
Again, the sun doesn't just go away and come back in a circular motion around a flat Earth.
It does, because the Earth is flat.
Well, that's not
You just
what
said
I
yourself
observed
that you
when I
don't have
see
any
the
measurable
sunrise.
curvature. You don't have any measurable curvature, therefore the Earth is flat. So whatever's happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth.
I've been open-minded to this in the past, but the sunrise and sunset thing never really made sense to me.
Apparently you're not open-minded enough because you don't understand what curvature means.
He's correct. It doesn't make sense on the globe. It's nonsense on the globe. So yeah, he's correct.
No, if it is a
make
flat
sense.
Earth, the sun doesn't just go around in circles, just like a little spotlight.
The thing is, dude, whatever, if you think about it, right, whatever is happening, right, that we can't necessarily, quote unquote, scientifically test, right, doesn't really matter. If the ground is not curving, ground is not curving.
That makes sense.
There must be an explanation that we're just unaware of about why the sun does what it does. Some people would argue they might have that explanation. They're probably not here right now, hence why they're not talking to you about it. But the sheer fact that the ground doesn't curve down and away and back up on itself, right, is indicative, that it's not a ball. Point final. End of story. Unless, of course, you do have curvature and you can cite somebody who has measured it. Maybe you didn't do it yourself, but somebody must have, right? Do you know who?
I do not know who.
Okay.
Yikes.
Yikes.
I know who. Yodeling-hoo. Come on, y'all. I'm dying laughing.
So he's just basically like bricked on sunrises. That's what's happening.
But like on a flat Earth, it should do this thing that I just made up on the spot just now.
See the sunrise and get all confused, therefore it must be globe. All right.
Yes.
Time lapse in the chat. I took this myself. Sun moving across the sky. Very simple. What is there to explain? It's what you observe. End of story. And again,
And that's not like a ball of light coming from the distance. You can see it's like already a big ball.
Whatever it does, that's the flat Earth, bro. Hello. I mean,
Whatever it does, that's the flat Earth.
Yes, you're saying, flat Earth should be different. No, it shouldn't. This is the flat Earth.
Let me ask, dude, if you have a lack of curvature, what do you have?
It's too advanced for him.
If you have a surface
it's a
that
big
lacks
ball
curvature,
rising from the horizon. Well,
if you have a lack,
it rises
of
from our
curvature,
perspective.
It doesn't look like a ball. In fact, it does not look like a ball. I don't think you. I mean, you can think that, but I don't think that's.
Hey Mansky, what do you think of Matrix's video that he posted in the chat? It's like 15 seconds long. Go ahead and watch it.
That's like one video where you can. That's just not how it
Do
works
what
most
you
of the
say it
time.
should do on a flat Earth? Does it do what you say it should do on a flat Earth? Does it go away and fade away off into the distance?
So sometimes
doesn't.
the sun fades out on a flat Earth, and other days it just goes down over a globe.
It's probably the camera.
How?
There we go.
What's the camera do?
See, like link one video where you can say, "Oh, see, it looks like it's going away a little bit," but then it just still goes down over the horizon.
The sunset is caused by a curve getting in the way of the sun. Then it would be the case every single time. So yeah, one video will do. We can show you one instance where, well, that's apparently not what's happening here. That'll be enough.
Again,
it would have to do what you say every single time. That's what it does.
Every single time.
No, it's the other way around.
Yep.
It should do what you say every single time if that's what's happening. And if it doesn't, then what? I mean, some days it's flat and it just vanishes like you say it never does.
I mean, linking one little video, I mean, it should look like that every single time.
Okay, but if
Right,
it looks
the
like that
vanishing
even
point
once,
in the horizon perspective
and it
and
can't
all
be
that.
that the sun's going down over a curve because it would do that every time. Same way, every single time.
Yeah, and you don't have that same standard when you say it has to happen every single time. He just gave you an example in your worldview where it doesn't happen every single time. So I do not accept your double standard.
Okay, so is there like an actual model you believe in, or are you guys just like
We don't need a model.
source? Is that
To argue
all
from
this
a
is?
model is a reification fallacy. We've probably told you this about
Okay.
60 times, right? So we don't play that game.
And
you have a model that works for everything?
You guys just have way too much
Don't
time
worry
on your
about
hands.
don't worry about a model. Just worry about what it is in reality. Don't try to reify a model into reality. That's backwards thinking.
And you've been here more than me, man.
This is like sophistry, dude. This is like sophistry.
No, it's logic, actually. So your brain is so distorted now from all the garbage that you consumed on the internet and TV and wherever else that you recognize logic as sophistry. That's too bad for you.
All right, I'm gonna go back to my main
So
task.
go back to eating
in the
Cheetos and
background.
fapping. Yeah, exactly. Your main task is fapping and eating Cheetos off your chest.
It's the seed oils, bro. Cut them out.
Yeah, bro. And the 5G's cooking them.
I don't consume seed oils, by the way. I don't consume any oils. I think oils are shit for you.
Or shit. If you're gonna eat garbage, like you sound like you do, there's seed oils in it, for sure.
I cook all my meals, low to no fat, ran 10 miles this morning. Go eat shit, bro.
Stop. All right. Look, I believe you, but okay.
We'll get those numbers out.
Could be off.
Like you believe me. I gotta like fucking take a screenshot of my like Oros app and show you that I ran 16.2 kilometers.
Clean yourself up. Do yourself a favor. Clean yourself up.
Clean myself up. Okay, dude.
Get off the tap water.
I don't drink tap water. Tap water is not good to drink in China. It's all bottled, baby.
Oh my god! So many microplastics.
Unfortunately, it's that or like kill myself with the tap water.
Bottled water is tap water, dummy.
Not in China, dummy. Go ahead, come to China and drink the tap water, dummy.
That just went over your head, didn't it?
Sure, dude. You totally got me. I just got pwned. My ass just got pwned.
There they go. The spiral's complete. They always have to get gay before it's over. I don't know why.
What is this, 2010?
Dude, Pwned is from like 2002.
Yeah, that's what I said was gay. Totally saying pwn, yeah.
Oh, in order to get a vacation in Homo Island, they have to be.
Chinatown SF. I've never been to California in my life, and I'll never go.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
I think any sane person would avoid California.
Why? It's beautiful.
Too many horizons. Lots of ocean.
Yeah, you might red pill yourself on the ocean being flat.
Yeah, too many non-geometric horizons.
I would rival to say California is the best geographical state in the United States. Politically, maybe not so much. Shout out to the politics server. So what? He went back to playing Roblox or something?
Yeah.
Renew his V-Bucks.
I'm reading a Japanese visual novel.
So like hentai or something? Like what?
This particular one is non-H, no hentai scenes. I don't like them.
What don't you like about hentai?
The hentai scenes in these visual novels are kind of ridiculous. Anybody who's had sex before would just kind of like cringe at them, I think.
Yeah. Don't watch that shit. Save your seed for when you need it. Use it for the intended purpose to have children.
Well, lame ass globe proof if ever I heard it.
Globe proof? What's that?
I missed it. What do you say?
Oh, I don't have a globe here that I can prove that exists. So, dang.
I mean, I got a receipt from a retail store. I bought one. Is that what you're asking for?
Did you buy a snow
Yes.
globe?
I bought a
I'm planning a holiday and I need a map. I
decoration.
don't have a globe.
I have a table, motionless flat level table, and I had to put something on it, so I bought a globe.
I call bullshit.
Oh, bullshit is pretty real, but I don't put that inside the house. The bullshit stays outside. That's used for a different purpose.
It's like that card game bullshit. I've got 8 aces.
You know, bullshit is found in nature, but the globe card is not found in nature. So bullshit is real, globe card is not.
Or shit.
Same thing. I mean, not same thing, but horseshit is real. Globe card is not real. Unless you buy one for decoration purposes, that one is real. That's as real as it gets. But the blue color that you see on the globe,
Yes.
Good evening, my friend. How are you?
good evening, I'm doing good, my friend.
What are the favorite hobbies for you?
Can you ask that again one more time? He dropped out. He LARPed for a few seconds and then dropped out.
I think it was a troll. I mean, that Indian accent was like crazy.
Yeah, that's why I was giving him back a little bit of the mixed accent there. So we can communicate at an even plane. You know, we're welcoming. I mean, anybody wants to speak, you're welcome to do so. But obviously, we get the trolls, we get the LARPers, we get the people that want to defend the globe, we got the concave earthers, we got the flat earthers, and then we have people like myself that I'm not a flat earther or a globe earther or concave earther. I'm a in the waters earther. I know. Because flat Earth is the surface, right? The whole construct, like you spoke about the firmament. The firmament is not the flat Earth. The flat Earth is the surface we standing on, navigate across, and we build upon. That will be what people call the flat Earth.
Yeah, the firmament will be like a dome.
Well, a dome will the dome will be kind of like giving it a shape. I will agree with you that it looks like that, but we haven't like measured it. So if it could be a dome on top of a ceiling that is flat.
I understand. Yeah. Like it's straight in the corners, and it's flat at top, like it's like a cylinder. But there's something. It's that the planes, the more they are.
Have you ever been to the like these government buildings that have a huge dome?
See, yes.
Like there's many across the world. There's many of these huge buildings that have this dome, and they have this like a center. The light comes through, and it's kind of cool. I'll picture it like something like that actually, but that's speculation, obviously.
I see, but like one thing that made me think that the dome it has that form. It is that when a plane it's more at the south, it has less altitude than one that is more at the north. You see?
Yeah, because the rainbows, los arcoiris, they're smaller.
No, I mean planes.
Yeah, the plane. But bro, if you look at the rainbows in the south, you know the rainbows?
Yes.
In the north, the rainbows are bigger than in the south, like higher. In the north, they're higher and bigger, and in the south, they're smaller and lower to the ground. I mean, that's what I've seen in videos. I haven't measured them myself, so I'm just going from some observations and some other people's claims. So I'm just saying that's a thing.
Yeah, that's another reason. That's a reason why I believe that it is a dome form. Like, why do they have to lower the altitude the more to the south you are? If it's not because of this form that it has, it's because you are going to crash into a wall, or into a ceiling.
Possibly.
Most of the people that the airplane pilots, they just like follow instructions of the central control tower, like the people in the airport, like they say, hey, now go from this to here. Now
exactly, yeah.
It's more like an automatic pilot, like the pilot in himself just do like the landing.
Follow the instructions. Yeah.
Yes. So
the airplanes they fly in corridors. So like if you're in a building and you're navigating or in a town, it's like a corridor, like streets or highways, and you follow that. And then if they tell you, hey, you have to go higher, you have to go lower, so you follow that, and that's the way it is.
Yes, and they can say, it's because there are clouds that can affect your vision, or there are another plane and you can crash, or I mean, it's like, and the pilot can do as he wants, because if he like starts to let me go this way or let me go this another way, he's just get fired. I mean, you are out.
The pilots has to follow the instructions. Obviously, they are they're operating an aircraft that has hundreds of lives, and people want to make it to their destination. So definitely follow the instructions. And thank you, all pilots out there. I've been to many airplanes, and I've made it to my destination. So appreciate it. Even though I would rather these days to go in a sapling. This old.
That would be nice.
It's like huge. It's like a cruise, but in the air. It's kind of cool.
Yes, it seems like it's more even like how is it is like majestic, like it's more static. And I mean, it's like a big whale in the sky flying. I mean, it's
like a cruise, like you go to el crucero en el océano, the cruise in the ocean. It's like a cruise, but it's flying.
Bro, are you from Mexico?
No.
From where? I don't the accent. I don't see from where is it.
That's a matter of national security. If I tell you, I'll have to. Yeah. Just kidding. I'm from the Caribbean, El Caribe.
Dominican Republic.
No.
Yes.
Next to it. Not Haiti, the other way.
Cuba.
No, the other way.
Puerto Rico.
Yeah.
I see.
Yes. What about yourself? Where are you from?
I'm from the same zone. Unfortunately, I'm next to Haiti.
Ah, tú eres dominicano.
Yes. Sí, yo
Oh, yeah. You know, I'm speaking to you in English because that's kind of like the server rule, so that's why I only say a few words in Spanish. But that's fine. When I heard you speaking, I kind of heard that Dominican side of you, and that's the first thing I thought, like you were Dominican. So yeah.
It is like that. It is that easy to notice it. The accent.
It's not that easy. It's just that I speak to so many people, and I can kind of tell from some people, and I'm pretty close to many Dominicans. I have a lot of Dominican friends, so yeah, that's why.
I see. I've seen like in with people of Mexico, they speak like in a certain speed, like with a pace, like with a certain pace, and certain words they say like in a like very hard accent, and you can see, oh, that's man's from Mexico. Or in Argentina, they say like in the way they say certain words, you see like, people in this country say like this kind of words, say like that. So
yeah, the Argentinians, I can tell. People from Argentina, definitely. Yeah, Mexican people, I can definitely tell some of them. Yes. Puerto Ricans, yes, I can tell. Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, yeah, as well. I confirm it with you because I that's the first thing that I thought you were Dominican, and that was when I heard you speaking to Sporadic, my good friend Sporadic. When I joined, you were speaking to Sporadic. That's one of my coolest how do you say, community friends in here.
When I was speaking to who?
Sporadic. El nombre el username is Sporadic.
Okay, like for moments, like when I say two words and then I stop talking.
Actually, that was I mean, you spoke to him for a little bit, for a while, and I was listening, and then I opened my mic and spoke. So then when he heard me speaking, he's a really busy guy, so I'm really lucky that you spoke to him, because he speaks for a little bit and then he's gone.
I see. I mean,
he's always busy with family, work, and whatever else he does.
I mean, there are some accents like that are easy to identify, but it is all in the way you speak, and the because of how we use the words and how we make our sentences. We even I see the way we breathe through a conversation. Like, there are people that speak like fast. I've seen that in people from Mexico. They speak fast, like they are singing, like that it is a song. And even in the way they spell the words, it's easy to identify from the accent, even in English. But I mean, I know that the Dominican accent is also like easy to identify, because it's like neutral in certain things, but it's like very lazy in some ways, like in the way we talk. It's not like Mexican, because Mexican, even though they speak fast, they speak clearly. You can understand the words they say mostly. Like they speak how do I say it, like that the words they say mostly can be understood. Like they don't eat some letters like Dominican, like we eat the S for saying, like we eat letters, like we jump them. And you can hear that when somebody speaks their language, or even when they are speaking another language, you can hear that same manners.
Yeah, you can notice more when these people like you and I mean, I've been speaking English for a long time, so that's why my pronunciation has gotten better. In my vocabulary, the amount of words that I can use in the language is a little broader, or whatever. But when you have people that are kind of like learning and practicing, they have like a smaller vocabulary, and they try to pronunciate the words that they know already. And within that pronunciation, they do it in a certain way, and that's how you can tell. Okay, people from Dominican Republic kind of speak like that when they're speaking English, or Mexicans do it like that. So they use certain vocabulary to communicate in the English language, and that's why you're able to sometimes tell where they are from. But if it's someone that is very advanced in the English language, that they can speak like legalese and scientific terms or whatever, they have a broad vocabulary, it gets a little more difficult to be able to identify where they are from.
I see. I mean, myself, in English, I can write it. I understand everything. Like in listening, I can listen to somebody speaking English, and I understand everything they say. The problem is when I speak, because I am not used to it, because I don't speak English with nobody. There's nobody like to practice, so I don't have that feedback neither. So that's why I sound kind of unprofessional. But like in English,
I can. Yeah, you do speak good English. Yeah. You just have to practice more the pronunciation. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I have to work in, and also I have to work in the how fast do I speak, because I like stop mid sentence too much. And about the words that I use, it's not so much that I don't know them, but it's that because I don't use them when I'm talking, I kind of forget them, and when I could say it, you know?
Yeah, I get it. I know.
I mean,
I've been there.
Yes, it's. I mean, I think I can learn this fast because it's not that hard. But give me one second.
Go ahead, bro. Let me check who's in here. Candy! Are you like a sweet lady? Say something, Candy. Hey, Candy's gonna leave me hanging in here. You're so mean. How you doing, Sporadic? Welcome back. If you can say something.
Yeah. What's happening?
I was speaking to the guy that you spoke when I jumped in. I give you. I know you're a busy man, and I took the mic from you so you can go ahead and do your community service.
Well, thanks for passing it back. Yeah, I had to go anyway. So yeah, you didn't take it from me, and it's good, man. We're like a team. We jump in and jump out when the other people are leaving and coming and going. So
exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's like hockey or something. Yeah, but yeah, I was just in the other room talking about just yammering about
There was this guy Josh that joined last night. I know you're like you go to bed.
Yeah.
I mean, you keep it a schedule, and he joined like late in the night, and he says that he's been on the phone with NASA recently because he's gonna be developing some equipment for the ISS, and he works with satellites. So he's an interesting guy, and I was thinking, I wish Sporadic was here to talk to this guy. Yeah, that was last night. He said he'll be back later on, so that wasn't the politics. Hopefully you get to speak to him in the future. Am I still here? Berserker. Let's see. This.
You can hearing you, Jamesy.
Thank you, my friend.
Not a problem. Welcome everybody. Hope everybody is good.
Yeah, I've been struggling a few times because the Discord, since I updated it a few times, it's been like I'm like here and then I'm not here anymore, and I'm thinking it's still showing that I'm in the call, but I cannot hear anyone.
That's been happening to a ton of people. Yeah, they think they're talking and they're not even like not even in the call.
Yeah.
Well, what's going on?
I don't know. People on mobile app having issues. It's like glitches out, so it looks like they're talking, and then they see themselves lighting up while they're talking. But after a while, they realize that nobody was hearing.
I knew that happened to Sporadic. That's why I mentioned it. I knew it.
What's going on now?
You just came back. You just came back just now, 10 seconds ago.
What?
Have you been talking?
Yeah, I was talking. I was talking about this Joshua Ingersoll that came in and said, "Hey, he's a legit propulsion engineer. Let him teach you about the Hall effect for ionic thrusters, and then let him know that his technology is not necessarily globe dependent. He's doing his job. He's building real technology. He's not there to see the entire chain of custody." So
I said something to that nature, though. I said something like, this guy, I heard him speaking to the other guys, and the other guys were kind of like, pushing their kind of way of speaking about the topics, but I was like, this guy is doing some work. He's developing technologies. He's connecting the communication systems, and he's doing what he does. And then he's maybe adding his belief about the globe on top of that, but that doesn't negate the work that he's doing.
Right. I mean, this stuff is working. I would assume, I would give the benefit of the doubt that this technology is working in some capacity. It just doesn't require a globe to do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
That's my
so yeah, I heard them too.
it.
You're exactly right. He was being unfairly treated. Elijah actually stepped in and apologized for the group to him, which I thought was a good thing for him to do. It was nice to see that. And then he said he'd come back today. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, like, come on, like you're pushing the rocket equation onto him and stuff, telling him that he's a liar, that he's lying to himself and to everybody because of the rocket equation and they don't work in a vacuum. And he's trying to describe to you an alternate propulsion technology, right? So he's trying to say, hey, look, this isn't like what we're talking about with, Newtonian classical mechanics here. This is something a little bit more exotic than that, folks.
Exactly my feeling about it.
Yeah, this isn't a Saturn V rocket that he's designing. All right, so what he doesn't, what he needs to understand is how he's thinking about this. When everything is that he's working on is done with latitude, longitude, globe coordinate systems, geocoordinate, GPS, everything about the globe is being baked in. And it can still work. Like, I have no problem saying, yeah, GPS works. And I have no problem using it. I understand what it's doing mathematically and geometrically. He needs to understand that too. So,
well, I imagine he probably has a certain limitation to what he can speak about, because he said he's like contracting with, you know, the big guys, I guess. I mean,
for sure, yeah. That's fine too. You know, it's
that should open the window to a very interesting conversation. So I just hope it can happen. Maybe you, Indio, and some of the people that can actually be a little more technical instead of saying there is not a globe and what you're doing is wrong or whatever. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, me neither. I want him to educate me on the technology that he's willing to talk about. And I'd like to have him critically examine what he's doing. You know?
Yeah.
So, like, that technology is being loaded into a payload integration facility. Okay, so he's taken his Hall effect ion thruster. It's being hooked up to some kind of spacecraft that goes into like the stage 2, stage 3, whatever, stage 4, the gigantic rocket booster. So that magic moment in that payload integration facility is a magic moment that very few people will ever get to witness in their lifetimes, because those facilities are like heavily guarded. Very few people have access there. And if you do have access, you're not allowed to talk about anything you see.
Wow.
Yeah. And only a few of them in the world, right? So, and yeah, they're guarded under NISPOM, the National Industrial Security Program for the United States, in the United States. So all those contractors working there are cleared. There are probably a lot of government employees on site too, from some of the space agencies. And the engineers, I mean, they take this stuff and there's a chain of custody that's broken from the public. This happens even with CubeSats. So it's like, oh, your astronomy club decided to have a CubeSat built. Well, guess what? You send it off to them and it's built to spec in order to fit inside of a cage of some kind. And in that cage are other people's CubeSats. They've completely commoditized this. And that cage then gets brought to a payload integration facility, and God knows what happens to it over the next few months. Your launch window may be like 4 months away. God only knows what's going on. And the next thing you know, they tell you, hey, it's launching on this date. And then, you know, you log into the computer, maybe live stream it, watch it go up. And then, you know, sometime after that, you got the blips and bleeps and bloops and you're tracking the thing. You're like, oh, yay, there it is. It's great.
Yep. I'm part of that thing. And good job. Work well done. Mission accomplished.
Exactly. And so what you didn't see is everything from when you put your final touch on the CubeSat in your, you know, university laboratory, and when it got sent off to one of the big payload integration centers and rocket launch facilities like United Launch Alliance. And then you never got to see it again for weeks or months. So you have no idea what happened to it or what it was actually hooked up to. You know, and there's like some, I mean, just
behind the fence. Is he behind the fence like us? Like we are between the fences and we don't know what's happened beyond the fence or something?
Well, so like there are very few people that are actually behind the fence you need to be behind.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you can be behind the fence and then there's like another fence. And you can get behind that fence too. And then there's another. Yeah. So that's kind of what's going on. And, you know, and you could be behind like 10 fences, but you may not be behind the right fences.
Yeah.
You might need to be behind those 10 fences over there to see what you need to see to know about all this.
You might be behind this fence and you're just cleaning the toilets on that side of the field.
Yeah, that too. Or, you know, it's like you could be in a gigantic storage facility and you've got access to all these different storage facility rooms, right? But you don't have access to everything that's inside the storage. You go inside one of the rooms and guess what? There's another safe. And then you open that safe and there's another safe and you don't have access to that one. So And then you have to have like the right number and right combination of safes in order to put the pieces together to figure out what's going on.
I know how it is because I've been to a few, how do you say, financial buildings, and just to get your foot into the parking of the building, security, fences, then you speak to the security guy, then he authorizes the elevator, he opens the door for the elevator, then he authorizes the elevator to go to the specific floor. Then
you cut out, Gemsy. Did I cut out? You cut out, or did I cut out? Test, test.
Now you're good, Sporadic. He cut out.
Yeah, I was about to say, I've been to those kind of places too. Also in the finance industry. You know, I've been to Boston for meetings with some of the big investment firms.
oh gosh, my app dropped.
Yeah, hey Gemsy, I go to Boston on occasion to meet with some of the investment firms. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you have to go behind many doors to make it there, and then authorizations to get out of the building.
Yeah, but that guy, I mean, if he comes back, like, you know, he's just like, look, guys, I'm an engineer. This is what I work on. We need to reach people like this who have access to this kind of technology, who are doing this work, because they are very close to understanding everything. So we need to reach people like that. We should desire an audience with them and be thankful for their time. I mean, people like that have an hourly rate if they're contracting, especially. So they'll have an hourly rate. And when you start figuring out how much time they're spending with us when they could be doing something to charge and to build a contract instead, you know, it's guys like that.
If you start calling them, if people start calling them liars, this and that, it's just gonna be a waste of time when they're here.
Yeah.
And then they're not gonna feel welcome.
Yeah.
Which is not good for the conversation overall.
Right. Or, you know, or they belong to these professional groups, communities of practice, right? And they're going to go tell them about their experience talking to us. And then word's going to get out that, you know, hey, there's that group over there. They're a bunch of clowns. You're going to waste your time talking to them. We thought they had something interesting to say to us, and instead they started yelling at us, is what they're going to come away telling them. We don't want that to happen. We want people we want these engineers to go tell all their buddies, like, oh my gosh, I just talked to these folks in the Flat Earth room. They blew my mind open. Why don't you head in there and ask them some questions? Like, we want that to happen.
Yeah. But still, like you said, there's many fences. So at the least, we can reach. We definitely want to have this. I want to hear the conversation. I'm not the technical guy that's going to be able to speak to this guy, but at least I want to hear it. And be welcoming to these people. At least I'm gonna keep an eye and try to. Yesterday I did it. I was listening and I tried to moderate a little bit, but the guys are so, I don't know, full of energy that everybody wants to jump in. I have to moderate a little more whenever that happens with these people.
It'd be good. We got to get the 24/7 troll cart off the line whenever the conversation's too important to leave to them and their shit talking.
Yeah, that's how moderators moderating the moderators. Yeah, if someone is gonna be speaking to the guy, that whoever moderator is speaking to someone like that, they cannot be moderators. They have to be moderated, and if they're not for the conversation, they just have to pass the mic. As simple as that.
Yeah. We need to set some rules, right? If you start yelling and screaming, you got to put yourself on mute. Let someone else take over, right? No yelling and screaming, because it doesn't matter what you're saying, even if you're right. If you're yelling and screaming, everyone just hears one person yelling and screaming, and the other side is calm and collected, and it doesn't matter what you're saying if you're yelling and screaming.
Yeah. Stop yelling and screaming at me about rocket thrust. I'm trying to teach you about ionic thrusters. I'm trying to teach you about this freaking futuristic Star Trek technology, and you guys, yeah, I mean, it was a bad look, guys.
I agree. Yeah.
I have to go in a few minutes.
Sounds good, man. Glad to hear you.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll be popping in and out later. But yeah, it'd be good if Indio could come back too, and they were on at the same time. I mean, Indio's got a lot to say actually about the claim of ionic thrust.
Ionic thrust. I'm gonna have to write that term down. Check it. If you're not gone yet, remember what I sent you about the laser charging up? I mean, this is kind of like a curveball, but the lasers kind of powering devices up in the air is an interesting thing. That is.
I took down on Google Patents a super pressure balloon with with tether charging for station keeping and maneuvering, and panels that receive energy beamed to it from the ground for charging capacitors on board.
This guy mentioned lasers that he's shooting. He developed lasers and he used lasers for whatever he's doing. So
yeah, so I think the lasers are used to create gas out of krypton or something, and then the krypton is magnetically propelled through a tube. So the gasified krypton is being magnetically propelled through a tube, and it generates thrust.
That's interesting. Wow.
Something like that. Yeah, I'm not an expert at all, and I just like to read technology blogs.
Yeah. Before, if you're not gone yet, I remember this guy Get Biget, and he used to talk about superfluid helium as a frictionless medium.
Yeah. I like it when Get Biget has space to ramble on and there's nothing else going on, because yeah, he's got some gravy.
Because when I compare that to, remember, I hear Gene saying, if those things were going this fast, they will break down. And I'm thinking about it. But if it's a frictionless medium, like Get Biget used to say, it might be a different story. They could go pretty fast. And
yeah, potentially.
Yeah.
Right. There's no coefficient of friction to overcome, right? It's just inertia.
I think Jin usually more talks about the G-force or something like that.
Just throwing that, I was just thinking about it and just adding some things together, because I'm just thinking about the medium up there, because obviously this technology is being launched up there, and the medium is not the same as the one that you and I are breathing air in.
I wonder if the krypton gas is escaping with the laser beam that's being shot out. Is the laser acting as a transport for the krypton gas? Not in that case, it's kind of like a plasma thruster. All right, gotta go.
So it's good to hear some sporadic jabs before he goes. Joker. How you doing, Joker? You've been abducted by Mexicans? I mean aliens? I mean Joker probably abducted by aliens.
Looks like a PFP it's Brenda.
And I doubt it.
No, the profile picture. Just the profile picture.
Oh yeah, the profile picture. Wow, Brenda looks like that. Wow. That's a low blow.
A low blow to the person in the profile picture.
Well. Let's see. Welcome. I see most people in here. Yep, normally in here. I was trying to say something to Candy. I don't want to talk to her too much because my glucose level might go high. She sounds like a sweet lady. I mean, looks like a sweet lady. I don't know how she sounds, but it might affect my sugar levels. So keep muted, Candy. Joker. Oh well. Nobody wants to speak about any topic at the moment, so I'll be here listening for a while. What's going on? Discord is as glitchy as ever.
Well, since it's quiet, may as well play one song. Since Flatter-day Saints just sent me his latest release. Oh, he just left.
Yeah, he's back.
At the end of the day, when someone mentions the space that I know is all made up and away, like the smoke from my blunt. When I'm puffing the day, running on E, 'cause there's never enough in the tank to fly all the way to Uranus in a spaceship, then make it all the way back to the States of America, which would be a miracle only in America. It's hilarious where they say terrorists cause so much wear and tear on stuff and brought down the towers, which turned in midair to dust. But compared to Musk, NASA's got the upper hand on all the right stuff. But we must trust upon Elon for the economy to be strong, even after all the things gone extremely wrong with his e-cars and all the recalls. But Donald Trump ain't got shit on King Kong, who got beat on by Godzilla, the original Hong Kong killer, dropping bombs like Operation Dominic, that is. When swine fly and pigs flew, regardless of all the emergency orders that have been issued, our past is blurred with fancy words, with pansies work at being master jerks, hidden hands and shirts, trying to expand their pursuit of crappiness. If it so happens, kids, that your parents practice witchcraft, to which that these witch doctors trick fathers to let them prick daughters with this pharmaceutical TikTokers and Twitch bloggers using influencers to misconstrue shit. All or nothing, all this fussing, is it worth the trouble to obey my thirst for puddles of carbonated syrup? But I sure fuck can hate to burst bubbles, but the ingredients of what you're drinking, it burns rubber. Google searching pics of the Hubble, no, not generating images. I wish you'd use your given senses and see the significance that at the end of the day, kids. So at the end of the day, when my friends mention in space that I know is all made up and away, like the smoke from my blunt when I'm puffing the dank, running on E, 'cause there's never enough in the tank to fly all the way to Uranus in a spaceship, then make it all the way back to the States. Son of a bitch, trusting in Bitcoin, bitching and complaining in America. And just to clarify, they prepared you by declaring it's imperative that parents get their cherished kids to impair their awareness when pledging allegiance and swear them into where they say terrorists cause so much wear and tear on us and brought down the towers, which turned in midair to dust, but compared to Musk, NASA's got the upper hand on all the right stuff. But what about Elon, who made the economy strong with this e-car, even though they blow up from cheap parts?
Oh, damn it, it freaking ended it for some reason. Hey, Flatiday, that's freaking awesome, man. I love that.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
That's so good.
Appreciate
That's one of the best ones so far.
Thank you, bro. Thanks.
That
I took a
turned
long time. It took me probably at least 4 hours to write that one.
Yeah, man, that's freaking turned out amazing.
Thank you, bro.
You got another one that you sent me as well.
Let me see.
Little love songs.
I think that the way off and One Giant Leap are better.
Yeah. All right.
The One Giant Leap is a pretty good one.
All right. Let's try One Giant Leap. Nice.
Okay.
It's one small step forward for man, 2 giant leaps backward for mankind. Can you imagine the landmines I be having to dodge in a 4-wheel Ram drive? Lend me a hand, 5 fingers just to slap high, like a Christian slipping into sin, backslide. Open a cup of whip ass to wash down that play to act right. Just the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the facts. Like we've been told, people in the past knew Earth's flat. The structures they built could not be created today, even with modern tools. Perhaps they repurpose these buildings with religious symbols to blur facts, trying to bait this matrix with the faithless, and they twist the language with word traps. Think about it from a non-biased mindset, and if you think you can see the curve of this earth, you may need to have your eyes checked. Kids nowadays, it's not like they used to make them back in the day when they weren't sitting inside all day playing video games inside of their smart homes, eating up their GMOs with Wi-Fi, morphing into park clones. Are we all just subliminal slaves, born into this minimal wage, torn between living up to not giving fucks, 2 cents on this criminal stage? Will I be received in heaven's gates, or left to freeze in the devil's grave? We've been told, people in the past knew Earth's flat. The structures they built could not be created today, even with modern tools. Perhaps they repurpose these buildings with religious symbols to blur facts, trying to bait this matrix with the faithless, and they twist the language with word traps. Think about it from a non-biased mindset, and if you could see Earth's curve, you may need to have your eyes checked. Kids nowadays are on Twitch and Twitter and Tinder and Grindr and Friend Finder, sitting on the outside looking in on the insiders. I write a song for entertainment purposes. You light a bong and went and made some purchases on Amazon or Temu. We living in Babylon. This is the reboot. Not everything that's transparent is see-through, and if the words you speak don't match up with what I see in reality, I don't believe We've been told, people in the past knew Earth's flat. The structures they built could not be created today, even with modern tools. Perhaps they repurpose these buildings with religious symbols to blur facts, trying to bait this matrix with the faithless, and they twist the language with word traps. Think about it from a non-biased mindset, and if you can see Earth's curve, you may need to have your eyes checked. But I wouldn't go to an optometrist, especially with the free Medicare that Obama gives. I'm just saying though, just stating the obvious. Watch out for them zombies, kid. They're not hard to miss. Good night, ladies and gents. Thanks for attending. So until next time.
Dude, that one's awesome as well. Good stuff, man.
Thanks, bro. Thank you. Try to cram a lot of words into the chorus in there, and I was like, couldn't find. I was like, what rhymes with first flat? And then I was like, perhaps. And then it all, as soon as I found the word perhaps, it all fit together. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man, that's awesome. They turn out so well. I can't believe it. Yeah. Dude, I have that. Why would they lie? One that's stuck in my head all the freaking time.
Oh, the one I made about Witsit?
Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. I repurposed his lyrics. You know that?
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Yeah. If you've ever heard his song, I sat and listened to his song for a while, and then I just took his lyrics and rearranged them. You know?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's catchy. It's a catchy song, and it flows really well. The lyrics flow really well.
I hope he listened. I hope he's listened to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe he has.
I really do it for him, you know.
We played it a ton on our live streams. I don't know if he listens to them, but
hopefully he heard it. Hopefully somebody's got it to him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, well, since it's quiet in here, I may as well stick it on.
Hell yeah. Thank you, bro. If you're listening, Witsit, this is for you.
They lie. Why would they lie? They lie. Why would they? A lot of you fellas that choose the path of least resistance. I'm sharpening my teeth before I eat my victims. Pastors heliocentrics preaching kids. It's the demons teaching nitwits sadistic. Scripted as Witsit. I'm kidding. You're smitten. No vape hits. It's a religion. It's a decision to use your wisdom for mischief. So significant. Calling dudes fake truthers. Since when does your word salad need to serve a mixed blend of perverting the heard words of a Christian? Then one day he just walked away for a lot of paper or pay-per-view. Maybe you just stop the danger that an awful stranger threatened to make your life a perpetual pain for all the days of existence. Cause all the games and angles of distance outweighed your God-ordained resistance. But I'm sure that the Witsits deserve not to be victims. Plus the incentives of seeing your pictures on all of the TVs and pixels. DreamWorks and the scripts filled. Need work and the rent's billed. To your groomers, as long as you sit still, I get ill. Even writing these lyrics, but I'm like the appearance of lightning and you hear it. Striking at your spirit, fighting with your tears. It's trying, it's so weary, your time has been nearing. Nice try on you steering some of your biggest fans away. Wait, kids, don't forget to behave. You don't gotta commit to be made into the depiction of a slave. They played your ass and I don't see any other way but ask, why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they not? They plot and derive by watching the Antarctic Amazon sky, and they know it's a mock. Jarian's picking both sides. He's got the flurfers divided and then they disguise, and now Duffy's devising a plot. You ask why they lying. From behind closed eyelids they enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Only way that Austin will survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe him. They enticing the ones with word salad, cause they the brightest. The things they say are chimed in. PayPal or Cash App, you can buy him, and when confronted from behind, he gets to whine in. But the one time he vaped it from the sideline, bribed by the Zionists. Either that or they threaten his life and need some treacherous time shit. When the mic hits the sidewalk, chalk it up as a lost dog. Your time to shine is passed right by, kid. But regardless of your new assignment, I still love you, Austin. You're a snake, just like I is. Wait, did I say snake? I meant a saint. I ain't saying my halo ain't been defiled. It's a fine line between being a highlight and a twilight denialist. Why would they lie? Maybe they don't mind the silence, but the sun seems to be the line that divides the community till they start fighting. And even if you told the truth, the Jews still might not like it. But homie, you still alright, kid. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? They lie. They lie.
Super
I
catchy
said,
song,
wait,
man.
did I say snake? I meant to say saint.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, I hope he hears that one. I think he'll appreciate it in some weird kind of sick way, you know?
You know, I like him. I don't think he's a liar. Not sure what happened with the Antarctica thing, but you know, I find it interesting how even when he talks about it now, he says we allegedly went to Antarctica. He's like, we flew from Chile and we went to a slab of ice somewhere that was allegedly Antarctica, and we saw something in the sky. He's like, I'm not lying. I don't think he's lying about it, right? I think the sky works in a way that we don't understand fully.
Yeah.
But I think Whitsitt is extremely smart. I think he's pretty honest for the most part, and I think he, you know, I don't know. I like watching his stuff. That's just my personal opinion. And say, I know you don't have a huge problem with him either. I think, right?
No, I mean, I really like the dude. I mean, like I said, I've met him. We flat smacked all day at UCSB, right, the home of the Black Swan, and I saw him after we were done. The live stream was over. He killed it, the live stream, and he just did it off camera for like 45 minutes. Just going off about the jab and everything, talking to people. And like, you know, I mean, we even got like we got like pressed upon by these gnarly Antifa chicks who like tried to destroy his speaker and were like just.
Oh, dude, I remember watching. Yeah, I remember watching it.
Yeah, dude, those were gnarly, dude. Like just pure demons. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. They're just freaking out of control.
Yeah. But I remember I'm like notoriously late, dude. I have a really problem with being late ever since I was little. And like, so Whitsitt showed up by himself where I told him to go. And he was there for like an hour and a half before I showed up. But yeah, he's cool. I just think the whole, like anything that's involved with like Duffy and McToon is demonic, dude. You know?
Yeah, bro. Those guys cannot be trusted at all. Snakes.
Not at all.
Slimy snakes. And that's being disrespectful to snakes.
Yeah, they're agents for sure, dude, of some sort, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
But yeah.
But and hey, good to have Jaren off Team Flat Earth. That's
I know, right? The only thing that I find ridiculous is like with even debating him. You know what I mean? It just that right there like kills his credibility. Just because like, how can he even take this dude serious? You know what I mean? At all. I wouldn't even. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even give him the time of day. But
well, his subscriber count's dropping like crazy.
Oh yeah,
I bet he thought the opposite would happen, but I don't think he knows how YouTube algorithm works. Right? If your subscribers don't like your content, YouTube's not going to push it to anyone else. Right?
Yeah,
they test it on. They test your videos on your subscribers. If your subscribers like the videos, then they'll start pushing it to other people in that genre that like similar videos. But yeah, he's down to 159K now. He was like 168K. You know, maybe a year.
I thought he dropped a lot more than that.
Nah, I think most of his subscribers are probably like just bought subscribers, right? Because he's been hovering around 160K since 2020.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Whitsitt just blow up, dude. I remember when I first saw his channel, he only has like 4,000 subscribers, dude.
Dude, he has like 50,000 or something now.
Yeah.
But if Jaren had like 160,000 subscribers that were all flat earthers, he'd have much less now. I think most of his subscribers are probably just bot accounts and shit, you know, pay for subscribers or something like that. I don't know. I'm not sure, but
he still has a big following of people that claim they're flat earthers, but they just like, I don't know what you know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, retards attract retards, so I mean, you're going to get that. Yeah. On the flat Earth model, like when did you ever see him go over long distance observations in technical detail? No, never, not once. It was always going over things that you don't even need to be a flat earther to go over, right? Like NASA nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could be a glober and make all the same videos that Jaren made, right?
Yeah.
And that's all he ever did was just go over NASA footage.
He's got to feel like such a hypocrite, though. I mean, like, if he has any conscience left, you know what I mean? Because, like, we both know that he didn't, if he ever was a true flat earther, he didn't become a glober because of what he saw or didn't see there. That's bullshit. That shit was rigged, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. But
I don't think organically he became a glober, you know what I mean?
No, because he took, like, contradicting everything he's said over the last 5 years or 10 years or whatever, right? Like previously he wasn't switched on to any of this, and all of a sudden he's come to all of these revelations. So, come on, bro. What? So you want us to listen to what you have to say now when you're wrong about everything you said previously?
No.
But now,
more than a couple hundred actual followers.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably a couple of hundred that follow him around. But you're exactly, GE. Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, because the Globers don't take him serious. Then, in fact, they're just using him as, like, he's like the center of the hit piece they're doing. Because they're coming out with, like, a documentary, like, on Netflix from the TFE, you know? Which I knew they were going to do. As soon as I heard about it, I was like, oh, this is going to be another duck suit thing, you know what I mean? Another Beyond the Curve or whatever.
Yeah, man. Hey, look in the side chat what Clipcord posted. That's freaking hilarious, man.
What is it? Private Zoom dinner party with Austin and Jaren. Let's say as many people to dinner as you want, or it can be just you.
So you get to have dinner with them on the internet for $250.
Oh, is this for real? This isn't just a meme somebody made?
No. This is real.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Zoom dinner party with Austin and Jaren, $250? God. The fuck? Are they serious? When is this supposed to be?
Well, this is probably from a previous thing that was advertised.
Yeah.
Because you could book appointments with Jaren, and he would have dinner with you online, and he would teach you things like how to become a better man for like $100 or something. Or
crypto. He teach you about crypto.
Yeah, he'll teach you about crypto. Even though he's always begging always complaining about how poor he is, but yeah, he'll teach you about crypto. Right, let a poor person to teach you about crypto. Yeah, real good plan there.
He should have a class on teaching people how to handle cameras. You know what I mean? The proper way to handle cameras.
Yeah, and then we got the documentary movie here as well. Berserker's Shed, The Final Experiment, Brokeback Glacier.
He destroyed Austin's technology, and since they got frostbite, it's a painful process to put the camera back together.
But yeah, good stuff on your songs, man. I like listening to those.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Great lyrics.
Appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you, bro.
Let's see if we got anyone else in the chat that has globe evidence. Jedi definitely doesn't have any globe evidence. What about Josie's got the flat tag? Probably doesn't have any globe evidence, I'm guessing.
How do you get a flat tag?
Josie, you're a flat earther?
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that whether they're flat earthers or not, they have no proof of the globe.
Yeah, exactly my point, yeah.
Hey, how do you get a flat tag next to your name? Do you have to buy something in the Nitro or whatever?
No, bro. Just go to the home server and just adopt the tag. Yeah, in 24/7 Flat Earth server. You can do it right now. Yeah.
Okay. So
if you're on a phone, just go to your profile and then go to the bit that says something about server tags, and you can pick from which server you want the tag.
So I'm in my profile, and then I go to the top to settings, or add status. That one.
I don't know how. I don't use the phone Discord, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think you go to your profile and there's like adopts something about server tags.
Hmm.
And I apologize. I don't remember how I did it.
Okay. Okay.
Are you on phone? You on phone Flat today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Hold on a second. I'll go to my phone Discord.
And I was going to add in real quick. Earlier, the two of you were mentioning McToons, and I saw that his name is actually Ryan something, not Michael Toon like he claims. And so he takes offense at people calling him McToons, and so it just goes to show how the more preposterous his whole sideshow gig is.
Right. I know. For one thing, nobody's pissed that dude off like I have, for sure. Most definitely, he's opted out of debates and like threatened to cut the whole thing if I'm even there. Like, because of the one time I debated him, dude. I made him so mad, bro.
Yeah, that's how he got that name, Rage Quitting McToons.
Right. I got that dude mad, bro. Tap your profile.
Get him mad.
So Flatterday, you go to your main profile, and then you can scroll down to the bottom, and it says server tag. It's got a big red new button next to it.
Damn. No, I'm not seeing it.
Hey, Flatterday, you click on your profile, then you click on edit profile, then you scroll all the way down and it says server tag, and you should be there.
Oh, yeah. Pronoun display name. Okay. On my thing, profile theme, profile effect, avatar decoration, pronoun, display name.
Keep scrolling all the way down to where it says server tag.
Mine just goes down to display name, pronoun, avatar decoration, profile effect, profile theme, and about me, and that's as far down as it goes. And then there's a thing that says like to get nitro.
Oh, you might need to be a nitro because mine shows nameplate after that, and then server tag after that below
No,
it.
you don't need nitro.
No.
Nah. See where it says on the very bottom, it says home, notifications, and you.
And don't say that on mine.
I'm going to send a screenshot.
Okay.
Oh, hey, Flatterday.
Yeah.
I think you're in the you got to click on main profile in the top left there.
Okay. Wait.
You were on the per server profile. You got to click on the main profile, then scroll all the way down.
Okay. So. Okay. Wait, how do I get to my main profile?
So just on the bottom right, click on your profile.
Oh
And
yeah,
then
okay. I
click on
clicked,
where it
yeah.
says edit profile. And then on the top left, it should say main profile. And then scroll all the way down.
The top left. User profile? That one? Or server profile?
Are you on the mobile app?
Yeah.
All right. So on the bottom right, you'll click on your name and it goes to your profile. Then you click edit profile. And when you get to that screen, there's two options. You could go to per server profile or main profile. Make sure you're on main profile.
User profile? Or server profile?
User.
Okay, and then
user.
okay, so I'm on user profile, and then let's see. It only has it says display name, pronouns, avatar decoration, profile effect, about me, and that's it.
Do you have the latest update? Because it shouldn't say that.
I'm not sure.
Hey, Flatterday, you know where you got all of the list of the servers down the left-hand side of your phone screen?
Yeah.
And then at the bottom of the screen, it should say Home, Notifications, and You.
Let me see. Hold on a second. Yeah, home notifications and me. Yeah, and I clicked on the right hand side where it says me.
Yeah. Click that. Right. I'll do it.
Oh, and then now I'm in settings where it's like get Nitro account, privacy and safety, all that.
Yeah. Hold on, I'll click that.
Okay.
Yeah. Where it says settings, you don't want to be in settings. Click the little back arrow at the top left.
Okay.
You should be able to see your picture at the top.
Yeah.
And then it says in a blue tab, it says edit profile. Don't click that.
Click on add status.
Yeah, sorry, do click on edit profile. Edit profile.
Oh, okay. Edit profile. Okay.
Yeah, edit profile.
All
then
right.
scroll to the very bottom of that page. And you should have something that says server tag at the very bottom.
No, it just says at the very bottom it says see what your profile could look like with Nitro. Try it out. And then above that it says about me, profile effect, and avatar decoration, pronoun, display name.
Oh, okay, that's weird. Maybe you need to update your app.
Yeah, maybe I do.
Yeah.
I'll do that.
Yeah, I see all those things you just mentioned, but mine also. It says see what your profile could look like with Nitro, and then directly above that it says server tag and it says new. So yeah, if you update, then it'll come up.
Okay. How do I update it?
Go to Play Store. I guess.
Oh, okay. I'll do that then.
Yeah, and just type in Discord, and it should say if there's updates. I don't know how to use my mobile version very well.
No, that makes perfect sense. Okay. Discord. All right. Oh yeah, an update needed to be installed. You're right.
And if you long click on somebody's profile that has the tag, then once you're able to, you should be able to just adopt it from there. just click on if I click on DJ's profile, I can select his flat sticker or whatever, the tag.
All right. Oh yeah, you're right. Yep. Okay. Dope. Thank you. Did it show up next to my name now?
What the hell is flat Earth?
Can you guys see it next to my name or no?
Disconnect and reconnect.
Or maybe my name's wrong. That could
Someone
be.
just disconnect from the chat and then reconnect. It should be there.
Okay,
Did someone just say what the hell is flat Earth? Oh, they're gone.
Yeah, KKK.
What the hell? Where the hell do I live? What the hell is globe Earth, right?
You got it now, Latter Day.
Oh, it showed up now? Oh, okay, cool. I see it.
You got it on.
Dope. All right, cool. Yep, cool. Thank you. I remember when I was in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord like a couple years ago. I finally got like silver status or something like that. Silver status. I had all kinds of different tags next to my name. And then I ended up losing my phone, which had my YouTube channel connections and everything on it. Now I can't even get back in my YouTube channel. Because I don't have a book where I like keep passwords. Just everything's in my head, and then I often forget stuff. So obviously, if it was that big of a deal to me, I would have made more preparations to try to preserve it. But sometimes I'm just fly by the seat of my pants. So whatever. It's not that big of a deal to me. What would you guys say is the Glober's main go-to point, more than anything else? Like the majority of the, would you say it's the Southern Star Trails?
Nah.
No.
It's
refraction.
No, this is more of an anti-flat Earth
Why are
argument.
the other planets round?
Yeah, stuff like that. Boats over the horizon. Why does the sun set? Why is it? What about time zones where they really mean? How come it's daytime and nighttime?
And all it's funny because all those things really prove flat Earth more than anything.
Yeah, all those things make way more sense.
I know.
Well, I don't know. Maybe sunsets would make more sense on a globe, right? But it can easily be explained on a flat surface as well. So.
You know what's crazy is, you know how like after I can't pronounce his name, Arwing or whatever his name is, came out with the Lost History of Flat Earth Volume 1 through 7. I can't remember the dude's name.
Iwar Anon or something like that. Iwar.
Yeah, so like it was around that time when like a lot of flat earthers like really started to like, for me it was an eye opener about like our history in this, because being a flat earther I never really looked into like the structures, you know, and about how they can't even redo them now, and so that put me down that whole rabbit hole. And like now I'm seeing things all over like Facebook and like on YouTube where they're talking about the you know, the ancient structures and about how they didn't have the technology and everything like that. But they're globers who are making these documentaries, and so they're saying like all these places all over the globe, and it's just like funny, you know. It's like they take half truths, like the Ancient Alien show or whatever. There's so many people I know that when I talk to them about flat Earth, they always refer me to the Ancient Aliens, and I'm like, dude, I don't. They're like, no, just be respectful and just hear me out on this. I'm like, dude, you don't understand. I've already heard that. Like, I don't want to waste your time or my time with you explaining that to me. And people think it's like disrespectful that I like cut them short, but it's like, dude, I already know what you're gonna say, you know.
Yeah,
you guys often find that the problem too is like where like you may come across as rude or like short with somebody because you cut them off because you're not trying to hear what they're saying because you already know what they're saying, and you know.
Oh yeah, it happens all the time. Yeah. It's sometimes I need to tell myself, you know, even though what they're saying is super annoying and completely wrong, like I need to wait until they finish and remember what my reply is going to be, and then it's a much better conversation, letting people finish.
Yeah.
Because you know, because when they do that to us, right, we get angry at them, but then we do it to them, and it makes us seem like hypocrites.
Yeah.
Hello, guys.
Hello, Heisenberg.
Hi. I have a question.
Awesome.
Why does it matter so much?
I think the true nature of reality matters. I'd say the shape of the Earth, it's not really what matters so much, right? But knowing where you live is important, and it also like being lied to or being fed misinformation, right? You would want to know, right, if you're being lied to, if you're being fed misinformation. I think that's kind of important as well.
Okay.
And you know, it's a lot deeper than just what does it matter, like what the shape of the Earth is, right? It's about like what's the purpose of humanity on Earth, and you know, like all that sort of thing. Was there some kind of intelligent design, or did we come from a big bang and we evolved from pond scum and monkeys and blah blah blah, right? It all sort of ties into creation and that kind of thing.
And this information, like, how would it affect you, or how would it affect your life?
It's not going to. It's
different.
Everyone's different, right? It completely changed my life personally, but some people it might not change their life that much. But I mean, at the end of the day, everyone already experiences the Earth as a flat and stationary plane, right? So in that sense, it's not going to change anything, right? Because you already experience it that way. But it might change the research you do. It might change the way that you think about things, the way that you like a more of a psychological, like the way that you look at the Earth, right? And all sorts of different things. And it will make you think critically, right? As well, like about all sorts of different other topics. So it really depends on the individual.
It's like this. It's like this. Like imagine if you had a wife and you loved her and everything, and somebody brought you information that she was cheating on you, or that she was living a double life and she had a husband and kids in another city, and you didn't know about this. Would you say,
his
"Oh,
point.
what difference does it make?" Or would you want to know? You know?
I understand his point. Yeah.
Okay.
But like, let's imagine that there was no such thing as a flat earther, or like all this movement didn't exist. How would it affect your life in any other way?
Well, also there may be ways of getting free energy that they're hiding from us. That they charge us for electricity and for gas and everything. And maybe with this knowledge of the flat Earth and the way that the luminaries circle around us and how to receive like power from like ley lines and grids and stuff like that, we'd be able to understand this stuff, and we wouldn't have to pay for electricity anymore or gasoline. I mean, that's a possibility.
It's kind of like saying, "Oh, how if I never found out that my girlfriend was cheating on me, how would it change my life? Or I never found out my parents weren't my real parents. How would it change my life?" You just keep living a lie, I guess. Keep getting screwed.
I understand what you mean. I understand.
Yeah. I guess you just living. Yeah, you just keep living a lie, I guess, and having a false sense of reality, worrying about maybe some asteroid one day will come and kill us like it killed the dinosaurs, and think that you're an insignificant speck on a universal scale that's an accident, right? That was created by evolution and a big bang that happened for no reason, and you just lost on a ball spinning through space, out of control, going nowhere for no reason. I don't know. It changes a lot, man. Like in your psyche, the way you think about things.
Yeah.
Do you think that like flat earthers have more critical thinking than other people?
I think in general, yeah, absolutely. Just in general, it's kind of like you feel like you get woken up from like hypnosis or something, or something like that along those lines. Yeah, and it does. It's kind of unlocks your critical thinking skills in a big way.
So that tells me whoever started the flat earthers is a very smart person.
Well, no, there's heaps of completely retarded flat earthers out there, and globe earthers, and it's not going to make you smarter, right? But it might awake your critical thinking skills. You might still be a moron, but you might be more aware of other things, right? But some people are just dumb.
Well, what if it was the other way around?
Well, we can what?
Like, what if other people do certain things that makes them like think more and be more open?
Like what?
You never know.
Meaning what?
Maybe globe. What do you call them?
Globe earthers.
Globers.
Or heliocentrics.
Okay.
Globelings.
Maybe they are right.
Well, it's just something you're taught from a young age, right? Most of the globe earthers that we speak to, they don't know anything about the globe, right? They don't know the basics, right? How big is the globe, right? How fast is the globe spinning? Is it going east to west or west to east, right? How fast does the sun move? How big's the sun, right? Most globe earthers we talk to have no idea of any of this, right? It's just something they believe in because they were taught it from a young age. Meanwhile, they experience a flat stationary earth, but you ask any flat earther all of these basic questions about the globe, every single flat earther, or almost every single flat earther, knows all of these answers because they've actually studied the globe model.
Okay.
Right? So the thing is, this is the difference. We can go out and everyone experiences the earth as flat and stationary, but that's not proof, right? They say, oh, you're so small and the earth's so big, so it looks like it's flat, right? And you're so small and it's so big, it feels like it's not moving.
Yeah,
but we can
I know all these arguments.
Right, so we can go out and test the Earth for curvature. That's something that you have to have if the Earth's a globe. And this has been done, and there's no curvature, right? So it cannot possibly be a globe, right? We don't know the shape of the... It's also not like a globe versus a flat, right? A globe's a shape. It's an object. A flat is just the description of a surface area. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, whereas the globe side is. So we're just putting that claim to the test, and it doesn't check out.
I don't think you could ever, anybody could describe the shape of the Earth in just one word. So, for lack of a better term, we just say flat. Otherwise,
I get that. Yeah, of course.
People always think of shapes. They're like, well, what shape is it? It's like it has to be like a square or a circle or a rectangle or a diamond or something. It's like, what shape's a lake? What shape's a tree? What shape's, it's like tree shaped, lake shaped, just some random shape. Who knows? But yeah, when we go out and we test over huge, last thing, when we go out, we go to a 20-mile lake. We can test the lake all day long. There's zero curvature. Impossible if the Earth's a globe.
I get
it says in the Bible.
You would say you are like 100% sure it's flat?
Yeah, I'm 100% sure it's flat because I've actually gone out myself and tested over a huge lake. Like, I was fortunate enough to live right next to a giant lake in Australia, biggest saltwater lake in Australia, called Lake Macquarie. And yeah, I had a boat and I bought a P900 camera. And I was able to test it dozens of times, and I could never find any curvature over 20 kilometers. But I've seen so much evidence now that it can't possibly be a globe, because I've seen so much evidence that there's no curvature and zero evidence that there is curvature, other than things that you can't validate, right? Like NASA's moon landing nonsense, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, even by their own language, by the terms of sea level, which the Globers came up with this term sea level, and everything is measured according to sea level. Buildings, how high airplanes fly, mountain, everything's measured according to sea level. And if that's the basis of everything, the word level in itself exposes them.
I mean, it's possible what you're saying, yeah.
I mean, obviously,
I'm neither a flat earther or a glober.
Okay. If you're measuring from sea level, then you could measure how high up a mountain is, right? So that would be a measurement of something. You're measuring a mountain, but it's not curved like a globe. It would just have like sharp angles, going up and down. And then from the bottom to the top, obviously that's not the shape of the Earth. Pretty much they're saying the shape of the Earth is sea level, and there's things like trees and mountains that stick up, and you could measure those, and then they go back down though. But they're not. Nothing conforms to the curvature of the supposed globe. Basically, that's what it is. So obviously the Earth is not completely flat. There's mountains and valleys and hills, but for the most part, it's everything's measured on sea level, so.
So what's your contention, Heisenberg?
I wanted to ask you something that's happening right now in these days. Tomorrow there's they call it the blood moon.
Mm-hmm.
So for a flat earther, how do you explain it?
We don't try to explain things that we can't validate, right? I think the sky is an amazing place that nobody knows truly how it works, right? What's even the moon, right? Like what's the moon made out of? What medium is the moon in, right? What's the distance to the moon? All of these things, we don't know this for sure, right? There's a lot of anomalies when it comes to the moon, when it comes to eclipses, when it comes to blood moons, and all of these things. We can't validate that empirically, right? We know that
Globers can identify exactly when they're gonna happen.
Yeah. So you can explain things, right? And you can make up models to explain things. But if the model falls short, right, when you test it against reality, then there's a big problem. Okay, so the globe model doesn't have It claims a certain rate of curvature over distance, and that doesn't exist in reality. So whatever's happening in the sky, right, that's assumed, it's not happening above a curving surface. Okay, so the globe model falls short. You have prerequisites, right? You have things that have to be present if you want the globe model explanations to be real about sky observations. You're going to need Earth curvature, right? You're going to need a radius value, all of these things that don't line up with reality when we test it. So there's all sorts of anomalies when it comes to eclipses and sky phenomena, right? Like sometimes when we have eclipses, we can see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse, right? So the lineup of the Earth, the moon, and the sun doesn't work in regards to how it's explained on the globe model, right? And sometimes the shadow on the moon is upside down.
But
and
what you're saying,
comes from,
like, it's something that's very hard to do.
No. I'm just
For
pointing
something
out
to be accurate everywhere, because some people are not gonna see the blood moon, for example.
No, that's fine. You don't need to. Okay, so nobody knows what the moon is. Nobody knows how the sky works, right? But anyone can go and test the surface of the Earth for curvature. Okay, so whatever's happening in the sky, we're not making claims about what's happening in the sky because we can't empirically validate that, right? You can't empirically validate.
But
like,
globers can.
How are they going to empirically validate? Like I said, that you're going to need curvature if you want to have a spherical Earth shadow on the moon. Like, what's the moon? How far away is the moon? You can give me explanations, but you can't prove those explanations are real, right? I can explain and show you mathematically how Superman could fly around the Earth, right? And I could show you the explanations mathematically, but that doesn't match up with reality, right? It's just a mathematical theoretical model. It's a concept.
What I'm saying is that we can, like me as a person, I can see how well they are studying what's around us, and flat earthers aren't.
Oh, really? We're the ones going. So I can show you observation after observation, right? Not only just done by regular flat earthers, but done by PhDs, right? Done by engineers.
Okay, but
real world practical demonstrations.
What I was asking you. So
okay, so so you're talking about the moon? You're talking about the moon? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what's the
You're
moon?
wondering why we don't have an explanation?
Yeah. Tell me what the moon is.
Like, because I'm telling you, like, what I'm observing is that you don't want to know what's happening outside in the space.
No, we do want to know. We do want to know, but we don't want to make up bullshit.
But you sounded
right?
like that.
No, we want to know, right? But you can only legally go up to a certain height as a civilian. Okay?
I know, yeah.
Yeah. Well, you probably don't know anything about this, right? So there's a space treaty. Yeah, there's a space treaty, right? So you can't even go up past a certain height as a civilian. You probably didn't know that. But when you say what's happening with the moon, how do you know what the moon is? You've been told a story about the moon. How did you validate that story? You just believe, right? You're just left with blind faith.
If the story is very good, then why wouldn't
I? Okay, what's the theory? What's the theory? What's the moon? That's what I'm asking you. You're saying the moon this, the moon that. What is it? What's the moon?
The moon is the moon.
Yeah, what is it? What's that? Yeah, what's the moon? How did the moon form? How did the moon form?
It fell into the orbit of Earth.
It fell in. Where did it fall in from?
Probably somewhere else. Look, I'm not the best.
Yeah, you don't know anything about the moon. I know, you're just a believer like the rest of them, and you're acting like you know what these things are, but you don't know what they are.
You don't remember what I said in the beginning? I said I'm neither a flat earther or a glober. I'm just looking at who is giving more effort into telling the truth.
Yeah, okay, so we went out and actually tested the Earth. We went out and actually tested the Earth, right? You're just making stories about the sky. So I can show you empirical evidence that the Earth cannot possibly be a globe. You don't even want to see it, right? Because you're biased, right? You're not here to actually seek the truth. You're here to try to defend the globe. Even though you're saying you're neutral, We can easily tell that you're on the globe side.
Why would I waste all this time? Like,
well, I'm okay. Well, if you want to talk about the moon, tell me what the moon is. You don't even know anything about the moon. See a little light in the sky.
But I'm here to ask questions.
Okay, so you don't know what the moon is. I don't know what the moon is.
Answers, and I want to know if your answers sound logical or not. And I will look into
nobody can confirm what the moon is.
You about the blood moon, like, why do Globers can know if the blood moon is gonna happen?
Oh yeah, how do they know? Well, okay. Well, this is a post. Do you think there's never been a blood moon before? Right, everything in the sky runs in cycles. Right, these cycles were logged by flat Earth cultures way in the past. Right, the Saros cycle. Right, these are just post-dictions. Right, so every Tuesday the postman comes and puts a letter in my mailbox. So I'm not predicting that he's coming. Right, it's a post-diction if he comes every Tuesday and puts a letter in my mailbox at 9 a.m. Right, that's not me predicting it. It's just something that's happened for a long time, and I'm just logging that, right? So it's got nothing to do with the globe, right? Most of these cycles were logged by flat Earth cultures, like the Saros cycle that's used to predict eclipses, for example. That was a flat Earth thing. NASA still uses that.
If you know anything about zodiacs or astrology signs, you know that the star map that they use is a flat Earth star map. And that's the only way they can tell whose sign is on what day. And they still, to this day, use a flatter star.
You're right.
Dude, if water is not curving over distance, the Earth can't be a globe. Simple as that. Right? All of the sky claims fall short if you don't have curvature here on the Earth, right? Obviously. That's the reality. Right? If I go to a 20-mile lake, there has to be 270 foot of curvature approximately if the Earth's a globe. I can't set a camera up just above the surface and zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side if the Earth's a globe, but I can zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side because the Earth's not a globe consistently as well. Right? So anything after that that requires curvature, you're going to need the curvature to make the claim, like the eclipse thing. This is fact. This is not something that can be argued with, right? If you want to claim a ball, right, you have to have the features of the ball in reality. You can't have 70% of the surface of the ball, right? Like they claim 70% of the ball is water, covered in water. Seas, oceans, lakes, right? You can't have 70% flat water on a globe. It's not possible. Gravity,
unless we're a ball just floating in water, but then then half of it would be buried underneath water, and the other half wouldn't have water on it.
Yeah, I want someone to draw me a picture of a ball that's 70% flat water on the surface. That'd be a funny picture,
right?
So yeah, you're going to need curvature if you want to claim the ball. Simple as that.
The only way theoretically that could even be possible for it to be a globe and be 70% water is if the water was all ice formed around a ball. That's the only way possible.
Well, it's still not going to work.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's the closest way possible, Well,
there's no way possible. And try drawing me the Pacific Ocean flat on a ball. Frozen, not frozen, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it's just silly. It's silly to even suggest such a thing. We had a geologist in here, right? He had a master's degree. He said he was a geologist from France, and he was saying, "Oh, well, the water is flat on the surface, but it's the curvatures underneath the water." And he got super emotional about it and rage quit 2 days in a row. But yeah, this is someone with a master's degree claiming to be a scientist, making such a ridiculous claim.
I've heard them say that level really means parallel to the curvature of the Earth. So I'm thinking, well, if that were the case, then there'd be places in the ocean that would actually be not convex but concave, like Mariana Trench. So why wouldn't the water dip down like that, to follow the curvature of the Mariana Trench? But we don't observe that either, so.
Mm.
Have you seen the long distance observations that flat earthers have gone out to make?
I've seen a few videos, but like it's not always very clear.
You want to see one of the best ones?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Check out the side chat, right? So this guy's name's Dr. John D, right? He's got a PhD, and it's in the field of optics. He's a super smart guy from the UK, and he originally went out to try to debunk flat Earth. So he was doing long distance observations, and he was doing long distance laser transit tests, and he was even using different spectrums of lasers. Okay, so this is his field of study. So he's a very, very smart guy. So here is a observation that he did, and he's just said
this one.
Yeah, this is a good one, right? Because we don't have, like, it's very, very clear, and we have the wind farms, and we know the distance to the wind farms. So if the Earth were a globe,
distance?
so you can see 6 wind farms. So the closest wind farm on the left is 8 miles away, and the furthest wind farm on the right is 11.2 miles away. And then we can also see a boat in the background. Okay, so we know the name of the boat, and we did tracking on the boat, right, on the boat tracking radar, and it's 14 miles away, the boat. So the horizon should be at 2.3 miles if the Earth's a globe.
Where's the boat?
Oh, you can see when he zooms in, you'll see a boat, right?
Oh, it looks like a house. Is it the same?
Yeah, it's a funny shaped boat, right? But I have the tracking radar of the boat and close up photographs of the boat and how big.
And if the Earth was a globe.
Yeah, if the Earth's a globe, you shouldn't be able to see the boat at all. And the bottom 52, right? So we're going to focus on the 11.2 mile windmill, and that's the bottom of it should be hidden behind the horizon by 52 feet. But we can see the bases of the windmills meeting with the surface of the water. And it's low tide, right? And so when it's low tide, you can see that little black bit at the bottom of the windmills. And when it's high tide, the water will be just at the top of that little black bit. So I can post like a close up of what the windmills look like, just so you can see that what we're seeing in the observation is where the windmill meets the water. Right. So check this one out. So these are giant windmill towers as well. They don't look so big in the video, but they're huge. And then this is what it looks like. This is what it looks like at high tide. This next one. So yeah, when it's low tide, you can see the black paint has been stripped off. So yeah, look, we don't see any miraging effects. We can see. So look, this is the way it works, right? So have a look at this next image that I'm going to post. Right, so on a globe, the little yellow line with the arrow, the white arrow pointing to it, that should be where the horizon line is, right? Anything that goes beyond that should be behind the curvature of the Earth. So you shouldn't see any water behind 2.3 miles. Anything beyond 2.3 miles, you can't see any water, right? That's the horizon line. The definition of horizons where the sky and the ground appear to meet, right? So we can clearly see in the observation that there's no horizon line at 2.3 miles, right? You just see flat water all the way out to beyond the windmills. So yeah, this is not possible on a globe. And this is just some screenshots basically out of his video. So he goes over all of the details in like his very, very.
What's the name of the?
Yeah. His name's Dr. John D. I'm just going to post his video, which will take you to his YouTube channel.
Yeah, and those videos are really
clear, right?
Dude, they're huge, though. Dude. I can't believe how huge
they're freaking massive, aren't they? Yeah. So here's the video.
They're a lot higher than the Black Swan oil rig.
Yeah, much higher, I think. Yeah, so there's the original video. He goes over everything in even more detail than's necessary because he understands all the questions that the globe side is going to ask. So he covers everything. It's a good video. Everyone should study the video.
Recommendation. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, check it out. It's a really good one. But we have tons of these examples. Anyway, I appreciate you listening to me waffle on for so long.
No, like it's interesting for me. Yeah, because like it didn't matter before, and now I'm free a little bit, so
cool.
I have time for it.
Awesome, bro. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Look, that's all I say is like look at it, use critical thinking, and analyze the footage, and come to your own conclusions.
You believe I'm biased now?
No, bro. You seem very intellectually honest.
Okay.
They say that the truth rings when things are true, they ring true to you. So your circadian rhythm can pick up truth. If something rings true, and you're in tune with yourself well enough, then you'll know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
All right, man. Nice meeting you guys. I'll be back soon.
Catch you next time, bro. Appreciate that.
See ya.
See ya.
I wish I had known about this server before I was a flat earther. I didn't find out till way after I was a flat earther about this server.
Anyone else have any questions? Welcome to the channel, Ent Monk and Alexander Feskov. Welcome, and Tate. Oh no, Tate's in here every day.
Hello.
Good to see you. Hey, who was that? Ed Monk. Oh no, that was Alexander.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
What's up, man?
Not much, man. Yeah. No, I was just chatting with another guy. Where you from, man? Germany?
No, from Moldova.
Moldova. Ah, cool. Awesome. I'm terrible with accents, so my apologies.
No problem.
Yeah, welcome anyway.
Yeah, thank you. So what are you discussing here?
Yeah, we were just going over a long-distance observation that would be impossible if the Earth were a globe. So it's an observation done in England by a PhD named Dr. John Dee. And it's very good evidence against the globe. So he basically is able to see landmarks in the distance far beyond where you would possibly be able to see them on a globe, and very clearly as well.
Oh, okay. Have you heard about the last expedition on Antarctica, I guess?
Yeah. So there were some really stupid flat earthers that... Dude, there's a ton of completely retarded flat earthers out there. So I'll be the first to say that. And look, there was this guy named Jaren that he went on that trip, and he was claiming the flat Earth model is this particular map, right? Which is actually a globe map called the AE map. And he was saying that the sun and the moon move in this particular path around the globe map, which is, he calls it the flat Earth map. And he says that it's impossible to have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica on this particular model that he thinks is the flat Earth model, right? So in the past, there was a bunch of footage of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, but when we analyzed the footage, or when people analyzed the footage, it turns out that the footage was faked, right? Like blatantly faked, like stitched together. And people like Jaren came to the conclusion that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, the footage is fake, and it doesn't work on this flat Earth model that he's created in his head, right? So anti-flat Earthers, right, people that hate flat Earth, right, they target morons and they'll say flat earthers claim that you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So this super church pastor named Will Duffy set up a trip where he took 3 flat earthers to Antarctica, right? And if there was a 24-hour sun, Jeranism, his name was, right? He said that would disprove the flat earth, and it can't happen if the earth's flat, according to his flat earth model, right? So they went there, they saw the 24-hour sun apparently, and Jeranism says, oh, the earth has to be a globe. And it kind of shut down him and, a few other people's ridiculous idea of what the flat earth model was. So it doesn't debunk flat earth. It debunks this particular retarded model, right, that some flat earthers were claiming is true, if that makes sense.
That was a great explanation. Gosh, I feel like I missed out on all that, and you just summarized it so well. Thank you.
Had to throw the R word in there a few times. It was necessary when Jaren's up Dandelion.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, because when you were saying that, I'm thinking, I wonder if they're like, the way that controlled opposition has been honed to to an art form over the last 50 plus years, if it's like backfiring because, like them just like taking over everything that would have been a grassroots movement before it even starts and so on. Like, it's to the point where like nobody takes anybody seriously anymore. Like I don't know anyone who's looking for a leader, or they just assume that's not going to happen. So I wonder if it's kind of like backfiring, you know what I mean? Because now it's like people are just, well, we're just going to find out what the truth is. We're independent researchers and, other people are on the same journey. That'll be cool. But if not, that's their problem. I don't know. Kind of cool.
It's weeded the garden in a sense, right? It's done some weeding for us, which is great. Like we were trying to get those weeds out for quite a while and we couldn't get the weeds out. They kept just coming back, right? And now they're gone thanks to Will Duffy. So thank you for cleaning the garden.
I know, that's what I see. It has had a great effect, and it's making people focus on just the facts, ma'am. Let's use our logic and reason, and let's forget about all this little smoke and mirrors entertainment stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, the AE globe projection is not the flat Earth map, right? And the sun and moon aren't little objects that go in circles around the AE map in particular cycles. Right? We don't know how the sky works, and we shouldn't be making claims about things we can't empirically validate. And so it's great that this happened because it stopped certain people making terrible arguments and making us look stupid. So that's good. But
thanks, Jaren, for taking their own trash out. Yeah, putting yourself in the trash can. Thanks, Jaren. Unbelievable. LMAO. I'm sorry. My sound might be out. I feel like I just heard a weird sound. If I'm messing up you guys' speech, I'm sorry.
Curvature. So it's game over for the globe side. Yeah.
I think my sound was messed up. Sorry if I talked over you, because that thing happens where it just like catches.
Oh, it's you know what I mean? Yeah. No, you didn't at all. But yeah, everyone's been having issues on the mobile, right? Where they're talking and they think they're still talking, but they're not really talking. It's just the app crashing or something like that.
Yeah, sounds like Discord's having some hiccups.
Yeah. You gotta, when they outsource too much, it's gonna happen.
I forgot to feed the squirrels.
Yeah. So
Did Alexander respond to you?
No, Alexander's still there, but Alexander didn't respond.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm in the middle of the race, so I'll talk to you later.
No, that's okay, bro.
I'm like playing right now. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Talk to you soon, bro.
Yeah.
So Aki. Well,
Yeah. Hello. So,
hello.
So like, I have a few questions for you guys. So you guys believe that? So you believe that flat is? You mean the Earth is flat, correct?
Well, what do you think flat Earth means in the first place? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? When we go and test this, when we go and test the surface of the Earth over distances that should have a certain amount of curvature, there's zero curvature. Okay, so it can't possibly be a globe, right? But we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right?
Yeah, that's correct. I understand your point here, but to be honest, I mean, anything that can prove that Earth isn't flat, and I mean, there is a lot of experience and experiments that you can do to prove that Earth isn't flat. And like I said before, some of you that said before when I was like here a few days, probably 2 or like 3 days by now, said that they don't believe in physics, which made me
nobody, bro, nobody. No, hold on a second. Hey, Aki, right? I know you're excited. You're excited.
Yeah,
I get it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Just chill out, bro. Right? Nobody. Yeah, I know. To deep breaths. I know. Someone's right. It's all good. Maybe you had some chocolate or something. But
even
it's all good.
even if you are like.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that they don't believe in physics.
Yeah, they okay in the chat. I wasn't in the channel, in the voice channel, but
maybe it was a troll. No, maybe it was a troll or something.
He was this chat mode. I swear to God, he said that.
What was his name? What was his name?
I don't remember it.
Oh, how convenient! Yeah. So no. Okay. Right. So we wouldn't promote someone to moderator if they would say such a thing. I know all of the moderators. I know every single moderator personally for many years. Right, and none of them would say such a thing. Right, we love science. We love science. We love physics. We hate pseudoscience, and we hate liars.
Okay, hold on. Let me just search for the message. He said theoretically, physics is a lie. That's what he said. Let me just search for the message.
Thank you. All right, cool.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he might have said theoretical physics or like what they call like astrophysics. Somebody might have said something about that, which is you can easily find multiple classical physicists who, many people who actually adhere to the classical scientific method and who are physicists would agree, that people like Neil deGrasse Tyson and so on are clown show freaks, not only flat earthers are saying that, lots of real scientists are saying that.
Exactly. So there's a big difference in saying theoretically physics is a lie or saying theoretical physics is a lie. Maybe there's a language barrier and you misunderstood the person.
It wasn't even a mod. Sorry, my bad. It was another person. But anyway, it was funny to see. So here we go. I sent some the message. I sent a message in the chat. Someone.
That doesn't even say their name. Yeah, it doesn't even say their name, right? So
level lioness or something like that.
Yeah, but anyway, she didn't say. Hold on a second, right? Just chill.
Yeah.
Right. So she didn't say that theoretically physics is a lie. She said theoretical physics, and what she meant is like astrophysics, right? Not actual physics.
Well, she didn't. She didn't.
That's what she. I know her. I've known her for a long time. Right, that's what she meant.
Okay, I understand now. But
right,
still,
like if you get like a theoretical physicist like Michio Kaku or someone like that, right? He says they admit themselves. He says nobody in my field uses the scientific method. We go by guesswork, right? And on average, we're off by a huge amount, right? So it's theoretical physics. It's not actual physics, right? So no flat earthers deny physics. No flat earthers deny science, real science. We deny pseudoscience, and it's as simple as that. I'm sure you deny. You would have to agree with us as well. Pseudoscience is bad. So this is what it comes down to. If the Earth's a globe, you have to have curvature, right? And when we go out and test the Earth, there's no curvature. So it can't be a globe. It's the game over.
Before there is an experiment you can do to prove that Earth isn't flat and it may have curves or actually have curves. I mean, I believe in curves, Earth, and I believe that the Earth is just a ball, just like the other planets, as you can see in the telescopes and stuff.
Okay, you don't see the Earth in a telescope. You're looking up into the sky, not at the Earth.
I mean,
right?
like. It's like the other planets. I mean, what's make you so sure that Earth is just another? What makes you so sure that Earth is just different from the other planets? I mean, like just look at the other planets.
I get your question. I get your question, right? And it's not a bad question. I understand why you're thinking the way that you're thinking. Okay, you're thinking of the flat Earth the wrong way, right? You're trying to insert a flat planet inside the globe model, right? So in the globe model, you have a big vacuum, a big space vacuum, and then you have all of these round planets, and they teach you that Earth is one of those planets. This is a completely different way of thinking about this entire existence that we live in, right? So the Earth is not the Earth. We don't claim that the Earth is a flat planet floating around with other round planets. We would say the better way to think of this is try not to put the flat Earth inside the globe Earth model. Okay, so think of the Earth more like the foundation of the system that we live in, right? Like you can have round lights on your ceiling and be standing on a flat floor. Okay, so the Earth is like the foundation where there's no measurable curvature, right? So it's a flat plane with mountains and valleys and hills. But when we have a big, large body of water, there's no curvature. And then we have the sky, right? The sky is up for everyone, right? Up is one direction, right? Anyone on the Earth can point up. It's the same direction, okay? And then we have a big, giant group of lights in the sky, right? We've got the sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars, and they all move in cycles like a big clock. Like all of the stars in the north rotate around the North Star, Polaris, which doesn't move, right? And then we've got the planets, which also go east to west.
Pardon me. You say the star doesn't move, but
the North Star. I mean, like the North Star doesn't move. Well, it moves a little bit, but it doesn't. It stays. All of the stars in the north rotate around the North Star.
I mean, like all the thing around the black hole.
Yeah, no, it's not a black hole. It's just a star called Polaris.
I understand, but like all the black holes and all the stars or any object in the galaxy, it moves around the black hole. So like everything is just moving around the black hole.
No, you don't know that. That's fantasy.
What do you mean fantasy? I mean, like we already know that the black holes are moving.
No, we don't know. No, they don't know that. They're saying that. It's just a guess that they have.
A guess?
Yes. There's no evidence for it.
Okay. Let me see.
You've been told lots of stories about things in the sky, right? None of it's validated. None of it's verifiable.
Well, I mean, like, I believe that everything is theory, and whatever I see is correct, or like, physically and mathematically, that can be possible. I mean, I will just believe it until it's proven or proven not.
Well, that's a bit silly. That's a bit silly because they could have told you anything about the sky, and that means you just would have believed it because they said so.
No, no, it should be mathematically and physically correct. And if they prove that it's not correct, then I will not believe it, of course.
Yeah, they can apply numbers to lots of things, bro. Like, just like saying all sorts of weird stuff and then just applying math to it. That means you agree with it, right?
Or I can repeat that.
Like, they could have said anything about the sky and given you math for it, and you would have believed it.
Well, no, it should. I mean, it should be like, tested and stuff. It shouldn't be just like, okay, here you go. I have a theory that tells something about, for example, planets or star or anything else, and give me some mathematical shit and tell me that I should believe it. That's not how it works. It should be like proven or something, or at least tested, or at least have a physical proof or something like that. Obviously, using machines and stuff like that.
You're not going to find any of that for things in the sky. Nobody's testing things in the sky. Nobody's testing stars. How do you test a star?
Should be like tested by machines and stuff. I mean, like,
You can only look. You can only look. You see light reach your eye, but you don't know what they are. You don't know how far away they are. You don't know their size. You don't know how, like, what medium they exist within.
We can obviously tell how far, stars and stuff from Earth. I mean, like, we can test that because we use math. That's how it should work, I mean, also, we can also like find how far the star or the planet away from Earth by, by the light, and how red is it?
That's cool. Like, I just see lights, the stars twinkle. Like, they change. They go, look through a telescope, and they're all different colors. But what does it tell you about the shape of the Earth? How does it tell you that, look, how does looking up at those things in the sky tell you anything about the surface that you live on?
I mean, if it's if you believe that the planet where we live, which is Earth, is different from the other planets around us, any planets you can see around you is just a normal ball in the sky moving around the sun. So it's possibly or probably just logically correct that the Earth is just another ball, just like the other planets, nothing different.
No, that's illogical. That's not right.
What do you mean illogical?
It's illogical because you could walk into a forest and be surrounded by trees, right? And go, I must be a tree because everything else around me is a tree.
That's not how it works. You can't compare. You can't compare a tree. I mean, like, you can't compare a tree to like yourself or anything like that, because I mean, we live in a place that may have the same things as other planets, except they don't have water and planets and living organisms.
Well, that doesn't sound the same at all. That's very dissimilar. It's not the same.
I mean, it's okay. It's just like I said before. The Earth is just not different from other planets. Nothing different. The government is just not hiding anything about you guys.
When you look up at the sky and you look at planets, right? Yeah. Do you see anything that resembles Earth?
No, that's definitely.
No. So why would you think it's the same then? That's obviously it's not the same. Very, very different.
No, I think it's the same. To be honest,
you just said you don't see anything that's similar to on Earth. So why would you think it's the same? That doesn't make any sense.
T-Dub, he cannot even know if it's similar to Earth or not because no one has seen Earth from bird's eye view.
All right. I think what you mean is that those things in the sky seem to be spheres, right? Well, if they are, and you can only look at them. Did I just lose connection? Okay, no.
No.
If you look at those things, if you look at those things in the sky and you think that they're spheres, right? That would mean that their surface has curvature. Would you agree, Aki?
Okay, I mean, you can compare other planets to Earth. I mean, like they have the same patterns, like moving around the sun, just like.
Oh, you don't know that.
like
Nobody's ever seen that. Nobody's ever seen anything go around the sun. I'm sorry.
What do you mean there is nothing?
Nobody has ever seen anything ever go around the sun.
That's not logical, you know that.
Yes, it is very logical. If you don't observe something, why would you think it's true?
So, like, you want me to just check the telescope for like a whole year to check if we are moving around the sun somehow? I mean, like, there is a lot of videos on the YouTube you can check by yourself, checking the sun position every single year.
Yes, that's the sun's position. So the sun's moving.
Yeah, so.
Right, the sun's moving. You see the sun move. That's what you observe.
Right? Yeah, the sun also moving around like I said before, the sun is moving around the black hole itself. So we are moving
you don't know
as
that.
a planet.
Nobody's ever seen that.
Holy
no, you don't know that. You do not know. How do you know the sun's moving around a black hole?
Because it's the only logical theory I can see, to be honest.
Why? How's it logical?
Well, let's see. For example, we all know that the black hole, how black holes are being created, correct?
No, we don't know that. You're told a story about it.
Yeah. I mean,
you've never seen one.
Holy shit! Can you just let me explain? I mean, even I am not sure how they are being created. Like, I still can't believe that the supernova can create. I mean, yeah, the pressure thing and its collapse and something like that makes sense, to be honest. But it's not the best theory there is. To be honest, I mean, like, it should be something more, more convincing.
Makes sense in your imagination.
It's like the Emperor's New Clothes, bro. You've ever heard that story?
If you've never observed something, why would you think it makes sense? Listen, you've never observed a black hole. You've never observed the sun moving around a black hole. You've never seen anything going around the sun. You've never experienced Earth moving around anything. All you go out and experience is the Earth being flat and motionless. Tell me, why don't we start at the base level, right? The surface of the Earth. If it's a sphere, like you think the things in the sky are, then its surface must be curving. Is there any measurements of that? Is there any? Who validated that the Earth's surface is curving? Do you know? Can you tell us?
He's in Google mode. Right?
Yeah, sorry about that. I got disconnected because Discord on mobile is just so bad.
I said, why don't we start at the base level? Because for any of this to be true, the Earth has to be a sphere, right?
Yeah.
And you don't observe that, and you don't experience it. So, if you think that the Earth is a sphere, wait a second. If you think the Earth is a sphere, like those things, and you think that things in the sky are, right? Then its surface must be curving. Has anyone ever validated the Earth's surface to be curving through measurement?
I think it is because, like, to be honest, my English is bad, but I'm gonna try to say the word. Earth is what scientists call the oblate sphere. You know, that's the first thing I can remember. So like that means it's mostly around. But it shouldn't be like like you say, guys. You don't claim, from what I have heard, that you don't claim it's flat, completely flat Earth. It's like not a very correct round, correct?
There's too many words to describe the shape of the Earth. So, for lack of a better term, to break it down to one word, flat would be the most simplistic, logical way to describe it.
Yeah, because we're not claiming it has a shape. We're not claiming any shape. We're just describing the surface as we observe it and measure it. And that would be particularly the surface of water, right? The surface of liquid. It lays horizontal. It spreads out to fill available space, right? Volume with a freestanding surface. When it comes to rest, you measure its surface and it's flat.
Yeah, that's correct. Anyway, for the person in the chat who's sending a GIF, and probably I don't know that. Okay, but that is not a proof, That is not a proof yet. You can't just
Excuse me. Why is this not a proof? And the videos from NASA live streaming is a proof. We can validate this. Every one of us can go to a lake, or to the shore of the sea, and to the shore of the ocean, and make this observation. So this video looks like more validated, looks more realistic than the videos which can see from NASA, where you can see the fakery in the International Space Station. I would like to point out one thing. I think one of the mods, either T-Dub or a DJ, told you. One of them told you he understands that you are very excited. You think that you have found a gotcha moment about level Linus, that she said theoretical. So I would say, would you please heed the advice? Heed the advice. You know what heed means? I mean, would you take in consideration the advice of T-Dub or DJ, whoever it was? Just chill out. You don't need to be excited. You can ask any question, but please, when you ask a question, and let's say DJ or T-Dub or Mary Mom gives you an answer, please listen to the answer and then address the answer. You either explain why do you think the answer is wrong, or you might think
all right. Well, allow me to expand on what you've posted there a bit, Berserker. Okay, so what Berserker's posted there is an example of a surface of water not showing any convexity, right? Any curvature. You remember how I asked you, has anybody ever measured the Earth's surface to be curving? Because we need that, right, for it to be a ball. Because whenever anybody goes out to attempt to measure the surface of large bodies of water, like a lake, they just find that there is no curvature, right? Especially if it's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then it has to have a specific curvature rate. The surface of the water must be curving at a specific rate, and over 20 miles, the drop over distance, right, compared to a horizontal line, would be in around about 260 feet. 260 feet of curvature. That means if you look across this 20-mile lake, you should not see to the other side of the lake. You should not see the shoreline. You should not see anything. Everything that is under that 260 feet will be hidden from view. But in that example that Berserker's posted, you can see everything that's in view. All right. Not only that, on that particular day, right, that observation was made, they shone a laser at night across the surface, and it reached the camera. It hit the target, showing that there's no deviation between a light that's emanated across the water and the surface of the water. Because if there was a deviation, then the light would not hit its target. as detailed by the example, the little diagram that he posted, where it has curvature, laser, deviation. All right, so many people are doing these kinds of tests and finding that the surface of lakes and parts of the ocean don't curve. So for you to support your idea, right, or anybody's idea that the Earth is a sphere, they're going to have to show that the Earth's surface is curving.
Yeah,
because that's not what we observe.
Yeah, that's correct. I understand, but the people or the scientists have already like done a lot of measured the Earth curvature many times. Like you already know that by now, I guess. You should already know that, or like someone talked about it before, correct?
Nobody's ever given us an example of how the Earth's surface was measured to be curving.
Yeah, because like we have already done that. I mean, like obviously using airplanes or like ship navigation or something like that. Also, that GPS and satellites and radars exist. Also, like you can get the camera and try to shoot a long distance photography, like from high place, a very high one. You can already you can't see objects beyond the horizon unless they are very tall, like scarps or something like that. I don't know how do they call it, and mountains. As you can see, in most shots, you can see that the disappearing bottom first. You can see the disappearing bottom, like when you take a video from high place. By high place, a very high place, as they go over the curve. And also we have a lot of other things like satellites orbit Earth and GPS and something like that.
Pretty vague though. Do you have any actual? Do you guys actually know the numbers of the figures or the measurements? Because we do.
No, I don't. To be honest, for me, I don't.
Yeah, so there's no footage of anything going over the curvature of the Earth at a distance where it should be, right? So there's nothing. Like you just said, there's a bunch of things that exist, but we already checked, and that's what we're looking for. So if you think you've got some evidence that proves the globe, put it in the side chat, and we'll go over it very honestly, step by step with you.
No, to be honest, I don't have evidence on me, but
that's
I'm just
okay.
trying to prove. No, but
yeah, I know. You're telling us that you think that there's some evidence out there that proves the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, so look, I appreciate that, and maybe next time when you come back here, like find some, and then we'll go over it honestly with you, like step by step.
Sure,
and
I don't mind.
have a friendly conversation about it, right? Because I can back up what I'm saying, right? I can post you tons of evidence that debunks the globe. So next time when you come back, bring some evidence, and we'll go over it.
Sure, I don't mind. To be honest, it will be fun. To be honest.
Yeah, of course, bro. It's fun for us too. So that's cool.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, so have fun, guys. I will be gone.
Awesome. All right. Well, have a good day, and thanks for coming by. So, talk to you next time.
See you later.
See you later.
Same song and dance, huh?
Yeah.
Like measurements of the surface curving. Yeah, I've got it here somewhere. Let me get back to you.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like young, maybe like junior high or elementary school kids that are going to some party with older kids, and they think that they're going to hook up with some chick, and they never have before, and they don't know what they're doing. They're just nervous, pulling out old condom packets that maybe they found in their brother's drawer or something. They don't know what's going on, and they're just, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they think. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just teed up. I would like to point out 2 points. One of them was what you said. You told him no one has ever seen the Earth orbiting around the sun, or anything orbiting around the sun, and he didn't address it. And the second point was the gotcha moment. He thought that he had that Level Linus wrote theoretical physics is a lie. And that is a true statement because the phrase or the name theoretical science says by itself that it's not real. It's theoretical. It's a nice way of saying that it's not real. It's a lie. When it's not real, it's a lie. That's why they call it theoretical. It means that someone is theorizing, but he has not proven it. That's why it's not real physics. It's
yeah, and it has even the word the adjective theoretical is a misnomer. Yeah, because what they're talking about, if we're talking about astrophysics, it's not even it's not rising to the level of a theory, not a scientific theory. There's no natural observations, there's no experimenting, there's no testing, so it's really false advertising to call it theoretical physics. It should just be called imaginary physics, like dream world
I think if I'm not wrong, I think he made more than once the statement that he can do an experiment and prove the Earth is not flat by taking telescope, looking into the star, and T-Dub told him, yeah, but you cannot prove by that anything. I mean, that is not an experiment. The guy, most of them, they don't know the scientific experimental method. You will have to be able to manipulate the independent variable. How can you do that? You cannot do that. That's not an experiment.
They're suffering from Dunning-Kruger badly.
Yeah. T-Dub, sorry for interrupting you, but I just wanted to point out that he didn't address your statement that no one has seen the Earth going around the sun.
We see the opposite. We see the sun, what appears to be going over the surface of the Earth.
Exactly. We see the opposite.
It doesn't make sense,
Yeah, bro, it doesn't make sense. What we see is that the sun is moving, the moon is moving, the stars are moving. And we have so much evidence that things don't work that we forget to address other points which are really illogical. I mean, how could it be that the moon allegedly is at a distance in miles, I think 243,000 or 34,000 miles? And the stars, the nearest stars is about 1.5 or 2 light years away. How is it called? Something like Alpha.
The whole light theory is ridiculous.
But there is almost no parallax. There is little parallax, but almost none. That cannot work according to geometry.
Not only that, but like the sun and the moon, basically, for all intents and purposes, appear to be the same size. One can block the other out, if that's what it is blocking out. They appear to be the same size. They almost grow double in size in the stretch, double, and then they shrink back within the stretch of like less than 12 hours. They double in size and then shrink back.
Yeah, but as T-Dub said, you have never tested the stars. These guys don't understand. You cannot take a telescope and claim that the sun is composed of helium. How can you validate that? You cannot validate it.
Yeah.
You will have to go to the sun and bring a sample back and test it.
What we've been taught in school is that we're star seeds, that we come from stars, and really that's really a Luciferian concept. In the Book of Enoch, it talks about how the falling stars, when you see a falling star, a real falling star is a fallen angel that's gone up to the firmament and is trying to hold on and listen to the other stars talk. And when it gets tired, since it's not fixed, it gets tired and falls back down to Earth. and that's why you have the expression "wishing upon a falling star," or that we're star seeds. When really we come from the earth, we don't come from stars, but our rulers would like us to think that we do, because they would like to come from stars, because it's just basically a Luciferian concept,
Yeah, I'm always honest. That's why I would like to say. That's why I would say I don't like to be rude or unpolite. Sorry if I cannot find the right word, but I cannot base. I think we should not base our proofs for the lack of curvature on religious books. Rather, we should base them on observations which we can validate, because we would be going into a realm of discussion where everyone's words is against a word is against a word, and a belief against belief. This is not so scientific. But we were told in the schools that somehow they analyze the spectrum of the light, and somehow they know because they are so smart. But this is all theoretical.
It's called spectroscopy. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. But it requires faith and belief from our side that we should trust. It's how is it called? Which kind of fallacy is this? Is this to authority, appealing to authority? I mean, we have to believe that the scientists. This is what the globalists come. Do you think that you are wrong? Do you think that you're right, and all the scientists are wrong? Because they all have studied a bunch of things and have PhDs, and this is the same mentality. And this is what T-Dub meant when he told him, "You haven't tested the sun, you haven't tested the stars." This is they just don't want to concede and admit that
the majority of scientists, bro, that actually get paid, that have a salary, are just science communicators. Really, what they are, they're science communicators, and they tell stories that are believable, and they have certain tones that they use, and certain just little things that they do to capture people's hearts and capture people's heartstrings, and they're good at it too.
Yeah, like Neil deGrasse Tyson and this guy who is called Cox.
Michelle Ballard. They're all science communicators.
Yeah. I mean, you can find the profile of Neil deGrasse Tyson on IMDb. How is it called? International Movie Data Bank. Yeah, IMDb.
Buzz Aldrin's on there too. And Neil Armstrong. They have a plaque on the Hollywood Boulevard Walk of Fame.
Yeah, for Buzz Aldrin. Yeah, I know that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's an actor, a thespian, if you will.
Say that again.
A thespian.
You mean thespian?
Thespian. You don't need to be a chick who's into chicks to be a thespian.
I have to admit, I don't know what that means.
Oh, well, you could live the rest of your life and not know, and it wouldn't matter. It's just, I don't know if you
thought so too.
Or just, I don't know.
Yeah, T-Dub.
I just know that Flat Earth brings out the people. I've seen it. I've seen demons, people who are like demon possessed, just go berserk and crazy because the mention of Flat Earth. They just really they don't really like it.
They don't like it. Yeah. Yeah, they get triggered.
Big time.
Yeah.
It's been good chatting with you guys. I have a bunch of Orgonite pyramids and chembusters that I'm gonna take and go charge at the beach right now because there's hardly any clouds in the sky.
All right, man.
Nice talking.
Enjoy. Catch you next time, Flatterday.
All right, you guys have a good one. I'll talk to you guys later.
Nice talking to you. See you later. And great music. Nice work.
Very good, man. I'll play one of your songs again in a minute, I think.
Hey, thank you, bro. I appreciate that very much.
That latest
You're
one.
welcome.
Have you heard the Bubbles in Space one?
Yeah, man, that's a good one too.
Cool. Thank you, bro. You guys have a good one.
You too, man.
You too, man. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Well, does anyone have any globe evidence? If not, I'm going to play a song.
Question, T-Dub or DJ. Why I can't hear the music when Musux? Do I have to pay some kind of premium subscription?
Yeah, it costs $1. You have to send Caddy $1.
Really? Only $1?
I'm just joking. No, do you have it? Do you have it on mute or something?
Wait a minute. I think so.
Yeah, check if you unmute. Yeah, well, there we go.
Okay.
Problem solved.
Now it's unmute. Oh, did you see that?
No, I was just guessing. That would probably be the only reason.
Okay.
But this is Flatterday Saint's latest song. It's called "The End of the Day."
Okay. I still can't hear anything.
No, it's not playing yet.
Okay, now I can hear it. Yeah.
So, at the end of the day, when someone mentions the space that I know's all made up and away, like the smoke from my blunt. When I'm puffing the day, running on E, 'cause there's never enough in the tank to fly all the way to Uranus in a spaceship, then make it all the way back to the States of America, which would be a miracle. Only in America, it's hilarious where they say terrorists cause so much wear and tear on stuff and brought down the towers, which turned in midair to dust. But compared to Musk, NASA's got the upper hand on all the right stuff. But we must trust upon Elon for the economy to be strong, even after all the things gone extremely wrong with his e-cars and all the recalls. But Donald Trump ain't got shit on King Kong, who got peed on by Godzilla, the original Hong Kong killer, dropping bombs like Operation Dominic, that is. When swine fly and pigs flew, regardless of all the emergency orders that have been issued, our past is blurred slurred with fancy words with pansies work at being master jerks, hidden hands and shirts trying to expand their pursuit of crappiness. If it so happens, kids, that your parents practice witchcraft through which that these witch doctors trick fathers to let them prick daughters with this pharmaceutical TikTokers and Twitch bloggers using influencers to misconstrue shit. All or nothing, all this fussing, is it worth the trouble to obey my thirst for puddles of carbonated syrup? But I sure fuck can hate to burst bubbles, but the ingredients of what you're drinking, it burns rubber. Google searching pics of the Hubble, no, not generating images. I wish you'd use your given senses and see the significance that at the end of the day, kids. So at the end of the day, when my friends mention in space, that I know is all made up and away, like the smoke from my blunt when I'm puffing the dank, running on E, cause there's never enough in the tank to fly all the way to Uranus in a spaceship, then make it all the way back to the States. Son of a bitch, trusting in Bitcoin, bitching and complaining in America. And just to clarify, they prepared you by declaring it's imperative that parents get their cherished kids to impair their awareness when pledging allegiance and swear them into where they say terrorist caused so much wear and tear on us and brought down the towers which turned in midair to dust. But compared to us, NASA's got the upper hand on all the right stuff. But what about Elon, who made the economy strong with this e-car, even though they blow up from cheap parts?
Well, sometimes it just ends the song randomly, I guess.
I thought it was a glitch. Okay, so nice.
A glitch in the plot or something.
How does he do that? With an AI or music software?
Yeah, he makes some songs where he raps himself as well, which are also good. But yeah, that one's AI.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Seisu. Yeah, that one. It's a really good one.
Yeah.
But yeah, he puts a lot of effort into the lyrics, and yeah, definitely.
How
usually I hate. What's that?
Yeah.
Call what?
How do you call it in English? AI is making musical instruments redundant. Is redundant?
Yeah, redundant.
I think
probably
you
right
get what I mean. Which is the best description, best word?
Yeah, redundant would probably be the word, but I don't think that's happening. I think people always want stuff that's done by people. When it comes to art, right? I think art can only be like it's something that I don't know. I'd rather listen to a song that's not quite as technically perfect, but if it's done by a human, I enjoy it more. Whereas AI songs usually, unless it's a really catchy song, most of the time I'll listen to it once. I think, oh, that's pretty cool, but I'll probably never listen to it again. A few of Latter-day Saints songs I do like. They get catchy, but look at AI art, for example, right? You could see the best picture ever, but do you really care about the picture? Not really. It's got no soul.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Because when computer software for music got really good, the pro musicians, the real musicians, always recognized and said, cannot be compared with real music. I mean, you cannot use Native Instruments. Do you know Native Instruments? One of the best music softwares.
Yeah, no, I don't know that one, but yeah, I know some of the programs.
But you cannot use computer software, whether from Windows or Apple, to make music like from the Doors or Rolling Stones or the Cream. There's this thing which you called not perfect. Music made by humans is not perfect, and that is what it makes it special and different. Even in music softwares, I forgot there is a tool which you can use to insert some kind of the thing which you called error is like in one phase the drum comes exactly where it should be coming, and then a couple of seconds later it doesn't come exactly at the same point. So there are tools even in music software to insert the feeling or the character of human playing instruments. I guess you're right. It was not true, or it was wrong actually. I just wanted to say that for non-professional listeners, they would be impressed by the AI, but it cannot compensate or it cannot do the same music which a real human can do. I agree with that. But who's that who said, it's always the same story? I think it was Flat Saints. He said, they come here and I got approved. Just wait a minute. I have to look at it. I'll be back in a minute. And they don't have it. And we have to repeat again and again the same arguments. Every time someone else comes, we have to start from the beginning. And now I remember the point which you made, T-Dub, which of course he didn't address. Aki didn't address. That was nice when you said, why don't we go back to the base and look for the curvature on the ground?
Yeah. Technically, we could just bring every single one of their arguments straight back to where it needs to go, right? If you don't have curvature, you can't really make any arguments, right? That's it. You're going to need curvature. It's the prerequisite.
Sorry, DJ. I confused your voice again with the voice of T-Dub. Sorry, I called you T-Dub.
No, that's all right.
No, it's just fun.
It's an honor. It's an honor.
Yeah. Really? Okay. No problem. Yeah, I'm just saying. Yeah, sorry for interrupting you. What were you saying here? Chain of thoughts.
Oh, I was just saying, you could just bring any argument that the globe side comes in to make, right? You're going to need curvature to make the claim. So let's just stick with that, right? First prove the curvature, and then we can talk about something else, right? You want to talk about eclipses? You're going to need curvature for that, right? So let's compare curvature evidence or lack of.
Exactly. And curvature is the only thing which we can validate, because it is supposed to be under our feet directly.
Yep. And it's the easiest thing to test for.
Exactly. And it's the only case where we can do measurements even for big distances or far distances. I mean, the observations where the guy, I don't know, the guy who made the observation of the black swan of the oil rig, is he also the same guy, John D?
No,
Is he
different
John D?
person. No, different person.
Do you know his name? Do you know his name?
I just know his YouTube channel.
Which channel? How's his channel called?
I'll put it in the side chat. 1 second.
That would be nice. Yeah, what I wanted to say is that we can validate the distance of the oil rig habitat because we have the coordinations on Google. So by knowing the coordinations of the oil rig habitat, the observation which make becomes actually a measurement, because we can say that the horizon is much further than 10 miles because it is appearing behind the oil rig habitat, which according to GPR coordinates is at a distance of almost 10 miles.
More than 10 miles, yeah, 10.1. Oh, well, it depends which one you're talking about. But yeah, this one.
Actually,
this
almost 10 miles. It's 9.
Well, the 1 foot. The one foot observation, that's 9.4, and then the 8 foot observation, which is much better. I don't know why anyone even uses the 1 foot one, but this one, the 8 foot one, it's 10.1 miles.
Yeah, the impossible. I even made. This is so good that I made a GIF. You have seen the GIF, right? You have seen,
Dude. I just saved it to my information server today. It's brilliant, actually. It's perfect. It shows everything.
I do the same thing, mate. Yeah, I do the same thing, mate. I also save memes or GIFs or videos from other flat earthers in the archive.
Yeah, this is much better than the other GIF because it shows exactly where the camera is, and then it validates the distances to the oil platforms, and then it shows the observation.
Yeah, exactly. And I had to cut a bunch of time from it, bunch of scenes, so that it's not too big for the chat box.
That's awesome.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, we were talking about what you said. Why don't we go back to the base and talk about the curvature?
Yeah, that's Teed Up that said that, by the way.
Oh,
yeah, that was me.
Okay. Yeah, that was Teed Up. Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice one, Berserker. Yeah, this one shows everything that you need.
It's the foundation for all their claims. Well, the radius value is, you'll find that just about anything that they claim, that it relies on that radius value.
Exactly. And the difference between this observation, which they call a video, and the difference between this video and the videos from NASA is that we cannot go to the International Space Station and repeat the capture and the video allegedly made from the International Space Station. But we can go and validate and repeat a similar observation like this one. Or if someone is in the States, he could go to the same position and repeat the same observation by himself. That is the difference. That's why I get frustrated. I think the word triggered is the wrong word. Frustrated. Yeah, that's why I get frustrated when they say, "Yeah, but this video is not approved." Yeah, mate. Why is then every video from NASA, which we cannot repeat and validate, is approved? Then it's very intellectually dishonest.
There is funny thing as well that always happens. Our pictures, they all have refraction, but their pictures of boat going over horizon or whatever, they are perfect. They don't have any refraction. They don't have nothing.
Oh yeah, they only account for refraction if a flat earther is showing an observation. Otherwise, they don't. It doesn't even. You don't have to worry about it at all. They'll say, "Look, this perfectly matches up with the globe," and they don't even account for refraction at all. It's crazy, man. Double standards.
Yeah, but in addition to that, Matrix made a great point. He made the point that we can see further with less refraction. And
in most cases, yeah, in most cases that's the way it is. But then,
yeah, why in most cases? Give me a case where you have refraction and you can see further. You know why?
Well, it's butchering. It's butchering it a little bit, right? The Globers butcher it. They butcher the term, even like according to their own model, right? So they'll say that because, okay, so the Globers will say, because I see more distortion in the image, that means that there's more refraction, and that's why we can see further. Right? On a clearer day, we can see less distance, which is the most retarded thing ever, right? So I'm going to post two examples.
That's the opposite. That's the opposite. I can even post pictures and images, and the point which Matrix made, I mean, the proof is the furthest...
No, I have all of that.
The furthest we can see is when we use infrared filters, right? I think that's a filter. When someone makes infrared captures or videos, I think he uses filters.
You can see clearer. I think you can see clearer, but doesn't mean that you can see always further with infrared. You can see clearer, but it doesn't mean that
you can see further. You can see further because infrared reduces refraction. Reduces refraction. That's the point.
There is no refraction. I mean, it just takes off the cloud and things like that from front of you. But
refraction gives me clarity, right? It takes the distortion away. I had to go to an optometrist because my vision was blurry and was making things look, as they say, they point out in the Black Swan. Well, what's with the bendy oil rigs, right? Well, my vision was kind of doing that, right? Naturally. I had to go to an optometrist, and the optometrist used the refraction to help eliminate that blurriness and that distortion of light.
Teed up. I posted these two images for Matthew Learns, and I asked him in which image we have more refraction and in which image we have less refraction. And he told me he cannot say that exactly. I mean, just listen to the dishonesty. I mean,
yeah, that's ridiculous. Clearly, the lower image is just taken from close up, and the second image, the top image there, we have like basically like a crazy mirage happening, right? Like basically a Fata Morgana situation. But look, it's not as simple as like when there's more distortion, there's more refraction, right? It's the globe is kind of butchering atmospheric refraction in their own paradigm there. So sometimes you can have very clear conditions, right? Like sinking is when something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, right? And that usually happens when you have very clear conditions. Okay, so the Globers like to show this one, which is, they call it the white swan, which is actually still just another black swan. Right, so let me just share this one quickly. Because sometimes you can have clear conditions and you can see less distance because you have sinking. Right, 1 second. Right, like this one here. Okay, we don't have much distortion of the oil platforms, right? We don't see any like crazy distortion, but we see the horizon looks like it's much closer. And then the second oil platform, Habitat, looks like it's sinking behind the horizon. Matches the description of sinking perfectly.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. It looks like there is almost no distortion.
So if I look up what is sinking, right? So if I'll go to Google or type in what is sinking refraction, Oxford reference will come up.
Yeah, like the GIF which I posted. I think it is called Skunk. What is it called?
Well, kind of. This is different, right? So, sinking, it says a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And if you look more into it, it says that the horizon usually appears way closer than it would in the absence of the mirage, right? And something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, so it is very clear. So, right, they'll say because the 1 foot black swan, because we see the bendy crane, they say, oh, that's more refraction, so therefore we can see further. But obviously, like we can have even more refraction than in the 1 foot bendy crane one, like the one you posted, which I just reposted, right? And we don't see further, right? We should see even further again, right? So they're just completely butchering. Right, they just learned how to say the word refraction out of their mouth, right? They learned how to make the sound refraction. But they don't know anything what they're talking about at all. Sometimes you can have clearer conditions and you can see not as far, right? Sometimes you can have the opposite conditions and you can see further, but there'll be more distortion. It really depends on what's happening with the temperatures between point A and point B.
Right, so they're saying that they're writing that definition there, right? So this is a hostile witness. They're within their own paradigm, right? Have a drink. That says that something normally visible on the geographical horizon, right? So that's without excessive distortion. Right, yep. Apparently sinks beneath it, so it seems to be below the horizon, but they're saying it's not actually.
Exactly.
Yeah, but when they say that, then they prove themselves wrong. When they said for years that the boats are going behind the geometric horizon, and suddenly. After the Black Swan, video came out, then they denied the geometric horizon. And McToon I think he even invented 3 horizons.
Yeah, that's insane, right? That's just straight up coping. But sometimes when you have clearer conditions, you can see less distance because sometimes you can have sinking. So if you have,
this is a fantastic hostile. I think this should be presented to Globers that come in saying boats appear below the horizon. Right? You throw that at them because within their own narrative, without even giving any reason why the Earth isn't a ball, right? They've already got within their own narrative another reason for that effect.
Exactly. I've got the perfect example of it right here, right, with the Mandarin arrow example. So I forget who it was. I think it was an Aussie guy, right? So he took an observation. He went out and he tracked this ship that was anchored out in the ocean, 12.1 nautical miles away, I think it was, right? Here's the shipping tracking radar, 12.4 nautical miles, which is just over 14 normal miles. Okay, we can see the ship there, right? The Mandarin arrow. Now, he went out in the morning to observe the ship, right? In the morning is when sinking is more likely to occur. Now, this is what we see of the ship at 9:30 a.m. It looks like it's sinking behind the horizon, right? There has to be an explanation for what's happening here. Obviously, it's not the curvature of the Earth, but we don't see the entire bottom of the ship. And then, over 4 hours, so I'll drop the video in a second as well, but over 4 hours, right? So 4 hours later, this is the exact same ship. In the distance there, we can see the entire ship completely. The only thing that changed is that it got hotter, right? The air got hotter as the day moved on, and the atmospheric, I'm saying atmospheric, right? But the atmo conditions changed, right? So during the night or in the morning, obviously the air gets colder, but the water temperature doesn't change much, right? So during the night or during the morning, you could have slightly warmer air just above the surface of the water, right? Because the water is warmer than the air temperature. So you can have a slight difference in the air temperature just above the water, and then it's going to get cooler. So as the day goes on, right? So at 4 hours later, so 9, 10, 11, 12, like 1 p.m., it's like the heat of the day, right? So the water temperature is going to be cooler than the air temperature. So that sinking effect goes away. And then we have the opposite effect of sinking there, right? You can actually, like, the boat looks like it's a little bit compressed, right? It looks maybe a little bit higher than what it should look. So it goes from sinking, and then we have an inverted vertical temperature gradient, and then it looks like it's, we can see the whole ship, right? So obviously it wasn't hidden behind something physical. And this matches what is sinking refraction, Oxford reference, something that's normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. So, I'll drop the full video.
I can't wait for the full video. Great. Please don't
and Adam made a really good point just then in the side chat, right? So it's also magnification by diffraction as well. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Something extra to add on to it.
Yeah, atmospheric magnification was proven by Rob Skiba. I can drop the GIF. I made a short GIF from the video where he used a lens on a table. Chicago.
Yeah, Rob Skiba's got some good stuff when it comes to that topic.
Yeah.
But yeah, this video proves that obviously the ship's not really hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It's just a miraging effect.
Yeah, exactly.
And some people say, "Oh, mirages."
Entire video.
Yeah. Well, it's not an entire video. I can't find the source of the full video, but this is a clip showing like most of the video. It's just there. It shows tons more than what I just posted. Yeah, if anyone knows where that video came from, that'd be cool. But yeah, combination of miraging effects and lensing explains perfectly why things appear to disappear bottom up. It also makes it near impossible for a glober to make a hyperspecific claim about Earth curvature or a geometric horizon. Refraction is the glober's worst nightmare. So when some flat earthers say, oh, we shouldn't talk about it, oh, it's not refraction because it's not Snell's law, you're missing out on like absolutely destroying the glober in the conversation. And you're going to make yourself look dishonest in the process by avoiding the question.
Yeah.
It's not Snell's law. It's not Snell's law, obviously. Obviously, it's not Snell's law. There's not two different mediums with a sharp boundary layer, right? What we have is different, right? We have magnification. We have a difference in the refractive index in a single medium. It's called, the globers call it atmospheric refraction, which is probably a poor choice of terminology, but at the end of the day, it's happening, right? We have Skunk Bay. We have hundreds of observations by Skyfree that shows the only thing that gets Skyfree, right? The only thing that gets manipulated in the Skyfree observations, right? They'll set up like Lego all across their flat floor. Okay, the only thing they're manipulating is the room temperature. And all of a sudden you can see a Lego block, and then the Lego block will disappear behind a horizon that appears all of a sudden. The only thing that changed was the temperature.
I haven't seen that. Do you have
Skyfree
about it?
Yeah. Dude, Skyfree's freaking awesome channel. I'll post it in the side chat.
Yeah.
This proves that it actually goes along with the mainstream, right? That the temperature is what's primarily controlling the refractive index in the air and making things look like they're sinking or rising, like looming or sinking, it's called technically, or towering or stooping. And then sometimes when we have a very harsh gradient, we can have superior mirages or inferior mirages or Fata Morgana. And that's basically all the miraging effects. Skyfree. Obviously, I have to scroll forever because it's shadow banned.
I come in the name of the Round Earther Convention.
Oh, gosh.
Sounds like a mix of Ash and somebody else,
Yes.
right?
You're having a convention?
Organization, to be more precise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're an elite, hidden organization.
Is that
And we
you,
have
Sash?
more followers than you guys. So,
It's
sound like a guy named Sash.
magnanimous, yeah. We pull the strings
Whoa,
of the round
magnanimous.
earth conspiracy worldwide. We're deceiving people, and you will never win.
We already won.
No, you're not. You know the truth. The earth is flat, but you're not going to convince the world. We're going to still suck the energy out of these people. Okay?
Mhm. Yeah, Berserker, here we go. Here's the oh wow. Somehow it copied a GIF when I just right clicked on the YouTube thumbnail and it posted a GIF. That's crazy.
I want to tell you that we only allow you to exist because if we would eradicate you, that would raise suspicion. You understand?
Yeah, okay. So Berserker, here's the shut up your face.
Yep.
Right, yeah, Berserker, check this one out, right? See, that's just Lego blocks on the flat floor. And all they do is manipulate the room temperature, and then all of a sudden it looks like the Lego blocks are like curving downward, and it looks like the Lego blocks in the distance are hidden behind the horizon. The only thing they're manipulating is the temperature, right? So it can only be the temperature that's causing this effect. They got hundreds of observations on their channel.
Okay, nice. Thanks.
Yeah.
First, I will have to download it and make a GIF out of it. Then you can say the GIF.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. You're in my server. If you make awesome GIFs, go in there and.
Oh yeah.
If you don't have Nitro, which I don't,
that's Central.
You can.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's a problem. I don't have Nitro. I cannot.
Yeah, you can just post them in here, and then you copy the link, and then you post it in the home server, in my server.
Oh, I got it. Okay, good idea. Okay,
you just copy link and then pop it in there, because this side chat doesn't ever get deleted.
Okay.
DJ, what was that guy's deal, huh? Just wanted to interrupt your conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe some sort of like toxoplasma or something, like some parasite of the brain. Maybe he was like got a bit too close to his cat shit or something, and the toxoplasma got him. I have no other explanation.
I'm convinced that was Sash just trolling us, since we never really let him troll us too much.
Who's Sash? I don't even know who Sash is.
You don't remember that guy? Yeah, that was. I feel like that had to have been his voice. He was like, he would come in with that same monotone, like low, like slow delivery, and like he would just dance around every single topic. He wouldn't really get to any questions. If you presented any evidence to him, he wouldn't really engage with it directly. He would just kind of just vaguely tiptoe around everything that he was saying, but he'd talk very slow, very monotone, and like just try and get like philosophical on you about it. So it was really,
okay.
It really did sound like him. Yeah. And he got banned like several times. So it might be him. Because I was wondering, like, he came in his first day, and then like he wound up he wound up just basically doing the same thing, like coming back in and just like, why do you guys keep banning me? It's like, so it was like, sounded almost exactly like him.
Yeah, well, if we see him again, we'll just drop the permaban on him.
Can you hear me, T-Dub?
T-Dub's not here, Berserker.
Sorry, DJ. Sorry. If I would convert it into a GIF, it would be very big, 277 megabytes.
You can convert it into a lower resolution GIF.
That's what I wanted to ask. I cannot in the preferences. I can. Oh.
What do you? So just make it into the GIF, and then, well, you can just go online and like use like just free video to GIF converter, and it will give you different options on the quality. So it can make it so it's like less than 10 megabytes or something.
Yeah. You're right. Wait a minute. I have another. I have another software.
Yeah, if you just go online and type in like free GIF converter, it will you can just upload it and then it will convert it into a smaller file size. Make it like 480p or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Unsalted says EZ GIF. Might be a good option.
How's it called?
EZ GIF. Easy GIF. Anyway, I gotta head off. Have a good day all. Catch you next time.
Okay, take care. Take care, bro. Are you still there, Adam? Unsalted? I'm uploading the video.
peace. The Matrix to me is the whole system that's set up to put us in a prison, a mental prison.
The same system that tells you that it's curved.
Yes, but for me, it's more the economical side of it is very, very important because I don't want to work a 9-to-5 job and feel that I'm a mouse
worthless
in a wheel, you know. And that's
so you're like
that's very scary.
So you're like Cypher. Ignorance is bliss, right?
Not really. I mean, no, I can't. Like, I'm self-employed, and I could never go back to a 9-to-5 employment. I've seen other people. I was together with a girl, and a while back, and she just couldn't see it. She said she wanted to be wild and free, and I told her, you do a 9-to-5 job, and you're not free. She would come home, be tired, and eat, spend some time together, and then she would sleep, and then wake up 6 a.m. in the morning, and then do the same shit over and over again. And that life is very scary. It goes by very fast, and all of a sudden you are middle-aged, or you're like 60, 65. You get a shitty pension, and then your life is over. I can't be riding motorcycles or going on sailing or anything when I'm 65. It doesn't work. And they want you to get in debt. Really? They want you to, yeah. I mean, your body is completely gone. You can't enjoy the things anymore.
What are we on about, man?
So, I mean, not everyone maybe, but like it's not the same. It's not the same thing to have like it's a hypercar when you're young compared to when you're old. When you're young, you can enjoy it. It's a whole nother feeling. When you're old,
so why can't you enjoy things when you're different?
It's not the same thing. I mean, like what are you gonna do?
You've got to make it that far yet.
I don't think I will be old, to be honest with you. I want to die young. I think I'm going to die in a couple of years, to be honest with you. Maybe rather sooner than
Stop
later.
that. I've already given you the speech about that. It's like it's like everything I've ever said to you before goes in one ear and out the other. It's like completely pointless to speak to you. I mean, I'm sorry. I shouldn't be giving that speech because you just did explain the long distance observations and the horizon measurements. Good job on that, but give up this ridiculous fatalistic thing. It's very bad look. Very bad look. Give it up. Give it up.
Give up what?
Yeah, I used to say the same things, dude, and I'm 45 now. And I always thought I'd be dead by 40. I was a bit of a unit. Now I have kids and family, and I look at other people who are my age and older, and I think, shit, I'm not that old, actually. I can still enjoy all these things. I can still do these things. I've got friends of mine that are in their 50s and 60s that are still riding motorbikes and doing all these things that you want to do. It's just your perspective's a little bit screwed up at the moment. But once you get a little bit older, it'll change.
Yeah, I don't know. AJ, I mean, 45 isn't that old, I guess, but I just can't see myself old. I don't know. I just have that feeling, like I can't shake it off. I just have that feeling.
It's different. Once you have a family and you have kids, and you want to see your kids grow up and do well, and then you want to see your grandkids, and
then it's gonna be different. Changes. I've given up on that. I think in this generation, that's a dream. It's not real. Sadly, I've seen a lot of shit, and it's people don't. They have been. They've been programmed to not want that core family values.
So then you need to find the right person that has the right mindset and thinks a little bit along the lines that you do. They are out there. It's just you're not going to go and find them online, and you're not going
to... For sure not. No, you're never going to find them online.
Nightclub.
It's just in Scandinavia.
Some dirty old nightclub, yeah.
No, not there either. That's the worst. I'm actually... Funny that you say that, AJ. I've actually been a DJ, and I've done a lot of DJ gigs, and also done film and photography in clubs. And I've seen the worst of the worst from both genders, and you'll be surprised what happens. I mean, when you were young, you saw it was bad, but it was good compared to now. Now it's way bad.
Very different, because I worked in nightclubs for probably a good 20 years, and I've definitely seen it all.
Yeah, but But now with social media and our connectivity, everyone is connected all the time, and it's way easier to do certain things and get away with it.
No, it was much easier back in the day to get away with a lot of things, yeah. This is all this social media, cameras, all this bullshit actually restricts you and doesn't allow you to get away with anything. You're constantly monitored, you're constantly followed, that's just how it is, yeah.
Yeah, in a way, but the dating market has also changed. Before you were just dating in your neighborhood, let's say. Now you're dating in a much broader market, international market even, or global market, because
like I said, you wouldn't use the internet, yeah? That's not how you're going to find people. My wife is from the other side of Australia, probably 4,000 kilometres from where I was, but I met her in my town. She came there for a certain reason, and I met her. But I would definitely stay away from internet and internet dating.
But that's the thing, though. Yeah, I agree with you there. But that's the thing. If there wasn't on internet, you wouldn't met your wife from the other side of Australia. Back in the day, you just had your city, and that's it. You had your city, your neighborhood.
Well, she travelled to my city. Had nothing to do with the internet. Yeah, she was travelling, and I met her while she was travelling, and we got along well, and that was it.
And how long have you been married, by the way?
Yeah, I've been married for 23 years, and my oldest son's 21.
Wow, that's a long time. I'm proud of you. Congratulations. Not everyone can pull that off. So that's good. And do you still feel
it was always easy?
Yeah.
It takes a lot of compromise, and it's not easy.
Yeah.
If you want your family and the things you have to do.
Yeah. My apologies in advance if this is a bit personal. I just want to ask this question. I've been asking a lot of different people that have been married for a long time. And my question is, is the intimacy the same when you've been married for such a long time? Do you get it regularly? Or is it...
Well, for me, yes. But I hear that other people, no. I've got mates that say no. But for me, yes.
I think intimacy is very important in a relationship and in a marriage. But what happens? Why does it stop? That's what I don't get. Like, why does it stop?
Well, I think that after years of living with the same person, being in the same house, I've worked together with my wife the entire time. It can become more like a friendship, or that you're living together rather than being married. Yeah, I mean, it's just.
So is it just that?
So you have to make an effort, yeah.
But I've heard from men that they say that their wife don't sleep with them anymore. Like, they want to, but the wife doesn't want to. And what do you do in a situation like that?
But that also has to do with how you deal with your wife, how you speak to your wife, how, you've got to understand that women are more emotional and they need that emotional support. And if you just want to ride your motorbike and hang out with your mates and go down the pub for a beer and come home, then, yeah, you're probably not going to have that intimacy with your wife, yeah? They're more emotional and need that more emotional support, I suppose, from my experience. Mary Mother, I'm sure that you could, or Dandelion, you could jump in on that one. I mean...
Yes, I mean, that's great to hear you say that that's a necessity. Yes, I agree. Emotional support, definitely very important.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I can see my wife naked and I can go far out. I want to sleep with her, but she could see me naked and it does nothing, yeah, because I haven't supported her emotionally. So the connection's not there, whether that be with work, whether that be with children, whether that would be around the house. She's not going to be intimate if I've been out riding my motorbike all day and she's at home cleaning the house and vacuuming and dealing with kids and having a shit day. She's not going to want to do anything with me when I get home, that's for sure.
But I feel like also that it can't become like you're doing things for her just for her to sleep with you. You know what I mean? She needs to want it.
Because it's a partnership, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
It's not about that. It's a partnership, and you have to work together, and you have to support each other, and women need more emotional support than men. And if they're not receiving it from you, and they receive it from some other fool, then they're going to run off with them.
Yeah.
If I don't talk to my wife and tell her she's beautiful and I love her and buy her a bunch of flowers and pay her any sort of attention outside sleeping with her, the next dude that comes along and starts telling her how beautiful she is and buying her flowers, well, mate, I'm on the outer.
I need unequivocal proof the Earth is flat right fucking now.
Yeah, measures flat.
Oh,
my dick's flat.
I want the flat earthers here to know that I invited this guy Gally here. I was talking about flat Earth a couple days ago. He thinks that I'm wrong.
All right, let's hear it cook, Gally. Go ahead.
The Earth is round. That's all I have to say, man.
Not going to support that claim with any proof?
I can support that claim.
No,
Jimmy, shut up.
We've heard you try. Go ahead, Gally.
If you zoom out, it's round.
Did you do that? You zoomed out?
I did that, yeah.
Okay, so we're just trolling and LARPing for the globe. That's what it's come to. The globe is such a joke that even those who take it seriously can't take it seriously.
I mean, honestly, where is the edge then? Like, wouldn't you fall off if it were flat?
Okay, meltdown complete.
No, we don't claim an edge. Yeah, no claim of an edge here, Gally. Yep, you have a misconception about what the flat Earth is. So, but it's a common problem. That's why we're trying to get you. Heretic was trying to get you to give us some kind of positive evidence of your globe, which you don't actually have because there is no verifiable evidence of the globe. So. But you have an idea in your head about what the flat Earth is, which I guarantee is inaccurate and not what we actually think. For example, we do not claim an edge because we reject the entire heliocentric model. Therefore, we don't think we're hurtling through the fantasy realm of outer space. Therefore, we don't think we're just a flattened out disk in outer space. We think that we're flat and stationary, that the world where we live is the way it presents itself to your eyes. So don't you experience the Earth as flat and stationary? Don't you see the sun move in the sky above you and the moon at night, Gal?
Yes, I do, but the moon is also round. So, and it looks like
it is a circle, agreed, just like the astronomers would call it the disk of the moon. When I went to the planetarium with my son's fourth grade class, yes, they called the moon a disk, which would be circular. But we do not claim that the Earth is a disk. There's no reason to think that.
What year was that when you went there?
This past year, just a few months ago. So anyway, we do not think that the Earth has anything in common with the disk of the moon. They clearly have nothing in common. Yeah, the moon's moving and the Earth is not. Isn't that what you experience, Gally? The Earth is not moving?
Should be moving because we have day and night. We experience day and night on the world.
Yeah, we experience day and night because the sun moves. Is that not what you observe? You see the sun, it's high up in the sky around noon. Then it moves down in the west and it sets because it's moving and the Earth is not moving. When have you ever observed the Earth to move?
Never, because I've not been at the moon. I do see the sun going around and the moon going around. They get swapped.
Yeah, so that's the basic idea that we're talking about here. Your actual lived experience is reality. The fantasy, science fiction globe spinning has no basis in reality. And in fact, objective measurements testing the geometry of the Earth and the drop over distance that's predicted by your fantasy globe toy don't actually match up with what we observe in reality, because if you lived on a sphere with the dimensions claimed, which include a radius of 3,959 miles, then objects would be dropping off in the distance and disappearing from your view at a rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. The squared part makes the rate exponential, which means even though 8 inches per mile, when you're at the mile part, 1 squared is just once, not very much. Once you get up to 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of drop. Once you get up to 20 miles, there should be 266 feet of drop. Once you get up to 50 miles, there should be 1,666 feet of drop. Yet we routinely see objects that should be obscured by this alleged curve and yet are not. We can clearly see them. We have thousands of objective tests, long-distance observations, laser tests, infrared photography, radio wave propagation, and so on, which demonstrate clearly that there is no globe. What makes you think it's a globe?
We've always been told it's a globe. We get taught it's a globe as we grow up. It is just a globe. It could be.
Yeah, that's what you're told. Yeah, that's what all of us thought. Yeah, and so then we actually started looking for evidence, and once we found out the mathematics of a sphere, which I just explained to you, and how that can be easily debunked by real-world observations, then we realized that this is basically just a myth that's been passed on from person to person, from generation to generation, even though the people who believe it have no reason to believe it, just like you told me. You have no reason, meaning you have no logical thought in your brain where you could demonstrate to me how it's a globe. You just believe it because somebody told you, and you would perpetuate this myth, to your children, your grandchildren, so on, having zero reason to back it up and zero evidence. So are you interested in some of the evidence that we have that conclusively demonstrates that we do not live on a globe? Are you interested in examining the evidence?
Yes, enlighten me, please.
No problem. So I will, in the side chat here, I'll start with a sampling of many of the different observations. That's the flat Earth observations. That's mainly for your reference. You can go back to that and you can look at that, because the most important thing to realize is that you are able, this is something that's unlike any other information that you might get that goes outside of the mainstream claims. Sometimes people will come up with ideas that go outside of the mainstream claims, but they require speculation or some kind of long chain of reasoning to figure it out. Flat Earth is not like that at all, because you could go out if you cared enough and you can make your own long distance observation that would show you that this thing that you're seeing would not be seen if you live on a globe. I talked about this observation earlier with Dylan. I mean, we can go over some other ones, but I'll just quickly give you this one again, just because along the theme of something that you could go and see for yourself. This is one I've seen for myself at the eastern shoreline of Lake Michigan. You can look across Lake Michigan. You can see the Chicago skyline. It's a common sight. Many tourists, thousands of tourists every summer that visit the shoreline of Lake Michigan, see the Chicago skyline, across Lake Michigan. You can see it with your naked eye. If you use a high zoom camera like this image is using, you can see more details of the skyline, but the point of the whole observation is You shouldn't be seeing that skyline at all. There should be 1,800 feet of curvature. Do you like feet measurements or do you prefer the metric system? Do you like the metric system or the imperial system of measurement?
The metric system.
Yeah, okay, so 1,800 feet is 548 meters. So that's how much curvature there should be at that distance. If we lived on a globe, so half a kilometer, we're talking about a vertical distance here. That's how far below the alleged curvature this site would be, and yet we can see the skyline of the city of Chicago. It just should not be seen at all. It's an impossibility on a globe, because don't you understand the concept that if we were on a globe, things would be hidden around the curve, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that would make sense, yeah. Same as a hill, essentially.
Yeah, hill curvature. Yep, it's not there. It hasn't been observed. So that's only one example. We have multiple examples of long-distance observations, laser tests, and horizon observations that disprove the globe. So the laser tests you might find interesting. The long-distance observations are cool because, especially if you live near a large body of water, it's something you can do by yourself without any kind of special equipment. Do you very often get to a large body of water like the ocean or a large lake?
Well, yeah, I do.
Good. Yeah, so next time you go, you could see like the original list of observations I gave you. Some of those are lighthouses. Some of those are islands. They're basically some kind of object that you can see in the distance. One of them is seeing the white cliffs of Dover from Calais, France, or seeing Calais, France from the white cliffs of Dover. Both of those impossibility on a sphere of dimensions claimed. So each one of these is an impossible site. It only takes one impossible site to disprove the claim of the mathematical claim of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So when you have more than one, that's just piling on there, and we have many, many, many thousands of observations with more coming every day, that just show that this geometry is not what we actually observe in reality. So yeah, the laser test is the same kind of idea where the laser is hitting the target. This particular one, FE core, the 7th. Measurement 7 is the longest one at 25 miles. How many kilometers is that? 25 miles. 2 kilometers. 40 kilometers. There should be a 297 feet of drop, 90 meters of drop, and yet the laser hits the target. Did you have any questions about that?
Yes.
Speak up. Let's hear the question.
All right. So you guys claim an edge does not exist, or but what happens if you
that's
go,
not what I said. No, I'm sorry. I appreciate you trying to paraphrase what I said. You said that we claim an edge does not exist. That's not what I said. I said we don't claim an edge. I mean, do you see the difference between the statement we don't claim an edge and we claim an edge doesn't exist? Like, to claim the non-existence of something, do you not think that's an impossibility to claim that something doesn't exist? I mean, because at any time someone could find the thing and say, oh, here it is, it does exist. So
right,
yeah, we just don't, we don't there's no reason, we just don't claim an edge, right? Because that would imply that we have seen this edge. We could document, verify it, and indeed, it's impossible for us to do so for a multitude of reasons. One, lack of motivation. Two, lack of, funds to go explore it. Three, if we had the motivation and the funds, we would be limited in our ability to freely explore due to the Antarctic Treaty, which was established in the 1950s, and the ensuing environmental protocols established in the 1990s. Travel past the 60th parallel south is severely restricted. Therefore, in order to travel in this region, you need to obtain permits, even if you obtain the permit and pay the enormous fee that you have to pay to either take one of their approved expeditions or design your own expedition. You would have to follow their very careful restrictions, and you would indeed, even in that case where you spent huge sums of money, be able to freely roam, but be extremely restricted in where you could go, what you could bring, what you could do, and so on while you were there. So for this reason, since it's an impossibility to explore freely past the 60th parallel south, it would be ridiculous for us to say anything about what's down there since we're not allowed to go there.
Why are we not allowed to go down there? What is the reason for that?
The reason we're not allowed to go down there is because of the Antarctic Treaty established in the 1950s and the ensuing environmental protocols of the Antarctic Treaty established in the 1990s, allegedly to protect the environment.
All right, but wouldn't you say, with how long humanity has existed now, that someone should have found a way to confirm that Earth is either flat or a globe?
Yep, it's already been confirmed. I just told you that. It's been confirmed thousands of times over. That wasn't good enough for you. Did you examine any of the evidence that I put in the side chat? I'll at you there. I mean, I understand that you're not going to be able to look at this video. I gave you the FB core test. I mean, I can also give you the PDF slideshow presentation, which is a summary of their data, how they attained it, all the things that you would want to know, the refractive index, the salad laser, how they adjusted it, the difference between a perfect sphere and the WGS84 model, all of those minuscule percentages that have zero meaning when you're talking about missing curvature of 297 feet. So, you haven't had time to examine any of this evidence, but I just showed you how it's already been conclusively proven. It's only a matter of whether you're going to accept reality and carefully documented measurements or go out and make your own observations and measurements, or if you prefer to stick with the comfortable globe indoctrination, cult mind control, science fiction program that you saw on your boob tube. Choice is yours. Timmy's not my fan. We already know that, Timmy. That's all right. You can keep insulting me in the side chat if you want. I'm glad you brought your buddy in here, though. I like him better than you. Good job. First thing you did right. I see you also sent me 3 messages, Timmy. I can't wait to read them. I bet they're just as mean as your chat comments, probably even meaner. Oh, no, those are nicer. I see. You got 2 tactics going on here to see which one's going to work. Neither one. So, what do you think about that, Gally?
I am looking into it right now. I will come back with an answer shortly.
Yeah, take your time.
There's a lot of information. This might take a while, actually.
Totally. That means you're an honest person, is willing to examine the evidence. I mean, nobody would expect you to make up your mind in this short time. If you're, willing to look at those links that I gave you, then that means that you are, way ahead of your bud there. Yep. maybe try to find some new friends because Timmy, yep, I don't know if there's any hope for Timmy. I mean, there's always a little hope, right? There's always a little hope, but
I don't know who Timmy is, to be honest.
Timmy said he brought you. Is that it's not true? He
No,
didn't
I'm
really
the one who
bring
brought
you.
him.
Oh, somebody else brought you. Who brought Gally?
Satoshi.
Timmy? Who's Timmy?
I don't know. Who's Shitosi? Where is this person?
Me. I've talked to you before.
Oh, down at the bottom. Okay, yeah. Oh, thank you for bringing this guy. I like this guy. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I was giving Timmy way too much credit that he would actually bring a sincere person in here. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Thank you for bringing him. He's a pleasant character.
You're welcome.
oh yeah, Timmy, my God, keep rage baiting, flat Earth cult worship bullshit, no fact, no math, no evidence, all fiction. I mean, please, yes, keep looking in the mirror, Timmy, and let me know how it goes.
Dandelion. I've known Timmy since the first day he came in here. Usually he just screams and just rants and rants, but the last time I saw him here, like a couple of weeks ago, he was pretty good with that, but he just asked the same questions over and over. Why is the government lying? All this useless garbage.
Yeah, I mean, you're telling me, so you do think there's hope for Timmy? Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
Timmy is gone.
Timmy is broken.
There's Timmy and Timmy. So
no, he's broken.
Wait, isn't Timmy the name of that South Park character, the handicapped guy?
Excellent. At least this guy gets it.
And then there's Timmy. That's so funny, bro. It's fucked up to laugh about it, but it's funny as fuck. It's hilarious.
Timmer?
These polls are bullshit. I can't vote multiple.
Mate, your impression is on point. It's so fucking funny. Can you do Jimmy as well? Or is it just Timmy you can do?
Hey, Missy! Let's get back to kids to cook me some pie!
Okay, do the Timmy impression again.
Timmy!
Oh my god. Bro, you're really good.
Okay, yeah, if anybody would like to vote in my Timmy poll, 1 hour, 59 minutes left for you to vote. Is there hope for Timmy, yes or no?
Hi.
I'll announce the results in 59 minutes.
There you go. It's tied. Oh.
Wow, it is tied. That's, Timmy, look at that. You got fans. 3-3 right now. 3 yes, 3 no. Pretty nice. That's better showing than I thought you'd have there, Timmy.
Run soccer count script. Vote no.
Yeah, it's going to be like 3 to 797.
And that's just me.
Yeah, I want to talk to that girl. Yeah, her name starts with an I, but she went away. Too bad. I don't know if that's who Timmy's talking about, but yeah, I wanted to talk to her, but maybe she'll come back.
She ran away?
I don't know. I mean,
running away, Mary.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. She probably got something to do.
So just a question. Do you live on the countryside or where do you live? Do you live on a farm?
Yeah, I mean, I live in the country. I got some acres. I wouldn't call it like a full-fledged farm because I got too many trees here. I got to cut some of these down. I'm not getting enough sun for my plants. But we've talked about this before. Yeah.
I have very bad memory. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I know. I noticed. Yeah, you have a bad memory. It's everything I explained to you. Forget the next time we talk and you say the same thing over again. But you did make some progress today. So we'll see next time if it's stuck. We'll see if you can remember what you learned today.
Yeah, so next time it's going to be on the motorcycle. I come in here when I'm on the motorcycle.
You told me that yesterday it was going to be today, and then today you're telling me it's
I
another
gotta
day.
keep my word.
Mm-hmm.
I promise. This is so bad, Mary. You remind me. There was some girls that wanted to have a motorcycle ride on my friends of mine, and I promised them, and I completely forgot about it fully.
You gotta start writing stuff down, maybe. Since
and it's really bad. And now they're probably mad at me. I think I'm some fucking asshole.
Get a wall calendar, write it down there, because if you just put it in your phone, then you can ignore it. King is here. Welcome to the Flat Earth channel.
Yeah, how's it going, guys?
Oh, it's going pretty well. We're waiting for somebody to demonstrate to us their evidence that they live on a globe. Could you be that person?
I don't have any evidence, but like the government and like NASA tells us we live on a globe.
Oh yeah. Let me give you a source. Let me give you a source from NASA.gov, if that's the source that you trust.
I don't know. I'm a truck driver, and I'm pretty sure like the Earth isn't flat. Like I drive the Earth, you know.
Gosh, I mean,
what makes you say the Earth isn't flat, though?
I know. I mean, that's just really weird that truck driving proves globe. I mean, this is new. I'm going to have to add that to my long scroll of coping mechanisms.
Well, I've driven across the entire world. Like, if I'm being honest.
To use such a custom refraction that of two flat, like both surfaces would have to be flat. If one has textures, then the surface distance, right, it isn't going to be the same.
Sure, but that's kind of a tangential point that's irrelevant to what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it wouldn't map. Is my point.
If you're trying to map the outlines of continents, which, irregardless of the topography or the elevation of the terrain, then it should be a one-to-one thing. You know, that's one of the unique properties of a flat Earth.
Have you ever heard of the coastline paradox?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead, Flassy. I'm going to take a break. I've been on for quite a while, so I'll take a break for a couple minutes.
Oh, I was just asking him if he's ever even heard of the coastline paradox.
Yeah, how you try to measure the coastline, and the finer the ruler, the more longer the coastline becomes.
Right, exactly. So
yeah, that's right. It's a fractal problem.
Yes, exactly. So doing some sort of rough outline isn't going to be a representation of the terrain. You're never going to be able to do that.
I mean, think that wouldn't
not quite the same thing, but sure.
Yeah, I don't. The reason why there wouldn't be the same thing is, I mean, we would know how. Like, for instance, if you were going to measure the coast of the UK to find out how the UK exactly looks here and there, whatever method they use to measure, whatever scale, whatever measurement they use, could be applied elsewhere, right? The only problem with it is just that different countries, like in reality, is that different countries sometimes use different sorts of methods, and so sometimes if you were going to use one method another country uses, one coastline might seem a bit longer, one might seem a bit smaller. But either way, we know the rough dimensions of all countries. On their coastlines, at least, and certainly on their borders, right? Because nobody pays taxes twice, right? The two different countries, that is. So that wouldn't exactly create a problem for understanding the configuration of land masses.
It would for mapping. Well, it would for, because that's what he said, mapping the edges of continents. So what is that? That's coastline, right?
Specific problem is that the lengths of the coastline is dependent on the unit of measure that you're measuring it with, but the area is not. The area remains the same, so it doesn't matter.
The area can't remain the same, obviously.
Well, that's what the math is. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, I mean, if the coastline extends in distance, then obviously the freaking area has to extend in distance because
it's counterintuitive.
It's the perimeter, right?
You would think, but it's not true. You can have infinite perimeter with finite area.
Okay, sure, dude. How would you even do that equation?
It's
how are you going to calculate the area in the first place?
The topic that you need to read into.
Well, how are you going to calculate the area? That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know. So this is where I'm out of my own depth. Okay. I just know that I've watched videos about this very topic.
But we don't need to worry about infinite.
I'll tell you, I solved this. Hold on.
In mathematics,
can solve this.
Horseshit.
Can solve this. It's so freaking easy. Here's how you solve it. The perimeter of any area is 1. You can then subdivide 1 with an infinite amount of subdivisions. It doesn't change the fact that the perimeter is still the same actual distance, 1.
Yes, and then you multiply 1 times 1, and then the area is 1, and everything is 1. We are all 1. We are the monad.
Yeah, I think. I think, India, your final proposition, it's certainly a good challenge, and I have been having fun trying to figure something out. The one I gave you has been, I mean, the actual argument was made quite quickly, but then when I spoke to Heretic,
the second premise is flawed, dude.
Yeah. Oh, well, when I spoke
to MC Dixit, dude.
When I spoke to Heretic, I'm not going to get into an argument about the thing because we already did earlier, but I spoke to Heretic about it, and obviously he introduced the idea of some sort of, it's kind of a vague objection with alternative possibilities, and so I had to start doing truth tracking to figure out what do you guys claim that has to imply some scope of what kind of Earth we're talking about, or possible Earths. But I don't think it's possible though to actually do it in 2 premises. I think that's a big ask. It's like I don't even think the Black Swan.
Bro.
I don't think the Black Swan does either.
What are you talking about, dude? You trying to commit the fallacy of 4 points?
No.
Oh, you didn't know that one?
No, I'm not.
I think you do it in 2 premises, right? But you'd have to so to prove the final 2 premises, you would probably need a series of propositions to even get to that, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think just having 2 premises alone without, having. I mean, synthetic claims are always going to have that sort of nature, where you're going to have a lot of evidence and reasoning for a lot of support for each premise, right? It's a lot. So.
Okay, so let me tell you what the problem is. the problem with the whole thing, why it can never be done. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you the cheat code to stop trying. Because it's an inference. Because looking at the sun and drawing a conclusion about something else that's not the sun is always going to be an inference. They're inferentially connected. They're not like intrinsically connected. It's extrinsic, so they can't. You can never actually make a deductive syllogism.
No, it's more useful the other way, where you have a model that would predict an observation, and then you correlate that.
It's great, dude. Like, I'm not against utility. Believe reality is whatever you want if it's useful. I don't care.
Yeah, I'd agree that if I was going to... So the point of my argument, like without all of the other stuff, just the argument alone, was designed to force the person I'm talking to present the debunk, right? Because that's at least how I understand where the burden of proof changes in a debate, right? Obviously, some people disagree, but that's how I understand it. If you present something, you give support for it, then it's the person who's objecting's turn to then, support their objection. But the reason why I did it that way was because I thought that it would be the case that someone would do that. Then I realized that isn't the case, right? Obviously, no one's going to do that. So the next, when I started to do the warrant of the argument, it was to then say, well, look, if you're not going to tell me what are the what is the available possibilities, then I will do it for you, right? Based on things that you've said before. And so that in that case, these can be falsified and can be done deductively.
And that's kind of frustrating to me. If the Flat Earth is in a position where they're saying we won't make claims that are falsifiable, then what's the point of even believing in a Flat Earth?
Believing?
I mean, but if it's not falsifiable, you're basically admitting that it's just not, reality doesn't matter to you.
It's the inconceivable Flat Earth.
But the observation wouldn't have falsified a globe either. But you don't have a problem with that. It would only have falsified the heliocentric model. That's all it could ever do. It could have only falsified the heliocentric model. Because whatever the sun does, ostensibly, is a heliocentric model prediction that's independent of a globe or a flat Earth or any other thing. Now you could say that flat Earth doesn't work within the heliocentric model. Fine. You just come up with some other fucking stupid model.
So, I want to know, why would it bother anyone that we don't want to make claims that we can't back up? It's so weird to me. It's bizarre that the frustration comes from the opposing side because we don't make claims that we cannot back up.
It didn't used to be that way. The thing that initially drew me into Flat Earth, the one that, like, I saw some videos initially, I was like, wait a second, I don't have the answer to these things. This is interesting. They're making claims about provable claims. The most famous video at the time was 100 proofs of the Flat Earth or whatever, right? By the Eric Dubé, right? That was the line of thinking of most Flat Earthers, as far as I could tell from back then, is everybody had a pursuit of truth. And then somewhere along the line, people stopped saying that and say, hey, actually, we don't support a model. We don't care to make claims. We just observe the thing is flat and we're cool with just leaving it there. And that's weird to me because that's not what was interesting to me. I guess it's fine to other people and that's whatever, but
that's complete mischaracterization.
I'm just giving you my anecdotal personal perspective.
Okay, well, my perspective is that your way of thinking is weird. So we could go back and forth like, no, not me, you, or you, not you,
That's
me.
So this is what you don't understand, Dan. We think it's over. We thought it was over 2 years ago.
Okay.
Like, there's nothing left to investigate. We've done the tests. We've measured the surface of the Earth. Nothing the sky can do, or any freaking concepts you guys can come up with in the sky, could ever falsify it. It's not even possible.
Yeah, but
just as a logic, all you could ever do is go out and say, "Hey, we actually went out and we measured curvature of the surface of the Earth. Your measurements must be wrong, or we'll do a third measurement and split the difference or something." Like,
but to your point about it not falsifying the globe, you're right. It would disprove our heliocentric model. But I would find that just as interesting. You're right, but that's awesome. You guys should be just as excited about learning more about the flat Earth model. It's like, okay, accept that it's flat. You believe it's flat, but now what's next? Why isn't that next question interesting to you?
Why isn't what he just said interesting to you?
So it'll always, anything we can say about the sky will always forever be an inductive inference. We can believe whatever, right? We can come up with any number of models, right? We can come up with an arbitrary number of freaking models that will fit any arbitrary data set. And you know what? We're still no closer to the truth. We just have a model that works. Great, fantastic. We can always fucking jerk off to that. But we're not going to know the truth because those things, sun, star, moon, planets, I know you think they're accessible, but I don't think they're accessible. Stars certainly not. Even within your paradigm, ain't no human being ever going to a fucking star and hanging out. Okay? So like that, you can never actually know. You can believe in whatever the fuck you want about them, right? The stars. Think about it. For all of human history, we've been telling stories about the stars. No one's ever going to know. No human being is ever going to fucking know. If whatever story that they heard through all human history, any individual, they grew up in Rome or they grew up in Greece or they grew up in China, whatever story they told then or at any period of time, they're never going to know if that story was true. Even though they could believe it with all their fucking heart. And we could have all these fucking, predictions and models and fucking explanations or whatever. They're never going to actually know. It's never going to be able to be proven because they're never going to be able to go there and test their theory. You see what I'm saying? It will never be falsifiable. So, I figure it as a waste of time. That's why I don't care. Sun can do whatever. I don't care because I can never actually know. I've accepted, I know the idea is like, the spirit of exploration and we're human beings, we can discover everything. I don't believe that bullshit. That's a bullshit story. We can't know everything.
No, I think you're right. Like models are useful in that they could extend beyond what is actually observable, right? So into the place where it's it works. It's not necessarily falsifiable outside observation, but it does. If it does apply to observation, you have the great thing about models is that they are supposed to be a reflection of reality in some sense. There are things you can say about reality from models.
Hey, Dan, have you started with observing curvature?
Yes.
Really? All right. Let's start with that. All right.
Do you want to? I'm not interested. I've done this 1,000 times.
It's a bit of an old thing. Can we? I'm enjoying this conversation we're doing already. I don't think we need to.
You're doing the thing that always happens in flat Earth, where you drag through the whole. I've done that conversation thousands of times. I'm not interested in that one.
Oh, you're into theoretical shit. Oh, okay.
It's important to point out that there is some sort of agreement here where we all agree, I think, that you can use deduction to get closer to the truth, right? Even if you're not going to say the Earth's a sphere, you can definitely discount what definitely can't be the case, right? With falsification, like any falsified claim, we can eliminate as possibility and get closer to the truth down that method. Now, obviously, what me and Fessler seem to be agreeing on is that when nothing is presented and nothing is falsified, that a flat Earth, basically will never move anywhere because you're not presenting anything for us. Like, even if you do inevitably become a glober because of all of this, all these presentations that you could give us, if we never even get a chance to look at them, then you're never going to get closer to the truth.
What are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, no shit. So let's start with observing curvature.
Well, what I'm saying, AI.
Dan doesn't want to talk about it.
What I'm saying, AI is that the whole point, the whole principle of science is that, when you affirm something, you're trying to support something or confirm, it's all tentative. But one thing we can do pretty confidently, not completely, but is eliminate possibilities. Specific possibilities, and flat earthers seem to not give us the opportunity to eliminate, not flat earthers, people in this sphere don't give us the opportunity to eliminate their possibilities because they never present anything.
Well, dude, who cares? Why would you want to put forth possibilities that are conjecture to be eliminated on the fact that they're conjecture in the first instance? You don't need to eliminate them. You could dismiss them out of hand.
Well, I'm not asking for conjecture. I'm asking it would have to be supported, right?
This is the problem with this conversation.
Yeah, I did one. Yeah, go ahead, Flatsy.
Sorry, I just want to point this out, and then you can have it. So this is the problem with this discussion. It's like everyone is always expecting, like, what's next? Flat earthers are flat earthers, so what's next? See, that's not the way that the flat earthers are thinking. we don't take for granted the basics and fundamentals. So we go and master those because those are taken for granted and aren't mastered by the majority of people. So we're not looking for what's next. We're looking to hone our fundamentals, our axioms, our like logic, the principles of logic, the laws of nature, the scientific method. These things we've mastered.
Yeah, well, look, what I would say is if it is the case that the things you're examining seem to point in the direction of a flat Earth, and whenever you try to build on that, and each time you try to build on it, it seems to always contradict reality or fall apart, then maybe what you're taking from those fundamentals is misunderstood, right? And then maybe it was never flat to begin with. You're in.
Oh, you mean like when people make claims? I mean like when people make claims about 17 pixels that are supposedly 17 trillion light years away, and then they say, "Oh, this is a water-bearing planet." You mean like that baloney?
I'm not here to defend any of that shit, but I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to either.
I'm specifically talking about how you would go about narrowing down whether or not flat Earth is true or not, and it certainly isn't going to be by establishing if the globe is true or not.
Oh no, it's establishing that the surface is not curved. It's establishing that the surface isn't curved. That's the entirety of the proposition. There's nothing more to it than that.
Well, AI, I've been here for about maybe a year and 2-3 months, right? So not as long as you guys, but I've heard basically all of the basic arguments, right? From Black Swan to water is level and so on. At this stage, right, I still find it all interesting and I like watching the debate, but at this stage I know that there'll be nothing new that could possibly change my mind, because those are the limits of the debate, right? And so why is it the case that lots of people can cycle through this conversation, hear the same thing and not be persuaded by it? It's because they know, I mean, whatever you're imagining is a good reason for flat Earth isn't sufficient.
They get persuaded by shit Glover arguments. Listen, from what I've seen and people I've talked to, that first started they started trolling flat Earth. That's how they started. So they heard a bunch of shitty Glover arguments and the inability to form fucking logical statements and to have like literally zero fucking rational basis for the statements. And they're lying, which is also a factor. And they're actually having no evidence for the stories, which is also a factor. So, like, it's the Globers that make flat earthers. It's not us. We're not doing anything. We're just trying to teach people how do you even determine what truth is in the first place? As you've seen from the final proposition, these fuckers don't even know how to discover what is the truth.
I agree. I think Globers have... one thing I've discovered is that all of these science nerds, and I don't like science, I think science is for losers, I've said this many times, a lot of these science nerds don't know how to string a logical syllogism together or anything like that, right? Or even, if I asked them what a proposition was, they probably wouldn't even be able to tell me, right? That's true. And it certainly has made me realize it certainly has made me realize that maybe the boundary of who I consider intelligent is maybe a bit more, I don't know, like, I used to think scientists were all knowing, but now I know they're quite limited sort of in scope of how much they can tell me, right? They have their own sort of lane, let's say, right? Whereas I thought before when I was a kid, they were in every lane. You know, science could tell you everything, which I don't think is the case anymore. But their pursuit, the reason why there are people like even me who don't like science or the people who are interested in science and they come here every day to have the same conversation day in, day out, knowing they won't be convinced, is because I think that they want to test whether or not their arguments are good, and so in that sense, at least they're moving towards that direction.
Not even close, dude. Not even close.
There's a bit of entertainment in it as well.
Let me tell you what I think it is.
Psychology.
They want to feel comfortable that we are not proving it to them in the sense that they could say, I'm trying, but I'm still believing what I believe. It's essentially a coping mechanism because they don't like the idea that flat earthers are convinced that the earth is flat against their worldview. So just like butthurt atheists that show up to Christian things to be like, how dare you tell me that your God is God and I can't, this or that. It's like, it's all the same thing. They're just a bunch of copers, dude.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what I've experienced on my side, right? You remember GF6 when that was the thing? Like, there was a whole, sort of meme about the fact that we would be, discreet and, just not tell everyone what we're doing, but make it seem like we're doing something. All we would do is we would hear an argument from a flat earther, we would go back and we'd try to find a new way to argue against it, right? How could we argue against it in a way that they haven't heard before? And that was the fun for us, that was the fun of it, right? It wasn't so much like some sort of insecurity about whether or not you guys think the Earth's flat or not, right?
Look, you Glober's been doing that for years, man. Back in the day, like back in 2018, end of 2017, motherfuckers had a spreadsheet on a Google Sheets, and they would come into the other Discord and they would do trial balloons, right? So they would come in with an argument, report back to all the idiots on Jump here in the server, be like, yeah, this is what they said about it. And they would come back the next day, another person on another stock account with a modified version of that. That's why we have it in every argument, because we've heard every argument and every iteration of fucking every argument and every change and little manipulation here and a change here and change a word there and then present it this way. We've heard it all. At least I have. And
I think
just heard it all.
I don't know.
And the majority, before you go on, the majority of their argumentation is fallacious non-contingents. In other words, even if they prove their point, it's completely irrelevant, but they're using fallacies to try to do it. So the majority of the globe arguments are presuppositional loops. They're not even good arguments at all. They're completely arguing from the assumption that the Earth is already known to be a globe.
We all agree that most globes can't string a logical sentence together, though. There's no problem with that, and that's part of the fun as well, right? But it's not. But I don't think it's anything to do with trying to convince you that the Earth isn't flat, because I personally don't think I have the ability to do that. No matter what I could say, how smart I am, I don't think that's possible.
You could with the empirical evidence.
Yeah, empirically direct surface curvature measurements rather than excuses of why it's not to be found.
So I have a lane, right? And science and maths isn't my lane, but I do. So what I have heard is that people like Shoebill and Jesse have both different methods for showing the curvature, like measuring curvature. And
whatever, dude.
As far as I'm aware,
Jesse's path of light, dude.
Yeah, just give me a second, because I think this is going to, I know what you're going to say, and I think I'm going to anticipate it. The way that Jesse prepares his tools for that measurement seems to be the thing in contention. But what I've heard is that the way that Shoebill does it is too, but they seem to be doing exactly the opposite of each other, which would make at least one of them correct.
Well, they both could be wrong.
I was about to say they could both be incorrect.
That's all we are.
What's the measurement that they're doing? I'm curious. I haven't heard of it.
I'd have to link you up with them. I don't know exactly how they do it.
Well, we do.
So they make these fundamental presuppositions about what the flat Earth should see and what a globe Earth should see, right? And they just make these presuppositions about, hey, man, everything should be at this elevation. If, I like my crosshair on my theodolite should be here if the Earth was flat, and there if the Earth was a globe. There's no basis for them saying that. Because we know from observation that things off in the distance, the further away it is, the more compressed it looks. This isn't like a theory, because you have things like flattening of the sun. So the sun is observed when it sets to flatten out. It distorts, right? So why is it flattening out? Why isn't it being picked up like they say with refraction? Hey, it's being picked up over the curve. Well, it's not getting picked up over the curve. It's being fucking smushed. Vertically smushed. But it's not just that. We have actually measurements of this, right? So we have long-distance observations. Mount Jacinto, where you can measure items or features on the mountain, and you can put it into GeoGebra and measure them out. And then you look at the features, and then you look at how they should be in proportion to each other, like I'm counting the pixels, and it doesn't match a globe or a flat Earth. or fucking the infrared photography we got, where you compare the vertical, so you can count, like you can, because there's features, you can say, okay, these two features, they're 2 miles apart. Oh, 2 miles apart. Okay, that's freaking 100 pixels. So 100 pixels should be 2 miles high, right? That's how it should be. 100 pixels are horizontal, right? So this is 2 miles horizontal. This is 2 miles vertical. Up in the center of the image, all that crap. And then we see that they don't match. The vertical is 10% missing. Why is 10% missing? It isn't because of Earth pair, because you're not comparing it to like what you don't see. You're comparing it to what you do see, and then what you do see, if you count the pixels, is 10% smaller than what the pixels say it should be. So we know, and then you compare infrared to visible light, and then you go, okay, here's a photo they took of the same thing, same time, visible light, infrared light. One appears smushed, the other one doesn't. We know things appear smushed in the distance. So his conclusions, based upon a presupposition, which is known to be false.
I think just because I'm about to mute up in a second, just want to say one last thing, which is whilst I can say Globers, so most of the time, 99% of the time, can't string a logical sentence together, I do think the emphasis on the Black Swan, I think it is a trash argument. I think it doesn't even come halfway into persuading or being convincing or even doing what it's supposed to do.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but there's more than just one Black Swan. There's a shitload of them. I think the most irrefutable argument is reflections, really.
The whole point of the Black Swan was to get Globers to say refraction, so they'd give up their geometric horizon.
It's funny that you say that. I was just telling this dude that. Like, he didn't really understand the Black Swan. Like, refraction, that's a concession. That's admitting that fucking we're right. Like, literally, you're conceding the argument. As soon as you say refraction, you concede it.
I mean, it would be conceding if like you're someone like me who's never said otherwise, right? It would be more just like, I mean, that would be my response to it. But I understand the rhetorical device, right? If you're saying that it is designed for those people who do assert that the horizon is geometric and that there isn't any refraction every single time you look at the horizon, there is this distance which is you could never see it further than this. This is the distance, right? And then in which case that would be a good use of the argument. But I don't think it doesn't debunk the globe. It's like the final conclusion doesn't really follow.
Well, you need to go on X, right, and look around, because I swear to God, 10 times a day someone says ships go over the geometric horizon. Like, every day. Like, some of you guys are hip on the Black Swan, but the vast majority of Globers have never heard of it. They still say ships go over the horizon. They still say the same stupid shit that's on, if you Google flat Earth debunked, ships go over the horizon. They've still been spewing their shit out. They haven't stopped. So, like, you may know about it, and maybe the people in this server may know about it, the Globe Earthers, but the average normie has no freaking clue about any of that. If I say to them, they go, ships go over the horizon. I go, oh, so is the horizon geometric again? They're like, what? They don't even know. They never even heard the Black Swan.
And it's just an example of how the rhetoric of the paradigm that we're given today, that we're taught, and I mean, there are people that go against it and they're still believing in the globe Earth, but we still have a narrative of claims that aren't substantiated, that are being put out to the public as information.
Yeah, so I could talk to this dude. I could talk to you about the Black Swan or the geometric horizon or the horizon, whether it's refracted or not, or where it's supposed to be, and you know what it is. But like these dudes, I literally have to start from scratch every time. Oh, ships go over the horizon. This horizon is geometric or physical. They have to explain what that means. They have to explain that the horizon moves around. They have to explain that it can't be physical. Like, I literally have to start from scratch every single time I talk about it, because they have no idea about what the argument even is. They don't have that clue.
I wouldn't mind that. Like, I think that's fine. But I do take umbrage with one thing, and that's that when people do sometimes explain the Black Swan, they present it as if it's like, okay, this is all there is to it, right? And
This is the debunk, and they wouldn't even like. If I was going to have that debate, I would say, okay, now you've heard the black swan and you're confused. Now's the part where you talk about, right, and sort of because it would just seem dishonest if you know what the objection is, but you just never say it. You know what I mean? I don't know. That seems dishonest.
Well, also, like they've tried to model. So Walter Bisman has the black swan, like the oil rigs, and he's tried to match to his model, and he's had to fudge his model, right? So what he does is he puts a fog in past the oil rigs because he has to use such a custom refraction that the water appears like it's a fucking waterfall. So if you take away the fog that he obscures that with, it's literally, there's water that's higher than the oil rigs, behind the oil rigs. CJ made a little graphic with somebody surfing down it. Dude, it's ridiculous. And the camera's tilted, and there's a bunch of other problems. And the rays in the ray tracer, they invert, right? So the image should actually be upside. It's actually an upside down image of a fucking waterfall, right? This is to get it to even look like the way it looks like, right? They have to model a ray trace that is just absurd and non-physical. But nobody talks about that. They just say refraction, as if that explained anything. It doesn't mean anything. They can't even model refraction using essentially what Bisman, a lot of people use, Bisman's calculator. And there's a ray tracer part of it, and the ray tracer can't model it like no matter what you do. So you can create custom gradients.
It definitely doesn't predict anything.
And you still can't get it to work.
Yeah, and it definitely doesn't predict anything. It uses already existing observations.
Well, I mean, you can't even post. What I'm saying is, though, Betsy, is that you can't even post-dict it. Well, think about that. You can't even post-dict it with fucking refraction sliders.
Right. Yeah, because even when they try to replicate the observation in the model, it doesn't match it at all. It's so warped and disfigured.
And we're supposed to take refraction as a plausible answer? I mean, it's bad enough they're using like some freaking ray tracer, but like they can't even get that to work.
It's not based off of prediction either, so that should be an alarming factor for you to push on us, because we don't have to claim that.
And then there's other oil rig videos, right? So there's an oil rig video, it's taken at dusk, so the lights of the oil rig are on, and they're reflecting off the surface of the water. So how are you seeing the reflection off the surface of the water that's supposed to be on the other side of the curve? Now you could say, yeah, the water's refracted up so you can see the water because the water's a mirage. But what is the light reflecting off of? The light has to reflect off a real surface. It can't reflect off a refracted surface, because the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So how can it reflect off a real surface to your eye when the surface you see is an optical illusion of the surface and not the actual surface? So that angle can't exist. That means you're seeing actual water. You're not seeing the refracted image of water. Then there's the Bolivian salt flats and their reflections. Like no one can answer any of the reflection shit. There's no. I've never even heard a Glober even try.
What reflection stuff?
But
symmetrical reflections.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So you like if you have the Bolivian salt flats, the Salt Lake salt flats, when they fill with water, they make a mirror, right? And that reflection is perfectly symmetrical. I should say perfectly. Perfectly is probably the word I hate. Nobody should be using that word. But it's symmetrical. Symmetrical within you can't tell that it's not symmetrical. Well, if it's a curved surface,
if the Earth was curved, it would be bent.
Yes.
It would be compressed.
And you can calculate how much, like, the rays would diverge and when they would start diverging. Like, what distance, right? So I got the sky and the reflected image of the sky, right? And I can compare them.
Do you have a photo? I've never heard of this one. I'd love to look into it. Is there a specific photo?
The Bolivian salt There's tons of them, dude. If you just go on Google, if you type in Bolivian salt flats and click images, you'll get hundreds of images.
I mean, just thinking off the top of my head, I would need to know what the field of view was of the camera, because the narrower the field of view, the less curvature would be present in the shot.
No, I'm talking about with distance, right? So you're looking at the reflection of the sky in the water.
Okay.
Right, and you can go, hey, that's the reflection of the sky. There's the sky. There's a dividing line that makes them look like they're a mirror image of each other, and you can compare them. Compare if they're symmetrical, right? Is if the clouds are bigger, distorted in the reflection versus in the sky, right? You just compare, hey, do the clouds in the reflection look the same size and proportions as the ones in the sky? And they're identical proportions. So it should be like distortion should begin as something like should start to be visible according to the globe. And you go by the angle resolution AI, which is 0.02, right? So when 220 feet, that's when the 0.02 limit is hit. So after that, that angular distance increases. The Bolivian salt flats are 30 miles. You can like see 30 miles. So like, if you can see 30 miles, the difference in angle is like half a degree. So that means you have a cloud. You're at the top of, like, say, the top of a cloud and the bottom of a cloud. Its rays hit your eye. Well, the reflection of that cloud will reflect off the water, and because the rays are going to diverge because of the curved surface, that difference will be like 1 degree difference from what you, or half a degree at 30 miles from what you see in the sky. It should be easily visible. And the thing is, it gets worse with distance. So you would see an increasing distortion as it got further and further away because the surface is curving exponentially, and you have the, like I said, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So you're always, the angle of the ray hitting the surface is constantly changing. It's increasing and increasing and increasing. But we don't see any distortions like that. So this is like one of the things. And people say, "Oh, that's just the Bolivian salt flats, like that's some magical place." But you can like try to find other images of like calm water, lakes, ocean, even ocean, a calm ocean in a bay in, I think it was Iceland, maybe it's Finland or something. But that has like a perfectly symmetrical reflection in the sky. It's like these are other indicators, like refraction. Like an indicator of refraction is not happening is lack of dispersion. No chromatic aberration. None of those like things that should happen because refraction's wavelength dependent. You should be observing some of those optical effects as well, right? Especially the more refraction it is, the more dispersion there is. So if something's being super refracted, you should see, this dispersion effect. You see it in astronomy, but you don't see it terrestrially, which is like another big question.
Yeah, and with your what you were talking about with reflective surfaces, you can go around any surface of your house and find the angle of incidence where you see the reflective properties of any surface, even asphalt. You can go out there and find a reflective surface on asphalt too at the angle of incidence. You have to get low to the ground.
That's called a Fresnel.
But just you know that everything has a reflective property at an angle of incidence. That is happening out there at the horizon as well.
Cool.
It's a critical angle. Anything, no matter how rough the surface is, there is an angle where it will be reflective. Now that angle might be so exceedingly small you can't ever reach it, or you can't resolve it, but it will have an angle where the light reflects off it, even if the surface is rough.
Yeah, I would like to try to find. There's so many things that my mind went to in this moment. Like, first of all, like double checking if the claim is true that it would be, at first blush it seems true what you're saying, that a curved surface should compress the reflection. But so I'd have to think more about that. I'd have to think if the scales are such that it would be apparent. Then I'd have to find a photograph that I can trust that accurately reflects reality, because a lot of these people that take photos of things like the sky reflecting beautifully on they're photoshopping afterwards to
I know.
You know, so I don't know. There's a lot of
also some videos of it, right? So there are some videos. There's a particularly good one on YouTube. I think it's called "The World's Largest Mirror," and a particular segment of that.
Bolivian salt flats.
Yeah, so there's a particular segment of that where it's like at sunset, right? So you got a pretty good. So they're like in a Jeep. They're like outside the Jeep looking at the sunset, but you can see the sun and then the reflection of the sun. But because, you know, sometimes the sunset's got shitloads of colors, right? And kind of like some streaming clouds. Like, it's a very good image for like comparison because there's a lot of features that are really easy. Like, you go, man, that is like literally like a perfect reflection. And it's from a video, so it isn't even from like a Photoshop photo. Now, of course, they can, you know, color correct a video and do a bunch of bullshit. But I don't. It doesn't seem like they did that. Though they might have. I don't rule that out.
My thought,
it is
though,
like, you know,
thinking out loud though, is that the distortion would be so far away, given the scale of the Earth, that the distortion would only be apparent at the very near the horizon. And would that even be noticeable? Right, the vast majority of the reflection near you would certainly not be noticeable. So, like, the question is, like, how much is a reasonable angular distance from the horizon to even be able to perceive this distortion that you're looking for on the scale that we're claiming it? I'd have to do some math.
I mean, all I know is if you do the math right, if you go like, okay, they say the globe is 24,000 miles in circumference, right? So 0.02 degrees of that circumference is like 220 feet.
Yeah. Wait, did somebody already do the math on this? Can you link me to?
No, I mean, no. I can just give you what's in my head. What I just gave you. That's it. So if you like to subdivide, you know, it's like 69 miles per degree, right, or whatever, right? So you just subdivide that. You know, 2 100ths of a degree.
Wait, say that again. What is your assumption? What per degree? At the beginning?
It's like 69 miles per degree.
But wouldn't that be? That's not a constant, right? Per angular degree, like for every degree towards the horizon is going to have more and more miles towards it as you look into the distance.
No, what I'm talking about is like the difference in angle, right? So the difference in angle between I have a spot 220 feet away, the difference in angle, like the normal to that circle, is going to be 0.02 degrees.
Right. But yeah, so that's not quite the angle I'm looking for. I'm looking for like the projected angle, like how much of how far from the horizon down into the reflection would the distortion be even apparent to the naked eye? You know, does that make sense?
Yeah. It makes sense to me.
Like, because if it's less than a degree, like if it's in like point something degrees,
there's an angular difference, right? That's the way I'm thinking of it. There's an angular difference. So one ray, so say both rays come in at the same angle, right? And one hits in one spot and one hits in a spot 220 feet away. Their reflection angle is going to have a difference of 0.02 degrees. Because the intersection angle is 0.02 degrees. So they have to have a reflection angle. There's going to be a difference. Now, something I've thought about, but I'm not sure. Does that get worse if like the source of the ray is like more parallel to the surface, right? Because you have it like that, like, I don't know how to describe it. I'm getting tired actually. So, you know what I mean? There's a difference between the ray coming straight down versus coming from the side, right? So say it's coming from the side of the sphere. Like, is that? I think there'd be more distortion, like if it's coming like tangent to the surface as opposed to kind of like at a 45-degree angle or something.
Maybe.
I just think it would be worse because of the surface area thing.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like for every pixel of the image from starting from the horizon, every pixel is gonna closer to the horizon is going to encompass more miles, right, vertically.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Than the pixel below it. So obviously, like the pixels in the bottom half of the image are just going to be, you can't tell like the 0.02 you said. No, but you're not going to be able to tell that in the bottom half. You're only going to be able to tell in the last few pixels next to the horizon. And is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I was thinking you could probably tell. Well, because the angle. I mean, I think a normal human being could see like a tenth of a degree difference, and that wouldn't be that far away.
I mean, and then also you have to deal with the fact of all of the horizon effects, right? With refraction and stuff, it's going to be distorting shit anyway, right there at the edge.
I mean, it's best. I would just look at the images and judge for yourself if that looks like a curved surface. I mean, really, that's. Really, I mean, yes, you can go in, you can probably model it or something in 3D, maybe.
I'm just trying to say, like, think this through with you because you said nobody's even attempted to, and I don't know. The more that I'm thinking about it, the more it's not even an issue.
Yeah, well, everyone said scale, right? So, yeah, scale is an argument, but, like, no one can actually quantify it. Like, what is the scale?
Yeah.
All I know is I can go by what the Earth is, right? And if we have a difference of within the resolvable angle at 220 feet, it seems logical to me that, say, 2,020 feet away, so now you're going to have 10 times that difference, right? At a spot, and that's not even a mile away. That's a quarter mile away. And you could see across this salt flat 30 fucking miles.
Yep. Well, I'll try to do some math and see what comes up.
So, Indio, AI wanted you to see something in the chat. He asked something to start a discussion. How is it possible the water in Half-Life 2 looks better than modern games?
Oh yeah, I brought that shit up. They flipped the level or something. Fuck, dude.
It was because of they had to render the image twice because of the reflection.
Yeah, that's how they did mirrors in Doom as well.
Mirrors is that the main character is a female doing like all of this parkour stuff, right?
That's Mirror's Edge, but yeah, I just meant mirrors, like literal mirrors.
Mirror's Edge. I played that back in the day. I forgot what it was.
I think that's mirrors in Doom, in the Doom engine. I remember Build, like Duke Nukem had it. Like,
you know what? Maybe I might be thinking of Duke Nukem, not Doom.
Thinking of what's his name's Build engine.
Yeah. Thanks for correcting me.
No worries. What's the John Romero? Made Build. That was really amazing when it came out.
Yeah.
Because he also had like an editor. They like the dev tools they used to make Duke Nukem were his. Like it was boxed with the game too. All those tools. Ken Silverman, was that it? I don't think it was his name.
I thought it was. Wasn't it Carmack?
One guy developed that all on his own, you know. One guy.
I thought it was Carmack, but maybe I'm getting that mixed up too.
No. I'm talking about the Duke Nukem engine.
Oh, right.
That was John Romero.
Oh, that's right. Because he left. They were working together, and then they left. They split.
Yeah, and then he made Katana, which is fucking horrible. And I remember Duke Nukem. They used to call it Duke Nukem Never, because this fucking shit took 15 years to come out.
Right. It was vaporware. Or it did come up.
I wasn't even gonna unmute, but I'm here to kick ass and chew gum, and I'm all out of gum.
Duke Nukem resembles Quake.
Yeah.
Remember that old game?
More akin. The graphics engine's more akin to Doom than Quake, because it didn't have 3D models. The enemies were still sprites in essence, right?
I remember Quake, Quake 2, Quake 3, Quake 4.
Oh yeah. I love Quake.
That's how I feel about God of War. Like all of those games, I played them all. I had the Cherry Red PSP to play the 2 PSP games that God of War released.
I met
It had a Kratos on the back of it. It's so cool.
Mesquite, Texas. A bunch of friends of mine went down there. One of my friends went down there to play for John Carmack's Ferrari. A bunch of people I knew from Victoria, British Columbia.
What do you mean play for his Ferrari? He was doing a contest?
That's right.
Dude, who was it that won? I think I know the
Mike J. Or Thresh won against Mike J.
Dude, Thresh! I know Thresh! He is a startup here in the Bay.
I know Mike J.
I had to come on to let you guys know
the tools that were used to make Half-Life. He was also
wait. I'm still not over this. You've met Thresh? You were in the same competition with him?
I wasn't in the competition. No, I wasn't good enough to fly down to Mesquite. I didn't meet the cutoff, so I was 42nd at that time.
I had to come on. I had to come on to correct a major error going on here. Right?
1 month in the late 90s, I hit
Doom. Doom was not a true 3D engine. Duke Nukem was. Okay, they're light years apart.
I don't even know how to draw the line between what is true 3D and not. Right, like all of it is fake 3D to me. So I don't know.
Is Paper Mario 3D?
Yeah, I suppose. You're using a 3D engine.
Yeah, but see, if you go back to the way they had the, if you go back to the way they created Doom, like it was like a 2D integration represented as 3D, whereas Duke Nukem was an actual like floating point 3D Z points and stuff. Like it's completely different. And to say that they're the same is to discount.
I think you're wrong, buddy. Like you're confusing the models of like objects like enemies.
No, dude, I'm not, dude. How about go back and watch how they had to do it to make Doom, dude. They had like this 2D layout that the computer saw as 2D, and then they had this this effect that they did to do it as 3D. It's a huge achievement, dude.
But that has to do
with 3D.
That has to do with like the sky and.
I don't know, dude. You're just gonna have to go research it, dude. It's hard to explain.
Okay.
Well,
it's not a true 3D engine, and the way that it looks, like a true 3D engine isn't a change.
Neither are true 3D engines.
Yeah. They're both saying that they're iterations of the 2.5D, the BSP format, the binary space partitioning render. That's right. Though not true 3D, it simulates overlapping rooms. So it did improve upon it because it did overlapping rooms. Doom could not do second story stuff, whereas the build engine could. That is, if we trust ChatGPT here. It could be wrong as fuck.
Dude, the AI told me that a 10 square metal roof you can install for $1,000.
Are you paying for the pro, or are you just using the free shit?
Dude, the metal itself costs more than that.
Yeah, I know, but the dumb one, the free stuff is really dumb. Like the people who don't pay for AI they're missing out.
Anyway, the more the story is, if you're interested in graphics, don't listen to some stupid ChatGPT. Go back and watch the documentary that they did on Doom and how they made the engine, dude. It's amazing.
I think how they made gravity in Super Mario Galaxy is fucking amazing.
You guys know that John Carmack was trying to do the same thing that Elon Musk did?
What?
He had a space company and he was trying to write the software to be able to land rockets or whatever. What's that?
Recently or a long time ago?
No. This is the late 90s.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He started a rocket company back in the day. Yeah.
He was trying to solve the problem that SpaceX solved with The booster's returning, right?
Who did Carmack partner with? Who was his fucking partner in crime? He didn't do it by himself.
I thought it was.
He spent a lot of his own money on it. He spent a lot of his own money on it, but he did have some people that threw money at him. He just didn't have enough money.
Was it Gates or I'm trying to remember? Was it Gates or fucking?
I don't think so. I'm not sure.
It might have been a hedge fund guy. Fuck, I can't remember.
Something like that. Yeah. God, is it ever?
Because back in the day, man, like especially in those days, there was two kinds of rich people. Rich people that, well, other than like athletes and shit, but the rich people that started like freaking tech companies, and then like the fucking hedge fund thieves that like worked at Enron and shit, and like they were all in cahoots are ripping everyone off. And Walmart, so the same Walton, or all that crap. So they were rich. There was just so much money flowing back then, man. I could tell you why, but you think I was lying. They changed the Federal Reserve Act. That's your clue. It's okay. You're still paying for it. No, everybody go sleep, man. Go back. Get yourself back into the Matrix, man.
The other guy leave? I was going to ask him a question about AI and game development. Oh, he left. Too bad.
Who? Me?
Oh yeah, you.
What's that?
How is AI? How is AI influencing game development and software development?
Well, that's literally what my startup is trying to do right now. So you're asking. It's weird because there was a gold rush. There was a lot of investment dollars thrown at everything AI. That included games. But games has always been a tough thing for VCs. It's like one of the most risky VC type investments.
Oh yeah, it's like funding a motion picture, right?
Yeah, it's stupid, and in a lot of ways, VC funding for games does not make any sense. But that's what I'm trying to pursue anyway. So, but what happened is everybody kind of exhausted their funds. They threw all of their money at all these different things, including games, and there has not been a success story yet. So now the money is kind of like dried up. So most of the money that's still going out there is for development tools, like things that can make images faster or animations faster or whatever, but not so much into game companies, which I'm more interested in the latter. I'm not as interested in the tools side stuff because I like handcrafted stuff myself, but I'm more interested in making new types of games that weren't possible before.
So in other words, like large language models connected to NPCs?
That's what I'm doing. Yeah. So you can have the game that we're working on is, you can think of it as kind of like a Sims-like sort of game. But the NPCs are just way more intelligent. They can talk to each other, have real conversations. They're motivated. Their personalities are driven by language model. What was that?
It can drive the storyline, kind of like a Which Way book or something like that.
I mean, yeah, it's emergent narrative, but I wouldn't say it's driving the storyline. It's doing it emergently through the decisions of each agent, right? They're reacting to each other in real time based on who they are, what they want, and everything.
So if you ran the game again, you could get a completely different outcome.
Yeah, it's completely different every single time.
I believe in strong emergence.
Yeah, I love narrative emergence, and it's exciting to me. In games, there's very few games that do even attempted emergent narrative stuff. Like RimWorld, for example, was probably one of the best examples, but it's so inaccessible to most people.
What game?
Sorry, I said RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress is what I mean.
Okay.
If you haven't seen it,
so you're talking an old boomer here. So when you said RimWorld, I think Larry Niven's RimWorld, which makes me think of a Polarium game on the C64.
Yeah, no, not Ringworld. RimWorld. That is another game that does emergent narrative stuff. That's similar, but more casual. But Dwarf Fortress is all just ASCII art. It's like the deepest, like craziest game. The stories you hear people tell from that game are insane, and then you go and look at it. It's like, how the hell is this even possible? But yeah, now with language models, you can do much more accessible emergent narrative in a way that is just really compelling to me.
So,
here's one thing that since I read Eudora, Neil Stevenson, when do you think the first AI celebrity is going to emerge, or like, is it going to be a Korean pop star?
It's already happening, dude. If you just spend some time on freaking Instagram, like half of my suggested feed are just like these stupid AI models.
Really?
And they have huge followings. It's insane.
Really? Are they Korean pop stars, or they're just like Instagram?
I think they're more in the realm of just
Instagram babe.
Yeah.
Right. Well, those ones aren't interactive, though, right? Outside of passively being able to look at the imagery and perhaps some pros.
So what are the AI skanks, basically?
Yeah, that is the biggest market for AI right now, and that tends to be the case with all of technology. Porn comes first.
The internet wouldn't exist without porn.
Totally true.
I think AI is like, I mean, right? Like my biggest. I mean, I don't like the AI art. I mean, like, look, I don't mind it sometimes, but generally, I'm like, there are whole YouTube channels dedicated to and Twitter profiles dedicated to showing you AI art, which I could very well generate myself if I wanted to. Don't need to look at them. But one thing I find really annoying is that people, and I think it's going to have like a long-term problem, that people have stopped thinking and have started to ask ChatGPT, like to a degree where, you know, it used to be the case you'd have to Google something, which doesn't require much thinking, but you'd have to read something, you know, think about it, source it, all those sorts of things. And now it's like people default to ChatGPT for their reasoning, you know, just to think about anything beyond surface level.
That's frightening. Do you think that cargo cults are going to form around these AIs down the line? Like humans worshipping like a cargo cult kind of dynamics?
I have a friend that's kind of going off the deep end, and he's holding AI to be almost to the status of deity. So, like, if it's happening to somebody I know personally, I could totally imagine that happening at scale.
Is he an EAC or is he a D-cell?
I just thought of a new grift. Thanks for that, man. I'm going to just fake being an AI, right? So if AI is going to fake being humans, I'm going to fake being AI and just grip these dudes.
Honestly, like if Flat Earthers like had like a serious...
This AI is so real!
Yeah, like if Flat Earthers want to like make a real critique about the state of people's sheep mentality, just like how someone can ChatGPT something and just believe whatever ChatGPT said on the fly is kind of like, I mean, it's kind of like demonstrating sort of like that most people do have that sort of inability to.
What about, it's interesting stuff, the sociology and psych going on with all this. But when do you guys think it, like the moment then humans are the majority or a sizable percentage, see these AIs as being truly objective, that there's no bias, right, in it?
I don't think they'll ever. That can't happen. Even if it was.
I know. I agree. But that's the fear for me. As maybe I'm a D-cell. I'm not sure though.
But our psychology doesn't even allow for that, right? We wouldn't, like, even if it was perfectly objective and told the truth and whatever the prevailing thought was, it would tell us that. Then, like, you'd still have a sizable group of people who would be skeptical of it. I mean, it will never be
objective in the sense that it was only trained on the subjectivity of all the input data that it was trained on, right? So, but I would say it's probably, at least it has the capacity to be, the most objective source of information we have, right? Because any one source of information that is somewhere on the internet, it has some individual specific bias. It was tainted with a specific bias, whereas an AI is the conglomeration of all subjective biases. So what it could be delivering is something that is the most unbiased thing that we can do, even though it is biased. However, they train it out of the damn things.
Let Dan finish.
They do these post-training things. What do they call it? The fine-tuning stage. They train out the objectivity and make it more liberal, for the lack of a better term.
Seems to be the case.
The funny thing about ChatGPT as it is right now, because some people already do think it is like, I mean, we've all seen someone in a debate post what ChatGPT has told them, right? And the one thing that ChatGPT sucks at, and I know it, is logic, right? If you ask it a question, it
can't string a bloody syllogism together.
Well, it can't just. It's not just that, but it can't. There was a debate I was having with someone, and he used ChatGPT, and it seems like if you just without inspecting it too harshly, it seemed like ChatGPT was going against me until you just changed like a couple of words around, and then ChatGPT was totally on my side, and it was just and that. But like if it wasn't for someone who is able to decipher where ChatGPT has actually gone wrong, that person could have gone away and just taken what ChatGPT probably would have taken what ChatGPT said as law, right?
It's like a new atheist who grew up Christian who has to go on the internet and argue with all the theists, or somebody, a failed science major who wants to go argue with flat earthers. Gotcha.
Yeah. So check this out. You can just tell ChatGPT, "Hey, you're freaking wrong. Give me the right answer," and it'll just give you the opposite answer.
Every single time. It's probably the mental model that I use when I work with ChatGPT or any sort of AI is to treat it like an improv partner. When you do improv, they teach you the golden rule is yes and. Somebody says something and then you say, "Oh, yes, and this." You just go along with the flow, and that's what it does. It almost never argues with you. It's sad.
It does, and I force it to, right? Like when I write an argument, my arguments are mine. I never use ChatGPT for an argument, but what I do use it for is to say, look, this is the person I'm talking to. So it's a flat earther who does not hold that there's a specific model or anything like that, doesn't support the AE model, so don't to avoid them bringing up all of that sort of stuff. I don't want to hear stuff like the globe contradicts gravity. Forget all that shit. Pure logic. What would be a good flat Earth response to this argument? And in that sense, it's useful. But
just because a syllogism follows doesn't mean it's correct, though, by virtue of following, right?
If I make an argument, what I'm saying is, if I make the argument, I've already tested if it's sound, right? Or I know it's. Well, we all know how to make it valid. We all know how to make
it. It isn't necessarily true then, right? That's all I'm pointing out.
Well,
are you really using ChatGPT for this topic? ChatGPT, when it comes to flat Earth, is fucking cooked, bro. It will straight lie to you. Like straight, it said, yes, numerous laser tests have proved curvature, like the laser test that Lake Valentine measured the surface of the Earth that showed it was that was the opposite of the result they got. It just straight lied to me.
Yeah, I think that it helps with if you remove all the sort of like synthetic stuff about it and say like, look, I'm not talking about gravity. I'm not talking about flat earther that happens to exactly believe in the AE model or anything like that. I just want some purely logical critique of my argument. Where could you sort of find your way out of my argument? What kind of loops can you get? And I force it to pick something, right? So that I know at least when I go to argue with the flat earther in a debate, that I know I can expect what they might say, right? And that's very useful.
See, the thing is I don't think it requires analytical refutation of any type, right? Because for it to be true that the Earth is flat, that would mean that SpaceX is in on it. That would mean that all the space agencies are in on it. All the private industry that launch satellites are in on it. Like, it just entails a grand conspiracy, which I just don't think is feasible.
Nonsense, dude. That is utter nonsense. It's utter nonsense.
Non-fucking sense.
But have you talked to anybody that works? Hold on. Have you talked to anybody that works as like a satellite company doing any of that shit? We talk to any of the people? I have. They don't know anything.
You don't sound like you have.
They literally don't know anything, dude.
To be fair, Indio, though, when you say it's
I don't know anything because I work in that field.
But they have to lie, but they don't know anything. They go to their job. The job says, here's the fucking schematic. Make this fucking widget. And that's what they do. They don't know anything. Oh, they put this widget in the fucking satellite. They launched into space. They don't know any of that crap.
But to be fair, India, when you say that, I mean, that is true. Probably a lot of them have a small part to play and probably don't know what's going on.
It's all super compartmentalized, dude.
When I hear the phrase "they're lying," right? If sometimes people will say they meaning the government, they mean the people who control the government, they meaning this conglomeration of people, including astronauts and so on and so forth, and so and I don't even know if a flat earther knows who they're referring to when they say they.
I don't say they. I actually ask who's they. Let's be specific. Who is they? Who must? This is the question I ask when they say, why would they all lie? Okay, who is required to be in on the conspiracy? Not like maybe the frickin' janitor at SpaceX. He's in on the conspiracy. He works at SpaceX. No, not that guy. Who's required? Who must know? Now, you got to say, what is it required to be lying, right? So, what is lying? Intentional deception. You know the truth, and you intentionally deceive. So, A, they have to know the earth is flat. B, they have to say something that's different. Now, who's that? Who's that group of people? That group of people is going to be pretty fucking small. People that claim the earth's the globe from personal experience. Those people are lying. So that's the 27 astronauts, right? 27 Apollo people. People in the ISS, they wouldn't know. They don't go high enough. If you don't believe me, ask Chris Hadfield.
The reason why this is a problem, Indio, I think, is that.
But that's the thing. Even if you say this group, they lied, they wouldn't lie, that's a sociological, subjective opinion. Doesn't fucking mean anything. It literally, you can't prove the surface of the earth with human sociology.
Well, that's true, but there is because there's always.
Okay, I'll give you a conjecture. Would sign confessions? Everybody that's in on the live, they all sign confessions. Would that prove the earth is flat?
No, but it would.
Okay, then there's the pointless questions, the pointless inquiry.
Hold on. There is
even if we knew and we had them admit it, it wouldn't do anything.
There is a point. There is a point to the inquiry, and I think that if it is completely not feasible that someone could lie in this particular way, or whoever it is, however we imagine it would happen, then it could just be the case that whatever reason that got you into flat Earth was flawed somehow, right? I mean, it could happen. It could happen that way around as well, you know.
It's a psychological need to feel privy to special knowledge.
Oh, that's stupid.
I mean, there is evidence.
This is typical fucking politics server bullshit. Sociological nonsense, dude. Now you're a fucking psychic. You know what flat earthers think.
Oh, no,
we're going to not talk about you, the other idiot. So we can know what the shape of the earth is if we fucking think about what human beings would do. It's fucking so stupid. Like, I'm sorry, dude, but just to even think about this topic in the terms of social psychological behaviors of human beings.
Yeah,
it's so silly to me.
Do you admit you do like the idea of being privy to special knowledge that the rest of us ignorant?
No, dude, no. You don't know me. You don't know how I think. Stop fucking speculating, dude. You're not a psychologist and you don't play one on TV.
See, I am a political scientist, right? And I think that because of that, I do think there is a lot to be answered for in that realm of the debate, right? Like,
you're working on a graduate.
But nobody wants to talk about it because it's so. It feels abstract, but it really isn't. Right? We can grasp onto that question of who's lying and why. Right? There's something to be had there.
Well, we want to know too. So when you guys find out why they lie, tell us.
I think 301.81, though I'm uncertain, but I'm leaning 301.81 with a bit of histrionic. What is it? 301.
Yeah. Is that like from the DSM-5 or something?
Yes.
Yeah. Just make shit up. So beliefs in any particular idea are not psychiatric disorders. Nice try, though.
I don't think flat earthers have. I mean, I'm going to actually like push back on the whoever said it, right? But I think the flat earthers obviously don't have anything. Just between globers, they don't have any sort of mental problem, right? And I've heard like a lot of people say that it's some sort of symptom of schizophrenia and stuff like that, which is bullshit. I think whatever drives a flat earther towards flat Earth is completely open to every person. Like, let's say it is like they're the ones being controlled or whatever, like into thinking this sort of bullshit. It could happen to anyone. Like, anyone is basically a flat earther, so they don't have any sort of special mental illness that we wouldn't have anyway.
Or predisposition, perhaps.
Yeah, well, like, look, you probably held a belief before, right? Which was absurd, but you were convinced by it. So, you know.
And those are the types of people that come to terms with that type of thing. One of their coping mechanisms is to go out. A lot of theists that become atheists like to go out and argue, new atheism shit on the internet, right?
I'm just saying it's possible for anyone to have this sort of like flat earthers think it's all of us. I'm sure they don't think we're all schizophrenic and crazy. I'm sure they don't think we're all stupid either. So and vice versa, I think that they're not all stupid, they're not all crazy, and they're not all schizophrenic, right? The truth is that whatever is causing either side to be duped somehow, which one side is definitely being duped one way or another, that capacity is available to happen to anyone, even the most sensible person.
Who's
That's why when a person holds a belief, whenever I hold a belief, I like to think of the accompanying emotional aspects to holding it. And I like to take account of any of those emotional needs to hold a particular belief when I hold it, right?
You know that everything you're saying is just your subjective bullshit and says more about your psychology than anything else. You realize that, right? That you have no self-awareness. That you telling us how you like to think about other people and what they think is telling us what you think. You people, man, like something, dude, is wrong with y'all.
Although
anyway, I do think this follows the bell curve. So, like, we got plenty of nutballs. Goldberg has plenty of nutballs. People think all sorts of stupid things. There's probably people right now on the internet arguing about fucking Graham Hancock and the fucking Sphinx and the Göbekli Tepe and fucking monoliths and fucking ley lines and all sorts of shit, right? There's people arguing about fucking black holes and fucking Einstein-Rosen bridges and all sorts of bullshit. But for some reason, this guy thinks that, hey, flat Earth's ridiculous. When what we're saying is, all you ever do is observe that Earth is flat and motionless, and maybe that's the way it is. But we're somehow delusional. But you believe in black holes and big bangs and fucking monkey people and there's something from fucking nothing.
It's directed at
me. Universe expanding into just people in the modern cosmology that you think they ostensibly, I think you believe in, right? You believe in the whole modern cosmological story, right? Big Bang, evolution, black holes, dark matter, dark energy.
I don't know about dark matter and dark energy though. For the most part,
okay. So how are any of those things on any more of a solid foundation than, hey, the Earth might be what it looks like? I might be able to just believe my own eyes, and that's what it is. That's ridiculous. But black holes is fucking not ridiculous.
India,
I don't understand with you guys. I just don't understand. I don't understand it. Like what you guys believe in is that it's so fantastical and so conceptual with so little empirical shit, dude. It blows my mind, dude. And that you guys have the gall to call us like or imply that we're delusional or that we have some fantastic ideas and there's some other fucking weird motivation going on. No, we just go outside. It is what it is. What's fucking hard about that? That's ridiculous for some reason. Yeah, there ain't no fucking secret knowledge. Nobody's hiding the flat Earth. It can't be hidden. Some people, you saw the Earth was flat. Some other people came along and said, that's not really flat. That's an optical illusion. It's really a giant ball. You were like, okay. That's literally what happened.
Get in there, Fletchy. Go on.
It's a big ball. Okay. Okay, Daddy. Okay, Mommy. It's a big ball because the teacher said so. There's a globe in the corner. It's a big ball. I saw a TV show. This dude's floating around. It's a big ball. That's what you guys are doing. Like, and you have no self-awareness about the fact.
Or when you get high or on mushrooms and you talk about the fabric of space-time like you just figured it out when all you did was do drugs.
Yeah, it's fucking deep, man. What if this crazy guitar, man, that's so deep? There's no external world. We're stardust, dude. It's inside of us, man.
Exactly. It's silly.
Do these guys think that flat Earth is a belief? Is that their issue?
Yes.
They are implying it. They didn't explicitly say it. I'll give them credit.
Look, can I ask them directly? Do you think flat Earth is a belief, you guys?
I would say it's as much of a belief as believing in the globe.
The loss of a belief. That's what flat Earth is.
The claim.
If you're working with me on site and you ask me to measure up a 2 meter length of duct, and I cut that duct and I hand it up to you, and you measure it as 2 meters. Do you believe that duct is 2 meters, or do you know it's 2 meters?
Both. I would say those are not exclusive concepts.
So you're saying that you both believe and know?
To any degree that somebody can know something, yes.
Do you believe that flat earthers both believe and know that the Earth is flat?
People would say they know because they have reasonable belief in their minds, right? In the same way that a globe would say globe.
So with that bit of duct, what part is the knowing part?
I guess, are you talking about subjective knowing, or are you talking about objective truth? Because
no,
I don't know.
We're talking about you ask me to measure something and cut it, and I hand it to you, and you check the measurement. Is which part of you knowing that duct is 2 meters? Is which part is the belief and which part is the knowing?
I would have reasonable belief to know because I measured it, but we can never truly know because there could be anything that happens to the piece of thing. Like maybe the temperature changed and it grew a millimeter. Like
you measured it. You measured it, yeah?
I know, and then it changed or whatever. My point is, you could, to the extent that you can know something that is known.
If it changed, you wouldn't be measuring it 2 meters, would you? It would be something different than 2 meters.
If you measured it 2 meters and it changed, and then I measured it as 2 something else, where's the knowledge? Where's the knowledge?
Yeah. So what you're saying is that at some point when I cut something, it changed. If I handed it to you and you checked the measurement, and it was exactly what you asked me to cut, and you checked the measurement. Yep. So do you know that measurement is correct, or do you believe that measurement is correct?
Belief to say that I know, yes. But I wouldn't ever, about nearly anything in life, say that there is like an objective truth that you could know.
Except if I measure something and cut it, hand it to you and you check the measurement.
Like, for example, dude, I could come up with 1,000 reasons why I could be wrong. Maybe my measurement device is wrong.
We're using the same measuring device, both of us together. You hand me a measuring tape. I measured 2 meters.
Maybe I misread the fucking number.
That's why we both double check. So
I'm just coming up with random things off the top of my head, and there's an infinite number of these things. There's not a finite set of these things. There's an infinite set.
This is very, very. I don't know why you're going off on a tangent. Maybe too many psychological studies. We're talking at just a basic thing here. We measure something, we cut it, we double check the measurement together. Do we know or do we believe that particular thing that we cut is the distance that you asked me to cut it?
I would say we have a very damn good reasonable belief or to say that we know. Yes. Is that not an acceptable answer to you?
No, so if you're going to build, belief and knowing is two separate things. You can't have a really high assurance of some kind of belief which alludes to a knowing. You either know that it's 2 meters, or it's not 2 meters. So we just measured it, we cut it, we checked it together. I measured 2 meters, you measured 2 meters. You give me the thumbs up.
Yeah.
You're just about to put this thing that we measured into some kind of a building. If you're not going to put, if you don't really know it's 2 meters, you're not going to put it in.
I would be comfortable saying no. Yeah, sure. In that context, I would be.
Right. So flat earthers measure the earth flat. We know it's flat.
Yeah. The problem is we're in one of those situations where other people saying they measured it to not be flat, and there's a disagreement about the measurement.
How do you measure not
as
flat?
though you had handed me the thing and I measured it differently.
Okay, so how do you measure not flat?
I mean, well, you guys straight up disregard lots of evidence of it measured.
No. I'm not talking about evidence. I'm talking about how do you measure not flat?
Well, like one way that I've done it, that I've already mentioned earlier in this call, was measure the curvature of high altitude balloon footage.
So you're saying that you have a camera device on a balloon, and you measured the curvature from that camera?
Yes. It was not my camera, but I have sourced this from many cameras, and each time I've also modeled the predicted curve of what it should be, and it aligns every time.
Okay, so if we're going to measure from a image device, which is transposed onto another image device, and then using a particular measuring tool on the image device, would you say that that was more accurate or less accurate than a simple triangulation of an azimuth?
How are you calculating your curvature? Will you explain it to me?
I'm not calculating curvature.
With the
what I'm saying is we calculate the Earth being flat by angle measurements to celestial bodies and their ground position.
Are you going to make the argument when I hear time and time again that you cannot determine anything about the ground you stand on by making observations in the sky?
No, you're not a mind reader. Just listen to him.
No, I'm genuinely curious.
No, so we are measuring the ground because when we view a celestial object using an almanac, we know where that celestial object's ground position is.
Yeah.
So when we measure the azimuth angle, that is two straight lines meeting at a vertex, we have a horizontal plane from our vertex position to the vertex position of the ground position of the celestial object. We determine the angle of elevation based upon the horizontal line. You cannot do that if the horizontal line or the adjacent is curved.
Right. So if I understand,
not only do we do that once, we do that 3 times in regards to sea navigation. We do that 3 times, and we create 3 circles of equal elevation, and we create 3 rectangular boxes back to our position. That is 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees back to our position. That's 3 times. That's a lot of flat. And that gives us our prime position within meters on any map system. And that's how we know that the Earth is flat. We don't believe it. It's just measured that way.
I'm a little, slow at grasping exactly what you are saying. Is there something I could read or visuals that you can provide
Celestial navigation.
Of a specific observation I'm talking about.
Oh, there's many. It's how the latitude and longitude lines.
Sure. I just want to. The reason why I'm asking is because I don't fully grasp what the argument is, but what I think I'm hearing, I've also
the simplest one is Polaris. So if I take my azimuth to Polaris or my angle measurement to Polaris, that dictates my latitude.
That's right.
So as I move further away from Polaris, the angle of Polaris gets lower, so therefore my latitude increases. Now, each degree of latitude is 60 nautical miles, so we get up to 39, 59 nautical miles. All right, so I'm at one point and I'm measuring Polaris to its 0 azimuth, 3959. Now, let's say someone is standing on the plane directly opposite me, 180 degrees. They're also measuring Polaris's azimuth at 0 degrees at 3959. That's a whole lot of flat there.
Wait. So let me see if I understand. I followed you up until the last part. So you are looking up at Polaris, and you have somebody standing to your right or to your left, also looking at Polaris.
No. Someone's standing directly 180 degrees, so someone's facing me.
Someone facing you, and how are they measuring?
On the other side, but on the other side of Polaris. So if you take Polaris' position as the center, and someone's standing directly opposite me at their 0 degrees, and I'm at my 0 degrees, that's 2 lots of 3959 nautical miles. Now, the reason why we know it's flat is because if it was curved, we would have to draw 2 tangent lines from each of the observers to Polaris, and both ground positions wouldn't meet.
Well, of course, because they'd be. I mean, the star is so freaking far away that the angle would be so minute that would be indiscernible.
No, the ground position of the star is inconsequential to its height.
The ground position?
Yeah, it has no bearing on the height of the star whatsoever. They're all treated like they're the same distance away and a parallel plane to the plane of the horizon.
I just don't see where this disagrees with the globe, because I can draw the same picture on a globe and it works just fine.
2 parallel planes, the sky being the one plane and the surface being the other, the plane of the horizon being the other. You don't think that that's a problem in the globe?
Unless I'm visualizing it wrong in my head, which, again, I would do great with pictures here. I'm a very visual guy. I could draw a picture of what I think I'm hearing you guys say.
So what you need to do is, if you're on a globe, is the ground falls away from you at a certain distance.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we can't use an angle measurement. We can't use a curved adjacent. We must draw a tangent from our feet, pointing out towards Polaris.
Yeah.
Now the other guy that's 180 degrees away from me, facing me, looking at Polaris, he has to draw the tangent pointing away from his feet as well.
Yep.
Now, we need the ground position of the celestial bodies, in this case Polaris, right? We need that ground position to draw what's called a celestial box or celestial rectangle. That is, a straight
rectangle. But yes.
That is a straight line from my feet to the ground position of Polaris, up to Polaris, to its circle of equal altitude, back to the vertex on top of my head, and down again.
Okay.
And the other gentleman has to do that. Now, if you were to draw tangents on a curve, the ground position of Polaris will never match. It'll be some other different place. It won't be the azimuth angle. That's why we know it's flat, because we use angle measurements to measure the Earth. And it's been done like that forever.
Yeah. I mean, the star that you're measuring is Polaris, is so much larger than the Earth that if you were to draw a tangent line from a globe from your feet, a tangent line from your feet on one side of the globe and a tangent line from the other side of the globe towards Polaris, they would be parallel lines and still intersect with the star. So those two parallel lines, obviously by nature of being parallel, would never meet. But they would intersect with the star.
Listen, you're not listening to what we're saying. We're talking about the star's ground position, not the star.
No, I understand.
The azimuth angle is taken from our visual perspective to the star, but the actual measurement is taken from the ground position of that celestial body.
Yeah, I understand the ground position on a flat Earth model, but what I'm trying to say is that on the globe model, the ground position would encompass the entire Earth. It's larger than the Earth.
No, there's only one spot where you're standing directly under a celestial object. That's called the GP, ground position.
Okay, well, let's
see if I
can do a thought
he's
exercise.
using the celestial. You're talking about the celestial sphere, where the Earth is a point, because you're only using angles to the center of the Earth. It's as a point. So you're telling us by what you're implying by saying such a thing is that the Earth is a point and not the location that you're measuring from. You are measuring from the surface of the Earth with these instruments like a sextant. A Mariner sextant, you're using the surface of the Earth. You're not using the Earth as a point.
I agree. I'm using the surface of the Earth, not the Earth as a point. If you think that I'm trying
but what
to,
you're talking about would have to use Earth as a point.
No,
yes, but
that's not.
Yes, the center.
Well, if I could post an image, I'd show you what I mean. But as a thought exercise, again, put your head in the mindset of a glober for a second, and would you not agree that Polaris is bigger than the Earth according to the globe?
Yeah, okay, but that's baseless.
Okay, hold on. Let me walk through this whole train of thought. Okay,
I already know your position. I've already.
Well, it doesn't seem like it because somewhere along the line, either I don't understand what you guys are saying, or you guys don't understand what I'm saying, and I'm trying really hard to figure out which is which. Okay, but anyway, if Polaris is bigger than the Earth, then imagine you just brought it close to the Earth. Really, really close. It's like right next to it. Instead of being light years away, it's right next to the Earth. Where is the ground position?
That's what we do. That's what we do when we do ground positions.
The ground position. Telling you. I mean, honestly, you're using the celestial sphere, which means you're only using the sky and the way that we perceive the sky. And it is modeled to where you can utilize it as a means of traveling the surface. But the measurements from that come from flat Earth measurements where they're utilizing the surface of the Earth, not the Earth as a point like you would have to do. The Earth would have to move in around that point for you to find a ground position of a star. So it's like you're already presupposing the Earth is a sphere to begin with, and you're not doing that in real life with a Mariner sextant on the sea. You're not doing that.
I agree. I am presupposing but that's my point. My point is that it doesn't disagree with the observations or the prediction that a globe would make. So, and that's what would be useful to me, is if there is, you're saying we know the Earth is flat because this observation would disagree with the globe, but I'm not seeing the disagreement.
Yeah, but it's a post ad hoc. That your explanation of how it could work with a globe presupposes the globe in the first place.
But that's really weird. We are trying to argue against two different models. You have two presupposed models. You have the flat presupposed, you have the globe presupposed, and you're saying we know
Stop, Dan. Yeah. You're affirming the consequent, mate. You're supposed to be using this to prove the globe.
I'm not making the claim to prove it. It was him. He said this proves the flat Earth. I'm not making any claim here.
So why are you talking about your globe model to compare it to your globe model?
Yes, because he's contrasting it to a globe model.
Consequent.
That's not affirming the consequent. I'm trying to.
So okay, then how do you know you've got a globe in the first place?
I'm trying to apply it. He's saying it disagrees with the globe, so I'm trying to apply it to the globe and see if it disagrees. That's all. I'm just trying to verify his claim.
No, so look, let's speed it up a bit because sometimes we just hate playing games like this, and so. Your globe is based upon angle measurements to Polaris to create latitude. And it's also based upon solar noon to create lines of longitude. You put those both together, you blow it up, and you have your globe. But all the measurements are angle measurements. Angle measurements can only take place with two straight lines, not tangents, two straight lines. If you have
tangent is the straight line.
I'm nearly finished. If you have a tangent, right, that means that underneath the tangent, there's a deviation from the tangent, which is your Earth surface, the globe surface. If you were to draw a vertex from the point of the celestial body to its ground position, it will not meet the tangent. It will meet the tangent, but it won't match up with the curved surface of the Earth.
Yeah, that is a nonsense. Yeah, you're right. It's nonsensical on the globe, but it doesn't disagree with the globe.
Yeah, no worries. Now that we got that out the way, now as an engineer that's been involved with communications for many, many years, you had a question about communications? I'm happy to answer.
What? I don't have any questions about communications.
One of you was talking previously about communication. So if it wasn't you, sorry, I'm wrong. No. But anyway.
I think it's you need two straight lines for an angle, but the elevation angle measurements that you're taking with a Mariner sextant is a right angle triangle, where the right angle is opposite from you. You're the observer. You've got the.
I don't know. I think we're just going to go in circles on this. But one other thought about the Polaris thing that's interesting to me from a flat Earth perspective is that you can do it from the hypothetical you guys gave, which is somebody that's at the equator. Two people that are at the equator on opposite sides of the Earth, looking at Polaris. You're right that those would have the same azimuth angle and so on. But what gets more interesting is if you have a third observation or three observations at different latitudes. At that point, you cannot calculate a ground position. They would all disagree with each other. They intersect at different points. And the only one that makes sense is when they're all parallel on the globe model.
No, it's because it's observer dependent.
Well, that's just weird. That's just magic voodoo that you guys invented.
No, that's what the celestial sphere is even based off of. It's based off you being the center, you being the point.
You can say it's the celestial, but why? How does it operate that way? You're just invoking, this is just how it works. At least the globe model provides a mechanism for why that works.
Why do you don't need a why. You just need to know how it's done from the source.
Well, and by the way, I think you were the one earlier that said that, knowing why or getting to the bottom of truth is not your thing. And that's fair. But
what I said.
Oh, sorry. If I'm misrepresenting you, please correct me.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, I'm not saying anything like that. I love innovation and having new. I'm a songwriter. I play guitar and I sing, so I love inspiration and coming up with new things myself. But I'm not going to go into speculation land and make claims that I can't back up. And neither am I going to accept somebody claiming something without some extraordinary claim without the extraordinary evidence to go along with it. Because if it can be presented without sufficient evidence, it can be dismissed the same.
Sure. But weren't you the person earlier when we were talking about Antarctica and I said, well, isn't it useful to know that the Earth, because it tells you more and then you can find out, and you said, well, we don't need to know more. It's just flat. Isn't that?
No. No, I didn't say that. See, this is a very big misrepresentation of what I was saying. No, the direction that some people are going, which is wrong, it would be considered a wrong direction to go, is to make claims that you can't back up. And that goes for the globe Earth side too.
Sure,
if you're going to come in here and you're going to die on the hill of globe and you can't even give us sufficient evidence for anything that you're claiming, I mean, how are we supposed to go on with the conversation? You act like it's our fault, but we're keeping you held to a standard.
Okay, well, I'm sorry for misrepresenting you. I must have gotten a completely different thing out of it.
It's fine. But my I was point saying that the direction that we went is going back and honing and becoming strong in the fundamentals of how to actually process information and disseminate it. So if you're going to be over here on the flat Earth side, you've got a lot of work to do. It's not just some walking. You're going to sound like an idiot if you talk on the VC.
I've been here for 6 years. I understand.
So most of the time, I can't even listen in because of the flat earthers. Not even the globe earthers. They're not the ones making me mad. It's the flat earthers talking, and they're talking a bunch of smack that they can't back up, or they result to logical fallacies themselves. And I'm like, how have you not gone and honed the skill of being able to spot logical fallacies and also the cognitive biases and spot all of these things and be able to also self-reflect on yourself? Like, you need to be able to reflect on yourself and see these flaws in your own character and hopefully correct them, because that's just the way that you should. This is the problem. People don't know how to process information anymore. They just take the authorities and they don't think that they think that, flat earthers are telling you you've got to research everything before you. No. When you're presented with a claim in your life, you'll be able to identify if it's something like valid or if it's invalid on the spot. You don't have to just go, you can just learn the fundamentals and be able to do this on your own. And some people, most people, don't do that.
Yeah, for sure. I likewise. I also get really frustrated with a lot of globe debaters, and how they approach things. So I share your sentiment. I try to be as honest as I can be, and just try to seek understanding. But the point that I was originally going to make is about the what I was saying about the celestial sphere, right? It's like, yes, you can call some concept like a celestial sphere, but unless I will always prefer a model that predicts something that has good justification for it over a model that has no justification for it, even if they purport to say the exact same thing. It's the way it works. That's how the celestial sphere works. Okay, but that's not. It doesn't carry weight for me if we have another version that gives you a perfectly reasonable reason, whatever. It gives you a perfect reason why that is the case.
Yeah, but you've got to consider the source information. This is something else that people don't know, and you guys were kind of touching on it when you were talking about how people use ChatGPT or something like that to come in here and talk about the subject. Yeah, so and people don't know how to research things. They don't know how to find source information, like primary source information for anything at all whatsoever. They don't then they have a bias. When they go into researching, they always use confirmation bias. So when you have something that's presented to you that seems sufficient enough as an explanation for what's going on, yeah, but where is the source that came from? And why was it proposed? And is it back engineered from what we actually experience in reality, or is it something legitimate? You need to find some sort of source for the information, and don't just take it on faith.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's why I loved the Antarctic thing, and I find it strange that people are so dismissive of it. That aids towards what you're saying. It's a direct source that can give us some information, useful information, one way or the other.
I'll say that it's very interesting that I'm a ball buster over on the FED server, and it's interesting the footage that we got from that whole thing. I'm loving that we're going through it, and they have my point of view because I have a very nuanced point of view. And like the whole green screen thing, I dismissed that because it's a filter. So I don't think there's anything to look into. So people freaking out about the green screen
Dan,
thing.
Can you tell us? One second, Dan. Can you tell us why? Dan, can you tell us why the sun was moving anti-clockwise in Antarctica?
Sure. And see, that was crazy. Like we were talking about that on the last Ballbusters because Betty was there with us, and it was really fun. So you guys should go check out that episode of Quantum Erasers or QE Live, the last one that we did Tuesday.
So Dan, do you know why the sun was moving counterclockwise in Antarctica, contrary to the globe model? Why was that, Dan?
Well, because it's not contrary to the globe model. That's exactly what you expect on a globe model.
So in the globe model, the sun moves anti-clockwise everywhere on Earth, yeah? In the globe model, you're saying, yeah?
No, in the northern hemisphere, it would be appearing to move clockwise, in the southern, anti-clockwise.
In the northern hemisphere, it appears to move anti-clockwise, east to west.
In
the Antarctica, it also moves east to west. So how do you explain
east
that?
to west would be anti-clockwise, north. Yeah. Yes.
So how would you explain that?
Well, I can show you a video.
What do I have?
But you just said northern hemisphere. You just said just now that northern hemisphere is clockwise, and it's not clockwise.
Appears. This is it's an apparent thing. So
yeah, it's an apparent thing. That's right.
Clockwise.
Yeah, it goes east to west, so it doesn't matter how it appears. East to west.
Subjective.
It goes east to west, so it's anti-clockwise.
Right, but objective directions you would use the cardinal directions.
Right.
The crazy part about this. The crazy part about this is the elephant in the room is being ignored. The actual pole, what they say, the place they're standing at, the ground. People are not looking at it. And quote from the explorers of the pole. This is a quote. The pole is located on a great plateau more than 9,000 feet above sea level, probably surrounded by a ring of high mountains, although it's preferably still largely unexplored, right? Largely unexplored. The nearest peaks are about 200 miles away, so no one sees nothing but a flat plain of snow in all directions. So
That's
the South Pole.
So Dan, can you explain why the sun is moving anti-clockwise everywhere we look? Why is it doing that?
The South Pole is flat.
I'll wait.
Dan, can you tell me why the sun is moving anti-clockwise, northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere? Can you answer that?
What do you mean why, bro? Why are you asking why?
Maybe there's a sphere with a squish flat at Antarctica.
I don't know why these guys are interrupting. I don't know why Dan is silent. I really don't know.
I'm trying to answer. I'm just waiting for people to stop talking.
The ground is not curving. The ground is described as a flat plane, 200 miles across.
Are you hearing us, Jemsy?
Are you hearing that the ground?
Yeah, but you totally interrupted a flow here. So if you don't mind,
can you let Dan answer the question, for God's sake, man?
Anyway, you're stating a premise that I don't believe in. That the apparent, like the observed rotation from the northern hemisphere, like in the north, near the North Pole, would be clockwise. And observed rotation would be and to answer your question about can I demonstrate why? Yes, I can, and I can send you a video if you'd like.
You're not listening, Dan.
You asked me a fucking question. You want me to answer?
You're not listening. You're going the wrong way. You're going the wrong direction. Stop. Wrong. Misunderstood already. So if I go outside now, I'm in Europe now. If I go outside now, the sun will be in the east in the morning. In the evening, the sun will be in the west. That's anti-clockwise, Dan.
That's right. That's right. But you're not in a situation where you see it circling around you, right?
If we're going to Antarctica, I'm going to have the same thing. I'm going to see the sun in the east in the morning. I'm going to see it in the west in the evening. So how's that, Dan? Explain that.
The further north you go, or the further south you go, the more the northern or southern the rise and set.
If we were on a globe, it should be flipped, shouldn't it? If we were on a globe, wouldn't it be flipped? Okay, well,
I can shortcut this whole conversation.
You're not answering my question, Dan.
Yes, I'm trying to. If you fucking shut up and I can answer it. God damn, man. Okay. If you want a very visual demonstration about how that's true, I could send you a video that literally during this conversation, I opened up my 3D modeling software. I put a camera on the near the North Pole, and I put a camera near the South Pole, and I set them on a gyroscopic, what do they call them? The ones that track the sun. And I simulate it, and you can see geometrically why this is true. Would you like me to send you this video?
Do you agree or disagree that the sun moves anti-clockwise everywhere on Earth? Do you agree or disagree?
It does from an external perspective, yes. I do agree.
What are you talking about from an external perspective? It either moves east to west or it doesn't move east to west everywhere.
You want to actually see it for yourself.
So why are you avoiding the Dan then? What's the matter with you, dude?
I didn't avoid it. I made a fucking simulation and animation to send you, and you just would rather use words.
Listen very carefully, Dan. Listen very carefully. If the sun moves counterclockwise, just listen. If the sun is moving counterclockwise everywhere, whether it's at the North Pole, Antarctica, Equator, doesn't matter. If it's moving east to west everywhere, then you can't be on a globe, Dan.
Okay, wait. So if you are, where'd you say you were?
Europe.
Okay, Europe. Isn't moving, like, do you see any sort of rotation, like the anti-clockwise? You don't, from your perspective. You see it rising.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. In the morning, it's in the east. In the evening, it's in the west. That's anti-clockwise.
Yes, that's linear. That's linear, not radial. Right? So, you're describing one cardinal direction.
No, I'm just. If I do a time lapse, I'm going to see the sun moving from east to west during the day.
That's a line across the sky in one singular direction. Westward.
Yeah, and it's funny how that happens everywhere on Earth.
And so that's the point. That's the difference between the apparent movement of the sun and the actual rotation of the sun. From an external perspective, you're right. The Earth is always rotating counterclockwise. Thus, the sun is going the opposite direction relative to it. But from your perceived location, it will be different. And if you want to know why, I can send you a literal animation I made during this conversation, and you can
agree?
Yeah, this is getting painful. You guys are both fucking this up. It's if you face north, it'll appear to be counterclockwise. If you face south, it'll appear to be clockwise. And your location doesn't matter for that.
It's moving from east to west.
An animation, if you guys want.
It doesn't matter about your position because in the end you have a compass, so that standardizes the position. It's going to go from east to west everywhere.
Here, okay. I'm just going to record this. If somebody wants,
How is that possibly so? Tell me.
I will show you. Would you rather be shown?
Well, if it's moving from east to west everywhere, that's not possible on a globe, is it?
Would you want to be shown why it's true?
Right. But I'm going to need. I don't want any software. I want to see video cameras. I want to see actual.
I mean, this is
I don't need your software to tell me something. I don't need that.
A model of how it would work on a globe, and would you want to know or not?
That's great, but that's not actual explanation of how it could be.
You just want to dismiss it. Okay.
No, I want you to show me actual evidence, actual substantiation, actual data of some kind that you measured or took photographs even. I'll take that.
It's just geometry, man. It's just fucking geometry. It's not a tough question.
I know, but according to geometry, you're wrong.
I don't know why you're dodging just looking at the geometry I have. I don't know why you don't want to see it. You've asked me time and time again for this very thing, and you just don't want to see it.
How can someone is upside down in Australia, upside down in relation to me?
How can? Let me show you, for Pete's sake.
Let's stop talking. So if someone's upside down right now in Australia, and I'm upside up in Europe, right? When we look at the sun, it's like, if he's upside down, he's going to see everything flipped, isn't he?
Yes.
Right. So, well, we don't see anything flipped. We see everything the same. So, it can't be a globe, can it?
The sunspots, the moon is flipped, depending on your observer location.
I'm not talking about the moon. We're not talking about the moon, mate. We're talking about the sun, yeah?
Same thing. The sunspots are going to be...
Therefore, if the sun is moving anti-clockwise, if the sun is moving anti-clockwise, it can't be a globe. You see that?
Oh, my gosh. I don't know why we're having a geometric conversation or argument without us looking at the geometry.
Right, but you're looking at computer software, bro. You're looking at a computer game.
Software that models geometry, you fucking fuckwit.
Right, but it's real life. That's the interesting thing.
Oh my gosh, it is. Do you disagree that we can model geometry in a computer?
I'm suspecting that your model doesn't match real life.
It's 3D. It's a 3D software. It's how we model everything in 3D. I'm in 3D graphics as a profession.
Right, yeah, you do everything with it, but doesn't match real life, though.
Oh my God! Unless you have a very specific reason why it does not align with the model that you're trying to argue against, then this is a stupid conversation.
I'm just suspicious that your model doesn't match real life. So how do we check if it matches real life?
I just modeled exactly what the globe would say it should be, and then when I rotate the fucking Earth, it does exactly what I'm saying it does.
Is there any way we can check? Is there any way we can check your model against real life to see if it comports? Is there any way we can do that, or should I just trust your model?
Look at this animation. Say, hey, look, it's moving clockwise in the northern hemisphere. It's anti-clockwise in the southern. Let's see if it purports to actual observations. Okay, let's look at a time lapse of the sun that somebody put it on YouTube from the northern hemisphere. Let's look at a time lapse of the sun from the southern hemisphere, and guess what? It's gonna align.
You know, you're getting everything all screwed up here.
But if the sun is moving anti-clockwise everywhere, then it means it can't be a globe.
Oh my God!
It's just counterclockwise or clockwise, depending which way you're facing. It's got nothing to do with hemispheres.
No, it does.
Yes, it doesn't. And the claim, anyway, you got the claim wrong. You just said counterclockwise from the southern hemisphere. That's not even what Professor Dave put out there, which is what everybody parrots for this. He said clockwise in the southern hemisphere. Well, they just did a time lapse of the sun going across the screen from right to left, and that's what it's supposed to do in the so-called northern hemisphere, according to these guys. Because all along, it's just been a matter of which way the observer is facing.
Exactly. And we standardize that with a compass.
How can that be the case when you're standing in the center of where it's circling?
That's how it's the case. You're facing north.
You're in the center of where it's circling.
You're facing north.
How'd you?
Yeah, you're facing north, and it doesn't matter where you do that from. The sky's going to appear to have counterclockwise motion facing north. Doesn't matter where you do it from.
You got a big problem, Dan.
What kind of thing here? You guys have trouble visualizing this in 3D?
No, you're just an idiot who has trouble visualizing turning around.
It's really funny because a minute ago, this guy was telling Flatsy, he was telling her, oh yeah, man, I don't like, on the globe side, man, people are disingenuous, man, you got to be honest, man. And then now he's being dishonest. Look, the very thing
I'm being disingenuous when I literally did work to try to answer your specific question, and instead of accepting the work that I did to see it visually, you just keep on deflecting, and I don't know why.
Did you do work to answer his question, or did you do work to reify your own consequent?
No, what I did is like, hey, I wonder. Here's literally the thought process in my head as it happened, because this happened a while ago when somebody made the claim, oh, you know what, in the north it rotates the same way both ways. Like, wait, would it? I actually don't know. I couldn't quite picture it in my head.
It's not a race, it's 24/7 flat earth, not 24-second flat earth.
What is that even supposed to mean?
It means slow down, it's not a horse race.
Oh, okay.
We're not going anywhere.
I'll slow down for you, okay? So I thought, okay, let me try it. I'm just going to build the globe the way that they say the globe is, and I'm going to put a camera where the camera should be for the northern winter and the southern winter, and I'm just going to rotate the goddamn thing and see if the apparent rotation is different or not. I had no predisposition about which way it should be because I didn't know.
So why did you build a ball then? If you had know anything about it, you would have walked outside and went, "Oh fuck, I see it as flat." You would have.
I don't live in a place where I can observe the 24-hour sun.
See if that's what happens.
Well, wait. So did you record the sun? Is that what you're saying?
I modeled the sun. I modeled the Earth where the globe model says it should be.
Okay, but
and does your model comport with reality? How can we check if it does?
I'd like to know how you guys sit there and claim that the direction you're facing affects if what you're looking at is rotating clockwise or counterclockwise.
Because it's going to appear to be going from your right to your left, or your left to your right, depending which way. Who's
stand
talking?
under a disco ball.
Shut up.
The disco ball is spinning.
Shut your mouth. I'm answering you. Because it's going to appear to be going from your right to your left, or your left to your right, depending which way you stand. You should know that, right? You turn around. Left is going to switch with right. Right?
That's true. Barry.
Oh, he's been going the whole time, huh? You don't want answers, you just want to go off. Okay. Well, you can just sit on mute then.
Your number.
The problem with that, and you're right, if you're at the equator and you look south, then you're right. The sun is going to rise to your left and set to your right, and vice versa, whatever it is.
Where are you when you do this? You said where?
The problem with doing it,
where?
in place
where are you when you're seeing that?
I just said on the equator.
Okay, well, it depends where you are with respect to the sun's latitude.
Whatever. I specifically gave you a latitude, right? So where's
the sun at that time? What's the sun's latitude?
You're missing. I'm trying to make a point that you're hanging on something that I'm not trying to make.
No, because if it's the June solstice or towards that time of year.
Okay, let's say equinox. Okay, let's just say equinox.
Okay, then it's going to be overhead. But if it's depending on what tropic it's at, you're either going to have to face north or south to see it, and that is what's going to determine whether it goes from left to right or right to left.
Sure.
East to west. Why can't you guys just use compass points? East to west.
If you say east to west, it will always be east to west when you're at the equator.
It's always going the same way. But the relative directions change depending which way the observer is.
But left to right will be the inverse depending on which you look. But the problem that lies, and the point that I'm trying to make, is that when you are
on a globe, that's only the case on the globe, Dan.
No, it's not. You're completely a moron, Hyro Pro. Just be quiet.
When you're at the pole, in fact, you can see this in the time lapses that they did. They're rotating every single direction. They're not facing south or north. They're facing every single direction. And so the whole notion of relative direction is meaningless.
No, Dan, do they have a compass down there? Dan, do they have a compass down there?
Yes, and they're rotating.
Oh, wait. So they can find north and south, right?
Oh, my God.
Can they find north and south? Yes or no?
Every direction is north from the South Pole.
So you're talking about the time lapses that they just did, the Dave McKeegan thing of the sun?
Yeah, or the one
across the screen, bro. Dude, the claim has always been from Globers clockwise in the southern hemisphere. That's what they've thought has been going on for years. Clockwise.
I don't know about that claim.
That's what they've said for years. Clockwise. Okay. That video that Dave McKeegan just put out, the time lapse of the sun, he's facing north to see the sun because you have to from down there, obviously. It's going from right to left, the exact opposite of what they've said all this time. In the southern hemisphere, it goes clockwise.
Did you say that they're facing north to see the sun? No, they face every direction. It circles them.
Yeah, facing away from the south.
Oh my God!
They were facing south. I think they were facing south.
Hey, you're retarded. I'm thinking.
How could they be facing south to see the sun?
These guys are still thinking compass points work on a 3D globe model. They still think it's possible to have compass points in a 3D system like that. You can't. You can only have it when there's a plane below you. Then compass points work. You idiots.
I don't even know what's being argued anymore.
You don't understand the compass points disprove what you're saying here. The compass points show there's east to west everywhere. So no one flipped upside down in Australia to see it differently. They all see it the same. So it's not a globe, is it?
What I'm saying is that the compass direction of the sun does a full 360 when in places where you can see the 24-hour sun.
Yeah. Yeah,
always moving east to west.
That's true. Yeah,
it's always moving east to west, and you're coping, dude.
No, it goes. When you see 24-hour sun, the definition of seeing 24-hour sun is that you point a compass at it, and it goes a 360 degree across all of the cardinal directions.
West, yeah, anti-clockwise, east to west. Yes. And you're too stupid to understand that means it's not a globe, because Europe has the same. If I go out now in Europe, in my garden now, I'm gonna see it go east to west too.
When something is circling above your head,
think about
how do you? Both directions are east to west. When something is circling above your head, how do you get from east to west? You can go either direction and get there.
Yeah, when something is circling above your head, it's not the ground.
The reason you can't. One second. The reason you can't understand this, bro, is because you're still imagining everything to be on a globe, and that's why your head is getting screwed up. Imagine you're on a plane. Imagine there's a North Pole. Imagine there's a ring, a southern Antarctica ring around that North Pole. Then everything makes sense. But you can't imagine it that way for some reason. You're blocked.
Or
you're right. The whole point of what I'm trying to argue is you're saying it can't work on a globe. So yes, I am thinking about the globe when I'm making this argument.
But it doesn't work on a globe. It's impossible on a globe.
You say it's impossible, yet I demonstrate that it's possible. You just don't want to see it, and so I don't know what to tell you.
You just have some computer graphics. That's all.
Yes, computer graphics that use geometry. Unless you want to argue with me that geometry is just wrong, just period.
Does your model comport with the reality? If so, show how it comports with the reality.
Yes, you line it up with what we see in footage.
Show me now all the real life data that you've obtained to show that comports with reality.
24-hour from the northern hemisphere, take a time lapse of the 24 from the southern hemisphere, and that aligns with
moving east to west. Yeah, but it's moving east to west, and so it proves I'm right. Then.
Oh my God. Okay. So the time lapse that just happened in Antarctica. How do you know it's not moving east? How do you know it's moving east to west?
Well, don't you have a compass? Can't you work it out? No.
You are rotating on your compass. But how do you know you're going? East to west is nonsensical when you're following something that's
rotating on my compass. What is rotating on my
compass? Of compass-wise, to say anything about something that's circling around you is to say if it's moving clockwise or anti-clockwise. The notion of saying east to west is a nonsensical notion when something's circling around you.
But if it's moving in the same direction in all places, there's no one who's upside down, dude. Simple.
Okay, can you visualize something for me, Dan?
I would love to. Can somebody share what I actually did?
It's going to be really quick. Imagine like you have one of those bar weights with the dumbbells on the ends.
Uh-huh.
Okay, think about it being light and you don't have it's not a struggle to hold it, okay? And you rotate it in one direction. Say that you start rotating it away from you. And if you look at the dumbbell on your right, it would be rotating anti-clockwise. The one on your left would be rotating clockwise. If you can see, you can visualize this, right? So
before you can move on, I just want to make sure I'm visualizing it correctly. You are holding a dumbbell in front of you.
Well, I don't know if I'm using the right terminology for the exercise equipment, but if you're holding a bar with the weights on each end, they're circular, and you're spinning away from you. If you look to your right, you would be looking at one side going anti-clockwise, but the one on your left would be going clockwise from your perspective, right?
From my perspective, they're both rotating away from me, so I don't
exactly. But if you look at one of the weights to your right, when you look,
So if I move my perspective to be at one end,
right? Okay, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's still all spinning in one direction. But if you look to your right, in your perspective, you see one going anti-clockwise, and then the one on your left would be going clockwise, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you can use that kind of visual to understand what's going on in the sky. It's all going in one direction.
I don't disagree with anything that you just said, and that's all true. I do agree that there is an objective rotation, but also, just like what you said, there is a perceived rotation, clockwise versus anti-clockwise, depending on which direction you're looking at it.
Yeah, that's it.
That I don't know where that's fine.
If it's circling around you, it's either going left to right or right to left. It's circling around you. Like, what the hell?
Right to left, now you're going back to the confusing thing. Right to left does not make any sense when something's circling around you. God damn it, man. Imagine there's literally a fly rotating around your head. Let's say it's moving clockwise. Is it going right to left? Or is it going is it going
okay, well, let's say 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock to 9 o'clock is right to left.
And an increment of change occurs. Is it moving to the left or the right? It's that simple.
One second, Dan. Why are you pretending?
3 o'clock to 9 o'clock is right to left, and so then the rest is obviously going to be left to right. So then
Dan, why are you
called counterclockwise.
Wait, Dan, why are you pretending you can't find north on some point of the earth?
What's the point here?
Yeah, there isn't really a point. Like,
let me ask you a question, Dan. Dan, why do you think that on some parts of the earth you can't find true north? Why are you saying that?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying here, I'll extend my hypothetical. Imagine you are facing north, okay, and there is a fly rotating around your head.
No, that's a false equivalence. Sorry, that's a false equivalence because in your paradigm, it's the Earth that's rotating, not the fly.
The Earth.
Exactly. Good point.
You guys get caught on. It's inconsequential to the point that I'm actually making.
No, it's not inconsequential. The fly is not rotating. It's you that's rotating. That's your model.
Okay, so you're on a swivel chair and there's a fly hovering in front of you.
Well, it doesn't make sense because now you're changing your direction. Okay. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Now we're talking because
the
if the sun
with rotating, it makes it a difficult analogy because on the Earth, yes, the Earth is that you're standing on is rotating, but your reference to north is rotating with you.
The Earth is not rotating. That doesn't make sense.
And which way does the Earth rotate, son? Which way does the Earth rotate?
That's nonsense.
Counterclockwise.
Use cardinal directions. Which way does the Earth rotate?
Clockwise? My God damn! What? Yes, the Earth rotates counterclockwise. If you want to say which direction the sun rises and sets, it's from east to west.
So which way does it
Earth would be spinning west to east, right?
Wait a minute, Dan. How do you know? Wait a minute, Dan. How do you know that the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise? How do you know that? Wait. Watch this. Watch how he hangs himself. Dan, how do you know the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise? How do you know that?
I'm just going off of the model right now. We're arguing models.
Nonsense.
Why do you think it's rotating anti-clockwise? Maybe it's rotating clockwise. How would you know the difference?
It depends on your observer. Like if you look at it from the South Pole, then it would be the other way.
All right, so the Earth rotates in a different direction depending upon which part you're on. If I'm in the lower part of the Earth, it rotates one way.
If you want to give it a cardinal direction, it's rotating east. Okay.
It'd be going from west to east.
Okay.
How would you know that?
Go back to your swivel chair.
No, wait, Dan, explain, please. Dan, please explain why do you think it's rotating in one direction, not another? If in the northern hemisphere things appear one way, in the southern area they appear another way, well then how do you know which way the Earth's rotating?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
Oh, come on. How do you know it's rotating? You said the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise. How would you know that? How would you decipher that?
Like objectively, how would I observe that?
Yeah, well, you're saying it rotates anti-clockwise. Well, how do you know that?
Yeah. If you want to, so first of all, I'm not talking about observations right now. I'm talking about models. But if I were to make an observation, I mean, you could go into space and have a reference point of what is north, and then you can say if it's
So does your model have an objective
Wait, if you're in space, what do you mean the reference point of north? If I'm in 4 billion miles away from the Earth, what's north?
Hang on, dude. Does your model have an objective up and down? Does your model have an objective up and down?
It's one that we've invented. Yes. As a reference, yes.
So there's a top and a bottom.
Yeah.
There was no direction in space.
What?
Relative to? What's relative to?
Freaking Dan
What's your north and south
Fessler,
relative
dude.
to?
I haven't seen Dan Fessler in it's been 4 years.
It's been crazy long, yeah.
Miggy, come back.
Anybody. Well,
anyway, if somebody would like to post a video for me, I would be very appreciative.
I just did. I just did.
Oh, no. Sorry. A video that I've recorded.
What's Dan coming? Dan, you coming in there a little bit spicy tonight, man? What's going on?
I didn't start this way, man.
You just start the
we had
fire?
a pretty chill conversation until this one.
Yeah, Grizzly got him fired up.
Yeah,
Dan Fessler is an OG of the OG Globers. I mean, he's way back in the day, man.
It's been about 7 years.
He's been pretty chill. He's had some pretty cool convos with Indio tonight.
Yeah, he was back in the day, man. He never we used to deal with Zanuck and all them guys and Gem Panda and all that when Dan was around. And Dan was always he was a cooler Glober back in the day. Gem, do you remember him?
He's also one of those Globers that claim that nonsense makes sense.
That makes sense. Sure.
That makes sense.
And that sounds like me, huh?
That sounds like you've been saying it. The nonsense makes sense.
I don't know what you're referring
to. He's still running
try
with the
something
globe.
really quick here.
Yeah.
Pyro Pro.
Yeah, you saw the sky spinning, and you say that's because the ground is spinning. It's nonsense.
Try something really quick. I just got to ask Pyro Pro a question. Which way do the stars go in the northern hemisphere?
Who are you asking?
What do you mean by go? Do you mean the rotation clockwise or counterclockwise?
Yeah, that.
It looks counterclockwise to me.
Okay, now go to 119 in the video I just posted and tell me if that's clockwise or counterclockwise.
What video?
What's that?
Labeled Northern Hemisphere.
Moving stars of the northern hemisphere.
Okay, I'll check it out. Give me a sec, though. I'll
Thank you.
share the video too that you can check out.
I've seen that. Oh no, I haven't seen that one. Never mind.
Are you guys having a party in here or what?
So northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
Counterclockwise.
It's actually been pretty fun, Miggy. It's a good time to come in.
Jimsy.
Well,
Jimsy,
119. Well, anyway, I'll let him do his research. Never mind.
Oh, Jimsy and Heretic.
Yeah, I'm here.
Buy the dip.
I'm going for it.
Get you, just a little some of Pepe. Just saying, man. Just a small little, Anyway.
Hedera.
Yeah, I was just gonna come in real quick and just tell you guys on a side note. Yeah, buy the dip.
What, Bitcoin?
Altcoins in general. A few meme coins. But I didn't want to.
Dan, tell me, why do you think the Earth is rotating anti-clockwise?
On the northern hemisphere?
How can the Earth be rotating in two different directions, Dan?
Are you going to ask the same question that I already gave you an answer for that you refused to?
Say we've got a ball spinning like what did they call that? The kids used to play with the ball on the end of this rope with a ball. Anyway, you got a ball spinning, right? This ball's spinning. You're not changing the way it's spinning. It's spinning on an axis. You look underneath it. It spins clockwise, and then if you look at it from above, it's counterclockwise. What's there to comprehend?
What? What are you talking about?
God damn
it. The ball is spinning. It's spinning in the same direction in all places. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but see, Hero, you're forgetting something, bro. You're looking at the object, not away from the object. Is that correct or not correct?
Yeah, we're looking at the object.
Yeah. So in the case,
it's handedness.
I know, Hero, but in the case that you presented, you're looking at the object. You're not looking away from it. And then when you're standing on the earth, you're looking away from the object. So you're not looking directly at the object saying the object is moving. You're looking at other things moving and then assuming that the object is moving, if it is one, like the globe you think it is. So like on the one, your analogy doesn't
moving. It's relative to your position.
I know, but that's not the Hero. That wasn't the analogy. Right. That wasn't the analogy you gave us with the globe spinning. You're looking directly at the object spinning.
Right, and in particular from on looking at it down on its axis.
Yeah, I know that
southern axis.
I get it, but what I'm saying is
northern axis.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, I mean, I understand what you're talking about, but you're looking directly at the object moving. The object is moving, in your scenario. Now, when you're standing on the earth, you're looking away from the thing you think is the object. See the problem?
No.
You can just extend it. You can say, yeah, you're looking at the object, but think about if there was another shell that was somehow connected to that ball that you're spinning.
Yeah, we're not assuming. We're not assuming in this case. Like his analogy was not assumptions. No assumptions made. We're looking at a ball from the bottom.
How about
you just analogy? Hey, you know, just no, not yet. No. No. I'm going to keep doing that until you stop talking. So when you
what he said sounded like it could possibly be in response to what you were saying.
You can tell me all the sub stories you want.
Birch, can you hear what we were saying?
Maybe he's talking to a chess opponent.
I'm telling you, he's got to be talking to a chess opponent, dude. That's what it sounds like. I have no idea he's on mute.
I barely play chess.
Okay, so you can hear what we're saying.
Yeah, you're losing it, Birch. You get ready to snap back to reality and focus, or we're just going to have to put you on mute. So you need to say Samsung Space Selfie Satellite 3 times as fast as you can before we can proceed.
If the degree of the triangle is 60 degrees.
Wow.
What?
Are you stupid or not?
Well, are you talking to us? What's going on?
No, I'm talking to you personally.
How can you be talking to me? I was just talking to you and you started talking about something completely different.
You're going to the fucking university. So.
My goodness. So you're not going to do the tongue twister?
It's super.
You're not going to do the Samsung Space Selfie Satellite Simulator?
If the degree of a triangle is 60 degrees, in all corners,
where's this come from?
180 degrees together.
You were talking about the satellites with the balloons.
And one part of the triangle is 5 centimeters. What is the perimeter of the triangle?
I don't know. I thought he was almost back on the rails for like 5 minutes, but he's gone again. Do we just mute him?
It's fucking super easy.
Talking to somebody else. He's got to be talking to somebody else, dude. It doesn't make any other sense.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be dipping off anyway, so feel free just to put him on mute. I'm going to go on listening mode anyway.
No, because it doesn't make sense to you. it doesn't matter that it doesn't make sense to anybody else because like if one wall of a triangle reaches like 60 degrees, it basically means every part of the triangle is exact same the length. So
Zerker was
You can only have
begging to not have
triangles.
him muted.
So I have
Okay.
a really good thing to say. I'm not good at math, but what he say is actually I know some things
it's
and I figured
only
out.
triangles.
In the end, it's gonna be a
If I
triangle.
would like start to speak about like circles,
Hexagon.
what the fuck?
Octagon.
What the fuck? Like
And in the end, it's gonna be a circle, right?
What the fuck is going
Because
on?
the only way, let's say you have an octagon and you draw lines, you draw the lines of the octagon, you draw them, then you get a different gun, and in the end, you end up, because you always do angles, you end up with a pyramid.
Garrett, hold on,
That's why
Garrett.
if you
You're
don't
telling me,
change
wait,
the
so you're,
angle,
wait.
All right,
So
Karen.
you're telling me you understand what he's saying? You understand like how he was responding to Cyclone? Does that
I
make
think
sense
I
to you?
know a little bit what he mean. Yeah, you're thinking more dimensional.
I don't even know what to say.
no, seriously.
let's say-
If it was like circles and a radius, it would be like basically nobody would understand it.
Who told you that?
Yeah, so the Earth is not a ball. I guess you're realizing that now.
Radius, diameter, or something like that.
Yeah, all the sizes of the ball, the radius, the circumference, all that, just bullshit. Go look it up. Anyway, peace, guys. I don't know.
going to
Someone
go to
should keep this on the
now.
rails.
Stay blessed, man. Watch out for zombies.
Yeah, cheers, Cyclone. Have a great night.
Yeah, you can't even like go like into a triangle. Now you're telling me that you're going into like a fucking like square, something like that.
What? I'm gonna put this guy on mute because he's just. This is
Something with walls.
What? He's gonna keep on talking random crap.
Yeah, he's got to be talking to somebody else, and he's got a mouth like a sailor. Every other word is an F bomb, so might as well.
He's lost it. He's lost the plot.
Total meltdown.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah, we forgot to apologize to Berserker for muting his comedy relief.
No problem, bro. I had enough.
And we lost Zikaret. Oh, anybody else here think that they live on a big spinning ball? Want to talk about it? So, you think you live on a ball? Sit on the couch, relax, tell us all about it.
Jedi is like, what? What?
He just came. I know, right? I think John's right. He had to be in some other conversation with someone else.
No, I think that was his way. That was his way of saying, yeah, he lost it, and he has no proofs for the globe. Just total meltdown.
We have Heisenberg. He has been very quiet. I'd like to hear from him.
Hey, I'm just listening.
Okay, cool. Very good. Welcome in. We have Shadow. Shadow Inferno is gone. Okay. Don't call people out, they'll leave. Except for Heisenberg. He's cool.
Thank you, bro.
So all you have to do is say Shadow's name and he disappears, huh?
Like a shadow. Into the shadows.
Yeah, just like the alleged Aristophanes, the guy who may or may not have existed.
How did Eratosthenes look down into the well without his own shadow getting in the way?
He's like Santa Claus, bro. He could make it down all types of chimneys, all types of stovepipes.
Might have been a very, very big well. How big were their wells back then? Because I'm just imagining like about 5 foot round. Yeah.
Have you ever seen like a well drilling rig? Like a modern day well drilling like truck? Have you ever seen one of those, T-Dub?
No.
Oh my gosh, you should see these things. It's like probably I think a $400,000 truck with the drill attached and everything, and then it's got like all the bit extensions on there. So it's got like all these cylindrical bit extensions, and you got to imagine like how difficult was it to dig a freaking well back then? You know, you got your pulley system, you got your guys down in the well with pickaxes and whatnot. They would make the wells wide enough where you could get a few guys down there to just hammer at it and then send everything up in buckets with the pulley system. And yeah, you know, every once in a while, the rope would break. A full bucket of stuff comes down and lands on someone's head, you know? Real brutal stuff. But yeah, you got to think, how hard was it to drill a well if with like the equipment that we have now, it's still a pain. Those drill heads break and it's a pain in the rear to try and extract them and all that. It's nuts.
And how did they know whether they were going to hit water or not? Like, was it a chance thing?
Oh, there's always water. It's just a matter of how deep.
Yeah. My father-in-law hired a diviner and came in, gave him the spot, and then he hired. I think it was similar to what you're talking about. I wasn't there, so I didn't see it. That's why I've never seen it done. But apparently, like it was like a big drill, and he hired one of them and drilled. I think I can't remember how many feet down. A lot, a lot, and it just put mud all over one side of his house. Like it just sprayed mud everywhere. All right. But yeah, that was for a bore, though, not a well. It was to tap into a reservoir of underground water. I think that it's part of an underground river, but they just tell people it's just a reservoir. Comes out of his hose sparkling clean too.
Yeah, I was talking to the guy that, like a friend of mine is one of his great friends, like growing up. His father owns the well drilling company. That was how I even got to go, and we shared like a yard at one point where we would have some of our stuff for the business that we were working on shared out the same yard as the well drilling yard. So you'd see like all the blown bits and like, but he told me, he was like, yeah, so depending upon the area is what depends what you got to drill through, right? And depending upon what you're drilling through is depends upon what bit you need. And if you get that wrong, then you can damage like really expensive bits. And sometimes it's like, sometimes the water's at like 180 feet down. Sometimes it's at like 280 feet down. But it varies depending upon where you're at. But if you drill down far enough, you're always going to hit some.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's what the father-in-law got to, about 100 feet, I think, something like that. But he used a diviner, and the diviner was spot on. Huh?
Hello?
Hello? Welcome.
Why do you laugh?
Because I like your accent.
Because what?
Because I like your accent.
Okay.
I was just sitting here happily munching on my pizza, and this little accent came on, and it just made me laugh. So, welcome to the channel. How can we help you?
So where are you from?
Pardon?
Where are you from?
Where am I from? I'm from England. Where are you from?
Okay. Can you guess? I'm from Arabic country.
No, go on, tell me.
Egypt.
Egypt. Oh wow, fantastic! I've actually been to Egypt.
Okay.
So what brings you to our channel today? How can we help you?
Actually, I can't understand you. I can't understand you.
Then maybe you should speak to somebody else.
Why?
Because if you can't understand me, maybe one of my colleagues will be able to speak to you.
As I used to listen to American accent, but I thought your accent it's British, I think.
Yes.
So
yes.
It's really tough, but I can understand you now. Okay. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 49.
You're 49.
Yep.
Okay. Yes, I get it. And I'm 20.
Okay, you're 20. Nice. I'm 63.
But you told me you're. Hello.
Hello. No, I'm somebody else. My name's Jin. Yeah, that was me. I'm Jin CBR1. So I'm 63. You're 20. My friend Jedi here is 49. I think he said he was. Right. Good questions. You're understanding? Okay.
Yes, I understand. I get it.
Okay. So, how can we help you today?
I'm just here to improve my English. That's it.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good. Let's see then. This is a flat earth server, and we always ask the guests when they come in, what proof
Your voice is breaking up.
ball. Oh, is it? Is it? Sorry about that. Oh, I
Hello?
said, hello? Testing,
Yes, I
testing.
can hear you. Yes,
Okay.
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, we always ask our guests, what proof do they have that the Earth is a ball-shaped ball in space? What proof do you have of this?
Actually, I hope to answer, but to be honest, I couldn't understand the question.
Oh, well, okay.
Can
Look,
you ask me this
okay.
question
Let me
in
start
another
again. Let me
way?
start again. Yeah. What is the shape of the Earth, and how do you know?
What is the cycle of what?
What is the shape of the Earth, and how do you know?
I don't know what the meaning of shake.
No, shape. Shape.
Shape. Yeah, I get it. You know, I can tell you in Arabic. That's it. It's
Wait,
like an
you
egg.
don't speak Moroccan?
It's like an egg. You know egg?
Yeah, it's like an egg, is it?
Like
Yeah.
an egg.
Yeah. Okay.
And I know what.
Spheroid, a spheroid, like a sphere.
Yeah. It's a right answer or not? I think it's wrong answer.
How is it that you know that, whether it's right or wrong? What makes you believe or understand that?
You know, actually, I'm Muslim. You know, I'm not sure what the shape of the earth, but in the Quran, I think I listened something, so I can't tell you. But please, let me, you know, let me check from my information, okay?
Okay. Okay.
Because you know,
Referring to the.
I hate to say something I'm not sure from it. So let me check and tell you. But I'll tell you
Okay.
from Quran, okay? Okay, give me
Yeah.
1 second.
Okay, yeah. See, the Quran would state that it's like an egg shape. The expression is daha dihaha, but that's wrong. It's been misinterpreted, okay? That's what it's going to say anyway. And then there are other verses that say that the earth is spread out like a carpet. So I'll post it in the side chat quickly for her if she's going to bring up the Quran. Remember, she's only 20, so she's running on what she's learnt at school.
Hello?
Hello.
Why are
Welcome
you
back.
quiet? I thought.
Oh, no, we're
Okay.
waiting for you to check. Yeah. We're waiting for you to
Oh.
come back, you see.
Yeah, I get it, but probably I can't tell you in English because there's something, you know, I can't read it, but I'm trying to read it. So tell me at first, why did you ask me this question, or why actually you ask this question? I want to know.
Okay, yeah.
What do
The
you
reason
want to know by this question?
yeah, because in this server we are a flat Earth server. We're saying to you that the Earth is not an egg shape, but it is flat, the surface. Okay, so that's what we're telling you. Now you said it was an egg shape because you read it in the Quran. Yes.
Okay, yes, I said it. But when I search, I find something, the Quran doesn't say it, directly. You get it?
Yeah, I understand. It says
But
something
some
like
people explain it.
ha,
Yep.
doesn't it? Ha, which means shaped like an egg or something, like an ostrich egg
No,
or something.
Fatiha. Please, let me tell you something. Fatiha is the
Yeah.
first surah in Quran, and we pray with this surah. Okay, it's not.
Yeah.
It doesn't say anything about the earth or the shape of earth. No, it's just talking about you know I can't tell you what, the day when we met Allah, in the last you get it. I'm sure you get it.
Yeah.
You get it?
Well, yeah. What I did was I put in the side chat. I posted the verse from the Quran that mentions the flat earth in the Quran, you see. So in the Quran, it is mentioned, okay, that the earth is flat. It's spread out like a carpet with the mountains pinning down the edges so that the carpet obviously doesn't lift up, okay? It's in.
Okay, but I wanna tell you something. It's. I wanna tell you something. I read in Quran. I'm sure from it, but I hope to say it in English. If you will talk Arabic, I can tell you many things. But unfortunately, English is my next language, and I can express
Yeah.
myself in English well.
No, I
So the
understand. That's
Quran
okay.
said something. The Quran said something. Something. I try to say it. The earth around. Okay.
Mm.
The earth around. Okay, I hope you understand me. From 1400, the people didn't know this information. Yeah,
Okay.
the people didn't know the earth is around, and the Quran said something like the mountain is go. It's go. But if you look at the mountain, you can see it's at the same place. It's not move. Okay, it's not
It's
move.
not moving.
But the Quran said, if you look at the mount, you think it's at the same place, but it's not. It's go. And today, I can tell you, the scientists prove that the Earth around. So I think it's the same thing. You get it? I hope you understand me.
No, I understand you. What you're saying is that you are listening to the scientists because the scientists prove it's a globe, okay, or a ball shape, and in the Quran the mountains are moving. But I've just posted in the server side chat that in the Quran it states that the mountains do not move, and that the carpet is spread out. The carpet is spread out flat, with the mountains on the carpet to keep the carpet in place. So it's not a moving earth, and it's flat.
Yes,
That's what I
I'm
posted.
trying to say the same thing, but I couldn't say in
Right.
Arabic, in English.
In English,
It's not
yeah,
move.
that's right.
But
Yeah.
when the earth move around itself, that means I think also the mountain do the same thing. You get it with the
Yeah.
earth.
How do
So
you know
the
that?
Quran
Hang on.
prove it.
Hang on. How do you know that the mountains and the earth are moving? How do you know that the earth is moving?
Actually, the scientists proved today the earth around itself every 20 hours.
Okay. But if the scientists prove it, we should notice it ourselves. We can prove it ourselves, can't we? Yes.
Your voice is breaking up. Please
Sorry.
check your internet. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
I want to listen.
I said that basically, if the scientists prove it, we can prove it too, can't we?
I hope I can understand you.
No, I said that if the scientists can prove it, it means we can prove it too, yes? We should know it is moving, yeah? So how do you know that the earth is moving? Do you feel the earth moving?
No, we didn't feel it. So if we actually was feel it, the people around 40, people around 2000 year, we will know it. But nobody was know it. And today we didn't know it. But the scientists prove it. If I know the earthquake, if the earth around itself, the people will know it, from many years. But no one know it. But scientists prove it today.
Okay, so let's stick with the
Tell me.
scientists. Let's stick with the scientists. Now, the scientists gave us a size of the earth. Do you know the size the scientists gave us? Do you know?
No.
Okay, let me give you that number. That's okay. I didn't know myself as well, so there's no need to worry. The size of the earth, the circumference, is meant to be 24,900 miles. That's the circumference, okay? You know what the circumference is?
I hope to understand you. I'm really sad.
Yeah. The size. Okay, I'm just going to use the simple words. The
But I
size
know
of
what the
the
meaning of
earth.
size.
Okay, so the size is meant to be 24,901 miles, the size, okay? Now, the radius of that is a quarter of the size, okay? Which is meant to be 3,951 miles. That's the radius. Now, with those numbers, our tools, and we can go out and check for the curvature of the earth. You know the shape? It's a curve. You know the curve? Curvature?
Okay.
Yeah, because if something is round, it means there's curvature there. Yes? If it's a spherical shape, it's going to have a curved. If it's an egg shape, it's going to have a curve. Yes?
Yes.
Have you ever seen the roundness of the earth anywhere in your life? 20 years. Have you seen the curvature of the earth?
No, but we feel it with the sun is at the same place. Okay, how? I hope you understand me. The sun is stable at the same place. Okay.
Okay.
It doesn't move.
Thank
The
you for
sun,
speaking.
it doesn't move.
How do you know this? How do you know the sun doesn't move? How do you know?
Actually, I want to tell you something. You give me. I think I check. I can't believe myself. You feel me something like this. I feel something like all the word and all this thing I'm saying. It's not correct. You make me feel it.
Thank you. That's right. That's your honesty coming out, because every question that I've asked you, you cannot prove it, you see, and you haven't checked it. So now you're beginning to think, I don't know. And that's a good answer, because when you don't know, it means you have to go and check. Okay. So, because when we look at the sky, we see the sun moving across the sky. We see the sun moving.
So, but how the scientists approve all this? Actually, we know all this by information, general information.
Yeah, but the scientists haven't proven it. That's the truth. The truth is the scientists are misinforming us. They haven't proven anything. Do you understand now?
Yeah.
Right. So that's why I ask you again, where you see the curvature of the earth in your life? You've never seen it, have you?
Yeah. Who you're calling scientists, right? The people you're calling scientists. I'm not going to worry about going into that. But they might think that the Earth is a ball and that it's moving. They might think that, and they might think that they're right. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they proved it.
Yeah, they haven't proven it. That's the thing.
Actually, I wanna share something with you. Today, I wanna learn English and improve my English, but I learned something else. I have to say, I don't know I don't know actually.
That's a good answer. That's an honest answer. Most people don't say they don't know it immediately. They carry on with the belief, you see. So now you're looking at yourself and you're saying, actually, the questions you've asked me, I'm beginning to think that I don't know. because I can't prove. I've never seen the curvature. That's correct. So that position you're holding is your rationale, the way you're thinking positively now. You're beginning to think, hang on, let me go and check. Okay, because that's what you've got to do. Yeah, because the scientists haven't proven it. I've never seen the curvature. None of my colleagues here have ever seen that curvature. And when we went out to check it, to try and measure that curvature, find it level, no curvature at all. Okay, have you ever flown in an aeroplane?
No.
No, not yet. Okay, that's okay. That's okay. So basically, yeah, you've never seen the curvature anywhere at this point. So you don't know that the Earth is an egg shape or a ball shape. You don't know this, do you?
No.
No,
I don't know.
Right, okay. That's the honest answer. So what you're going to have to do then is to somehow try and prove that by measuring, knowing the size that they tell us, take those numbers and go into nature and measure it. I'll stop there for now. Maybe somebody else wants to take on this young lady. What is your name again on the server? What is your server name? Mine is Jin CBR1. What is your name?
Okay, my name is Noor. The light, my name is Nurhan. This is Arabic name.
Nurhan. Okay, Nurhan, the light. Thank you. Okay, so Nurhan.
So
okay.
please, how can you pronunciate my name with, you pronunciate my name easily, and I'm not used to hear it. All the people can pronunciate my name.
Although I don't practice, so I can say to you, Assalamu alaikum. I can say to you, okay, I was born in England, London. I'm an African who was born in London. Okay?
Okay.
I'm an African born in London. I'm 63 years old. Okay?
Okay, where live?
I'm living in Japan at the moment.
Okay, but I think Arabic sentence, I think.
Very little Arabic, like I said, Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. What else?
Subhanallah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yeah, and very little, very little. Yeah. Very little I know. I don't know much. It's my weak point. I do not know much Arabic at all. My brother knows much more than I do, as he's a fully fledged Muslim. He prays 5 times a day. But the thing is now, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions?
Z. That's all I know.
Oh.
Z.
Yeah, Z. There you go.
Z. Yeah, because I used to get told Z when I worked for.
What does that mean?
Some people.
What does that mean?
So, Jen, are you Muslim? I think you're Muslim because.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, I am a Muslim. I observe the Ramadan, for example.
Okay. It's perfectly.
Okay.
Okay. I thought you are a Muslim, so I have to ask you what you know about Islam.
Yeah, I know about Islam. You got to give zakat.
I think all the people around the world thought Islam's just man married from 4 women, and that's it. While in my country, I've never ever saw man he married from 4 women.
Yeah, no, I haven't met any man who's married 4 women. No.
And also 2 women. I know one man he married from 2 women because his first wife, he doesn't born. He doesn't born.
Yeah, she can't have babies. Yeah, she cannot have babies. Yeah.
She can't have a babies or what?
Yeah.
She can. Yes,
she cannot.
That's it for.
Yeah.
Yes. So I think all the people can understand Islam correctly.
Yeah, it's people like me that try to explain it as best as I can, so people get the right knowledge and not misinformation. But okay. So now that I've asked you the questions about the Earth, how do you feel now?
Okay, right now I feel. You have to ask me. What did you learn? Not what do you feel?
Well, yeah. How do you feel? What do you learn? Exactly.
It is the same thing. Okay, as I told you before, I have to say I don't know when I'm not proved my information because probably I missed someone, and probably yes. So if anyone or anybody ask me this, any question like this, I say, I don't know. It's simple question. It's simple answer.
Yeah. And the only way you're going to know, of course, the way you gain knowledge is that you take the information that you are given and you go and check to verify and confirm. Once you've confirmed it, then you will know. So that's what you have to do whenever you are ready. That is up to you, your time. Okay? In your life. You're only 20 now, so that's, excuse me, you're still young. So you've got plenty of time to check that. Okay?
Okay, I get it.
Yeah. Now, the reason why, let me explain our position. The reason why we say that the earth is flat and not an egg shape, not a ball shape, is because we cannot measure the curvature of the earth. We have no photographic images. We have no personal experience. We have never seen it, okay? And our personal experience is that of living on a flat earth. An aeroplane doesn't fly in a curved trajectory following the curvature of the earth. It always flies horizontal and level. That's another clue. We can see long distances. We can see so far that if the earth was curving, we wouldn't be able to see so far, but we can see because the earth's curvature is not there. Okay, these are the reasons why we're telling you, because we're measuring flat earth, not curved earth. Okay, that's our position. And also, the earth isn't rotating. Okay, because again, we're not taking earth's rotation into consideration in engineering, or if they're firing their weapons, of mass destruction, the army, the navy, the air force, these and aeroplane pilots, they don't take into consideration earth's rotation. Okay, earth is not rotating. It's stationary. It is not moving. Okay,
I get it. Yes.
Right. And then the final piece of the puzzle is this. We have air pressure on earth. Air pressure. It's 14.7 psi at sea level. Okay, so where you're sitting now, you're in a pressure of 14.7 psi. Now, in order to have a pressure system, you must have a container. Okay, without a container, you cannot have pressure. Okay, air pressure. Now, the image of the earth in the solar system is a blue ball in a vacuum of space. That would be impossible because the air would go to the space without the container. Okay, the air of Earth from that blue ball and the water and all life would go into the vacuum of space. Okay, so the image of the Earth as a ball in space is a violation of natural law. Okay, it cannot be like that. It's impossible. You must have a container to protect the air pressure. So therefore, the image of the Earth as a spherical ball hurtling through the universe is a violation of God's natural law. And that's what will stay there. Okay, do you understand?
Yes, I understand a little bit, but I understand in general, but not all details.
That's fine. Yeah, you're going to have to do some more investigation. Thank you for speaking English. Please keep practicing your English. We understood everything you've said. Hopefully you understand us a little bit. Thank you very much.
So I want to share something with you. I think it's personal. Okay. Right now, my salary is something 3K. Okay.
Okay.
And it's really less, it doesn't buy anything actually. But if I learn English, or if I accept it, and if I learn English and my English was perfect, my salary will be 20K.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have to learn English.
Yeah. You do that, of course, because you need it for your life. So I wish you the best in that endeavor. You've come here. You can learn a lot of English here, and I think you've done very well to explain your position with the shape of the earth, for example, using the limited English you have. So you've done very well so far. Excellent work. Okay.
Thank you.
What are your hobbies? What are your hobbies and interests, for example?
Just reading, but didn't ask me what did you read? Okay, reading. I love to stay alone. I'm very introvert.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine for now.
Okay.
What do you read? What kind of material do you read?
I prefer to read, psychological something like this, and the book relates to religions.
Okay, all right, okay, that's fine. So you're pursuing your
about you?
religion. Me, I read all sorts of topics, things to do with the shape of the earth, motorcycles, cars, fitness training, camping, many things I read about, many things, sciences, and then I do like
I want to
cycling.
tell you something.
Yeah, go
How
on.
many in this in this day you can read and can start reading? I think scrolling on social media wastes most of our times, and we can't control ourselves. When also we decided to delete it from our phone, we open it from Chrome and Google. You get it? So
Yeah.
how can you go ahead? Tell me. I hope.
Yeah, well, basically, I think that it depends on the individual. For myself, when I use my smartphone or my tablet or a computer, I'm always I have to read a lot of things. Okay, so you read the things you're interested in, and then maybe I look for some material, video material that can help me learn more.
Yes.
And that's what I do, especially documentaries in particular. I do enjoy learning about documentaries of history, and there's been some good people out there who have produced some really good material with good, accurate historical content. I've learnt a lot in the last 26 years, I must say, through the computer. Okay? So I found it very useful for myself, but then that's me. I'm looking for the truth. I'm looking for information. So I have to go through many videos and many content producers to cross-reference and documents, and then I form my own conclusions in the end. Okay?
Yes, perfect. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I get it.
Yeah. So I do think that I think it's very useful having a smartphone device in your pocket, because you kind of like have a library in your pocket. But there is one problem that's coming in now, and that is misinformation is coming in. Misinformation. AI is bringing in a lot of misinformation now. So, we've really got to be careful these days. It's getting more and more difficult to get accurate information, unfortunately.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay, good.
And also it will be a free library, You will not pay any money. So it's perfect.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. As long as I can find reliable sites that give me reliable information, that's the thing. So, and one site is not always enough. You've got to go through several sites, cross-referencing all the time. And then when you find the sites that you're satisfied with, you bookmark those sites and refer to them. But you've still got to cross-reference, unfortunately, all the time.
Yes.
Have you traveled around the world anywhere? I suppose you haven't traveled because you haven't been on a plane.
I didn't see the pyramids in my country, so I didn't go to any place.
Maybe my colleague Jedi can talk about that. Jedi, did you see the pyramids, Jedi, when you went to Egypt? If you're there?
No, I didn't. What?
No, there's my other colleague. He said he went to Egypt.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's in there. Can you hear me, Jedi? Are you there?
He's not in, Jin. Looks like he's done his usual
Hey.
So yeah, no, one of our colleagues went to Egypt recently. My brothers have been to Egypt. Both my brothers have been to Egypt, and they went for the Hajj. One of them went for the Hajj.
I want to understand. They live in Egypt, or they just want to travel to Egypt and see pyramids? They just want to travel?
Okay. I'll say again. My brothers live in London, but they have been to Egypt. One of them went to Hajj. Okay.
Okay.
Right. You know the Hajj?
Yes.
Yeah. So one of my brothers performed that. So that was good. Yeah. They've both been to Egypt. Yeah.
But Hajj isn't in Egypt. It's in Saudi Arabia. I hope understand.
Oh, we're talking about Mecca.
Yeah, Mecca, it's Saudi Arabia. This is in Saudi
So my
Arabia, not
brothers have been
Egypt.
and they've been to
Yeah.
Mecca. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So they've been to Egypt. They've seen the pyramids, and then the youngest one went on to go to Mecca and do the Hajj. Sorry, the second youngest one. Yeah, second youngest one did that.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Sorry. So, who do you live with?
To see the pyramid.
Well, I live with my family here in Japan. I live with my family. My siblings are living in London. My brothers live in London, and also in Nigeria, Africa.
Okay.
Mm.
Do you have children?
Yeah,
He
4
speaks
boys.
Japanese too.
Yeah.
Okay. How old did the oldest one?
Yeah, at this point, I don't want to dox my children's age or anything else, so I don't really mention too much about my children online.
Oh.
Okay, but they're old enough now, you know. One is working part time. Sorry, 2 are working part time. One is working full time, and the youngest one is still at high school.
Okay.
Okay, there you are.
Yes, I get.
They speak English. They speak Japanese, of course, because that's where we live. And they are flat earthers. They know that the earth is flat, non-rotating, not moving. They know this. They've known this from their elementary school days, because that's when I taught it to them. They
Yes.
have Islamic names. They have Islamic names.
Can you tell me? I want to know what their names.
Again, I don't dox my children's names online. Okay.
You didn't what?
I don't mention my children's name online.
Okay. Yes, I get it.
Yeah.
Can I know why? You know, it's really strange things because we need it.
It's just for their protection, really, and for my protection as well. That's all.
Okay. But we in Egypt.
Not that there's anybody bad on this server, but when I actually spoke about my family on other servers and then posted some images, the images got graffitied and insults were flying. So I stopped all that immediately after that. I said, okay, that's fine.
Yes.
I deleted my images, of course, and I can talk about the family to a certain degree, their hobbies and their enjoyments. That's fine, but I don't really post any images anymore.
Yes, I get it.
Yeah, you know, I think one's family is a private thing. If you want to talk about it, that's up to you. But I talk about it to a limitation only. That's all. I limit what I say. Yeah, I was very free with the knowledge, but it got. I received some negative behavior from some of the people online. So I thought, okay, well, if they're going to be animals, let's stop that then, you know, obviously no respect for life and that, then that's it. Their loss, not mine. I enjoy my family, they lose. And I've got so much beautiful pictures and imagery and stuff that we've done over the years. Yeah, you know, but it's for my pleasure only now. That's fine.
You know, it's a shame. That's what the GTs have resorted to is bringing somebody's family into it. You know, it's a shame that that's what they have devolved to. That's the absolute best they have. That's the best they can do.
Yeah, that's right, Barrington. Yeah, it's their loss at the end of the day, not mine. You know.
Because the whole side loses credibility entirely, especially, you know, the more they do that stuff, and they try to pretend that we're the bad ones.
Yeah, but I do post images of myself exercising, and I update those images so they can still see me pushing and pulling and exerting muscular force, and I throw that in their faces. This is what you cannot do. I don't see any of you doing this, and I'm 63 sort of thing, and I'm throwing the images out there at them. So I let them know that I'm alive and well. I said, this is the flat earther known as Jin CBR1, your worst nightmare, exercising to come to destroy you. That's what I do. They can graffiti those images, don't care. You know
Show
what
us
I mean?
your
My
six
images
pack.
go there. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm just kidding. How much can you lift?
Well, at my best, I lifted 205 kg, which gave me the Southern
nice.
County champion in England. That was in 1985, 86. That was the best I've ever
dang.
lifted. Yeah. Deadlift. I won that competition. I should have really come third, but the two individuals, one of them was a Scots. He'd done his back in, and then Danny Baptiste, who was a guy from not either Grenada or Trinidad and Tobago, somewhere there. Forgotten it now. He's a Caribbean man. Now, his body to weight ratio, he should have been number one, but he wasted 2 lifts picking up something he would have easily picked up. He got starstruck, you know. He was all the cameras and everything, you know. He got caught up in all that, the limelight of it all, and he wasted 2
So
lifts.
I clean here.
Yeah. Sorry?
I'm just doing the what's his name? Anton guy. It's I clean here.
Oh, yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
So that gave me the championship for that year anyway. Southwark County champion, 205 kg. That was the best I ever lifted. That's like 400 odd pounds. Nice. But now I don't really lift weights. I lift my body weight, and I do a table of exercises in the park. What I use is the parallel bars. I use the chin up bar first, parallel bars where you're doing dips and sit ups, and then the Olympic rings where you're bringing your knees up to your chest. Yeah, knees up. Okay, so we'll do like 10 of each of those, and then do a kilometer run and come back and repeat that. That's 3 times. That's what we call circuit training. So I would have cycled 6 miles, for example, to the park, lock the bike up, do the table of exercises, and then for each set, I do a kilometer run inside the park, and then do 3 of those, and then 6 miles back home. Okay, and that's circuit training. I do that as well. I love that. Yeah. Okay, and that keeps me in good trim. And then I do the 12 miles of cycling and jogging on top of that in the mornings as well. And then what I do is I get some of the local people going by to take pictures of me exercising, so I can then download them into those servers that think that the Glurf is a globe. This is the state of the fitness of the CBR1. Okay, training to come and destroy you. You unfit bums, I call them. Yeah.
تجمع هنا بصراحة أنت خلصان خلق خلصان أنت عامل زي حالاتي أنا خلصت بس ما كنتش خلصان بس خلصت خلاص مش قادر
So I'm not worried about posting images of who their flat earth this proponent is. Yeah, let the enemy know. But that's for my family and that. Yeah, I stopped that. Don't do that anymore. You know, you want to share the moments, but there's graffitiing and that. Well, that's silly. And stupid comments that they pass. So we stop that. Nip that in the bud. No need for that now. And I advise my children to do the same when they're online. Because you don't really know who you're talking to as such. But me, I fear no man. Don't care about any governments, any systems. I'm not really caring about that. I'm not playing their game anyway. So yeah, I never did. I was always fighting the system, and I carry on. I've always done it my way. Hence, I haven't been sick in 45 years. That's because I'm doing it my way, of course. And my way is live a life where you don't need to be going to the doctors. What does that mean? Keep a healthy lifestyle, regular exercise, good food, loss of happiness, no stress, and then work the brain. And then the brain now is flat Earth has been fantastic the last 10 years. Prior to that, it was 9/11s and all the other conspiracy facts that have happened. Moon landing hoax, that's been very instrumental. Still learning from that one. That one's still giving. So yeah, and that's good for the grey matter, the brain. You know, and then working how these devices work, all the tablets and the technology, that keeps the brain working. Then there's the maintenance of a motorbike, maintenance of my car, maintenance of all the bicycles we have, maintenance of the bicycles of my friends. Yeah, there you go. So that keeps the brain really ticking over. Then I'm working as an English teacher. Then the occasional plumbing problem may come up or something electrical. Again, the brain has to work it out. So that keeps everybody, my body and my well-being going. Yeah, love it. Ah. And then meeting you people here online on the 24/7 Flat Earth University, I'm learning a lot again. So yeah, I'm not going to get dementia anytime soon. Alzheimer's, I don't know what that is. Impossible to get for me with all this going on. Yeah. And that's my life. Thus far, 63.
Yeah, Jen, you know, it is really interesting that it seems like the best thing that the Globies can do is they can try to dox people. There's even a guy that was in Chill Chat on our home server who's trying to get people to meet up with him so he can beat them up. And, you know, like, you know, it's beyond belief the things that they are willing to do and say. And then this lady doesn't understand why somebody wouldn't want to just gladly volunteer their family and friends and can't get the hint the first time you said no.
So you remember when Witsit was doing the rounds on the streets? He was going to different cities. Yeah, he did a little tour. And he was just, activism on the street. Well, he went to this one city, and this guy this Glober that follows him on YouTube saw he was live and in his city, and he went and found him and stalked him and Kai. Like, it was creepy as, like, he got up in their faces and then told Kai that, you know, Witsit's not a real man, shouldn't be with him, come with him. And it was just so weird and creepy, bro. Like, it was horrible. I would have just, like, I was like, I wanted to call the cops for him. Because he just horrible.
Yeah, it's annoying, isn't it? Frustrating and rather disgusting that someone would do that. But then someone like me would just eat that up anyway. He's playing my game in that sense. You want to come over?
They handled it well.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please meet a Glober stalker. Here he is. Stalker Glober, that's what we'll call him. Now, what proof do you have of your coving ball? Can you please present it to the listeners?
Well, that was pretty much Witsit's, you know, like how he sort of handled it at first, but then, like, the guy just started getting personal, and then they just ended up just ignoring him, like, just kept on turning their backs and just trying to, like, and eventually he left, but, like, it was still creepy. Just the things he was saying was weird.
Yeah, well, a low-life scumbag, basically. That's what you have to call him, live, you know? We're just a scum, aren't you? Yeah. Typical. This is a typical Glober, ladies and gentlemen. No life. From the gutter. Doesn't have a wife of his own, doesn't have any relationships, but he has the time to stalk. Don't you think it'd be more productive to go and meet somebody? You might want to change your demeanor and your attitude to life, because you ain't making it at the moment. And you don't have your glow proof. Wow, I'm glad I'm not you. What an embarrassment. Now, they end up shooting themselves in the foot anyway, usually. Yeah. We've had flat earthers have to take them down You know what I mean? Like rugby tackled them and put them on the ground because they knocked down the display. There was one time when they were doing a Globe Live tour, and one of these, like you say, stalkers came up, right, and just smacked. He was asking questions, and when he was getting right textbook answers, and everything he said was being debunked, right, he got frustrated and he knocked down the display and attempted to run off, and one of the guys grabbed him and rugby tackled him to the floor. Great stuff that was. Yeah. That happened twice because another guy was like almost poking Harry in the face, but Harry also took him down, and then the police was called, of course, but everything was settled, you know. Yeah, so it was nice to see flat earthers in action. Because they were getting pretty violent, especially when you're kicking down, you're kicking down all your display. What, you know? And I don't know if you remember a guy called Authentic Intent in America there. He was outside, he was always sitting by a lake with his partner, right? And there was one guy who came up after listening to all the flat earth truths and that, grabbed Authentic Intent's phone and threw it in the lake. What a wanker he was, eh? Took his phone and threw it into the lake. Yeah. So it does get to that point sometimes where people lose it, all because of the truth.
So the question is, Jen, when you fly from London, England, as a passenger to Narita Airport, how bendy does the water look as you fly over it? It must look really bendy.
No, it doesn't look bendy at all. It's horizontal, mate, level. There's no bendy water there at all. There's no bendy flight as well, because you should be experiencing curvature during that flight. It's 9.5 hours.
That's because you don't understand. An airplane's not high enough up, but yet I saw the bendy water from Stone Mountain, Georgia.
No, there was no curvature experience at all to report, to be quite honest. And the route I took really took me mostly overland when you're traveling from London from London to Narita. You're taking in mostly land, really, no ocean. You only get that if you're going from Japan to Los Angeles. That's when you're taking some ocean. So the route I took was very little ocean, crossing the English Channel, of course. And then you're going to go through Europe, and you skirt through bits of Russia, and then you come around that way round. You don't really get to see the ocean, really, on that flight. It's mostly land, 99% land. And I didn't see the curvature of the land even on that either. Saw the mountains, of course, different mountain ranges and that. Yeah, that was nice. Yeah, and the desert area a little bit. Saw some desert land as well. And I thought, wow, don't want to crash here, do we? Don't want to crash.
Yeah, I did a few years ago see a GT make the argument on one thread that an airplane's not high enough up, but then in another thread he was swearing up and down that he saw the curvature of the earth from Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Yeah.
But obviously the airplane's higher than the mountain.
Absolutely. Yeah. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson stating that you couldn't see it from the 24 miles up. You're not going to see it there because it's all flat. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. And it's all flat because the earth is indeed flat. Because one could think that because you're on a ball, there are flat surfaces on the ball. No, there aren't any. There is no section of a ball that is flat. Impossible. That's never going to be a thing. So the reason why Neil deGrasse Tyson says you wouldn't see it from that height is because the earth is indeed flat. That's why. If it was a ball, then you would see the curvature. You would see it at 24 miles of the earth's surface. You would see the curvature. It would be impossible not to see it. It would not look flat. You would see the curve.
I love climbing to the lookouts and like, you know, it's not, you know, we get, you know, just a bit above 1,000 meters above sea level,
right
where I am around my area, which is still pretty good. Like, but there's some beautiful lookouts. Like, you go to these lookouts and it's just the views are breathtaking. I mean, you get to the top and you just go, oh, like you take a deep breath in because it's just so much. Like, just you can see so far, and it's just, and in 360 degrees, you're just looking around. And yeah, you're looking in a circle, but it's just a horizontal line. Like you hold a flat edge up against it, and it's just equal to with a flat edge, you know, at 360 degrees. And it's just so I don't know, there's something just special about getting really high up and looking across the surface of the earth. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it really is. It really, really is. You see, I had that first epiphany that when I went abseiling, mountaineering, rock climbing, and then parachuting, and I didn't connect to how level the earth was. It was a beautiful view. It was horizontal, but I didn't connect to it properly, that's flat earth. Okay, wasn't even in my mind. Because when you're doing these activities, you're not thinking, you're concerned with making sure your foot placement is right. You got your rope harness done properly. You understand what I mean? These are the things you want to land properly. You don't want to break your legs. These things take over, and the mission you're on takes over. You're not thinking about curvature at all. It's not there. Even when you're looking at the earth and it's flat, right? You're not even thinking it's flat. You're just thinking, wow, look at this is my brain anyway. Wow, look at what I can see. Wow, look at all this view. Wow. Oh, let me check my feet position. Hang on. Okay. And I'm coming down, descending slowly. Wow, look at this view. Your heart's going 10 to the dozen. Okay? Your heart's going 10 to the dozen. So you're not really relaxed as such, because you know there's more action coming up. You've got to be prepared to land. So, but yeah, I'm taking it in as much as you can. Remember, you're working. So that was my experience at first. But then when I started climbing by myself, now you've got time, you've got relaxed time. You can see it all, right? And it is great to see the surface of the earth from a high vantage point is breathtaking, as you've said, and I agree 100%. Yeah, and I still didn't pick up on how far I could see, and there was no curvature, mind you, but I still enjoyed it all the same. But in recent years, in the last 10 years, of course, I've enjoyed it even more. Just think, I climbed Mount Fuji 14 times, summited 12 times, and I didn't realize it was a flat earth even then. Yeah, fantastic. Loved it. Let's see. I climbed first time I climbed Mount Fuji 4 times, 2008, 2009. Right, that was 8 times. And then 2010 once. In 2010. 2011 once. 2012 and 2013, those 2 times were failures due to bad weather. Okay, so let's see now. 8. Okay. The last time I climbed Mount Fuji was 2016. That was the last time. I haven't climbed it since then. And the reason I stopped climbing it was because it was going to start. It was already costing a small fortune anyway, with the fuel cost of getting there and back, because I drive myself there, and then paying for the souvenirs. Now you've got to go to the foot of the mountain. You go to the car park. And then you either take a bus up or a taxi to the 5th station. That's going to cost you money, right? And then you climb up, and you've got to pay the same to come back down. All because it's become a World Heritage Site. They've upped the price of everything. I used to climb it for free. Now you've got to pay to climb. So I stopped climbing Mount Fuji because it was going to cost me money. I refused to pay. So I climbed it 14 times, didn't pay any money, summited 12 times. I've climbed other mountains, again for free, over 300 times, over 100 times, mountains local to me. Yep, still do those. We was up on the mountain last month on the 20th. We climbed with my two of my sons. That was good. Couldn't go camping this year. It was rained off. Although one of my sons did go with his pals, but it rained where they were. Calling me saying it's raining here. I goes, I know it's raining here. So TW, yeah, the views you get from that high vantage point is brilliant. Now, what about this other thing that we're having? I've noticed recently where the ship is moving away from us, supposedly going over the horizon, and they keep going on about the mast being the last thing to see. Well, of course, it's going to be the last thing to see. It's the highest thing on the ship, and it has to be that high because it's the crow's nest. Because the higher
Do you
up
know
you are,
why
the more
though?
you can see. Oh yeah,
Jim,
of course.
there is an actual reason for it.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's foreshortening. It's to do with your eye level.
Yeah.
So what happens
That's
is,
correct.
due to perspective, things uniformly shrink down. Now, as your eye level is only, say, for example, 5 foot from the waterline, and the ship is 20 feet high, as it uniformly shrinks down, as due to perspective, as it gets smaller, because your eye line is offset, it'll appear to disappear from the bottom first. So what's happening is the bottom of the boat will get smaller by 1 inch, the top by 1 inch, the left by 1 inch, the right by 1 inch.
Yeah.
And as it gets further away, another inch from all sides. As it gets further away, another inch from all sides. Now, because you're closer to the bottom of it, your eye line is closer to the bottom of it, as it shrinks away uniformly, your eye line hits the bottom first, and that's why they appear to disappear bottom up.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
exactly, because you're standing on the ground. You're standing on the ground.
The technical term is foreshortening. It's not to do with whether you're staring on the ground. It's just the fact that your eye level is closer to the bottom of the boat. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and then as the ship is disappearing and everything's merging into the conversion points there, that's why the crow's nest has to be last. It's the highest thing on the ship. It has to be last. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, that's why
it's just above your eye. It's above your eye line.
Yeah.
There's a great. Okay. Just I'll reword it for you. Imagine the ship has a center point. Okay, there's a larger gap between the top of the mast to the center point than there is between the bottom and the center point. That center point is your eye level.
Right.
So if you're closer to the bottom of the boat, you're going to see the bottom disappear first. That's all that's happening.
Yeah. So if I could move myself to the middle, that means, from the whole height and get to the center, then you'll have an even
it will disappear uniformly.
Yeah, disappearing. Yeah, exactly. I understand. I understood all that perfectly yesterday. I've always understood.
Oh, there's a lot that don't get it. I don't know why. It's really, really simple.
Yeah.
Well, I think it is, but anyways, maybe I'm just not putting it out there the correct way for them to understand.
Yeah, I just don't fathom why they don't get it, because you've got that crow's nest. The reason why it's the crow's nest as well is because you can see far from there. Land ho! You get better view from high up, don't you, really? That's why it's known as the crow's nest. And then you've got your telescope and you can see. It's a great design, no doubt about it. It's common sense, isn't it? The higher up you go, the further you can see. So they can see 30 miles, 40 miles, maybe 60 miles or even more from that crow's nest, on a good day. But you don't want to be in the, you don't want to be in the crow's nest when you're on high seas and it's wet and it's storms and that. You don't want to be in there then. Ooh. You'd be throwing up and chucking up, right? And then you've got to get back down. But I do like boats anyway. I love being on boats. I love them. Hence, I like canoeing and that.
Unless you like, what was his name from Forrest Gump?
Oh,
what was his name?
Yeah, I know who
Lieutenant
you mean.
Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, there you go.
Dan got no legs.
He's up in the crow's nest. He's like, "Woo! Come on, God, bring it on!"
Yeah, there you go. That was a good film, that one. Well directed and great performances all round in that movie. Forrest Gump. But equally, I think Stanley Kubrick's film called Glory with Kirk Douglas in it, that was a good film as well, because that brought home the horrors of trench warfare at the time. Another good one. Yeah, Stanley Kubrick's film. And then the hypocrisy of war was best displayed in the Doctor Strangelove with, what's his name? Come on, he played about 4 roles in that movie. Peter Sellers, that's it. Right? Doctor Strangelove. The hypocrisy of the nuclear weapons and the button and everything. It was a great movie, that one. You need to watch that. If you haven't seen that one, you want to watch that one. Doctor Strangelove. Okay? Please watch it. It's a good one. In fact, I would suggest that you watch all of Stanley Kubrick's movies. I know some of you, 1 or 2 of you there think he's a bit boring, I think, and that's understood because these movies sometimes can be a bit slow, but no, it's all deliberate. Everything he does is deliberate. And there's lots of messages to glean and information to understand. He's a really good film director, Stanley Kubrick.
Well, I watched Clockwork Orange because, I wanted to know why it was banned, in some countries, and I think it was banned in our country for a long time. I think it's not anymore. I don't think, but I wanted to know why. As I watched it, and I went, "I've seen worse on Cartoon Network. What is it?"
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I couldn't understand why it was banned as well. Yeah, it wasn't banned in the UK because there you are. It was made in the UK in that sense. But great film, Clockwork Orange. Again, it's all about establishment and its abuse of power. Great film. Yeah. And the psychology of it all. And that's what we're living through. We're living through that very thing right now. That's why that film is still poignant today. Still has a reference, still has bearing. That's the thing about Stanley Kubrick's movies. They are great pieces of cinematography that are still relevant today. Timeless pieces. That's why he was a master. And then you had 1984, George Orwell. You're warning us of all this as well. So there we are. We're living it.
The book's better than the movie. Just saying.
Yeah. The book is better than the movie. Yeah, I saw 1984 as well. Although I still enjoyed it because it was black and white. I enjoyed it. But yeah, the book is more better, I'd have to say.
It's just the ending. The book is like a freight train, whereas the movie is, here's a cookie, have a nice day.
Yeah,
that's the difference.
It was a shitty ending. I agree.
It wasn't a shitty ending.
Another good book.
It was very soft ending.
Yeah, I called it a shitty ending. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it didn't.
Yeah.
Exactly. Anti-climax.
It was, wasn't it? Yeah. It was like, what? That's it? Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. I wanted more.
Another good book in that genre is Fahrenheit 451. I loved that. I read that in high school, I'm pretty sure. I think I was made to read it.
Wow.
In high school. I loved it. It's great.
Yeah, Fahrenheit 451. Is that 1984 in a different title or what?
No, it's just in a similar. It's like in the vein of kind of like a dystopian society. You'd have to. I don't want to spoil it if you ever wanted to read it.
No. I got you. I've got you now. What about Animal Farm? Do you remember that one? Animal Farm. That was good.
I think I read it. Am I?
Yeah, we had, that was part of our school syllabus at school. Yeah, so we read it and we also watched the movie as well at school. So we're lucky. This would be secondary education.
I'm sure my year at school, Jen, was the prototype to test out all the stupidity on. Because how's this? When I was in 6th class, we had reading time, and the teacher used to sit and read out a book, and the book that was read was called The Silver Sword. Now, I get into year 7, all of a sudden the English teacher gets there and goes, on Fridays I'm going to sit and read a book out. Eat me hat, guess what it was? The bloody Silver Sword. I get into year 8. Guess what book we had to go through again? For some reason, whether it was just by pure luck, pure coincidence, or it was a deliberate act, for some reason that poxy book I've had to go through with some other idiot reading it 4 times in my life.
Okay. That's unfortunate. I
get all these other people telling me about all of these other pieces of literature. Oh, we had to do this at school. We had to go through this one. And I'm like, you know what? If our year had all of these other ones to go through, like, seriously, if they dropped 1984 on some year 7 kids now, I think quite a few of them would have to call an ambulance due to shock because they'd realise what their mobile phones are.
Yeah, there you go.
What about Lord of the Flies? They make you read Lord of the Flies?
Oh,
yeah, that was good. Yeah, I had that one.
But I've seen the movie. The black and white one is heaps better.
That's the original one. That's the original one was elementary school.
Wow,
I saw that at elementary school. That one. Yeah, the Lord of the Flies. Loved that one. Mum
said she had to read that.
Yeah.
Mum said she had to read that at school.
Yeah. Yeah, we had the book.
Another one.
And then we had the movie. Yeah, we had the book.
In year 9.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Go on.
No. You go ahead. Year 9.
So in grade 9 had to read Zedva Zachariah, and I remember reading it and thinking at the time, I was like, that would actually make a pretty good movie, right? And it wasn't until like 2015 or something, wasn't it? 2000. It might have been around that, but 2010 onwards, they turned it into a movie. I remember seeing it at the video store, and I went, "Hey, I know that story. I read it in high school."
Yeah. But yeah, Lord of the Flies, the black and white version, original version, that was the best version, definitely.
Isn't it funny how shit that book sounds, T-Dub, when we say Z for Zachariah, but in the US it's Z for Zachariah.
Oh, yeah. We always say Z, though. Z for Zachariah. And then the other books that we read was Of Mice and Men, right? Lenny and what's the other guy? Right? And then we had... that was a good film, that one, and a great story as well. And then we had Catcher in the Rye, right? Catcher in the Rye. We had to read that as well. Right, and then we had, like I said, the Hobbit. That was good as well. The Hobbit. It's a good story. Which is why I wasn't so keen on the Harry Potter stuff, because after watching the Hobbit,
Lord of the Rings,
Lord of the Rings, do you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
I mean, no, there's no comparison. So I wasn't motivated to get the book or watch anything because I'd seen The Hobbit and that was for me the pinnacle.
See, I've never read any of the Hobbit books. seen the movies, and same with the Harry Potter stuff. Never read any of the books, but I've seen the movies, and I've heard a lot of people whinging about how that they movies didn't do the books justice and all this, and I'm like, you know what? Because I haven't read the books, I don't really care. So a lot of the bookworms got really upset about it.
Cool, Adrian. Thanks for that.
I'm going to do it.
Adrian.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was easy.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person.
Forgot to mention something. This is the wrong room for that, my friend.
Yeah,
So-
that was from the UK as well. That was an English advert. Sounded like anyway.
No,
the dude from
I
Career
realised
Ladder.
they can't be back.
You know the dude from Career Ladder, the Career Ladder guy on YouTube? Okay, so he ended up with the voice of that woman on his ladder, and he didn't guess it.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't guess her job. He didn't guess who she was. Yeah. Yeah, but you know, another book in primary school, right, Jin?
Yeah.
They made us read 1,000 Paper Cranes. I thought, in retrospect, I'm thinking, you assholes, right? Like, because like it was all about, you know, because that was supposed to be she was sick because of the bombings and everything from Nagasaki, even though she wasn't born. She was born after that. It was, you know, her cancer, and that was supposed to be because of Hiroshima or whatever, you know, like.
Yeah.
Like,
You can see why a lot of literature gets removed from the curriculum, because it'll take one person who's traumatized for whatever reason from one particular book, and all of a sudden they go on this lifelong journey crusade to have that bit of literature removed. Like, could you imagine dropping Lord of the Flies on some Year 7 kids or some Year 6 kids in today's group of, like, oh my God, that would break them. Like, seriously.
Yeah, it's true, because I often wonder that. Why did they give us that to watch? What were they telling? They were really preparing us for the big wide world out there. They really were.
This is what reality's really like. Now, shut up, sit down, shut up and listen, boys and girls. But this is what reality really is. When you've got to fight for everything.
I thought that was good that they did that. I was actually, when I look back, I think that was a good thing that they actually did that, because, you know, it's bringing you reality as soon as possible. I think the sooner the better. But that was a good move for me, anyway. You know.
But yeah, you can fully see how easy it is for people to be traumatized by a particular thing. Like, the one thing that rattled me as a kid was not literature, it was one singular movie, Alien. Now, I was about probably 10 when I watched that.
Right.
Now,
yes,
I didn't sleep for about 3 days straight.
Yeah,
so
it was very good.
What happened?
It was very good. Wasn't it?
What happened? Right, my family actually used to have this little old National Panasonic TV, corner to corner. The thing was probably 10 inches across. It wasn't that big. Anyways, Mum and Dad purchased this brand new television, which was twice the size, and that got put in the lounge room, as all TVs normally do. And all of a sudden, there's this spare TV, and oh my God, it got put in my room. So one night on television, this movie Alien was on. And Mum said there is no way that's going on the lounge room TV. So myself and Dad sat on the end of my bed, staring at this tiny little TV, watching Alien. So because the TV is so small, you don't really sit that far from them. Now, when that alien thing popped out of old mate's chest, I nearly laid an egg.
Yeah, out of her stomach. Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah.
So you got to remember, I was only 10 when I saw that shit.
Yeah, it was very gory, wasn't it? Very gory.
Yeah, it was a bit fresh. Like I've watched it a couple of times since, and it's like, why did this shit rattle me so much as probably because I was just a kid, that's why. But
it's the kids' shock, isn't it? Of this thing coming out with all its gnashers on the go as well, yeah? Come on. All its teeth on the go. Yeah. That was
and
grotesque.
Children, don't have to suspend the disbelief as, there's not so much of an effort to suspend disbelief, right, with children because they've got a huge imagination, right? Imagination runs wild in children.
That's something I always used to struggle with at school was doing, freestyle writing, like story writing type shit. I could never do that. I don't know why.
Yeah, at school, yeah. You have to be very creative, you see, that's why.
Yeah, I was hopeless at it. Absolutely hopeless. I got detention so many times from my English teacher. How come you just don't understand how to write? I can write. My punctuation's perfect. My fucking spelling's perfect. Oh, sorry, English up.
Yeah.
Forgot which one I was on. My spelling, there's nothing wrong with it. Punctuation, nothing wrong with it. The whole creativity thing just didn't work with me. If they asked me to write what was going on outside, I could list everything. 100% factual without any issues. And I'll give you an idea. You'll have a laugh at this. When I was in year 10, for my year 10 end of year test, they gave us an image. And on this image was a garbage truck. Your standard old school garbage truck with that used to have two blokes swinging off the back of it. And it was on the corner. It was on this intersection. And you could see the street sign. You could see the buildings. You could see the garbage truck there. I wrote exactly what was in that picture. It took me all of 2 lines. I didn't quite finish 2 lines on this bit of paper they give us. I walked out, finished the test, walked outside. I was the first one finished by a long shot. Anyways, I'm sitting outside waiting. Next thing, one of my mates comes out. That was an effing joke. And I said, why? And he goes, how can you write about a garbage truck that's on the corner of the road? I said, I get you, mate. I wrote exactly what was there, the street name, the whole lot. And he goes, I don't want to know. Anyways, we're sitting there waiting. Now, this exam was supposed to go for 3 hours, right? I'm out sub 5 minutes. Waiting. It was a laugh, man. All of a sudden, time's up. There was kids coming out crying that they didn't have enough time to finish writing.
What did they have to write? Wow.
That's what I said. Here I am. I've just put down on the corner of such and such a street and such a avenue, there is a garbage truck. The garbage truck has a little bit of litter hanging out of the back of it. And, that's it. So I made sure my spelling was correct, all punctuation was correct, and went about my day. And, so believe it or not, English is not my strong subject.
I hated it at school. I had to have extra. Because I'd gone to Nigeria, my English ability dropped slightly, okay, because I'd been in Nigeria twice that I went. So at secondary school, where I should have been learning a second language, like I wanted to learn either Italian or Spanish, I had to do extra English. I did. Yeah.
So, very interesting school stuff, eh? I wasn't a fan of school. The whole education system to me, and I could see it was broken when I was in, second class, when I picked up that the teacher had already had their favourites. Like, you had kids that used to bust their guts. They weren't the greatest at doing particular subjects, but they used to put in 110% effort every freaking day. And all of a sudden, the teacher would go and pick their little favourites. And that used to annoy me, and I could see it it wasn't the fact that I could see it happening to myself, I could see it happening to other kids. And that just triggered me, and I knew the system was broken in second class. So this me being suspicious of what's going on has been going on for a long time. This ain't something that just happened 5.5 days ago. And
Were you at school in the 80s? Are you describing your experience of the 80s?
86 was when I was in kindergarten, mate.
Okay, so you're talking 90s. There you go then. Wow.
So I remember year 3, that was 83.
And this teacher just had it out for me. I don't know why she didn't like me. She singled me out, and I didn't play up or anything. Like, she just hated me.
Yeah.
And I told
Do you know what I think, Tito?
Well, I told my mum, and then during a parent-teacher interview, I wasn't allowed there, but apparently they had a parent-teacher interview, and Mum's like, come home and said, she thinks the world of you, and all this. I'm like, what? Like, oh yeah, she praised you up. I'm like, what the heck's going on?
Sack of crap. I think what happens is they have a list of kids' names. They don't know the kids. They just have a list of names, and they assign a number down the list, and then they draw a lottery. This one's going to be the favourite. This one I'm going to pick on. And they just assign tags to those numbers. They know they've got 30 kids. Kid number 27 is going to be my favourite. So that kid is going to get nothing but praise, even though they can be a complete moron. And that's what school used to feel like to me, like it was a lottery system and we were already chosen.
Yeah, I was lucky that I was born in the UK in the 60s, because by this time now, the standard of education was well established. A system
standard.
yeah, really good in Britain. Really, the best, I'd have to say, because I did notice it when I left England to go to Nigeria. The standard dropped dramatically. I was embarrassed to hear the Nigerian people speaking broken English and that. Even the teachers wasn't speaking properly, and I used to correct the teachers to the point where they'd get annoyed. Do you know what I mean? Because I'd say to the teachers, you don't say it like that. That's wrong. And the reason I said it was I was fed up of listening to Nigerians speaking horrible bloody English. And right next door to my school, right next door to my school is an international school, and you're hearing the English language flow like treacle. I thought that's where I should be. And my dad obviously couldn't afford that. That was going to be way too expensive to put us in an international school. So we had to stay at the same school where we were. And it was like a zoo, literally, fighting every day. My brothers were getting bullied, getting robbed. We had to beat the robbers up and beat the kids up. In the end, that's with Jin. He's got his strength like God, they were saying, because I was smashing their heads into walls. Okay,
there was one teacher
at elementary school. Yeah.
There was one teacher. As much as I hated English, one of the best teachers I had was my last English teacher in year 11. And I'll call him out. Jonesy, you're still a friggin' legend. Jonesy come in one day, or Mr. Jones, come in one day with a whole pile of papers. What do we got going on today, sir? And he sat down and he goes, look, I know a lot of yous aren't that great when it comes to English and whatnot. I just want to know that you can fill these forms in. So he hands the forms out and we fill them in. And why are we filling in dole forms? And he goes, if I know that you lot can at least apply for the dole, I can sleep well at night. He said, I'm not claiming yous are going to be the best at whatever yous do, but at least I know in my heart that I'm not sending yous out into the world absolutely useless and incapable of getting food or money or rent or something like that.
Well, that happened in England as well, because at the end of your secondary school education, you're going to be getting your tax code number, right? And it's always an emergency. It's an emergency number whilst you finally get your real number. And so you have to fill in an application form. So we were shown how to do that in our school as well. Actually, that was at the end. Yeah, I remember that.
So he was an absolute legend. So whilst all the other English classes were off debating and writing stories, we were doing practical things like how to fill in forms, which, in all honesty, the filling in of forms has been more useful in my life than the ability to be a debate bro.
Yeah. I used to enjoy the creative side of the English, because I used to draw from my African experience and then draw from now. You understand? So I'd write a poem like on the wind or the snow or the rain, because those were the things that were affecting me. So that's what I used to write about. So I didn't have much problems doing poems. Most people found it boring. I just knuckled down and did it because I enjoyed that sort of stuff. It's when and then I would draw from my personal experience, family life, or being in Africa, because that was still fresh in my mind. So I could use that as part of my creative juices, if you will. Sorry. So I didn't mind there, but I still had to do extra English. And I tell you what I hated the most to do was to write essays. Because it doesn't matter what subject you're doing, between geography, history, or English itself, right? These three topics, right? These 3 lessons, you had to write a lot of essays. And we had also on top of that English literature on top. So I hated English. I hated it. I hated it, although I can understand.
I can understand anyone my age or older hating doing essays, and for all the younger generation who can just get onto Google and go, tell me about Christopher Columbus, and that's it. It'll spit out information. Back in my day, we had to go down to the library. And you had to go sorting through encyclopedias. If your family wasn't lucky enough to be able to afford a large Encyclopedia Britannica set, you had to go down to the local library. Now, then you would have to peruse through multiple very large books, half of them you probably couldn't lift, to find information on said person. And if you asked a nice librarian, they would help you find stuff. And then you would have all these pages of shit to sit and copy out. So you had a choice. You could put 10 cents in the photocopier and get a photocopy of it, or you could sit and write it out word for word at the library.
Yeah, I remember those days. But then by the time I got into the 1988, and I was doing a business course to teach English as well as learn business, I hated going to the library because you had to book it, and you could never book it because it was fully booked. So you end up sifting through the files, which were never. It was at one point it was alphabetically set up, but it was all jumbled up on the inside. You know, it was all messed up, and you had to sift it through. Terrible ordeal. You know, because back then the computer system was just coming online in 1988. It was just kicking in, 1987, 1988, right? And I was doing my business course at that time. The experience of going to the library to try and book a computer to use it, that never happened for me. So I hated it. I had to take the long way around every time.
I remember being shown how to use their index referencing system filing.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So I'd just go to that, find whatever book I was looking for.
Yeah, I always wanted to use the computers, but then once I got my mobile phone, you know, the first clamshell ones, you know, the ones like that, the ones that look like women's compact, because that's what they remind me of. The mirror and then the powder that you powder your face with. That's why I called those phones. They're women's phones. They're not men's phones. Silly thing, but anyway, yeah. That was when I started to get onto the internet and look for information. And then I finally got myself an iPhone. Well, the wife got it, actually, the iPhone. And then from there, I've not looked back because it's a pocket library. And that was it. And back then, in the early 2000s, the information was coming in thick and fast. In fact, from 2000. That's when I first got my first notebook computer, right, from my father-in-law. But it was a slow download, of course, because the bandwidth was dead slow. Text would come up pretty quick, instantly, but it was images that were taking forever. But anyway, I thoroughly enjoyed it because it was the highway to information, and I haven't looked back since. I've learned a lot since then. So, yeah, like I said, in the last 26 years of being in Japan, I've learned a lot. Flat earther. I became a flat earther in Japan. That's to tell you. Look at that. Looking for the truth, I become a flat earther. Isn't that amazing? Don't you think? It's amazing, isn't it? You're looking for the truth, you end up a flat earther.
What's the common narrative in Japan? Is it like Brazil, where there's like a lot of Japanese people that are flat earthers?
It's scattered all over the place. I can't, but there are a group, numerous groups, yeah, and the number's growing, definitely. It's not like Brazil, you know. Brazil, they got hundreds of thousands. Perhaps we've got that many. I'm not sure.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How is everybody?
Thank you very much for asking. We're all well here. How's you and your family?
I'm doing just great. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
We're talking about our education experience from the elementary school days right up until computers have intervened and helping us to pick up knowledge quicker. And that's where we are at the moment.
I see.
Yeah. Did you enjoy your elementary school life?
Well, to be honest, I'm still experience it, so I cannot say anything about it.
You're still in elementary school?
Elementary school we're talking about. Elementary.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I
Really?
know. I'm still in like 2 years. I will be in, middle. I think it's called middle school. No, high
Okay.
school.
Billy Madison? Is your name Billy Madison?
Who's that?
As the character Adam Sandler played, he was an adult that had to go back to school, and he went from second grade all the way back to high school in his adult years.
No, it's not. I just have a deep voice. That's all, Yanni. I'm still like a kid.
Okay.
It's just genetic.
Well, grade
Okay,
school
but
is.
are you enjoying your education? Did you enjoy it? I enjoyed mine.
I'm enjoying it. It's fun. It's fun actually. But I feel
I
like
never missed a day in school.
I'm living, a weird life.
I'm assuming English isn't your native language.
English is not my native. I speak Arabic. It is my first language.
Speak English
I'm trying
very
to.
well.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, brother.
You got a good radio voice.
I am actually a voiceover.
I knew it.
Oh, there you go then. He's a voiceover. There you are.
I'm happy about my voice. But you know what I'm happy more about? That no one said, you sound like Siri. You sound like ChatGPT. Like, I'm exhausted. Like, I don't sound like Google.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. So what brings you here today?
The voice chat just just got my attention. Flat Earth Discord.
Oh yeah. That's right. Is this your first time here then?
No, it's not my first time. I have been joining a lot of voice chat, but this chat, it's like my first.
Oh, okay. So what do you think about that flat Earth? What do you think about it?
Bro, I don't give a goddamn. I don't care. If it was rounded or flat, who cares? Just gonna
You
live.
gotta care a
What's
little.
any difference gonna make?
No, you must care because look, if you're a Muslim, right? It would be like saying, what is the importance of the Quran? Do you know what I mean?
Look,
if somebody, hang on, let me explain fully.
Okay, sorry
before
for
you
interrupting.
answer.
Yes, sorry for interrupting.
Let me just say something before you answer. It'd be like the Quran and somebody misinterpreting it or giving out wrong information, and then you're saying, what does it matter if it's this or that? It matters, doesn't it? Clearly, it must matter. Allah has made an earth for us to live on, right? So it must matter, surely.
May I ask for your name, please?
My name is Jin CBR1.
Jin. So basically, I don't know. You are I think you are like a mature guy. I'm sure you are a mature guy, and you are educated and stuff. But I don't think that we have to connect subject that doesn't relate to the other. I didn't say it doesn't matter in religion to explain things. This is another difference. We are talking about the flats as a human being living in Earth. If it was rounded or it was a flat, it doesn't matter for myself. This is from my perspective, But if you're going to talk about religion, it is really, really important to explain everything so people know and understand everything. But I said, for me, as a human, without any religion stuff or etc., I'm talking about Earth.
Right, so am I, and I'm saying to you, before you can even
at me so you're Islam.
Hang on a minute. Before you can have the religion, the earth came first. That's what I'm saying. Before you can even think of Islam or any other religion, you need your earth. Your earth is your foundation, where you get your food, where you live. Now, if there's institutions out there that are misrepresenting where you live and they're lying, and remember, people's taxes are being paid for the education. Now, if you're being misinformed, Okay, and then from the misinformation, other industries are growing from this lie now. It's now growing legs now. Now you've got space industries, and it's growing out of control. It needs to stop. It's where you live. It's the foundation of your existence. Your Earth.
We don't have taxes.
Sorry?
I said we don't have taxes.
Well, you don't pay tax. Is that correct?
We don't. We don't.
You don't pay tax for your education.
Well, there's an investment.
Zero reals, $0.
Well, you're lucky there.
Yeah, as a Saudi, like raised and born in Riyadh City, Saudi Arabia, you don't pay for your education, not like a single dollar.
What right up to university level? University as well?
Even the university. You just have to.
You're lucky there.
Yeah.
You're lucky. We've got to pay for our education in Britain.
Thank God for his kindness and, he's being generous to me.
Yeah, elementary is free in England. I think secondary, but when you get to college and that, you got to start paying. But anyway, the point is that taxes are
the real gravity. Sorry, Jim.
No, go ahead, mate. Go ahead.
No, you said college. I said that's when they teach you about the real gravity, but I was just making a stupid joke. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's okay, no problem. So yeah, we have to pay, and if you're paying money, you want to be sure you're getting what you pay for. Okay.
Sure.
Right. And then you don't want to send people out with the wrong information about where you live, because that in itself would be an insult to Allah who made the earth. You are thinking that the earth. Listen, I'll give you an example. You could be praying in the wrong direction because you're on a globe, and you're not praying to Mecca properly. You're playing in the wrong direction because you're on a globe. The globe is not correct. You see? This is how silly it can be. So for me, as a human being on this earth, it is very important to know what Allah has created for me to live on. Then I can give thanks properly. I don't want to give thanks to a globe. Oh, thanks for making a globe for me, Allah, because He didn't make a globe. That would be a mistake. Do you understand?
Yeah, I did understand.
Right. So it's important. It is important what the earth is. It is fundamental.
Yeah, I didn't say it's not important to know. I said for myself, for my perspective.
You said, what does it matter? You said it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter for me.
It means it's not important.
I don't want to be like a hypocrite, let's say, or something. My English is not that perfect, but what I'm saying is, I said it doesn't matter for me. I didn't say it doesn't matter as like in general. But if
right, so for you it doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah, for myself, I don't care. I'm just living,
Okay, well, I'm just living, but I want to know that the earth is not a spinning ball. Or if it is a ball, it must be a ball, but it's not a ball. So it's important to know that. And once we know that, it's important to help other human beings, because that's the human disposition. When a mistake has been made, then you want to correct that mistake for everybody that you meet, provided the timing is correct. You have a responsibility.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what we're doing.
If the earth wasn't what we were told, would you want to know? If the earth wasn't what we were told, would you want to know?
What difference is it going to make?
Well, I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, if it came out turns out the government was hiding a secret because the aliens told them to. I'm just saying, if the earth turned out to be not what it was, would you want to know that information? Would it be something?
Yeah, I would have a million questioning everything, I totally understand.
Well, there you are then. Then you've got a million reasons to want to know then. There you are.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
so it is important. To be here. Yeah, that's why we're here. Because it is important. Because there are a million questions that need to be answered. People have them. They bring them here, and we try to answer them as best we can. And when you know that the earth is indeed not a spinning ball, eventually the whole of humanity would say, okay, ministers of education, what are you doing teaching us wrongly for the taxes that we pay?